Sample 1. Do you agree that the advantages cars bring outweigh the disadvantages? Using cars has been becoming increasingly common in recent years. Although I think that it maintains some obvious harmful consequences, I strongly believe that the advantages of the car can outweigh its advantages. On the one hand, owning cars has a significant influence on the environment. The first reason is that the growth in traveling by car can lead to a rise in pollution, traffic jams, and accidents. More cars are likely to result in rocketing rate of pollution. Secondly, our dependence on cars can lead to decrease in practices, such as walking and cycling. People may have a higher chance of carrying more potential health risks like obesity and heart attack. On the other hand, there are many reasons why people prefer to own cars. Firstly, it provides people with the freedom of movement. The ease of transportation which a car brings is significant/prominent than any other form of vehicles. For example, you can go from a destination to another destination and no time is wasted waiting for the bus or train. Therefore, time and distance are not barriers anymore. Secondly, personal cars can give comfort while traveling compared to the public transports which are so crowded and disgusting. For instance, you can read books, listen to your favorite songs or even play with kids while you are in your own car, but all seems to be impossible on a public transport. Finally, families can go together. This becomes especially helpful when there are elderly, the disabled or even sick members in the families. In conclusion, having a car can lead to a few obvious problems, but I believe that owning a car is the best choice and the benefits that it brings about can outshine its drawbacks. 289 words 11 Sample 2. When choosing a job, the salary is the most important consideration. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that salary plays an integral part in selecting career/choosing a job. While I accept that this may sweet to many people, I believe that there are many ones choosing jobs according to other considerations. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons/various reasons for considering salary as the most crucial factor. A high income guarantees a high standard quality of life, in which the people can afford their increasing demand on not only human basic needs but also luxurious things such as brand new accessories or overseas holidays. Besides/in addition, many people set salary as a measure of their working capacity as well as their level in the company. The higher income they receive, the more valuable they are in their prospective employment. Therefore, not only the amount of money itself but also made-up reputation makes the salary the most concerned matter in job selection. On the other hand, there is an increasing number of people considering other conditions to make a decision on job movement. The working environment is highlighted in the requirement of many job seekers, especially for people who adore the freedom and outdoor activities. In fact, they cannot stand on the job which requires 8 hours of sitting in front of the computer every day like a bank officer, even though this vacancy is offered the extremely competitive salary in the job market. In addition, contribution to the society is also an interesting matter that a lot of people choose. For example, instead of working for a big consulting firm in the city, many friends of mine go to rural areas, assisting and improving the performance of local enterprises. They receive a tiny amount of money, but they are happy with their choices because they help to increase the average income of the local residents. In conclusion, it is certainly true that the salary is important in job selection of many people, but this is by no means the key consideration for everybody in making a career decision. 330 words 12 Sample 3. Some people believe that unpaid community service should be a compulsory part of high school programs, for example working for a charity, improving the neighborhood or teaching sports to younger children. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Some people think that free social activities should be a mandatory part of high school programs. While students who take part in these activities may face some unexpected issues, I agree that educators should design required community services for their high school students without any payments. On the one hand, the most considerable trouble affects students when participating in public activities is the shortage of time. Particularly, they may be less focused on their core lessons in class, even lack leisure time because of spending too much time for community services. Besides, there are obligatory services which do not suit to everyone. For example, working for a charity at mountainous places or suburban areas requires students to have to go far away, or teaching sports to younger children at outdoor stadium demands a good health. All of these types of work do not fit to the weak girls or unhealthy students. On the other hand, attending unpaid public services will bring great benefits to high school students. Firstly, these programs create a positive environment for students to be raised in a holistic way, not only improving their social knowledge but also motivate their perception about the outdoor life. This is really an appropriate method to train them on how to work for the interest of community instead of living only for themselves. Secondly, taking part in public activities such as volunteer campaigns and charity organizations is a highlighted point which makes their resume brilliant. If an applicant who has the same qualification, as well as experiences with other candidates, would like to apply for a scholarship or a competitive job, his past activities for the interest of community may make an outstanding contribution in helping him defeat the others. In conclusion, although there are some disadvantages, it seems to me that we should design more unpaid obligatory community programs for high school students. 313 words 13 Sample 4. People should follow the customs and traditions when people start to live in a new country. To what extent do you agree or disagree? In the modern busy life, there are a large number of immigrants who have been willing to have a comfortable life in other nations. Many advocate that people should conform to the local customs and traditions when they settle in a new country. From my perspective, I strongly agree with this idea because of some problems and benefits that people can face with them. There are two important reasons why newcomers should blend into the local culture in the host country. Firstly, the refusal to adapt to a host environment would create a cultural barrier for immigrants. This leads to social isolation, which has negative influences on people's lives. Secondly, it is logical/true that limited knowledge of local customs may result in some illegal actions in the host country and make local/native people unpleased. For instance, in Singapore, one of the cleanest countries in Asia, local residents consider anyone dirty and ill-mannered if they litter the street or spit gum in the public. Newcomers can gain some benefits if they adopt the customs and traditions of a new country. One benefit is that if immigrants behave in accordance with the local norms, they will be accepted easily by local inhabitants, and as a result, they can receive/gain respects and affections as well as some help from a local. For example, when the enterprises want to expand their production in a new country, they must be aware of business practices there, which provides them with useful information to maximize profits. Another benefit is that newcomers might gain the richness of knowledge by virtue of the local customs and traditions, which enables them to actively participate in the activities of the community. In many festivals, people are able to participate/join freely and feel harmonious like their own country. In conclusion, I would argue that people who dwell in a new country should follow the customs and traditions which local people observe. 318 words 14 Sample 5 There are many different types of music in the world today. Why do we need music? Is the traditional music of a country more important than the international music that is heard everywhere nowadays? It is generally known that music holds an indispensable position for our mentality. There is a wide range of explanations for the necessity of music. Personally, I hold the perception that the traditional music of a country, compared with foreign music, is definitely more invaluable. It is undoubted that music is of necessity for humans' lives. First of all, music is considered as an efficiently recreational activity for people after a long day of hard work. Students and officers nowadays have to suffer from an enormous amount of stress from their study and work. As a matter of fact, music allows them to refresh their own moods and to be full of beans. Secondly, music is highly appreciated for its representation of culture and custom of a country. For instance, Vietnamese folk songs vividly convey how industrious Vietnamese is to introduce to international visitors. From my perspective, the value of the traditional music overweighs that of the international one, which is widely listened to by a vast majority of young people, especially teenagers all over the world. Despite the fact that hit songs are eventful, catchy, and bring us enthusiasm, they have no virtuous or meaningful messages. The traditional music, meanwhile, passes historical and traditional values on the fellow generations, which reminds them of patriotism and national proudness. Moreover, international music has recently been used for commercial purposes to gain a reputation for entertainment companies or celebrities. It has no value at all in the long run. In conclusion, music plays a vital part in life, and I strongly believe that the role of the traditional music should be recognized than that of the international music. 276 words 15 Sample 6 Many people choose to work or live abroad because of the higher standards of living they can find outside their home country. Do you think this brings more advantages or disadvantages to the people who follow this path? In recent decades witnessed an increase in the proportion of foreign settlement, raising many questions of safety and integration. Although the ideas of potential drawbacks appear to be reasonable, I think living abroad will pay dividends. On the one hand, there is a myriad of benefits when it comes to living abroad. First, residing in another nation is conducive to the liberty from the rigid laws and social norms. For example, homosexual individuals in Russia have a propensity to move to other European countries because homosexual intercourse means capital punishment. Second, the foreign residence is invariably associated with higher opportunities of experiencing a more progressive and standardized learning environment. This means would act as an incentive for their acquisition of academic and empirical knowledge, promoting their career prospects with better social status. On the other hand, there are some potential problems pertaining to working or living in a foreign environment. First, individuals moving abroad themselves could be highly sensitive to homesickness and nostalgia. This psychological disorders would discourage their desire for integration, increasing the likelihood of isolation from the locals outside. In addition, the foreign settlement could culminate in the issues of cultural clash due to religious beliefs. For example, some Islamic refugees are susceptible to racial discrimination and even physical battery due to the prejudice that Islamism is the cause of terrorism. In conclusion, despite the ideas of safety and assimilation difficulties, the foreign residence would offer a better living standard in terms of liberty and education prospects. 249 words 16 Sample 7 Some people think that it is best to live in a horizontal city while others think of a vertical city. Discuss both views and give your opinion. The idea that, whether dwelling in horizontal areas or in vertical ones is more beneficial, remains a source of controversy. While some individuals say that they prefer living in horizontal central, I would argue that it would be better to reside in high-rise building areas. On the one hand, a horizontal city has its own notable merits. Firstly, the service expenditure in their accommodation is not as costly as in the vertical city. On account of the fact that the security charge or elevator fees will not be included if they reside in merely a double-storied building. Secondly, it is widely acknowledged that each person is capable of extricating easily from emergency cases such as fire, construction collapse, and avoiding elevator accidents. Furthermore, the comfortable and roomy living space in vertical centrals makes a major contribution to render an enjoyable life that helps to release their stress and strain. On the other hand, I strongly believe that living in vertical cities is much more advantageous. The first benefit is that vertical areas can resolve the issue of accommodation shortage due to the population explosion in metropolitan centrals. As a matter of fact, there are more and more multi-story apartments where hundreds of civilians could experience the cohabitant environment in lieu of solo dwelling in separately private houses, which will account for a great deal of the residential area. Another benefit is that a wide range of goods and services such as rental offices, shopping malls, coffee shops are associated together in many skyscrapers in a ubiquitous way. For instance, a considerable number of apartments in Ho Chi Minh City are utilized not only for residential property but also for commercial purposes as supermarkets or gymnasiums, listed as some examples, which will create the convenience for dwellers at the max rate. In conclusion, it seems to me that it is better to live in a vertical city because of some outstanding points, although other people insist on preferring a horizontal central. 329 words 17 Sample 8 Nowadays the way many people interact with each other has changed because of technology. In what ways has technology affected the types of relationships that people make? Has this been a positive or negative development? In the world nowadays, the behavior of people with their partners has altered since the light of the proliferation of technology. There are a variety of ways that personal relationships have been influenced by the use of technical devices, and I believe that the benefits of this change outweigh the drawbacks. The two main effects on friendships which can be obviously seen are not only how people show their emotions but also the ways that they contact each other. Firstly, by reading the statuses written on social networks, teenagers can update the situation of their friends every day. Lots of people are choosing to talk to their partners by the assistance of video calls in lieu of going to restaurants or cafe to save time and money. Secondly, should a person install some social networks such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and apps like that, he can illustrate his feeling which may be unreal on the statuses and pictures of his friends. This is the reason why close relationships have declined. By contrast, losing touch with distant friends is not necessarily an unfavorable issue. The adjustment of the way that people interact is beneficial based on two key reasons. First, the use of handheld devices increasing significantly in recent years assists the users in getting in touch more easily and faster with their companions than in approximately 3 decades ago. For example, while it took about at least 1 week to deliver the letters of a temper in the past, current residents can receive immediately the vital messages in a few seconds. Furthermore, the social relations of every individual are expanding day by day. Residents nowadays establish easily a relationship with a foreigner who is living in another country. In conclusion, there are some changes in relationships towards eschewing traditional communication methods like letters in favor of modern gadgets, and I am firm in my belief that this improvement is convenient for people in some aspects. 325 words 18 Sample 9 International tourism is now more common than ever before. Some feel that this is a positive trend, while others do not. What are your opinions on this? In line with the shift in time, a recent phenomenon on the tourism of citizens indicates some concerns in terms of problems from international tourists. This essay will elaborate on some probable causes and positive solutions which can improve this situation. There are some widespread reasons why local people consider that tourists who are from other countries would have some negative impacts on their societies. Firstly, the consciousness of tourists about saving the environment of the country where they visit is seen as the main reason. For example, some foreign tourists often draw their marks on the wall in historical places like temple or museum, as well as litter beautiful landscapes such as famous beaches. Secondly, nowadays some tourists take advantages from visiting another country to stay illegally. For instance, there are a large number of people from developing countries travel to South Korea nowadays, and their purpose is to reside without being accepted immigration, so it would be complicated for the government of the country to manipulate illegal immigrants. Therefore, subsequently inevitably, some measures should be implemented to deal with these issues of international tourism. It is necessary for the host countries to be strict to tourism agencies about ensuring that they would not let their customers commit any unfit behavior, which is mentioned above, by giving some strict rules. For example, the financial and prison punishments for tourists who lack awareness should be implemented. Another remedy is that local people, especially youngsters, can participate in some volunteer activities to introduce the beauty of their culture and landscape to tourists so the visitors have more respect for the country they visit. In conclusion, by conducting some positive solutions to resolve common negative belief of local people, this situation would be better. 290 words 19 Sample 10 Some people think that parents should teach children how to be good members of society. Others, however, believe that school is the place to learn this. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. People have different views about how well older people educate children to become valuable citizens. While some argue that it would be better for children to be disciplined by their parents, I believe that children should be educated how to become respectable/decent citizens at school. There are various reasons why people believe that parents should teach their children to adopt/develop/build up good manners. Firstly, children are prone to listen to their parents who are powerful in families. For example, children might worry about wrong actions, which leads to their making a decision as to whether they should commit/display such behavior pattern if they have ever been punished by their parents before. Secondly, children have a close relationship with their parents whom they always count on whenever they meet toughs in their life. Children, therefore, may pour their concern easily into parents' hearts, so parents are able to give advice timely, which is one of the most important factors to deter children from becoming perverse. Finally, not only do parents bring their children rights verbally, but also their life behaviors can have profound influences on their children because children tend to imitate actions of older people. In spite of these arguments, I hold the perception that I am inclined to argue that schooling would play an essential role in the formation of children's characters. Except for homes, school is the place children spend the biggest amount of time. Thus, teachers are likely to be second parents to instruct children in being aware of the rights and the wrongs in every walk of life. Admittedly, teachers can be stricter with children than parents, given that parents usually spoil their children excessively. Under this circumstance, educating in school is the best solution to build a good personality of children. Moreover, school environment will enable children to either find out their abilities or their desires by attending some recreational physical activities or studying specific subjects. This is beneficial to children in becoming well-rounded individuals in the future. In conclusion, apart from being primarily responsible for educating children from parents, schools also prevent children from the misguided frame of mind to be 20 productive people in society. 330 words 21 Sample 11 Everyone should become vegetarian because they do not need to eat meat to have a healthy diet. Do you agree or disagree? With veganism trend, many people are convincing themselves that plant-based foods can suffice when it comes to daily nutrient needs, so they tend to remove all traces of meat from their diets. However, I have to, politely, disagree with the anti-meat argument. There are a variety of reasons why people should have meat-related foods in their meals. First, many important nutrients derive from animal sources. For example, if we are meant to subsist on vegetables alone, we will experience vitamin deficiencies because of some of the vitamins can only be obtained from meat. Another reason is that meat helps keep blood sugar levels stable due to its fat and high protein content. Steady blood sugar level is critical in preventing diabetes, as well as other chronic diseases. Moreover, with a moderate level of blood sugar, people are less likely to drool for fattening snacks and sweets, which are unhealthy foods. Apart from the practical advantages expressed above, meat offers a host of critical health benefits. Firstly, when people work themselves to the bone trying to gain muscle, they have to nourish their body appropriately. In fact, they can take protein supplements, but the best source of protein is fresh meat. Meat contains vitamins and minerals like zinc that aid muscle growth, which assists in muscle repair. Secondly, meat is one of the best sources of iron, which boosts energy levels and combats fatigue. Iron deficits can easily put people at risk of anemia and low energy, which is why anemia is a chronic problem for vegetarians. In conclusion, with the reasons mentioned above, I think that people should not cut meat out of their diets because it has too much to offer. 282 words 22 Sample 12 Several languages are in danger of extinction because they are spoken by a very small number of people. Some people say that governments should spend public money on saving these languages, while others believe that would be a waste of money. Discuss both these views and give your opinion. Globalization has been taking place so fast that some languages such as English, Spanish, or Chinese have become virtually universal languages, which effectively helps to foster communications among various nations, while unpopular languages spoken by ethnic minorities are more likely to go extinct. Therefore, some people believe that public investments on saving the highly likely extinct languages are totally wasteful and futile. However, I believe all languages should be protected and preserved. On the one hand, the biggest drawback of saving minority languages is the problem and inefficiency which people are confronted. Firstly, there have been millions of people in need of help to overcome far more urgent issues such as battling against severe starvation or mass disease, and then it followed that investment on minority language is reportedly considered a needless waste of money. Secondly, the wider the variety of languages is, the less efficient the conversations among people coming from different countries are. For example, the fact that people speaking different languages have to make much more effort and time as well as misunderstand each other when communicating make transaction cost increase. Despite the above argument, I believe that governments should immediately embark upon protecting and preserving the languages that are less spoken. A language not only is the means of communication but also reflects distinctive cultures of various nations. If a significant number of languages go extinct, the world will be standardized and there will be a decline in cultural diversity. As a result, societies are unlikely to progress to higher stages of development. In conclusion, I believe that the short-term benefits in terms of cost saving, which is derived from the objection against saving the minor languages, should not outweigh the long benefits in terms of high diversity. 291 words 23 Sample 13 It is more important for schoolchildren to learn about local history than world history. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is an indisputable fact that history plays an essential role in the educational system all over the world. However, children nowadays are getting overwhelmed with a considerable range of historical knowledge. Some people, for that reason, believe that students should only focus on local history. In my opinion, both local and world history ought to be taught on account of tremendous benefits they bring. To begin with, local history is completely of great importance, especially for schoolchildren due to the fact that it is not merely a particular subject at school but the responsibility of every single student for their own country. To put it another way, through history, children are able to establish a national identity which is likely to enhance a sense of patriotism that encourages them to preserve/uphold traditional values. From another angle, learning global history is truly necessary as well. As a matter of fact, the definition of globalization today is becoming more and more popular. Studying world history, therefore, keeps young learners up to date and indeed gives them more opportunities to get exposed to the outside world, which they definitely cannot learn through domestic one. Besides, world history also increases the chances of boosting/improving employment prospects in future career. Take Japanese firms for a typical example. Owing to the appreciation of Japanese companies to a deep insight of their culture, it is totally advantageous for employees who acquire a wide knowledge of Japanese history. In conclusion, both local history and world history are extremely important for students because of their huge pros. Therefore, they should be taught widely in the school curriculum. 269 words 24 Sample 14 In the future, it seems it will be more difficult to live on the Earth. Some people think more money should be spent on researching other planets to live, such as Mars. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? As humans are becoming too vulnerable on Earth, some people believe people/governments should pour more money into space research because of the quest for a new homeland. I totally agree with this view. On the one hand, it is undeniable that the Earth is no longer able to sustain human lives. Firstly, environmental degradation is happening at a rapid speed, leading to natural resources depletion. One potent example of this is the lack/shortage/scarcity of clean water, particularly in developing countries, is becoming more severe and insurmountable to deal with. In addition, fighting the greenhouse effect, which has resulted in not only climate change but also the destruction of habitat, is becoming more arduous and expensive than ever. This is partly because of the reliance on fossil fuels. The more humans use them, the more serious pollutions they would cause. On the other hand, space exploration has been playing a crucial part in revolutionizing mankind's civilization. One reason is that it is discovering the mysteries of the universe, which is also offering humans knowledge about planet Earth. For instance, the information collected from space probes helped people explain the origin of the Earth. Another reason is that a vast number of state-of-the-art technologies stem from space research. Satellite technology, from which satellite television and GPS devices have been invented, is one of them. Apparently, researching into other planets has produced many spin-offs for solving problems on Earth. In conclusion, I would restate that space exploration is essential and worthy to develop because this planet is becoming too dangerous for mankind to live. 261 words 25 Sample 15 Consumers are faced with increasing numbers of advertisements from competing companies. To what extent do you think consumers are influenced by advertisements? What measures can be taken to protect them? In recent years, rather than being well informed about details of newly launched products, people are bombarded with all kinds of advertisements. I believe the excessive popularity of advertisements has profound influences on customers and there are some measures which can protect them. The increasing prevalence of advertising exerts several detrimental effects on consumers. First, commercials might stimulate people to purchase products that they do not really need. In order to approach prospective customers and create brand awareness, many enterprises tend to exaggerate the quality of their products. As a result, unwary consumers who are swayed by glamorous advertisements are easily tempted to impulsively buy goods that are of little use to them. Second, the rising popularity of advertising can also encourage people to form bad habits. For example, as youngsters are not mature enough to distinguish right from wrong or judge what is suitable within society, they might become addicted to playing video games if they are exposed to commercials promoting those products on a frequent basis. There are several approaches that should be taken into consideration. To protect consumers from the adverse effects of advertising, governments should impose a strict regulation on the advertising industry. Under stringent control, most businesses would be more responsible and truthful in promoting their products whether through online advertisements or commercial advertising on primetime television. This would enable consumers to choose the most suitable and reliable products with greater trust and confidence. Additionally, consumers should have a thorough plan of what they are going to buy before they shop. By doing this, people will have time to prepare and make a wise decision about what products should be bought, which eventually save a great deal of money spent on unnecessary advertised goods. In conclusion, although the excessive prevalence of advertising brings a lot of disadvantages to consumers, there are several effective approaches to protect consumers from negative influences of advertising. 316 words 26 Sample 16 Some people believe that it is wrong to keep animals in zoos, while others think that zoos are both entertaining and ecologically important. Discuss both views. People have different views about the right of animals. While there are some good arguments against keeping animals in zoos, many people believe that zoos can be beneficial in some perspectives. On the one hand, there are some drawbacks towards the trend of keeping animals in zoos. The main drawback of these is that animals can lose their instinct for hunting or fighting, and this may have negative impacts on the animals when they come back to wildlife. Another disadvantage of zoos is that they can go wrong with the original purpose. In fact, there are some organizations who just focus on profit rather than protecting animals. For example, they try to catch rare animals and put them in the cage in order to attract more people and increase their profit. Finally, animals are just like humans, they should have the right to enjoy their freedom. Despite the negatives mentioned above, zoos still have various benefits. Firstly, they are built to protect endangered species such as panda or rhino from both environmental harm and human activities. They also allow scientists to study about animal characteristic and behavior in a convenient way which can save a lot of time and money. Secondly, zoos can help to promote the economy of the local area by providing job opportunity and income for local residents. Lastly, zoos are interesting and educational. For example, families with children can enjoy their weekend in the zoo and also can teach their children about wildlife and nature. In conclusion, it is not wrong to keep animals in zoos, but it should be conducted in an appropriate and scientific way to bring the best benefits for both human and animals. 281 words 27 Sample 17 Some people think that developing countries need financial help from international organizations to continue their development. Some people argue that practical aid or advice is more useful. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. People's views differ over whether developing nations should receive financial or practical support from developed countries. In my book, I strongly believe that practical assistance would substantially contribute to the long-term growth of these countries. On the one hand, getting monetary support/aid plays a crucial role in alleviating various economic problems of a country. This amount of money would probably make a huge difference in various aspects. In terms of transportation, the government can distribute their budget to the construction of railways towards slowing down traffic congestion. In terms of healthcare, it is vital to provide ethnic minority at the local territory with free medical services or raise public awareness through implementing nationwide campaigns. In addition, fiscal help would also temporarily lift impoverished people out of hunger and is used for constructing some factories creating jobs for millions of residents. This would greatly contribute to mitigating unemployment rate. On the other hand, while grants might be misused for wrong purposes, it is easier to take control of practical support. This would produce long-term measures to the problems of developing nations. The prosperous countries could spend high-educated experts to such nations in order to carry out a few training programs for local workers. For example, Vietnam has an agricultural economy, however, it has still struggled with low productivity for several decades due to the lack of advanced technology. In this context, it would be valuable to Vietnam if Japanese advisors traveled to Vietnam so as to introduce cutting-edge technology, for instance. Therefore, practical assistance apparently brings about a wider range of benefits than fiscal support. In conclusion, I am in favor of the opinion that developing territories should prioritize practical support over monetary help. Should these nations want to gain a strong economy, they must get a practical contribution from international institutions. 301 words 28 Sample 18 Whether or not someone achieves their aims is mostly by a question of luck. To what extent do you agree or not agree? Many people argue that someone's success is attributable to luck instead of their own hard work. However, I totally disagree with this opinion. First, I do believe that being successful requires determination and huge effort. For example, Thomas Edison had continuously failed hundreds of times before inventing a variety of creations, in which the light bulb is the most popular invention. Without his infinite patience and diligent work, the scientist could not possess many different patents which remarkably influence our daily life. Another case of success through determination and passion is Steve Jobs, who kept pursuing his dream despite being kicked out of his own company. Passion and persistence led him to spend thousands of hours coding and experimenting to finally create a new operating system which strongly/significantly changes the world of technology. Therefore, passion, determination, and hard work are the key traits to succeed, which illustrates a greater importance than luck. Second, luck only makes a modest contribution to someone's achievement. For the student who prays every night to pass the exam, there is very little chance for him to complete the test perfectly without any study or review. At least, the student has to study hard on some key issues and luck does the last if the question in exam relates to what he has known. However, in lottery case, it is undeniable to say that luck is purely the reason turning one person to an overnight millionaire. Nevertheless, the nearly 0% of probability to win a lottery clearly proves that luck only comes by a small chance and cannot be the key point added to the success of everyone. In conclusion, I completely disagree with the idea that it's all the matter of luck to succeed, as there are other more important factors including passion, determination, and hard work. 304 words 29 Sample 19 University students always focus on one specialist subject, but some people think universities should encourage their students to study a range of subjects in addition to their own subject. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that students in university are now placing much attention on the subjects related to their own future career. However, some critics argue that universities should resort to some measures to have their students study more diverse subjects. In my view, I accept that studying more subjects makes students become more mature to some extent, yet I believe that it is legitimate for them to merely focus on their major subjects. On the one hand, learning/mastering more subjects bring people more knowledge and a well-rounded perspective of life. It is undeniable that many subjects in the tertiary curriculum are very important in practical terms. For example, history teaches young generations about how their ancestors fought against outside intruders and made sacrifices to protect their motherland and the sovereignty of their nations. Therefore, this subject fosters a sense of patriotism for the students. However, the intense syllabus of universities often makes students feel overwhelmed with a great amount of information to cram in. On the other hand, in the digital era, people need to be skillful in the major they choose to pursue. It appears indisputable that studying many subjects would distract students from their specialty. Moreover, along with the information explosion, people can easily mitigate their lack of knowledge after graduating from universities. Information is now widely available on the internet with high accuracy. Besides, encouraging students to focus on some subjects can effectively build up a strong workforce which has the ability to foster general prosperity of a nation. In conclusion, although some people argue that students should study more subjects, I would side with those who believe it is indispensable for tertiary students to excel in one field of expertise. 284 words 30 sample 20 International travel has many advantages to both travelers and the country visited. Do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? It is true that the growth of the international tourism has exerted positive influences on tourists as well as the host country. While there are some drawbacks of international travel, I still believe that these cannot overshadow the benefits. On the one hand, the downsides of international travel are varied. In terms of the tourists themselves, travel expenses to famous tourist destinations such as Ha Long Bay in Vietnam are grossly inflated. Travelers may be overcharged for everything from a taxi, accommodation, or a meal in a restaurant. In terms of the host country, international travel can also pose a threat to the environment. If the amount of rubbish illegally dumped into the surroundings and the construction of hotels and tourist attractions were unregulated, it would lead to a rise in the levels of pollution and greatly damage the environment. For example, many beach resorts in Vietnam have become concrete jungles of high-rise hotels and apartments to satisfy the increasing demand for accommodation of mass tourists from Europe. On the other hand, I still believe that the advantages of international travel outweigh the disadvantages. First, a trip to another country can provide travelers with countless opportunities to gain a lot of fascinating experiences of cuisine and culture. For instance, when foreign tourists come to Vietnam, they have a chance to use chopsticks, enjoy traditional meals and have a thorough insight into local life. Second, the influx of foreign tourists can also contribute greatly to the development of the host country through the provision of jobs and services for the developing hotels and construction industries. This positively affects the host country's economic expansion and ameliorate local citizens' standards of living. In conclusion, it appears to me that the drawbacks of international travel cannot eclipse the benefits. 295 words 31 sample 21 out of a country's health budget, a large proportion should be diverted from treatment to spending on health education and preventative measures. To what extent do you agree or disagree with the above statement? In this world, many people are dying from various types of health-related problems due to the lacking of appropriate health education and preventive actions. That is why the government expends a huge amount of money finding an appropriate approach to this matter. By this, I mean that more money needs to be spent on programs to prevent major illnesses and educate the public on their dangers. There is a lot of ignorance about many common health problems, like heart disease for example. Many of these can be predicted/avoided, or their symptoms/effects radically reduced, if more people are made aware of them through public education programs. This has already been proven in many countries. The UK, for instance, has seen a remarkable decrease in the number of women dying from breast cancer because social marketing campaigns provide information on potential threats and promote regular self-examination to discover this critical disease. With public awareness at its highest level ever, citizens are more health conscious and have the tendency to perform periodic medical checkup, which is beneficial in the long run. Although I am strongly in favor of spending money on such programs, I do not believe that the current health budget should suffer/be maximized for this sole purpose. The day-to-day treatment which patients are currently undergoing/experiencing is just as important. We must find the money for this crucial cause elsewhere. At the moment our government spends billions of dollars on weapons. If they diverted/reallocated only a fraction of this into the health budget, medical facilities could be extensively improved and aids are given to more underprivileged people. Ultimately this would result in a significant reduction in the number of patients whose illnesses have not been prevented and in need of urgent medication, which, along with health protecting and preventive programs, can improve the health of the nation as a whole. In the end, whilst it is important to invest in a range of treatments available to people currently receiving them, I firmly believe that the government should also place an importance on disbursing the money to implement programs which 32 keep us in good health. 330 words 33 sample 22 Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views. Nowadays, there has been a growing debate whether it is a better way for young people to continue study at higher education institutions such as college and university or to work after graduating from school in order to achieve early success. While there are benefits to working/having early employment after high school, there are also good reasons why students should proceed their education further. On the one hand, working straight after school is attractive for several reasons. Firstly, young people can start making money earlier than those who have to go to university. Therefore, they can afford their own living expenses, become more independent and mature. This advantage also helps them to ease the financial burden for their family. Secondly, those people/they are more likely to make a faster/more advanced progress/fast track to a successful career since they do not have to spend many years in university or college. Instead, this amount of time can be converted to earning working experiences in some specific areas. As a result, they can be more attractive/outstanding to employers who look for employees that have those having practical knowledge and skills. On the other hand, there are many benefits to having higher education after high school graduation. First, universities or colleges prepare/equip young people with higher level qualifications, which is what most employers requirement these days/as a certificate for their abilities and knowledge, which most employers want to ensure/expect. In addition, as a consequence of globalization, the job/labor market is becoming increasingly demanding and competitive. Thus, it is obvious that candidates with eligible qualifications can open the door/can easily and securely get access to better employment prospects. Furthermore, university graduates can expect a much higher salary than those without equivalent education. For example, in Vietnam, job seekers who hold degrees in finance or medication are offered impressive salary ranges along with other benefits such as paid holidays, insurance, and bonus. However, as a matter of fact, those without degrees are not trusted for professional positions. Instead, they must start from basic and low-paid tasks to acquire sufficient requirements for the job, not to mention it may be impossible to become a doctor or lawyer without having the 34 relevant degree. In conclusion, it seems evident that working right after school and getting higher education/joining the workforce and continuing their education beyond high school level each have their own unique advantages. People should consider their career option and individual preference to make the decision regarding this matter. 350 words 35 Sample 23 Schools should not force children to learn a foreign language. To what extent do you agree or disagree? In the educational field, people have different views on the question of whether the foreign language should not be compulsory for children. Personally, while I tend towards this point of view, I also believe that it should be of great necessity for students to acquire another language apart from their mother tongue. On the one hand, there are various compelling reasons why school children do not need to learn a second language. Firstly, it is non-essential for those who do not have the needs of fulfilling the expectations of studying abroad. As a consequence, it may lead to the counterproductivity in their studies when they are given a sense of compulsion. Another reason is that children may be reluctant in learning without full awareness of the relevance of obligatory school subjects to their present and future lives. This situation, therefore, may turn into depression, which has an adverse impact on their psychological health. On the other hand, I believe that learning a new language plays a crucial role in children's lives. In my opinion, those who begin to learn a foreign language in primary school are usually able to have a good grasp of the new language quickly. Consequently, they rarely find themselves out of their depth. Furthermore, bilingual students are believed to have an advantage over others who only know how to use one language. Specifically, they may have greater learning capability for other disciplines as well. In conclusion, while it can be unnecessary for children to learn a second language, it seems to me that acquiring a new language should be given a high priority and be advisable for students to make the grade in their studies. 279 words 36 Sample 24 Young people are often influenced in their behaviors and situations by others in the same age. This is called peer pressure. Do the disadvantages outweigh the advantages? It is undoubted that there are a lot of arguments about the effect of peer pressure on youngsters. From my perspective, this phenomenon can lead to both benefits and drawbacks. On the one hand, young generations being affected by others can bring out some obvious advantages. First, peer pressure is more likely to help the youngsters to effortlessly blend into the new community and alleviate the gravity of social isolation due to thanks to some similar characteristics and hobbies. Moreover, peer pressure can make a valuable contribution to boosting the cooperation and solidarity among students in the learning process through teamwork and discussions. Finally, the young try their best to not only improve themselves but also to achieve an ambition. In this ways, their determination is emphasized. On the other hand, peer pressure also results in some adverse demerits. There is no denying that the omnipresence of this circumstance would make the young people become more envious and allocate their time and money to keep up with their friends. Some girl students, for instance, squander their tuition on buying a first-class handbag like the one their friends have. Furthermore, it is certainly true that youngsters are bound to find it hard to express their distinction and creativity when they are in a group in which everyone is the same because of being afraid of boycott and abomination. In conclusion, it seems to me that peer pressure can lead to some significant merits to the young besides some inevitable setbacks. As a result, young people should know the best ways to take advantage of this phenomenon. 265 words 37 Sample 25 Many people support the development of agriculture, such as factory farming and creation of new fruits and vegetables. Others oppose this idea. Present both views and give your opinion. For many years, farming techniques have been improved by the touch of science, which results in high crop yields and new types of product. While some people think this development may contain some potential harms to human and the environment, I am convinced by the idea that its positive aspect is more valuable. There are some certain doubts about the negative effects of science-related improvement in agriculture. Firstly, many people believe that genetically modified crops could lead to health-related problems on humans. In fact, some researchers have found that genetic modification in foods pose significant allergy risks to our body, which caused by some adding or mixing ingredients which did not exist on the original plants or animals. Secondly, growing crops with pesticide/insect-killed chemistry alters the way nature works. This means, when harmful bugs are killed, other types of animal which eat them would be on the verge of extinction due to the lack of food. As a consequence, the ecosystem balance is disturbed that create irrevocable harm to the environment. On the other hand, applying science advancements into farming brings enormous advantages to our society. An important thing should be mentioned is that it improves the quality and taste of products as well as nutrient. By crossing biological barriers, scientists can create corns that are sweeter or even more nutritious by enhancing the vitamins in order to provide delicious and healthier food for consumers. On top of that, genetic modification seems to be the most effective solution to tackle world hunger problem. This is because it invents productive species and makes crops more efficient, which supply more food for developing countries where their citizens are facing with starvation. In conclusion, I support for the revolution in farming because it really contributes to improving the living condition of human, whereas its opposite side is still skeptical. 307 words 38 Sample 26 There are a number of different forms of communication, and one such form is body language. In what way is body language a form of communication? What other ways do people communicate with each other? To most people, language speaks for itself, and the meaning of language lies in the words and sounds itself. However, in my opinion, a language goes beyond its literal meaning and delivers different messages as situations change. Effective communication relies not only on wording, pronunciation, and sentence construction but also on physical gesture and facial expressions. It is undeniable that body language is a useful form of communication in many circumstances. The movements of the body also have a bearing on the forming of a language. Besides, there are other approaches to communicate with each other. Physical nonverbal communication, or body language, includes facial expressions, eye contact, body posture, gestures such as a wave, pointed finger and the like, overall body movements, tone of voice, touch, and others. There are two cases in which people mostly use body language. Firstly, two people/residents/citizens from different countries must express their thoughts by moving parts of their body in case of not speaking any mutual language. Obviously, movements of body play an integral part in transferring unspoken words and thoughts in mind to foreign partners without saying any words, since these motions are as simple and understandable as possible. Secondly, people with physical disabilities such as the deaf or mental disorders like autistic children have to use body language in daily communication to convey messages and information that cannot be performed verbally. In schools for the disabled, a universal set of sign language is developed to help not only incapacitated learners communicate to each other but also normal people understand them. That set is mainly exercised by hands and really a helpful tool in giving opinions, exchanging information, and even expressing feelings without any sounds. Besides body language, verbal and written communications are used daily. It is the fact that oral communication is the most common form of communication by which only human beings, among other species living on Earth, can exchange information with their counterparts. Each nation has its own language, but they may learn other foreign languages to commune when moving to other countries. Last but not least, correspondences such as letters, emails, transmittals, and facsimiles are making valuable contributions to communication at work as well as in daily 39 life. For instance, companies build their own written communication system to ensure that information is fully conveyed to all employees. They can be expressed in visual through visual aids such as signs, typography, drawing, graphic design, illustration, color, and other electronic resources. Technological developments have made expressing visual communications much easier than before. In conclusion, there are a number of circumstances in which people derive benefits from using body language in terms of cultural exchange and language ability. In addition, humans can opt for using other methods/means of communication, verbally and non-verbally. 330 words 40 sample 27. Some people believe that the best way to improve public health is by increasing the number of sports facilities. Others think that this has little effects and other measures are required. Discuss both views and give your opinion. People have different views about how people can maintain and develop their health. Some people think that having a great number of modern sports equipment for the public is the best answer, while others believe that there are several weaknesses of this way and they require other means. In my opinion, I strongly believe that if people realize both of them together, they will receive the efficient results. There is no denying that regular exercise is essential in maintaining a healthy body. In other words, thanks to doing exercises, people are able to burn a large number of calories, which helps to build healthy bones and muscles. In addition, after a hard day at school or offices, everyone demands to release stress and get energy for the new working day. It is suggested that the best way to achieve this is doing physical practices. For example, in the afternoons, individuals can walk around the parks and can keep fit by using the public facilities. As a result, the government should distribute more of the free machines for their citizens. On the other hand, it is argued that there are various other methods which have direct effects on people's body to improve their health. Having a balanced diet is an instance. It means that people should consume nutritious food which consists of vegetable without chemicals and fresh meat and fishes. Especially, one of the impacts of an unhealthy diet is that the number of obesity is increasing rapidly recently because of eating junk food with the high fat. Therefore, if people have a balanced diet, it can help people reduce a variety of diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart attacks. All in all, when people have a healthy diet and a positive lifestyle, they can have a long span life. 300 words 41 sample 28. Nowadays university education is very expensive. Some people say that universities should reduce their fees, especially for the less fortunate students or those coming from rural areas. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? In 2 recent decades, the cost of tuitions in universities has increased significantly and people have concerned that students who are less privileged or from rural areas cannot afford to pursue a university degree / to partake in university courses. I am strongly in favor of the opinion that universities should decrease their fees. First and foremost, education is the basis / foundation of any development of society. There is a direct correlation that the developed countries have high education quality. Especially their universities can create many doctors, scientists, experts in numerous fields. Furthermore, these experts assist their countries with great research, boosting the economy, education, science, medicine, etc. Therefore, every nation needs the highly educated and productive workforce, but the high fees at universities prevent the opportunities from reaching all citizens. Besides, students are under great financial pressure, having the less sufficient learning than they are possible. As we know, there are many students who work part-time to pay for the financial charges. Secondly, the governments are trying to reduce the disparities among social classes, enabling us to escape from the period when only elite could study in universities. Therefore, reducing universities' fees contributes to reaching equality for humanity. On the other hand, some people state / agree that reducing fees in universities resemble reducing the value of universities. As the result, universities, perhaps, are becoming less competitive than they used to and the quality of universities does not evolve intensively. Moreover, universities are not able to get a lot of revenue and this definitely has some adverse effects / influence on their operations in particular and economic development in general. To sum up, the merits of reducing fees in universities outweigh keeping high tuition fees. Therefore, the government should pour much more money into education in the form of scholarships for students. 298 words 42 sample 29. Some people think that studying from the past teaches us nothing about today's life. Others argue that the history is a valued source of information. Discuss both views and give your opinion. There have been different arguments over the possible impacts of history on the modern society. While many people believe that information from the past has no effect on today's generation, I would argue that it is reasonable to consider history as a vital source of knowledge in the progression of the humanity. On the one hand, it is thought that studying history is fruitless as it is merely a set of past events. Firstly, in the ever-changing world, human activities now happen in an entirely different manner compared to the past. Therefore, historical data and experiences appear to play no role in decision-making or predicting the future. Secondly, there is no firm evidence for the accuracy of the historical information due to people's biased judgments and lack of a data storage system. If some information about the historical events were wrong, people would have an incorrect understanding of the past society and culture. On the other hand, I would side with those who think that history provides people with an insight into their surroundings. In fact, history is an ongoing process in which people are approaching a better world. For that reason, valuable knowledge from the history could enable individuals to be aware of their unlimited potentials, resulting in more efforts to be made for the sustainable development of the human civilization. Besides, learning from the past could help people to avoid making regretful mistakes. For example, if the US military had thoroughly studied the Vietnam's history of defending against foreign invasions, they would have called off the Vietnam War, which took the lives of millions of innocent people. In conclusion, to some extent, although some arguments arise when gaining knowledge about history is likely to bring no value to the society, it seems to me that its ultimate benefits are significant. 303 words 43 sample 30 Some people think the government should pay for healthcare and education, but other people claim that it is the individual's responsibility. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is true that the demand for healthcare and educational services has been significantly increasing in the world in recent years. Although there is widespread belief that people must be responsible for paying for their own healthcare and education, the government would be still accountable on this issue. On the one hand, some people believe that health and education are personal matters as it is the responsibility of each individual to maintain their own health and education. The fact that, in one nation, there are different degrees of living, either employed citizens or unemployed ones, creates different/varied levels of taxes paid to the government. Therefore, it is unfair if all citizens can be received the same amount from government funding for their healthcare and educational services. Furthermore, by paying their own fees, people would be more serious about taking care of themselves. On the other hand, people think that the responsibility of paying for healthcare and educational expenses belongs to the government. Citizens have to pay many kinds of fees for their government such as income taxes, property taxes, and value-added taxes, which strongly support the government in developing their army and technology. Therefore, government's budget should be allocated to fund medical activities and educational programs for their citizens to satisfy people's physical needs, especially the poor people who are not able to get a good education and decent healthcare. By paying these expenses, governments would be gaining a number of advantages in training productive laborers who will make a contribution to the development of the economy. In conclusion, paying fees for healthcare and educational services is the responsibility of both individuals and governments. People must be accountable for their own education and healthcare, while governments should take the appropriate course of action to relieve the heavy burden of spending on medicine and education. 310 words 44 sample 31 Some people argue that individuals can do nothing to improve the environment. Therefore, only governments and large companies can make a difference. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? Humans are confronting environmental problems that are more taxing than before. However, the debate over whether individuals or government play the key role in the improvement of the environment has been heated constantly. In my opinion, that the government and large companies can make a big deal in protecting the environment does not mean that the individuals cannot do anything to make it better. It is undeniable that significant difference has been made by government's action. Almost all top-down policies imposed/introduced by the government about environment protection has prevented many factories from overexploiting and destroying the ecosystem. These regulations include those on higher standard requirements of the emission of manufacturers such as heavy metals and toxic, higher tax on products using disposable materials, or strong punishment on deforestation. These policies have not only prevented/deterred companies from devastating the natural surroundings more but also pushed pressure on them to create the innovative way to make the environment better. Obviously, many kinds of renewable energy using natural power, a variety of reusable materials and advanced waste treatment system has been researched, developed gradually and applied into real life in recent years. Therefore, it is quite clear to see what difference the government and large groups can make to the whole world. However, individuals are also the main determinant to improve the environment. The more awareness people have, the more advantageous it is for the environment. With limited use of private vehicles/by using fewer private vehicles, each person can helps to reduce a lot of fumes, leading to less air pollution. By selecting the eco-friendly products, the consumers enable the suppliers to reduce fossil materials used in manufacturing, resulting in less exploitation of the Earth's natural resources. Although individuals only make small changes, millions of people uniting can definitely create significant movement in the improvement of the global environment. In conclusion, while I accept that the government and big groups play key roles in dealing with environmental problems, my belief is that it needs concerted efforts 45 of both the government, large corporations, and individuals to enable improvement to our surroundings. 325 words 46 sample 32 Some people believe that a crime is a result of social problems and poverty, others think that crime is a result of bad person's nature. Discuss both views and give your opinion. People have different views with regard to the factors that make people turn to/commit a crime. While I tend towards the viewpoint that the bad innate characteristics are responsible for this situation, I am more convinced that it is largely a consequence of social issues and poverty. On the one hand, the bad essence of individuals is an important factor leading to a rising crime rate. Firstly, it is certainly true that a person possessing bad qualities is more violent and may start a criminal life more easily than a normal one. For instance, from an educational perspective, those who are bullying students that usually frighten the weaker are more likely to be found guilty of breaking the laws in the future. Furthermore, people who have a sense of laziness and greediness can easily embark on the life of crime by being lawbreakers to acquire easy money instead of making an honest living. For example, there has been a growing tendency that the young adults take an illegal action by taking another person's property. On the other hand, I concur with those who argue that social problems and poverty are the primary reasons associating with the strong passion of people for becoming offenders. On a social aspect, there are many issues resulting in the increase in crime rate. For example, the adolescent tends to breed future wrongdoers as a result of the negative impacts of the prisoners whom they know. Another key factor is that people suffering from lots of difficulties because of being in poor condition can decide to commit serious offenses. If people do not have enough money to make ends meet, they will be tempted to become involved in criminal lifestyles just to satisfy their family's financial needs. In conclusion, while there are some various convincing causes why bad innate dispositions can lead to criminal trend, my own view is that the main reasons are social conditions and problems. 322 words 47 sample 33 In many countries, children are engaged in some kind of paid work. Some people regard this as completely wrong, while others consider it as valuable work experience, important for learning and taking responsibility. What are your opinions on this issue? The idea of businesses having children as employees has been highly contentious across various nations. While I accept that such an early involvement in working activities can be harmful to children's development in certain ways, I believe that it could benefit them as long as the work is adequate. On the one hand, using child labor obviously imposes an imminent threat to some extent. In particular, some children need to carry some hazardous activities at work such as working under harsh conditions, carrying overly heavy items or being exposed to dangerous chemical materials. Undoubtedly, this puts them at risk for some serious diseases and injuries. For example, it was a common scene at tile factories that a number of boys were being forced to work under extreme heat, as well as come in contact with poisonous substances, which can damage their respiratory systems. On the other hand, I personally support those businesses, which offer them with valuable experiences to stimulate their personal development. In fact, it enables them to practice a wide range of necessary skills in their transition into adulthood. For instance, a child who works as a waiter or waitress in McDonald's is likely to learn to bear greater responsibility, which contributes enormously to his future employment. Moreover, working to earn their own money encourages them to be more economical. In other words, their skill of financial management can be enhanced. In conclusion, while in some cases, children's engagement in work may hinder their personal development, I would argue that some businesses are offering them a valuable chance to gain essential skills and earn pocket money simultaneously. 270 words 48 Sample 34 Some people believe that tourism promotes the economy while others argue that tourism destroys the environment. Discuss both views. During the past few years, the tourism industry has become the leading sector of national development. However, while some people claim that the economy is boosted thanks to tourism growth, others criticize it for doing harm to the environment. This essay will look at both views. On the one hand, tourism sector contributes a huge revenue to the country through economic activities run by societies around tourist attractions. It is clear that tourism is now becoming an industry that creates thousands of jobs for citizens in terms of its management, protection as well as promotion. Moreover, it helps improve the income of local residents through selling souvenirs and providing tourism services such as hotels and entertainment. Therefore, citizens' living standard could be upgraded and the unemployment rate could be reduced. All of these economic activities crucially contribute to achieving the goals of government to provide job opportunities and to bring the prosperity of society. On the other hand, tourism can have a negative impact on the environment. Specifically, excessive building like roads and hotels that destroys natural habitats of animals and spoils the landscape. At the same time, tourism also causes pollution in some crowded areas. Moreover, it puts pressure on local resources such as food, water, and energy. However, I believe that environmental protection is the parts of tourism development on how government allocates the budget to tourism sector for creating a clean environment or promoting ecotourism, in which environment are the basis of tourism. To sum up, I think that although tourism can drive a better economic growth, we should not lose our sight that tourism also can harm our local environment. 274 words 49 Sample 35 Many buildings are protected by laws because they are part of nation's history. However, some people think old buildings should be knocked down to make way for new ones because people need houses and offices. How important is it to maintain old buildings? Should history stand in the way of progress? Some people believe that old buildings should be replaced with apartments and new offices because history might interfere with the progress of the country. However, I strongly believe that it is of great importance to preserve such buildings as they not only represent the national identity but also carry a significant intrinsic value. On the one hand, there are a number of compelling reasons for protecting old buildings. Firstly, such antique buildings are attached with a great historic value that contributes tremendously to the national historic preservation. Secondly, without them, all the countries around the world would become identical, meaning that people would be assimilated due to the loss of their national identity and connection to their homeland. Finally, some old buildings also have valuable nature in terms of how they are constructed, which worth millions of dollars. For example, some buildings of certain eras, namely pre-World War II, were often built with extremely high-quality materials such as hardwoods from the forests that are no longer exist. On the other hand, contradictory to the common belief that history hinders the country's development, protecting it can actually stimulate the national economic growth. In particular, numerous antique buildings used as tourist sites often bring an enormous income to the country. For instance, the Colosseum in Italy has attracted a vast number of international tourists every year, contributing greatly to its nation's tourism industry. Consequently, history can accelerate the national progress significantly due to its economic benefits. In conclusion, it is critical to protecting old buildings because of its tangible and intangible value, and I believe that history is not a deterrent to the country's success. 273 words 50 Sample 36 Some people think that in the modern world we are more dependent on each other, while others think that people have become more independent. Discuss and give your own opinion. It is widely argued in the modern society whether people depend less or more on others. I personally believe that we live more independently than ever. There are two main reasons why people think that we have a tendency to rely on each other. Firstly, as life is complex and difficult, it is hard for individuals to live independently. In China, many young couples choose to stay with their parents after marriage because they cannot afford to buy a house as well as they can save money for a house rent to raise their offspring. Secondly, since people seem to be busier at work, they need a lot of support from others. For instance, my brother and sister-in-law always have to work overtime, consequently as a result, they cannot pick up my nieces on time at 5 p.m. Thus, my father helps them to bring their kids home every day. However, it seems to me that people nowadays have become more independent. Many people choose to settle down their lives far away from home. Therefore, they need to deal with all problems by their own. In America, normally after 18, the young leave their beloved house and start their independent life. As a result, they are free to pursue their interests and even travel around the world. Furthermore, thanks to the technological development, people now can work alone and from any place on Earth. With a laptop access to the internet, we can easily hold a conference online. There would be no particular considerable compelling need for any secretary to set up meeting room or prepare any projector or stationary things. In conclusion, while many people think that we are now relying more on others, I personally believe that we are now living more independently as a result of technology advances and the young generation's new style life. 307 words 51 Sample 37 Nowadays more and more young people hold the important positions in the government. Some people think that is a good thing while others argue that it is not suitable. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Nowadays, young people are emerging as important resources of leadership for the government. While some people think they might are incompatible, I would argue that this trend can be a good fresh initiative. On the one hand, this trend may bring about result and lead to some notable drawbacks. The main issue is that it is really hard for young leaders to influence their older employees as well as replace important positions by those young people due to the tradition of respecting for an old generation in some countries. Another problem is that there is a big/major gap in experience between young and old generation/candidates. While old leaders have faced many challenges along their career, young leaders can easily make mistakes, stemming mostly from the lack of practical experiences and the incapability of decision-making. On the other hand, allowing young people to hold important vacancies can be advantageous for some reasons. Firstly, young leaders often have an enormous passion which is very crucial for the work. Their different thinking and creativity are also essential for changing unfashionable/conventional processes that are often working unproductively in the past. Secondly, young leaders have a long time working ahead which contributes to a great advantage compared to older counterparts. For example, old generation might be persistent under strong pressure or suffer from fewer health problems that prevent them from working productively. In conclusion, although there are strong arguments for both views, it seems to me that on the whole, it is beneficial that more young people are being selected to play some key roles in the government. 262 words 52 sample 38 Both governments and individuals are spending vast amounts of money protecting animals and their habitats. This money could be better spent dealing with fundamental issues in society such as poverty and healthcare. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The fights to protect animals and the fights against poverty and diseases are taking place every day on every corner of the world. Nevertheless, how the governments and individuals join in these fights depends greatly on the characteristics of the area they are living. As far as I'm concerned, in some areas, the conservation of animals in their home are costing residents and their governments huge amounts of money and they should continue taking that step. While with the authorities and individuals in other areas, urgent issues in society have priority over the protection of endangered animals. On the one hand, developing areas or nations are struggling with complicated social problems such as poverty or healthcare, and conserving wild animals and their habitats are not the first priority. For example, suffering from poverty, starvation, and diseases to death is extremely common in Africa. It is where rainforests, the home of many animal species, are being destroyed or at an alarming rate, which is primarily caused by the activities of the general population. They rely heavily on wood as the major source of energy, cutting down trees for heating and cooking. Residents there are not even meet their own basic human needs, therefore can hardly bother conserving wild animals or their habitats. Clearly, this fact requires the authorities to spend money solving pressing problems in society first if they want to protect animals and the environment they live in. On the other hand, high-income and developed countries, where issues such as poverty and healthcare are no longer problems to their society, are giving a great deal of money to the conservation of endangered animals and their habitats. Many projects have been carried out, in which infrastructure and research are the two most expensive. An example of this is the successful captive breeding program in zoos, which cost a vast amount of money, has resulted in an increase in the world's panda population. As the problem of conserving endangered animals and their home is getting more urgent, it is worth receiving more money. In conclusion, I accept that the protection of animals and their habitats is receiving 53 huge amounts of money in some areas, and it is reasonable to continue to give money to it. While in other areas, pressing issues in society such as poverty and healthcare are the first priorities. 330 words 54 sample 39 Some people think that killing animals for food is cruel, but others claim that animals are a necessary part of the diet. What is your opinion? In recent years, animal welfare and animal protection have been given higher weight by the general public. Many adopt a view that meat plays an indispensable role in human daily meals. However, to the best of my knowledge, I do believe that butchery is cruel, immoral, and people can live healthily without slaughtering and eating animals. Firstly, it is important that scientific vegetarian diet which has adequate nutrients and substances has been recognized and favored by a large number of people. Nowadays, scientists have proven that many types of plants such as grains, mushroom, and vegetables can provide integral, crucial substances for health and bodily growth similarly as meat does. In fact, for instance, there are many celebrities and famous persons have to choose to be vegetarians in order to improve their health and fight against the capitalization of animals, which leads to animal pain and environmental problems. Secondly, vegetarian diets are vital, beneficial when it comes to human health and well-being. Anecdotal evidence shows that meat-free diets can help to inhibit and even cure some fatal diseases such as cancer. Scientific experiments claim that meat dishes supply nutrients for cancer cells while plant meals do not. Furthermore, albeit intangible, some people recognize that vegetarian lifestyle enhances spiritual life and help them feel better, happier. In conclusion, not only do meatless diets provide sufficiently necessary nutrients for people's health, but it also improves human life in a positive way. Therefore, people should reduce meat gradually and replace by vegetables because of its benefits and avoiding cause pain to animals. 259 words 55 sample 40 Some people believe that educating children altogether will benefit them. Others think intelligent children should be taught separately and given special courses. Discuss those two views. In recent decades, children education has been given higher weight by the general public. Some people believe that it is crucial, beneficial to gather talented students and offer them special courses. However, as every coin has two sides, the pros and cons of this educational philosophy will be discussed in the following essay. On the one hand, it is not surprising that arranging gifted children with special classes and giving special instruction would bring tremendous interests to producing elite students. The nutrient environment which promotes genius's progress toward success could be provided by this teaching method. In stark contrast, when learning through the ordinary curriculum, the personal development of prodigies are usually hampered. In this effort, talented children could facilitate their learning progress by exchanging knowledge and experience with their same peers. On the other hand, this teaching method has some drawbacks that should be taken into consideration. In particular, it would foster depression, frustration amongst slow students. Treating differently can drive ordinary students to feel the sense of elimination and worthlessness. As a consequence, low achievers could cast doubt on their effort, which leads to the lower performance and the lower record in school. Furthermore, this arrangement can twist children's perception of their ability and potentially cause negative effects on their life afterward. In conclusion, it is a dilemma to evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of teaching separately, differently intelligent students. Although this way can bring a nutritious environment to the personal development of high achievers, the feeling of discrimination and other detrimental results should be taken into account of educators seriously. 261 words 56 sample 41 as well as making money, businesses also have social responsibilities. Do you agree or disagree? Model Essay 1. In the modern busy life, responsibility to the public/society has played an integral role in the development for both individuals and enterprises. Many adopt that businesses should only contribute to their economic boom without regarding the social concerns. For my own perspective, generating profits and social duties are equally important. On the one hand, people recognize that firms need to make money to survive in this competitive world. Firstly, it is logical that the top priority of any company should be to cover its running costs, such as employees' salary and office rental. Only by satisfying these expenditures can entrepreneurs generate innovations and make more improvement in their businesses. Secondly, the expansion of businesses can effectively help the government to mitigate the problem of unemployment. In other words, a great number of employees are always needed in the process of expanding any company. Finally, if enterprises generate more money, they will pay more taxes to the government. As a consequence, the authority can use this capital to spend on key fields to enhance the quality of life of the whole community. On the other hand, there are some strong reasons why businesses should accept that make contributions to the society. One reason is that enterprises must concern about environmental contamination because their production has direct negative impacts on the surrounding. A typical example is that if many factories in industrial zones installed wastewater system instead of discharging chemical waste directly into lakes and rivers, water degradation could be controlled. Another reason is that there are various simple measures that firms can take to contribute to the society. For example, they can carry out some charitable activities such as providing scholarships. As a result, not only may they help those who are less fortunate but they also enhance their image. In conclusion, enterprises should place as much importance on their social obligations as they do on their financial goals. 319 words 57 Model Essay 2. It is true that besides generating money, companies also need to take responsibility for social issues. I completely agree with this idea. On the one hand, there are some reasons why businesses are the importance of making money. One reason is that company with prosperity can boost the country's development. For example, if companies make/earn more money, they pay more taxes. As a result, the government can spend these budget on hospitals, schools, and other services. Furthermore, businesses which make a huge amount of money can expand and provide more jobs. For instance, nowadays there are a lot of youngsters unemployed, so thanks to the expansion, these businesses could give them countless opportunities to have a job. Apart from the practical benefits expressed above, I believe that businesses should accept that they have social responsibilities. Firstly, a business must not harm the environment. Without controls, some factories discharge raw wastes, gases and poison onto the land, the air and the river, which result in the environmental degradation. Secondly, businesses which make profits should put money back into the community through charity and financial scholarship. As a result, increasing number of homeless people could have an adequate amount of food and sweater, poor/underprivileged students could have much more motivation to keep their study. In conclusion, I believe that it is important for firms to make money to cover their cost, but they must also have responsibilities in social life. 240 words 58 sample 42 Although more and more people read news on the internet, newspapers will remain the most important source of news. Do you agree or disagree? In recent years, online news and conventional newspapers have been given higher weight by the general public. Many adopt a view that all newspapers should be replaced by the online news in the digital age. However, to the best of my knowledge, traditional newspapers remains the source of news in our life. On one hand, people can recognize that the growth of accessing the internet has led the proportion of online news increasing significantly. Anecdotal evidence shows that the online is able to provide up to the news as it happens, 24 hours a day every day, so you can easy to access this everywhere on your mobile phone or laptop with the internet. And then you can share, express your comments on the social media. A typical example is an explosion in the use of platforms as Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, where people can share the views and minds for free. In addition, the more color pictures, clips are attached to this news, the more details are accessed. On the other hand, conventional newspapers still play a crucial role in spiritual life. In the rural area where the internet is limited or the elder can't able to access the internet, it remains the traditional means of communicating the news. Because of the farming life, people like the experience of holding and reading a newspaper rather than looking at a computer screen. In addition, it also makes the people trust as reliable news which is published by the professional journalists and editors. In conclusion, despite the internet age, the newspapers have contributed to the knowledge is provided for the people. But we also encourage the development of the online news to meet the demand for information. 285 words 59 sample 43 Some people think that schools should reward students who show the best academic results, while others believe that it is more important to reward students who show improvements. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. The idea that, whether academic institutes should award prizes for students on the basis/on the ground of their top excellent scholastic achievements or improvements, remains a source of controversy. While some individuals say that schools are better off rewarding high-score attaining students, I would argue that it would be preferable to give prizes to ones who make progress throughout intellectual/educational attainment. On the one hand, there are a number of negative consequences if schools reward learners who obtain the best academic performance. Firstly, ideology about scoring marks as high as possible can oblige learners to aggressively compete against each other due to scores in lieu of the knowledge. For instance, in a subjective circumstance, my peers at university excessively adhere to their study with the purpose of obtaining good marks without any scrutiny about what knowledge they should acquire. Secondly, the most excellent students are likely to receive the majority of the attention and priorities from their teachers. On account of the common tendency to focus on the most outstanding pupils of teachers, potentials of ordinary students are often ignored, leading to inequality of opportunity in education. On the other hand, I strongly believe that schools should award a prize for learners who attempt to improve every day. The first benefit is that it will motivate them to do a more hard-working job to make a plenty of progress in their study. Therefore, it is likely to give an equivalent chance for all students from the poor-performed group to well-performed ones to express their own intellectual ability. Another merit is that the burdensome pressure on learners will be reduced significantly, which can make a major contribution to eliminating negative aspects in examinations. Now that score does not keep holding a crucial part as a decisive factor identifying their ability and non-stop efforts. In conclusion, it seems to me that it is better to reward students making progress profoundly because of some outstanding points, although other people insist on the most excellent students more deserve. 6,330 words. 61 sample 44. Some people think that it is good for a country's culture to import foreign movies and TV programs. Others think that it is better to produce these locally. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Some people argue that international movies and TV programs imported bring benefits to a country's culture, while many people suppose that movies and TV programs ought to be made domestically only. I would argue that it is better to import international TV programs. On the one hand, there are some reasons why national films and shows are beneficial for their own cultures. The first reason would be that local TV shows create a huge opportunity to educate residents about their culture and history. As a result, patriotism and national pride will be promoted and expanded for all local people to know, and they will appreciate their traditions and their ways of life more. Furthermore, such entertainment relates to the culture and language of the audience, which brings them satisfaction and enjoyment. For example, in China, the adaptation of the show called The Voice, which consists of Chinese famous artists who are the coaches for young talents, always brings enjoyment to millions of viewers throughout the country. On the other hand, I believe that the importation of TV entertainment from foreign countries is advantageous to some extent. Firstly, people can broaden their own knowledge about different cultures through watching some kinds of TV shows. For instance, the American film Titanic is not only a disaster movie, but also gives an idea about the history of emigration from Europe to the USA. Secondly, many foreign programs offer countless opportunities for residents to learn languages through listen to foreigners or read the scripts, such as the US TV series like. In conclusion, although both imported and local films and shows are good for a country's culture, it seems to me that buying other countries' entertainment programs is much better. 286 words. 62 sample 45. Some people believe the government should spend money on building train and subway lines to reduce traffic congestion. Others think that building more and wider roads is the better way to reduce traffic congestion. Discuss both views and give your opinion. There are some arguments about how to reduce traffic jam. Some people propose that new and wider roads should be built, others believe that developing systems of public transportation such as train or subway lines is a more effective solution. Personally, I am inclined to the latter view. Admittedly, building wider roads, to some extent, is a good way to tackle road congestion. However, it seems to simply be a stopgap method. The effect of this solution is only temporary because along with the growth of population and economy, the number of private vehicles will continuously increase, which will quickly fill up the roads again. As a consequence, traffic jam will eventually recur. Moreover, enlarging or constructing new roads requires new land, which is inherently a limited resource in crowded cities. On the other hand, developing public transport systems as train or subway lines ensures long-term benefits. It has been proven that using public transport brings about many advantages for the communities. For instance, public transport provides an affordable and time-saving alternative to driving and helps to reduce gasoline consumption as well as carbon emission. For such outstanding benefits, people will certainly be willing to adapt to this kind of transportation provided that governments can offer a reliable and efficient service to meet their demand. Additionally, owing to the huge capacity of public transportation, which can carry up to hundreds or even thousands of passengers, a train or a subway in operation would mean hundreds or thousands of cars being taken off roads. As a result, traffic congestion would be significantly reduced. In conclusion, I strongly believe that investing in public transport is the best method to mitigate traffic jams. 280 words. 63 sample 46. Nowadays, more and more people to have children later in their life. What are the reasons? Do advantages of this outweigh disadvantages? It is true that after marrying, much more couples have a tendency of delaying giving birth until later in their life. This trend may be the result of some notable reasons. In addition, while I accept that there are several drawbacks, I think these are outweighed by the benefits. There are some reasons why young people want to delay/postpone childbirth. Firstly, having babies later give the young countless opportunities to enjoy their lives. It is clear that they could have more time to step out of their comfort zones to discover interesting things such as taking up sports, switching between different jobs to find the one which may be right for them. As a result, they are more likely to not only have diverse experiences of life but progress rapidly in their career. Another factor that causes people to be unwilling to have babies is their employment status. In fact, the job market is becoming more and more competitive, leading to the higher unemployment rate. Consequently, they need to concentrate on their work to maintain their position in the company, which means the neglect of parental role. On the one hand, there are some drawbacks of this trend. The first disadvantage is the risks of suffering from potential health problems or even death, especially with those who are pregnant after 35 years of age. Furthermore, having babies later has negative impacts on their future offspring, resulting in Asperger of babies. On the other hand, I believe that there are great advantages to be gained. They could avoid being overburdened with looking after their offspring during the hectic time/schedule to prepare for their professional career. Moreover, they would have the chance to enjoy themselves with their passions such as learning how to play musical instruments or doing whatever they want before embarking on parenthood. In conclusion, there are several reasons why young people want to delay childbirth. I would argue that the benefits of this trend have more than compensated for the drawbacks. 329 words. 64 sample 47. Increasing the price of petrol is the best way to solve growing traffic and pollution problems. To what extent do you agree or disagree? What other measures do you think might be effective? It is controversial whether a rise in petrol price can efficiently mitigate traffic congestion and pollution. However/personally, I totally disagree with this opinion. On the one hand, there are many possible solutions that the authorities can take to reduce the traffic jam and pollution. First, there are more and more sustainable energy sources such as solar power, wind power, and hydropower that can be utilized to run vehicles in factory, and as a result, the emission of greenhouse gases or other harmful gases like carbon monoxide and CFC will be reduced. For example, there are many countries using solar panels to run public vehicles or to produce electricity for household usages. This not only saves money on the electricity bill, but also encourages people to travel around with eco-friendly and cheap vehicles such as train or bus. On the other hand, in the short term, rising petrol price can bring some immediate benefits. Because of the increase in the cost, consumers will have to curb the amount of gasoline that they use, resulting in a decline in private vehicle usages. But in the long run, this policy may be impractical. In this era, petrol is still the most valuable fuel that is used in a lot of aspects. Therefore, despite the rise in the cost, petrol remains indispensable, which makes people maintain their dependence on this fuel. In Vietnam, although the authorities have applied this policy for many times, there was no fall in the number of people who used petrol. Due to the fact that I have mentioned above, I completely disagree with the opinion that increasing the price of the petrol is dangerous. These samples will also walk you through step by step on how to develop your well-organized answers for the Task 2 writing. As the author of this book, I believe that this book will be an indispensable reference and trusted guide for you who may want to maximize your band score in IELTS Task 2 writing. Once you read this book, I guarantee you that you will have learned an extraordinarily wide range of useful and practical IELTS writing Task 2 model essays that will help you become a successful IELTS taker, as well as you will even become a successful English writer in work and in life within a short period of time only. Take action today and start getting better scores tomorrow. Thank you again for purchasing this book, and I hope you enjoy it. 70 Sample 1 Wild animals have no place in the 21st century, so protecting them is a waste of resources. To what extent do you agree or disagree? There is an opinion saying that protecting wild animals is a waste of time and effort since they are not necessary anymore in the 21st century. Personally, I disagree with this statement for reasons outlined below. It is nonsense to say wild animals have no part in the 21st century since they always play an important role in the environment. Whether in the Stone Age, Medieval Age, or Modern Age, animals and plants have been living together and forming a balance in life that no humans can make. Plants give off oxygen and foods, while animals help plants grow and multiply. If we don't protect wild animals well, most of them will go extinct due to overhunting, which will break the balance of nature and lead to many adverse consequences of deforestation, hurricane, and other terrible disasters. It takes resources to protect wild animals, but their existence will bring other benefits to the nations that preserve/conserve them. Wildlife, zoos and preservation/conservation areas that allow tourists to visit would generate a large amount of income each year to the countries in charge, while they can even take pride in themselves for having some of the rarest wild animals in the world, not to mention the environment protection along with it. In addition, most of the cost for protecting the wild animals is covered by various international funds all over the world, so having rare species is more of a blessing than a burden to a country. In conclusion, wild animals deserve to live freely under protection of humans due to the significance/importance of their existence and the benefits they are bringing. We should do everything we can to protect them for the sake of ourselves and our future generations. 288 word 71 Sample Too many people go to university for academic study. More people should be encouraged to do vocational training because there is a lack of qualified workers such as electricians and plumbers. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Nowadays, a large number of people study academic subjects at university instead of attending/taking part in/partaking in vocational training courses. While I accept that a university degree is also essential and beneficial, I totally agree that we should encourage people to become qualified workers such as electricians or plumbers. There are two important reasons why more vocationally trained workers are required. Firstly, when buildings are constructed or repaired, a source of electricians, plumbers, or other trades are vital. For example, material facilities in some key fields such as hospitals, schools, museums usually need to be expanded or maintained. Having trained workers operate such/those kinds of work can not only ensure the safety of the buildings but also lead to an improvement in the quality of life of the whole community. Secondly, there are too many academic graduates in the same major in some countries every year. Consequently, the proportion of graduate unemployment is increasing significantly each year as well. Therefore, the authorities in those countries need to ensure that extra vocational training is provided. More people should be encouraged to attend career-oriented courses/on-the-job training to meet society's needs. The school should not just focus on exam-driven curriculum, which is found to be quite impractical and dishearten/demotivate students when they have low grades. Schools, therefore, must make changes in the curriculum and provide workshops to teach practical skills. Parents should also encourage their children to find out their gifts and explain the good job prospects to inspire them to choose vocational careers. In conclusion, I agree that it is essential that we encourage more people to attend vocational training due to the fact that the more qualified workers meet the society's needs, the more our society can function effectively. 287 word 72 Sample 3 Should government spend more money on improving roads and highways, or should the government spend more money on improving public transportation? There is an argument about whether the government should improve transportation by spending more money constructing the road and highway system, or money should be used to enhance the quality of public transportation. From my perspective, although both of these methods have many positive impacts on traffic, the government should prioritize the maintenance of road network. On the one hand, it is undeniable that the investment in public transportation has many economic, environmental, and social advantages. First of all, traveling by means of public transportation such as bus or subway is a way to save money and energy because of the economical ticket price and less fuel energy used. Moreover, the widespread use of public transit service helps alleviate the traffic jam and air pollution due to the decrease in private vehicles and gas emission. Finally, a high standard of public transportation will encourage people to use such kind of transport more often. This will lead to some social benefits such as the reduction of traffic crashes or the connection of community. On the other hand, it is perhaps more important to upgrade the existing road conditions. One of the main reasons is that traffic congestion could be solved if a nation possessed high-quality roads and highways, because this makes the movement of vehicles more fluently. Another reason is that keeping road system to a good standard also means improving road safety by bringing the number of traffic accidents down. Last but not least, a developed transport infrastructure will facilitate the growth of other economic sectors. To be specific, the transport of commodities between rural and urban areas can become more efficient and optimal owing to the improved road network. In conclusion, I can understand why people encourage their government to invest heavily in public transit system, but it seems to me that building national road network to a high standard should be invested heavily because this is a key infrastructure influencing the sustainable development of a nation. 328 word 73 Sample 4 As well as making money, businesses also have social responsibilities. Do you agree or disagree? In the age of industrialization, making the greatest possible profit is supposed to be the main purpose of any business. While this may be true to some extent, I believe the responsibilities of businesses should include making money and making contributions to the community. This can help not only the businesses to grow but also the whole country to develop. It goes without saying that earning profits is the ultimate aim of every company. The first reason to be mentioned is businesses pay taxes for the government. With that money, the government can build infrastructure such as hospitals, schools, and parks to take care of citizens' mental and physical well-being, which can increase the standard of living of a certain country. Moreover, alongside the development of businesses, more jobs are created. A profitable company will consider expanding their business by building up other branches or investing overseas. The necessity for larger numbers of employees is prominent, which can solve the unemployment problem. On the other hand, social responsibility should also be seen as a long-run strategy of businesses. Firstly, businesses cannot earn profits without consideration about the impacts of their operations on the people and the natural surroundings. Companies have responsibilities to protect Mother Nature, who provides them with various materials, as well as the users who consume almost all of their products. Strengthening the mutual beliefs is a wise strategy. In addition, big successful corporations can contribute to the quality of life of the society through charity and financial scholarships. This is an investment for the future of those companies. For example, Unilever often organizes contests with a big award to support promising young generations. By doing so, it gains a lot of attention from the society, especially the unveiled talented actors who can become their efficient employees one day. In conclusion, development of industry nowadays gives businesses various opportunities to earn high profit. These businesses, however, need to take these advantages not only to bolster the operations but also to improve the quality of life of the community. 330 words 74 Sample 5. Some people say that the best way to improve public health is by increasing the number of sports facilities. Others, however, say that this would be little effects on public health and that other measures are required. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. While some people believe that building more sports facilities is the most effective approach to improve residents' health, others argue that this has not many positive effects on public health and they require other measures. Personally, it seems to me that citizens could gain undeniable advantages from exercising at public sports places, but other measures also play an integral role in public health improvement. On the one hand, because prevention is better than cure, constructing sports facilities at public places is a useful way to prevent citizens from diseases. This makes not only physical but also mental health better, since those places attract many people come and train together. Sports facilities, especially located in public spaces, will inspire residents, even children, and the elderly to exercise. Besides exercising physically together, citizens may share common things in their life such as mutual interests which bring them closer and recover their spirit after long working days. For example, after witnessing an upward trend in the number of people participating sports games at public spaces, Thailand recorded a significant reduction in the number of patients in hospitals to be treated by psychological therapy. On the other hand, healthcare system and educational methods are making outstanding contributions to protecting public health. Firstly, modern hospital facilities which government is taking into account ensure patients' peace of mind to be cured in case of suffering diseases. In addition, periodic health checks organized by public hospitals help people diagnose potential risks of diseases and find helpful treatments in an early manner. Lastly, educational methods raise residents' awareness in process of disease prevention and health promotion, which enable people to increase control over their health. Therefore, public health is protected actively by residents' medical knowledge. In conclusion, while sports facilities certainly improve public health, I do believe that other measures need to be invested in order to bring more medically, mental and physical benefits to residents. 75 318 words 76 Sample 6. Many people claiming that hopping from one workplace to another is more beneficial than staying in one job for a very long time. Do you agree or disagree? It is true that people who find a job early in their working age and keep doing it consistently are more likely to have/acquire/live in a successful working life. While I accept that this may suit many people, I believe that switching jobs from one to another eventually will lead to a fulfilling life. On the one hand, there are several reasons why job seekers should make their choice of profession early in their lives. Firstly, by doing so, they will not waste their time on confusing what job should they take or start all over again in a new working environment. As a result, they will likely enhance employment prospects to be promoted higher positions in their career ladder with higher salary packages, compared with their colleagues who are at the same age but lack consistency in their choice. Secondly, if you luckily secure a job that gives you the sense of satisfaction right at the first try, then it is reasonable to spend the rest of your life to pursue that career. For example, many doctors who undertook years of training and gaining many related qualifications when they studied at university often get a very high salary with generous perks and feel so rewarded that they don't want to lose their jobs. On the other hand, it is acceptable for some people to change their decision of profession over time. To be more specific, newly graduated students who often face psychosocial crisis based on their personal identity and role confusion have to try many jobs before finally have a defined career path. That is because as you experience a range of jobs, you will gradually realize your advantages as well as your passion, on which basis you will have a wise choice for your career. Furthermore, there are various factors that can change people's decision about a job, such as working conditions, the atmosphere in a workplace or employment prospects. In conclusion, it is certainly true that having a defined career path early in your life will lead to success, but this is by no means that people should not change their job if they are not satisfied with the company or their role of themselves. 330 words 77 Sample 7. The consumption of the world's resources, oil and water etc., is increasing at a dangerous rate. What are causes and solutions? Over the past decades, the world has seen an alarming increase in terms of consumption of natural resources such as coal, oil, and water. There are a variety of forces that drive this trend, and several solutions should be adopted to solve the thorny issues which have arisen. Excessive consumption of natural resources may be caused by various reasons. Firstly, there is a clear connection between a number of global resources consumed and the great boom of industry all around the world. In fact, in order to ensure the operation of millions of machines playing a vital role in most of the industrial sections, industrial sites, and huge resources such as water, electricity, and oil are required, which leads to overexploitation in these sources. Secondly, since we have been living in the age of technology, we tend to be reliant on many technology gadgets related to energy in almost every aspect of life, including working, learning, and entertaining. Besides, human beings have been wasting natural resources when we use them over our demands or for inadequate ones, which lead to out of the resource in the future. To tackle this taxing issue, there are various effective solutions that should be taken into account. First, by carrying out selective industrial development plans, the governments can limit the number of factories and industrial sites at a reasonable level. This means that we can save not only energy but also money and human resources to research and use other resources such as electricity from the wind, solar power, and renewable energy more widely. Second, in order to raise the public awareness on using these resources, the authorities should conduct a variety of massive campaigns to offer valuable information about this issue. For example, using the bicycle as a means of transportation allows citizens not only to reduce their reliance on fossil fuels but also to strengthen their physical health and mental state. In conclusion, it is clear that there are various reasons for this trend. However, steps need to be taken to tackle this issue. 330 words 78 sample 8 advertisements are becoming more and more common in everyday life. Is it a positive or negative development? In light of fierce competitions between a rising number of firms, consumers are now being bombarded with tons of advertisements. In this essay, I will demonstrate that advertisements may trigger impulse buying before suggesting some viable solutions that governments can adopt to alleviate the adverse impacts. The foremost way companies choose to promote their products is attracting people's attention by visual arts. The exaggeration of a product's features using eye-catching graphics in commercials may sway people to purchase items when they have no real need for it. This is reinforced by the appearance of celebrity endorsements, which may greatly influence their fans who tend to imitate their idols. Oppo, a mobile company, perfectly exemplifies this situation. Many youngsters in Japan buy Oppo phones because their promotion campaign features a prominent pop singer. Afterward, they often have to replace their phones upon discovering that the products do not meet their needs. In order to help consumers make more informed purchasing decisions, states could take the following measures. First and foremost, they must regulate the content of advertisements. Prior to the publishing of an advertisement, a rigorous check must be conducted to ensure it reflects the actual quality of the product. This measure ought to be implemented in tandem with educating consumers on how to filter the information they watch on media mass. They have to consider whether the commercial is accurate or not, then make more sensible/reasonable decisions. The combination of these two methods may safeguard consumers against the aforementioned detrimental effects. In conclusion, advertisements may lure consumers into purchasing unnecessary items and therefore governments should take immediate steps to weaken/minimize their impacts. 272 words 79 sample 9 scientists say that in the future humanity will speak the same language. Do you think this is a positive or negative social development? Some researchers assume that humans will jointly communicate by solely one language around the world in the future. While I acknowledge that this positively affects on our society, I would argue that this also brings us cons. On the one hand, regarding benefits, it is dominant for humans to speak official terminology in several disciplines such as technology or businesses. For example, English is a prevalent language which is considered to be the second global language. The cooperation among humans as well as international meetings are held in English. Therefore, people can understand what the others are talking about and quickly gain access to information. Furthermore, using a like motherland language empowers us to widen our perspective of life. For instance, in recent years, there are a handful of books and magazines written in English. If we know English, we can obtain broader knowledge about not only other countries' education but also their traditions. On the other hand, I still believe that it also has negative impacts on our society. It is undeniable that speaking the same language can defend our countries from outside intruders. However, almost all countries virtually possess our own customs as well as distinctive languages because languages are related to historical events. If people use the same mother tongue, this could lead to elimination in different cultures among nations all over the world. For example, if Chinese people use English as an official language, a majority of historical monuments are associated with the Chinese language will gradually disappear from our minds and the young generations cannot have thorough insights into not only traditional values and identity of China but also Chinese language. In conclusion, while I agree that communicating the same language will help humans enhance knowledge, but this is by no means that we can conserve our precious history. 303 words 80 sample 10 in the future, it seems it will be more difficult to live on the Earth. Some people think more money should be spent on researching other planets to live, such as Mars. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Alongside the development of industries, climate change makes the Earth become less ideal to live on. Some people, therefore, suggest investing more in the field of astronomy to find alternative planets. This may be true, but I believe this is not the only way to save our future. On the one hand, finding other planets to live is a good idea. Firstly, there are many limited natural resources that are overexploited nowadays. Once these resources are no longer available, we will have been lacking in fossil fuel, such as charcoal or petroleum. Industrial and daily activities are considerably dependent on them, so it is necessary to start to find new planets that have these resources to exploit or even live in. Secondly, setting a goal of settling down on a new planet can force the astronomy to grow faster. Becoming learned in the field, the scientists will figure out new places to live and other innovations, exploit the energy of the stars and communicate with the aliens to exchange the universal knowledge, for example. On the other hand, the discovery of new planets should not be the only solution for our future. The first reason is that although we are facing the environmental problems, degradation is a long-term process. Therefore, we still have enough time if we take actions now to reduce the pollution on the Earth. Moreover, the cost for researching new planets is much higher than protecting and regenerating the old one. Spaceships, researching projects, astronauts' training fee will consume a great deal of revenue from the government. In conclusion, it is necessary to research for new planets. However, the regeneration of the Earth environment is also a promising answer to the future living places question. 289 words 81 sample 11 more and more young people from wealthy countries are spending a short time doing unpaid work such as teaching or building houses for communities in poorer countries. Why young people choose to do so? Who will benefit more, young people or the communities? Volunteering at third world communities has been a trend among the youth from the developing countries. There are some underlying reasons for this and I believe that the local communities gain more benefits than the volunteers themselves. Perhaps experience is the main contribution to this phenomenon. People who volunteer tend to seek for the valuable skills and knowledge. In addition, they can get the opportunities to form some interpersonal relationships, which might be a huge advantage for their future career. Furthermore, as a volunteer leader, a young person would gain the adequacy to express one's idea and connect with people who have the same perspectives to bring it into reality. Finally, young volunteering can be attributable to fulfillment. Volunteers seem to enjoy the feeling that they are to some extent making the contribution to help poor people. Besides, the bonding activities bring a lot of fun and create a cozy atmosphere between the well-intended participations and local people. Turning to the positive effects on the host communities. Firstly, the developing countries receive the intense amount of human resource to support the local projects. For example, they can be deployed to constructing houses and schools for the poor people or in rural areas. Furthermore, volunteering plays a pivotal role in the recovery effort in the response to natural disasters such as tsunamis, floods, and droughts. For instance, the 2004 Indian tsunami and earthquake attract a large number of volunteers to support the host organizations and government. Finally, voluntary activities can reduce stereotypes, increase appreciation of the local culture, and on the worldwide level, the education activities accelerate the globalization process. In conclusion, although the growing number of young volunteers is attributable to the great advantages they would gain for their life, I firmly believe that the host communities benefit more from this phenomenon. 301 words 82 Sample 12 Some people think that schools should reward students who show the best academic results, while others believe that it is more important to reward students who show improvements. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is a widespread practice that prestigious awards should be given to brilliant pupils. While some individuals say that students with the best score should receive awards, I would argue that it would be better to encourage pupils who are better day by day. On the one hand, rewarding outstanding students would benefit not only in the present but also in the future. Firstly, in the present, this action would foster the competitive spirit of all students in school to win the award. After this cutthroat competition, excellent pupils could make the most of the awards they receive to pursue tertiary education. Moreover, with the tiny number of the best students, each school could allocate their resources to expenditure on priority things such as infrastructure or improve the quality of teachers. Secondly, in the future, these excellent students could achieve a huge success in their careers and become the stars in the world of work. Then perhaps they would return to support their old schools through philanthropic actions as scholarships for next generations. On the other hand, I believe that it is more beneficial to spur students to be better by awards. Firstly, in short term, all students would endeavor to be rewarded and never sit on their laurels, even with students who are having the best score in school. It would make a dramatic change in education in which instead of the best students, there are only better pupils. Secondly, in long term, this action would enhance the general quality of the whole workforce, which leads to nation's sustainable economic development. This is not necessarily wrong, but it would sound more natural to me if your main argument were longer than the other one. In conclusion, it seems to me that rewarding students who reveal their progressive/ceaseless advancement would be better than solely give awards to outstanding students. 307 words 83 Sample 13 Consumers are faced with increasing numbers of advertisements from competing companies. To what extent do you think are consumers influenced by advertisements? What measures can be taken to protect them? Model Essay 1. Nowadays, while the commercial advertising has proliferated in a variety of methods, as a result of fierce competition in the market, I would contend that people are inundated with a massive amount of information from different competitors. To prevent this from happening, I believe that the authorities must take some definite activities. The first point to make is that customers are falling victim to companies' advertising campaigns. They often spend much money on purchases which they have no real needs for them. This is primarily because a number of companies tend to exaggerate the usefulness of a few features of their products. The case of Apple's iPhone 7 Plus smartphone, which attracted the people all over the world's attention many days ago, is nearly identical to its predecessor, except for the new dual camera system and a slightly faster processor. However, to gain the competitive advantage over their rival Samsung's Galaxy S7, Apple's attempted to advertise that the new features of their smartphones are necessary. Many customers, as a result, were persuaded to make the purchase decision regardless of their true needs. In order to help consumers make more informed purchasing decisions, the government should adopt some following solutions. The described problem can be solved by establishing an authority having responsibility for censorship all new advertisements. The bowdlerization process must be stringent enough so that all the extracts that contain any form of exaggeration must be taken out before these are published. This exclusion would effectively safeguard consumers against the manipulation of the companies and help them avoid making wasteful purchases. In brief, many businesses use advertising to gain the edge over their competitive factors rather than to fulfill their customers' needs, which lures consumers to buy unnecessary things. In my mind, exercising censorship before airing them should be carried out to mitigate this influence of advertising. 305 words 84 Model Essay 2. Advertising is an effective measure in modern marketing to help enterprises promptly capture sales. However, from consumers' view, it has some negative influences that require measures to prevent those bad impacts. Regarding the drawbacks of advertising promotion, the first to mention is that many advertisements make people misled easily. Advertisements are meant to attract enterprises' target customers, so the function and quality of products tend to be exaggerated. As a result, buyers face the high possibility of buying the goods that are not of any real value to them. In addition, advertising sometimes encourages bad habits which are detrimental to people's health. For example, fast food agencies always put emphasis on the advantageous side of their products and ignore the inherent peril of obesity. Furthermore, companies continuously push new products into the market to generate sales. Via advertising campaigns, these new products would quickly replace the old ones, and the old ones will be disposed of despite the fact that they are still in good use. This is a recurring cycle that causes a waste of resources for customers. To save this situation, it is urgent that governments take action to protect consumers' rights by introducing comprehensive legislation on the advertising industry. Tougher sanctions should also be imposed on any company that violates the law. This would certainly increase agencies' awareness of launching ethical advertisements. Additionally, associations of consumers' right protection should play more crucial roles in this battle. To say more, it is vital that consumers protect themselves. They should learn to become wise consumers by making research and analyzing thoroughly what they need before giving buying decisions. To sum up, it is certain that bad advertisements will continuously fill the television screen, magazines, mailbox, and so on. So, to prevent their negative impacts, there is a need for both government's interference and consumers' wisdom. 306 words 85 sample 14 Some people feel that entertainers, e.g. film stars, pop musicians or sports stars, are paid too much money. Do you agree or disagree? In recent years, entertainment is more significant for life, and it is argued that entertainers such as film stars, pop musicians or sports stars are paid too much money. In my opinion, I agree and also disagree with / partly agree with this viewpoint. I do not concur with this angle because of some reasons below. First of all, film stars, pop musicians and sports stars are occupations. Entertainers genuinely spend their time, money and health to practice and raise their ability to make many goods and services for public or audiences. Therefore, it is suitable for them to receive a lot of money. Secondly, artistic talent is really rare and there is a small number of people who can create special art goods or art services for audiences. If you have a special good, you absolutely can sell it with a high price. These arguments given above can be seen as opposite perspective in equal measure. To begin with, some entertainers whose goods or services are not really good, but their salaries which they receive from their audiences are very high. For instance, there are some singers whose voices are bad in Vietnam recently, but they have had some scandals and public are interested in them, so they have paid a large amount of money to see and hear these singers singing. On the other hand, some jobs such as engineers, researchers need abundant time, knowledge and various work experiences to do these jobs, but they have been paid much far less money than entertainers. In conclusion, I do concur and also do disagree with the perspective that entertainers are paid too much money. 274 words 86 sample 15 Success in formal pen and paper examinations is often seen to be a sign intelligent. To what extent do you agree with the view that formal examinations measure intelligence? There is no doubt that formal examination is a common measurement to evaluate the capacity of students. In my perspective, I strongly believe that not only formal examination can measure intelligence, but also learning process is able to assess accurately the ability of pupil. At the outset, I concur with this belief that pen and paper testing will figure out competency. During the whole academic year, students will prove their intelligence by flying colors in the exam. To reach good results, they have to learn industriously from researching documents to doing small tests with the aim of reviewing every corner of knowledge. Thanks to hard work, their potentiality can be taken account perfectly. To look at it from a different side, formal examinations is insufficient to measure the cleverness. It depends on all studying process that they demonstrate in the entire year. I expect to give a salient instance. A student always makes efforts to do every test in this time before examination happens. Almost teachers assume that he is perfect and perhaps the last testing is not a huge wall for him. However, because of health or family problems, he cannot overcome this exam in the best way. At this time, these teachers may not criticize that he is a bad student. Therefore, personally, to evaluate the potentiality, let us consider all aspects of students. To put it in a nutshell, the competency of students is not simply based on the outside of pen and paper testing, the inherent capacity also plays an indispensable role in the evaluation process. 260 words 87 sample 16 More houses are needed in many countries to cope with increasing populations. Would it be better to build houses in existing towns and cities, or to develop new towns in rural areas? There is a debate whether we should build houses in existing urban areas or create new towns in rural regions. While some people may think more places of residence in cities have a few advantages, I believe new towns in rural areas benefit a nation as a whole. On the one hand, more buildings have some negative consequences on cities. More apartment units would reduce the price per unit and the renting cost, which will certainly encourage greater numbers of people to migrate to cities. In this way, urban areas have to cope with the greater level of overcrowding, both contributing to increasingly serious traffic congestion and overburdened public services such as healthcare, education. In addition, constructing new buildings requires space which is likely cleared by cutting down trees. This will lessen numbers of trees, which are vital in absorbing rainwater that falls on the ground, leading to flooding. On the other hand, the new progress in rural areas is positive. As new towns develop, more companies are opened and the infrastructures are constructed in rural areas. This creates greater employment opportunities, which reduces numbers of people migrate to cities for economic purpose, and eventually lessens the migration burden on urban areas. A proper investment, which focuses on new areas such as niche manufacture, tourism rather than traditional agriculture or resource-based businesses, could improve the socio-economy in rural regions. This benefits rural citizens and as well as the national economy. For the reasons mentioned above, it seems to me that new towns constructed in rural areas bring greater positive effects than creating houses in urban areas. 266 words 88 sample 17 Some people think that it is good for a country's culture to import foreign movies and TV programs. Others think that it is better to produce these locally. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Model Essay 1. There have been different arguments whether international or domestic films and telecasts are better for a culture. From my perspective, both of these categories are equally crucial. On the one hand, I believe that foreign movies and TV programs considerably contribute to the cultural diversity of their host nation. Firstly, they enable native residents to understand various cultural customs from other parts of the world. In fact, people are likely to gain knowledge about other cultures merely by watching imported films and programs. Secondly, foreign movies and telecasts could be able to raise public awareness of a particular community about global trends which are not popular in its own country. For example, thanks to the Hollywood blockbuster The Day After Tomorrow, Vietnamese people now realize of the significance of the climate change and how to develop a sustainable economy in today's world. On the other hand, I would argue that in an era of globalization, domestic movies and television channels are vital for maintaining unique cultural features of each country. To be more specific, national films and telecasts could provide viewers with insightful information about local traditions, which cannot be found in any other imported movies or TV programs. Even a short cartoon like The Story About God Jong could be able to teach children Vietnamese's patriotism and courage. Additionally, traditional customs could be passed on younger generations through local films and telecasts. Such values could help people to know more about the social and cultural patterns of their countries. In conclusion, it appears to me that the government should keep a balance between local and foreign films and telecasts to maintain their original traditions as well as to absorb good cultural practices of other nations. 286 words 89 Model Essay 2. It is true that foreign films have become more popular than domestically produced films. There are a variety of reasons for such trend, and thus authorities should pay more attention to local film industries. There are various reasons why people find foreign movies more enjoyable. Firstly, as huge budgets are invested in films in many countries, they soon gain significant success worldwide. These films, therefore, attract many local and international audiences by their spectacular action scenes, special effects, beautiful soundtracks, and amazing shoots. The Beauty and the Beast, produced by Walt Disney, is a clear example for that. Disney spent $160 million on that film, and it earned $400 million in its opening weeks. Furthermore, famous actors, actresses, or directors are important factors making millions of viewers go to the cinema every day. They love the movies because of Hugh Jackman or Brad Pitt. As a result, poor quality, low-budget local films always are often inferior in their values compared to those films. To improve this situation, governments should give more financial support to local film industries. Although there are many talented people in local film field, their small budget films do not have any significant appeal to local residents. Financial support from governments brings obvious benefits such as increasing film sales and improving film quality, as well as attracting more tourists to local sightseeing. For example, Korean films have developed around the world, and through films, unique culture and beautiful places in Korean have been known widely by people around the world. Visitors traveling to Korea increase annually thanks to that. In conclusion, I believe that governments should support local films so that they can compete with the foreign productions which recently dominate the market. 289 words 90 Sample 18. Some people prefer to plan activities for their free time very carefully. Others choose not to make any plans at all for their free time. Compare the benefits of planning free time activities with the benefits of not making plans. Which do you prefer, planning or not planning for your leisure time? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your choice. In the age that the pace of life is hasty, there are so many opinions on the topic of how to spend leisure time. While someone would like to put their holiday in the arranged schedule, some of the others love to do everything depending on their mood. Personally, I have the same view as people who always make a plan for their free time. On the one hand, it is admitted that carefully planning brings many benefits. For example, if you are intending to have a far trip, the careful preparation will make your journey be more comfortable. Firstly, it is certain that planning for relaxation helps you save your time due to the fact that you do not have to hurry up to think about the destination, the things that you should bring for the trip, or where you will stay during the occasion. Secondly, preparing in advance also helps you in avoiding a few unexpected problems such as no available room in the hotels, being lost, or luggage missing. Therefore, you can rest assured more to enjoy the vacation thanks to a detailed plan. On the other hand, some persons believe that their free time should be different with the daily life. It means that they do not need to follow the workaday rules, just do anything that they want. As a result, this makes them feel relaxing and freedom. For instance, traveling to somewhere without knowing of the destination will give you the chance to enjoy plenty of fun and surprise. In conclusion, because I relatively love the stability and safety, making a schedule for leisure time is the best choice for me than another one. However, it depends on individual's hobby to enjoy a free-minded holiday or carefully plan one. 295 words 91 Sample 19. Some people think that if a police force carries guns, it would cause a high level of violence in that society. To what extent do you agree or disagree? In recent years, there have been a lot of controversial arguments about the question of whether police force should bring guns or not. From my perspective, I wholeheartedly agree that they are bound to carry weapons like guns during the time of fulfilling their missions. There are a variety of reasons for the aforementioned point of view. To begin with, carrying guns would merely constitute more powerful and professional military force who can compel criminals to be frightened. In some occasions, they use weapons just for warning, not to make others get injured. As a result, it can make valuable contribution to reduce the crime rates and keep the society eventful. Moreover, it is inconsequential to accomplish their missions when they are facing with fiendish offenders without weapons, let alone they effortlessly perish. On the other hand, one of the most undeniable driving forces is that the police are also carefully trained the way to use guns and in what emergency situations weapons should be used. In addition, it is undoubted that if military forces use their guns for falling out of the laws or even personal purposes, they will be punished like a wrongdoer. It is certainly true that non-weapon police force can alleviate the level of violence in the society. However, the gravity of violence will get worse if they are not powerful enough to overpower criminals. In conclusion, it seems to me that guns used by police force plays a crucial role in dealing with crimes and its merits outweigh drawbacks. Therefore, it is infeasible to ban police force from carrying weapons. 265 words 92 Sample 20. It is better for college students to live in schools than live at home with their parents. Do you agree or disagree? It is commonly seen that undergraduate students should choose to live with their families. While I accept this may suit some people, I believe that university students should be encouraged to live independently in the school campus. On the one hand, there are several benefits for people who decide to live with their families while they are studying in university. Firstly, their eating habits and diets are much healthier as their mothers are the ones who prepare every meal for the whole family. Students living alone, however, tend to shift their focuses away from their daily nutrition and usually consume an excessive amount of prepared meals or processed foods which later on cause various health diseases such as obesity and diarrhea. Secondly, it obviously costs much less money to live with your parent as you don't have to pay for your living cost. If you decide to move out and rent an apartment, for example, you will soon face many financial difficulties because you have to spend for countless essential things in your daily route with the only limited budget. On the other hand, there are some reasons why students would move out and live on their own. To be more specific, students who live in dormitories within the school's campus will have chances to interact with many people such as their roommate or even other international students. Thus they will be exposed to different cultures, customs, and points of view which are really useful for their lives after they grow up. Furthermore, in order to earn their living, many students have to secure several part-time jobs. These experiences will help them broaden their knowledge and gain many qualifications as well as soft skills which open the door to better job opportunities after they graduated. In conclusion, it is certainly true that living with your parent is beneficial in some ways, but this is by no means people should not enjoy their student lives in school campus as it brings many advantages for your later career and lifestyle. 329 words 93 Sample 21. Education is not a luxury but a basic human right and as such should be free for everyone irrespective of personal wealth. It is argued that education is a basic human right, therefore free tuition fee is very necessary for whoever learners are. In my view, I partly think that this brings many advantages. However, free education has its own limits, as the extent to which the merits of a free education are debatable in certain states and circumstances. On the one hand, free education affects both students and the whole society greatly. For poor families or ones with many children, no tuition fee carries a significant implication because they do not need to force their kids to work instead of studying, as well as saving an amount of money for other needs. Therefore, a whole society may become more civilized and well-educated. In addition, free education can attract a lot of foreigners, especially talented people. Taking Germany as an example, this government frees any tuition fee for both local and foreign students. As a result, top brilliant people come here and contribute to this country's development significantly. On the other hand, this law triggers a lot of considerable problems for governments and students. Paying tuition fee means that the government must be under a huge economic burden every year, and then the development of several fields may be inhibited. For instance, if Vietnam fulfills the law of free education, the government must spend thousands of billion VND annually, while many other basic demands are not responded yet. Besides, free education might make students less responsible for studying or doing activities in school and result in long-term drawbacks. Finally, I believe that free education is extremely suitable for typical areas or countries, but it may create many serious issues for others. 280 words 94 sample 22 Freshwater has always been a limited resource in some parts of the world. Today, however, growing worldwide demand has made this a global problem. What are the causes of the increased demand, and what measure could governments and individuals take to respond to this problem? Many countries and regions around the world frequently experience a shortage of water resource, and this has become an alarming issue as the global water demand rises. While there are several causes of the increasing water consumption, nations and citizens should take certain steps to tackle this issue. The surge of worldwide water consumption can be explained in a number of reasons. Firstly, population explosion is the major contributor to the growing water use. This, in particular, is severe in countries which could not manage the birth rate, such as Africa. Secondly, as the global population rises, industries and factories have expanded their business to meet the consumption demand, discharging more sewage to natural resources, and eventually endangering water resources. For example, in many developing countries, small farms still pump unprocessed wastewater directly into lakes, rivers, or oceans, which contaminate water reservoirs used for water production. National authorities must take actions to conserve water resource. Governments would raise public awareness about the importance of water resources, and further give courses to citizens on how to optimize their water usage. In addition, nations would do their best on protecting water resources by both introducing strict laws on raw discharges to the environment and raising the higher standard of industrial sewage disposal. Finally, governments could enact infrastructures which purify seawater into saline-free water. Holland, which is a leading country in the desalination, has managed to generate a third source of national water consumption from seawater. Citizens also have the responsibility for reducing their water consumption. People should minimize their water use in daily living activities by rerouting runoff from washing machines and using that water for flushing the toilet, or simply turning off the tap while brushing teeth or washing hand. In conclusion, governments and individuals should do more to tackle the growing water use, otherwise, water scarcity will become severe in the global. 95 313 words 96 sample 23 How should we ensure that television is a positive influence in the life of children? Nowadays, television plays an unchangeable role in the daily life of people in the modern age/world. However, it is contended that this high-tech device would affect negatively behavior as well as the ideology of children. This essay will suggest some measures to evade pitfalls of television and enhance/promote/uphold the advantages of informative programs on TV. Firstly, along with the booming of information technology recently, more and more TV products go viral with an aim at entertaining every group of people. For example, the elderly and the middle-aged are in favor of politics, economics, or health programs, while teenagers prefer music and TV shows. As a result, it will be very dangerous for children who are so vulnerable if getting exposed to inappropriate information on TV in the early age. In that case, censorship should be highly recommended in order to shift sensitive images, voice, and information, or even abolish the whole TV products within the active time of children. In addition to providing much more knowledge for children, producers could offer some particular packs of channels for children which include cartoon, basic scientific information, and suitable music. If so, these solutions will help parents to easily manage available programs for children and prevent entirely children from watching bloody scenes or sensitive plot which could shape their thinking from childhood. Although some people argue that this recommendation will handicap children's freedom of exploring the world through TV, which is considered as a very informative source, it is the best solution we can do to protect children from a large amount of irrelevant information published every day. In conclusion, the producers should guarantee that all their programs have been come through censorship and published in the suitable time. Furthermore, a pack of channels for children should be taken into account to help parents keep programs under supervision. 305 words 97 sample 24 In many countries, governments are spending a large amount of money on improving internet access. Why is it happening, and do you think it is the most appropriate use of government money? It is true that a wide amount of public money is growingly invested in developing the internet in some nations. There are different reasons identified for this trend, and I consider that public funding should be spent on more urgent priorities. The main reason for this trend toward expanding internet access in various countries is that citizens are able to access resources of information available effectively at any time, meaning that they can have an opportunity to broaden their horizons through reading newspapers online or searching information on the internet. In addition, the internet always offers opening access to those people as willing to learn regardless of age, location, and background. Another reason is that the internet helps to enhance the growth of the economy. Online sale becomes more common these days, hence, improving internet access helps to boost the domestic as well as international trade. In fact, the internet enables/allows us to save our time and is convenient for us due to written forms of communication because the internet allows people to discuss online through email, Facebook, or other social media. Although the internet brings benefits to us, I believe that more pressing issues need to be invested with government financial assistance. Firstly, the government should spend the public budget on the education system and healthcare service. For example, some schools in developing countries require more schools with capable teachers and administrators. Secondly, the national security is also a rewarding concern. More money is used for police and security service to increase the safety of all citizens. In conclusion, although there are sound reasons why public authority should want to invest in improving internet access, I consider that there are more important problems which demand government funding. 288 words 98 sample 25 In many parts of the world, there is continuous coverage of sport on television. Some people believe this discourages the young from taking part in any sport themselves. Discuss this view and give your own opinion. Due to the advance of information technology nowadays, round-the-clock transmission of sports events increasingly goes vital on television. However, this phenomenon has triggered a heated debate as to whether it would handicap children's interest in participating in sports. This essay will analyze the effects of sports broadcasting on children, followed by personal opinion that not sports coverage but TV products generally affect children's enthusiasm toward physical activities. By and large, sports programs, indeed, play an important role in motivating teenagers to take part in athletics. When a sporting event is broadcasted, teenagers can see their role model performing extraordinary skills on a match, and therefore, it is understandable that they will be urgent to emulate these techniques in a real game. In addition, thanks to the introduction of new diverse kinds of sport through media, children could familiarize themselves with many exotic outdoor activities. For example, freestyle football first appeared in Western countries and has been imported in Vietnam recently. As a result, a large number of people jump on this bandwagon, and this sport has attracted a large number of teenagers. However, the reason why many people hold firmly the belief of the disadvantage of sports coverage is that they do not discriminate the influence of sports programs and TV products in general. Today, not only do TV producers provide audiences with sports transmission, but they also produce many sorts of programs such as music, films in order to satisfy viewers' needs. Consequently, many children will choose in preference of watching television rather than engage in sports. The decline in the number of sports participants comes as no surprise because not all teenagers are passionate about sports. In conclusion, it appears to me that generally, TV products themselves curb children's interest in doing outdoor activities while sport promotes sports spirit in the young generation. 99 305 words. 100 sample 26 In modern society, it has been observed that the elderly are not duly respected in some countries. Discuss the reasons why this has occurred and the effects it might have on our society. In this day and age, it seems that the young do not show enough respect for the elderly in many nations. This essay will outline 3 reasons for this issue and 2 negative effects on our society. First, old people are often conservative in terms of adapting to the modern society. For example, they often believe that stable jobs in state-owned companies are a better choice rather than encouraging the young to become entrepreneurs or interfere in the social circle of younger generations. As a result, young people may find their attitudes relatively/fairly/deliberately offensive. Second, many old people do not have their private pension after retirement, consequently, they become their family's burden. Third, children are not socialized to understand fully why they should respect their seniors, so they often pick a quarrel with the elders, such as their grandparents. Therefore, 2 impacts of this problem on our society are the threat of decreasing social values and the lack of well-rounded labors. Firstly, a number of old people have made significant contributions to the community. For example, Mrs. Cuc, an 80-year-old woman, who is the owner of Banat Bamboo Rattan Cooperative, which is a world-renowned handicraft company, has created 1,000 jobs for many young generations for over 37 years. In this way, it is unfair to say that the elders are useless, and the public morality standards would decline. Secondly, there are quite a few a number of employment positions roles that are specially designed suitable for old people, jobs that call more experience than physical power, hence the qualified elders can contribute more to the society at present time. Thus, it is a waste of the valuable human resources for the society if we look down on the seniors. In summary, I believe that people, especially the young, should respect and learn the wisdom from the elders. By doing this, we can altogether build a better and happier world. 318 words 101 sample 27 Schools should concentrate on teaching students the academic subjects that will be useful for their future careers. Subjects such as music and sports are not useful. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is sometimes argued that schools should remove non-academic subjects such as music and sports from the educational/its syllabus so that students will focus on academic fields which are helpful for their professions. While it is true that intellectual subjects are important, I do not believe that fully concentrating on teaching academic subjects at school is a good idea. Firstly, from the health point of view, non-academic activities are helpful not only for students' physical health but also their mental health. For instance, after studying and sitting in compulsory classes for the whole morning, it is better for students to do some outdoor or art activities such as dancing, playing basketball to get rid of stress. As a result, their learning ability and concentration in the afternoon will be improved. Focusing only on the academic area is not only harmful to students' health but also makes their capability decrease. Secondly, not all of students need to be excellent at academic subjects to achieve success in their future career. For example, there is no point getting a grades unnecessarily in science-related subjects if a person wants to become a singer or a footballer. By encouraging students to engage in extracurricular activities, schools can bring out their hidden talents in other fields. This will help not only the students but also the society, since that creates the diversity of occupation and enhances the division of labor. In conclusion, I disagree the argument that focusing only on academic subjects is more helpful than non-academic fields for students in developing their future careers. 259 words 102 sample 28 Some people do not allow their children to participate in games, sports, or competitions unless everyone gets a prize. Others think that children must learn to deal with winning and losing in order to be fully prepared for life. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge and experience. Some teachers and parents only permit their kids to play or compete when all participants are rewarded, while others accept that the concept of winner-loser belongs to a useful experience to be learned. I favor the second viewpoint. When all kids play and win together, they often feel happier and can build better a sense of teamwork. Moreover, they are more willing to participate in / take part in the next events. However, they are incapable of accepting failure as an inevitable step to success from this failure. On the other hand, some children who are allowed to experience to be a winner and a loser can find out how to handle the real-life situation better. Certainly, being lost, they would be upset and may refuse to play in the next round. However, such painful experience is necessary for them to grow and learn to overcome the negative emotions of losing. In my viewpoint, the adults should follow the second option. It is essential to coach to their children the game spirit, which is to play, to enjoy, and to learn. The children should know how to accept their failure and overcome this feeling. Personally, I often play hide and seek with my kids and observe their changing attitudes. In the beginning, they were not happy when they lost. And then, thanks to coaching and discussion, they understand much better how to improve their skills and strategies, and thus let the deception feelings go. As a result, they grow while playing. In brief, although the all-the-time winner has some positive impacts, I am convinced that children should experience the loser's feeling and learn from it. 275 words 103 Sample 29 Some people like to do only what they already do well. Other people prefer to try new things and take risks. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice. Different people have different personalities in that there are those that allure trying new facets and taking risks while others prefer security or stability in their life. Personally, I strongly favor the preference of the first view because of the following reasons. To begin with, I strongly believe that the optimal things of discovering new things and seeking new challenges are to fortify experience as well as resolve situation skill in your work and life merely. My inherent character is to be interested in adventure. In other words, I always endeavor to find out or adapt to any new environment because in doing so, by going through the mill in the exploration process, I can practice valuable characters such as patience, hard work, or the way to deal with difficult dilemma. For example, in the first time I have taken part in part-time jobs, there are a lot of job opportunities for me as a tutor, waitress, or freelancer translator. Particularly, I gave up tutor job with high income to raise myself/mount myself the challenge of being a waitress for the purpose of trying new facets and being ready to accept risks. From this experience, I gradually would be mature, always bravery to face complicated problem in the near future. To look at it from a different perspective, people who hold an opposite view consider that walk on the spot or stick usual habit are the best ways to learn/grow up in their life. They point out that it is time consuming to change something or it is vulnerable to suffer risk from changes. Stability is the first criteria in their work or lives as well. However, this belief has the detrimental side, which is that you cannot make progress without changing and taking the risk. Being willing to try new things does not mean to be willing to take/accept failures. In sum up, while it is true that it is a good way to keep unusual habits, I believe that risk would be the important key for you to undergo challenges and become more mature in your life. 328 words 104 Sample 30 Some people think it is more important for the government to spend public money on promoting a healthy lifestyle in order to prevent illness than to spend it on the treatment of people who are already ill. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Whether a large proportion of a country's budget should be diverted from treatment to spending on health education and preventive measures has been a great debate. My view is that it should be the best of both worlds. On the one hand, it is agreed that governments have limited health budgets, so they must be prioritized. Admittedly, educating people how to live a long and healthy life, which is in human beings' agendas, is important. It is obvious that some diseases such as HIV/AIDS, malaria, cardiovascular disease, obesity, etc., are related to individuals' daily habits, including eating junk food, smoking, and involving in inactive lifestyles. Medical costs for these diseases are very expensive. On the other hand, the development of medical technologies and in curing methods also plays an important role. If there were no inventions in medicine and medical machines, doctors would be unable to treat the diseases and save millions of patients every year, such as people who get cancer, HIV/AIDS, or heart diseases. However, to improve and to innovate the medical systems demand a large amount of money, so the government should shoulder this responsibility. However, the budget of that is not unlimited, and there are simply too many issues that need to be dealt with and paid for, such as national defense, infrastructure. Therefore, a certain portion/ratio of the expenditure should be financed/covered by quality private companies. In summary, I believe that governments should direct their citizens to a healthy lifestyle and encourage reliable companies to enter the medical market. By doing this, people can enjoy their life and the government can reduce their financial burden. 270 words 105 Sample 31 Some people think that the main purpose of schools is to turn the children into good citizens and workers, rather than to benefit them as individuals. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Model Essay 1. Some people reckon that the schools have responsibility for training children to become useful citizens for the society instead of individuals themselves. While I accept that school needs to fulfill their duty of educating good citizens, I believe that the human rights should be respected, like the right of being well-equipped to be whoever the children want to be. It is undeniable that the main purpose of education in school is turning naive children into responsible adults whose behaviors and characteristics contribute to the preservation and development of a civilized country. Human is the key actor of society, and the more educated people are, the more civilized and flourishing the communities are. Besides, in developing countries, the labor force is desperately lacking skilled workers who are well-trained in schools. This burden pushes pressure on the school to prepare for children necessary skills and adequate knowledge to meet job market's demand. Moreover, children spend 1/3 of their time in schools. There is no other organization but schools have the ability to do this taxing task of the society. However, humans have their right to choose who to become. A child who wants to be singer cannot be forced to be a manual worker even though there are not enough workers in the labor market. Schools help to nurture good human beings, not to make money machines for the government. Therefore, schools should only provide sufficient information about the real life, and let the children decide what they want to be. Certainly, schools have to show the rules and regulation, the limit of ethics to ensure that the children will not go in the wrong direction, which is unacceptable in the society. However, for the things which are not prohibited, the school needs to support them as much as possible to let them be more mature and well-prepared in making decisions for their lives. In conclusion, I strongly believe that social responsibility of schools is not only building good worker for society but also nurture human beings as it's supposed to be. 106 325 words Model Essay 2. There is no doubt that every child in this world should be educated carefully to become a good member society because they are the future of mankind. However, whether the responsibilities to teach them belong to their parents or schools is still argued. Many people advocate that parents play the main role in educating their children while others blame that it is only the role of the schools. This essay offers arguments that parents should be primarily responsible for the education of children. First of all, it cannot be denied that schools are created to be the official place for educating children and directing them to the general standard of community. Children often spend at least 4 hours a day at school and have many activities in which they interact with their friends under their teacher's guidance to ensure them to obey the school's rules. Therefore, school is the ideal place for them to learn what is right and what is wrong in the most natural and fastest way. For example, when children see all their friends go to sleep in the noon, they tend to fall asleep easier and more voluntarily than when they are at home. However, I believe that while school plays an important role in educating children to recognize the rights and wrongs, the parents should also take the main responsibilities in shaping their personalities and teach them to be a good citizen. Children are born and grown up day by day besides their parents, so their parents' characters and behaviors have significant impacts on them. In addition, parents are the people who understand their children the most, so they will be able to find the most effective methods to adjust their children's manners and behaviors. Meanwhile, there is almost no occasion when children spend their all 24 hours a day at school, but there are many holidays for children to stay with their families all their time. That is the other reason why they will be affected by their parents more than their teacher or their friends in the school's life. In conclusion, the role of the school in educating children to meet the standard of society cannot be denied, but it is the parents that should take the main responsibilities to teach them how to become a good member of society. 330 words 107 Sample 32 The main purpose of public libraries is to provide books, and they do not waste their limited resources and space on providing expensive high-tech media such as computer software, videos, and DVDs. To what extent do you agree or disagree with the statement? It is argued that public libraries are the only places with an array of books, which should not be equipped with advanced forms of storing media like CD-ROMs, video, or computers. Personally, I completely disagree with this view because I believe that modern media plays an essential part in retaining information as well as books. In the digital age, people have more effective measures to save information than in the past. The first reason is that storing resource of information by means of media is convenient for users as well as librarians. Because of the immense storage capacity of DVDs, people tend to save data on a DVD rather than on a bookshelf. Therefore, librarians can save more space and time in managing the resource of information. In addition to, this is also friendly for readers when books are available online or are stored in DVDs, meaning that readers can read books online at their home or anywhere they like through the internet instead of coming to public libraries. Furthermore, digital means of media can retain information much longer than traditional forms, because they are able to protect books from human activities, fire, and other factors. While books in traditional libraries just serve readers for only a few hundred years, digital files easily duplicate to be restored for a long period of time. In fact, accessing information through multiple media with the combination of images and videos is much more interesting. In conclusion, there has been the argument that multimedia facilities are quite expensive. This may be true to some extent. However, the investment in modernizing libraries is rewarding and should be encouraged. 273 words 108 Sample 33 The restoration of old buildings in major cities in the world costs numerous governments expenditures. This money should be used in new housing and road development. To what extent do you agree and disagree? In recent years, governments have spent a great capital on solving housing problems and the improvement of the transport system. While I agree that these investments have brought a host of benefits to citizens, I believe that city planners should allocate an acceptable proportion of public expenditure to rehabilitating aged buildings. There are various reasons why authorities should spend much money on restructuring old buildings. Firstly, it is important to recognize that many architectural styles have characterized cities, countries where they are located. In fact, it is common that a variety of old buildings which have unique and traditional values in architectural patterns have been integral parts, if not symbols of cities, countries. In other words, modern buildings, which only serve the fundamental function of providing shelters, cannot hold a candle to ancient buildings with cultural heritages in them given that they are created by time. As another reason, the existence of old buildings is of profoundly educational purpose. In certain countries/nations, some old buildings, which are not famous for outstanding design features, are well known for their attachment/identity closely attached to either historical events or religious factors, playing a critical role in education. As witnesses, aged buildings reflect landmarks in the history or religion, which are irreplaceable, should be transmitted through the generations. On the other hand, these days, the migration to metropolises has gained currency in many nations. Therefore, not only do governments face the need for housing but also deal with transport issue. As a result of the mentioned problems, the demolition of old buildings is reasonable and understandable. Singapore and Hong Kong are telling examples for this. In such countries, providing appropriate apartments and improving transport qualities are the most essential targets. Besides, old buildings which are under the poor condition, low quality and worthless should be knocked down to give spaces to the emergence of new ones with higher safety and greater economic values. In conclusion, only when old constructions bear special values in terms of culture or history, should governments subsidize to maintain them. Otherwise, the urgent 109 issues as accommodation and transport development should be taken in priority. 330 words 110 Sample 34 The subjects and lesson contents are decided by the authorities such as the government. Some people argue that teachers should make the choice. What are the pros and cons of each method? Give some solutions. It is argued that instead of the government, teachers should make a decision on subjects and lesson contents. There are a number of reasons behind this point of view and several solutions should be proposed to make the best choice for this circumstance. Each way has its own advantages and disadvantages. Firstly, if authorities choose which contents should be included, all schools will follow this regulation and the curriculum will be consistent. However, it may be ineffective and unsuitable due to lacks of concern about students' demand. On the other hand, it is hard for everyone to accept the teacher's decision because of the difference in approaches and interpretations, even though teachers communicate with students every day and are well aware of which are essential and should be improved. However, measures must be taken by governments and international bodies to solve this conflict. The first solution would be conducting/carrying out on teachers and collecting information, such as students' favorite contents, or parts which are hard to understand or methods used to enhance quality. These data will be analyzed and given to government, then they will make a decision based on its result. Furthermore, students can express their ideas through a poll at school. This action will help to lobby/examine valid and accurate academic demands and improve the syllabus that children find it hard to understand or boring to learn at school. In conclusion, it is clear that there are various reasons for the argument about choosing lesson contents and steps need to be taken to tackle this problem. 258 words 111 Sample 35 To solve the ever-increasing environmental hazards throughout the world, the best way is to increase the price of fuel. What is your opinion on the above assumption? The growth in means of transports nowadays has recently been a heated issue because it leads to serious environmental problems. Some individuals state that the efficient way to approach the risks is to raise the fuel price. On my perspective, I suppose that there are other/alternative methods which also addresses the problem adequately/successfully. To begin with, it is evident that the influence of fuel cost on the number of transports is unremarkable. This is because most people decide whether to buy a new car or not depending on their need as well as their budget, not particularly fuel price. One good example is in Vietnam. Although the price of petrol is double compared with that 10 years ago, the figures of motorbikes and cars are significantly rising every year. Therefore, what the government should do is to impose laws to restrict imported cars by tax in order to decline vehicles which play an integral factor in causing traffic congestion and pollution. In that case, the customers could take into consideration if the price of cars is too high to afford. As a consequence, traffic jam is reduced effectively. Furthermore, public transport should be improved to attract more passengers. This solution does not only cut down private vehicles but also reduce carbon dioxide emission that causes greenhouse effects and climate change these days. In conclusion, as far as I'm concerned, there are many effective ways to tackle traffic and pollution problems besides the rise of petrol price. Above all, we should combine above-mentioned solutions to cope with traffic and environment issues. 261 words 112 Sample 36 Several languages are in danger of extinction because they are spoken by very small numbers of people. Some people say that governments should spend public money on saving these languages, while others believe that would be a waste of money. Discuss both these views and give your opinion. Globalization has been taking place so fast that some languages such as English, Spanish, or Chinese have become virtually universal languages, which effectively helps to foster communications among various nations while unpopular languages spoken by ethnic minorities are likely to go extinct. Some people believe that public investments in saving the highly likely extinct languages are totally wasteful and futile. However, I believe all language should be protected and preserved. On the one hand, the biggest drawback of saving minority language is the problem and efficiency with which people are confronted. Firstly, there have been millions of people in need of help to overcome far more urgent issues such as battling against severe starvation or mass disease. It followed that investment on minority language is reportedly considered a needless waste of money. Secondly, the wider the variety of languages is, the less efficient the conversations among people coming from different countries are. For example, the fact that people speaking different languages have to make much more effort and time as well as misunderstand each other when communicating make transaction cost increase. Despite the above argument, I believe that governments should immediately embark upon protecting and preserving the languages that are less spoken. A language not only is the means of communication but also reflects distinctive cultures of various nations. If a significant number of languages go extinct, the world will be standardized and there will be a decline in cultural diversity. As a result, societies are unlikely to progress to higher stages of development. In conclusion, I believe that the short-term benefits in terms of cost saving, which is derived from the objection against saving the minor languages, should not outweigh the long benefits in terms of high diversity. 291 words 113 Sample 37 Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Some people have a perspective that a successfully developed career typically requires formal education from attending university or college, while the opponents of this view believe that pupils should apply for jobs after high school graduation. In my considered point of view, I think students should be encouraged to get a job straight after school. On the one hand, there is a variety of reasons favoring keeping studying at higher education over getting a job. Firstly, students would be comprehensively equipped with fundamental knowledge as well as academically trained to think critically and logically in order that they could manage to take grips with complicated problems which heavily require theoretical base rather than experience. Secondly, the learners would be kept updated with new knowledge derived from academic research in their field. It is followed, then learners would become sufficiently qualified for highly skilled jobs which usually offer a generous salary. On the other hand, I totally believe that looking for employment also brings many advantages to a pupil. Bill Gates, for instance, has been in the first rank of world billionaires for 5 successive years although he was a college dropout. Through working, a student, singular, can gain much professional experience, become increasingly competent at the job as well as find out whether the job is suitable for him. Furthermore, he can thoroughly explore not only his strengths to take advantage of, but also weaknesses to overcome with the purpose of improving performance. Therefore, he can figure out for himself the best direction, then make appropriate investments to guarantee a successful career. In conclusion, people can develop their careers by pursuing higher education as well as gaining experience from jobs. However, I believe that having a job straight after school presents more of advantages over studying at a university. 299 words 114 Sample 38 Traffic congestion is becoming a huge problem for many major cities. What are the causes? Suggest some measures to reduce traffic in big cities. In recent years, traffic congestion has become an enormous obstacle for modern citizens. From my perspective, there could be several reasons why this is a case and a wide range of remedies could be used to tackle the problem. There are 2 major causes that lead the congestion to be on the increase in metropolitan areas. An upsurge in population could be seen as the first precursor. As a matter of fact, a large number of people have recently migrated to reside in urban areas, Beijing, New York or Ho Chi Minh City, for instance, hence an excessive number of commuters who travel in cities every day. As a consequence, streets are often overcrowded. This, coupled with the insufficient infrastructure of transportation, could result in heavy traffic jams, especially in peak hours. The second explanation could be that individuals prefer using private vehicles rather than public transport as it stands out for the convenience of time saving and flexibility. Therefore, there are numerous means of transportation traveling on streets, which greatly contribute to traffic congestion. However, this issue could be mitigated by a variety of measures. To begin with, governments should spend their budget on improving public transport as well as the infrastructure. With more national financial resources allocated to the upgradation of the transport system, it would encourage residents to travel by bus, tram or subway instead of private means. Since the number of vehicles on roads reduces, it eventually alleviates the situation of traffic congestion. Additionally, restricting the excessive usage of individual transport by imposing higher taxes or charging congestion fee could partly solve the issue. Taking London as a good example, there is a congestion charge of $11.5 per day for every car going to the city in business hours. This helps to discourage people from driving private transport into the center and raise more money for public transport. In conclusion, there are two main contributors to traffic congestion, and the aforementioned solutions should be taken to address this modern-day problem. 329 words 115 sample 39 Many people say that cooking and eating at home is better for the individual and the family than eating out in restaurants or canteens. Do you agree or disagree? It is widely argued that home food preparation and consumption are beneficial for an individual and a family rather than eating outside. Personally, I completely agree with this point of view from every perspective. On an individual level, home-cooked meal is of indispensable necessity to ensure a healthy diet. As a matter of fact, many restaurants tend to generate greater profit by deliberately producing food with low quality of nutrition and hygiene, which causes food poisoning and long-term health issues, such as digestive diseases or a variety of cancers for instance, whereas cooking meal at home allows individuals to select fresh ingredients and prepare in the cleanest way as possible. Furthermore, having meals in a restaurant often costs a great deal of money which could be saved up by eating at home, and such money could be wisely spent on other important things such as the possession of a house or education purpose. More importantly, many young adults who live far away from home fail to maintain a healthy lifestyle and a sufficient budget due to a habit of having meals outside. From another angle, dining at home advantages family bonding and youngsters' development. In fact, a developed world leads to the deterioration on family interactions due to a hectic lifestyle, especially in metropolitan cities. In other words, modern citizens barely have time for their family members on daily conversations and emotional supports. Therefore, dining time serves as an effective way to fill out this gap and enrich family lives. Additionally, home-cooked meal allows parents to teach their offspring an essential life skill of cooking and a sense of responsibility towards their families when they get involved in related chores such as preparing and cleaning before and after meals. In conclusion, it seems to me that an individual and a family greatly benefit from consuming home-cooked meals, and it should be encouraged rather than eating outside. 319 words 116 sample 40 Some people believe that tourists should accept social and environmental responsibility while others believe that tourists should not accept any responsibility at all. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Many people argue that travelers should take social and environmental on us. While some people do not accept this point of view, I completely concur that this responsibility belongs to tourists. The reason why tourists have to be responsible for environmental issues is that tourism, along with its booming development, has brought many negative impacts on the local environment. Firstly, many famous tourist attractions are endangered nowadays because of tons of trash and pollution spread by the tourists. For example, Maldives, a famous tropical paradise on the globe, has become the world's biggest rubbish island owing to the fact that more than 10,000 tourists come here every week and discharge their waste there. Secondly, the more the tourist destinations are being launched, the more quickly nature habitats of wildlife animals disappear. Therefore, this situation cannot be handled by the national government solely, but many visitors could give their hands to protect these attractions and their biodiversities. Apart from the practical drawbacks expressed above, I believe that there is another problem related to society. Every country has its own culture's values and religious beliefs that travelers need to respect and follow. Therefore, if they deny obeying the rules set by local authority, this could raise conflicts between travelers and indigenous people. Another fact to note that the increase in the number of visitors could lead to the overconsumption of resources, which is not compatible with the sustainable development of the country. In conclusion, I totally agree with the view that travelers should go hand in hand with locals in order to reserve the famous destinations. 266 words 117 sample 41 Some people believe that it is wrong to keep animals in zoos, while others think that zoos are both entertaining and ecologically important. Discuss both views. There is a debate over whether zoos should be maintained or not. While some people argue that zoos are beneficial in terms of entertainment as well as ecology, others believe that keeping animals in zoos violates animals' rights. On the one hand, people who are in support of the first view advocate that zoos can function as sanctuaries for endangered species which help to maintain the balance of the ecosystem. It is a fact that many rare animals such as tigers, elephants have been on the brink of extinction because of habitat destruction. However, owing to successful captive breeding programs in zoos, this hazard has been prevented. Moreover, modern zoos can act as educational centers at which many classes or day trips are conducted to teach people, especially children, different aspects of zoology. Children have opportunities to see wild animals directly rather than through the books. Scientists also have chances to study animals and their behaviors. In addition to these, zoos bring about economic benefits too. Zoos provide job opportunities for a large number of people and to some extent, make contributions to the revenue of local governments. The money raised can be used for conservation projects. On the other hand, zoos have some drawbacks. Firstly, zoo animals are kept in an artificial environment with limited place/space which can make them lose their inherently natural instinct. For instance, they cannot have the freedom to hunt for food, therefore, when released into their original habitat, these animals may have trouble living in their own lives. Secondly, some zoos organize animal exhibits with the aim of making money, which is unethical. Animals have their all rights and it is wrong for a human to use animals for entertainment and profit. To sum up, the arguments stated on both views make sense. So it is hard to draw a definite conclusion. 308 words 118 sample 42 Cycling is more environmentally friendly than other forms of transport. Why is it not popular in many places? And how to increase its popularity? In light of global warming and the rising level of pollution, using eco-friendly means of transport, especially bicycle, is greatly encouraged by authorities as well as conservationists. However, it is not favored by many people due to various reasons, and there are some viable solutions that governments can adopt to support cycling. The unpopularity of bicycles can be attributed to several underlying causes. The key rationale is that using bikes consumes a large amount of time to travel from a place to another on a daily basis, which can affect people's work and other activities. In particularly, long-distance commuters whose offices are located in central areas may encounter difficulties with arriving at their own companies on time. Another reason is that nowadays people are less likely to pay attention to the harms which can be inflicted on their surroundings. In other words, they generally do not forego the privilege of driving their own car/motorbike and switch to cycling in order to partially purify the atmosphere. Therefore, it is understandable that in some places, bicycles are not preferred. However, governments can take several steps to cultivate this green habit. First and foremost, environmental campaigns should be promoted to raise people's awareness of the positive contribution that cycling can make to their residential areas. For example, environmentalists can indicate that deterioration of air quality caused by the emissions from personal cars can pose an imminent threat to people's health. Moreover, states can impose/adopt stringent regulations accompanied with holding competitions to encourage people to cycle to work at least one day per week. Da Nang perfectly exemplifies this solution. Local authorities usually require citizens to use bikes at weekends, forming a good habit and making them more responsible for environmental protection. In conclusion, despite the advantages cycling can bring to the environment, it is not highly appreciated. Therefore, governments should take proposed measures to urge their citizens to use bikes more frequently. 319 words 119 Sample 43 An ordinary man copies the famous people that he sees on TV and magazines. Do you agree this is a good idea? Is it good to follow famous people or not? It is true that people nowadays, especially young individuals, have great admiration for celebrities and tend to imitate their fashion and lifestyles through various means of communication such as TV and magazines. Personally, I consider it to be a detrimental trend. From one standpoint, emulating famous entertainment stars might result in changing patterns of fashion and behavior among young adults who are not mature enough to judge what is suitable within their society. As a matter of fact, they show a propensity for copying what those stars say or do on TV, even if their actions are inappropriate or go against the cultural value of some localities. Regarding fashion, taking Dam Vinh Hung, who was a renowned Vietnamese singer, as an example, the way he dresses sometimes would be rather inappropriate/unsuitable trend of fashion with exposed skin Vietnamese culture. Unfortunately, the young have yet to understand the long-term shortcomings of such a manner/tendency to the traditional way of dressing which values the beauty and elegance of clothes such as the AO dye. From another angle, individuals, particularly the young who spend an excessive amount of time following and emulating celebrities, would impact adversely on their academic, mental, and physical development. In fact, adolescents, especially girls, devote almost all their time to window shopping in the malls, watching fashion shows on TV or reading mainstream fashion magazines to catch up with new trends, hence the deterioration in other important activities, studying, sports and social interactions for instance. In other words, for pupils who overspend time imitating their fashion stars, school attendance and academic performance often suffer. Such amount of time could be wisely allocated to enhancing knowledge and physical health. In conclusion, the phenomenon that people mimic the media and sports celebrities presents aforementioned demerits, and it seems a negative tendency in some aspects to me. 305 words 120 Sample 44 Some people believe that people have the right to university education, and government should make it free no matter what their financial background. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Not everyone is born with the good condition, however, everyone has the right to access to university education. Therefore, some people believe that government has the responsibility in offering its citizens free study program. Meanwhile, the others suggest that university should not be free to anyone. On the one hand, the government should provide support to every person who has a desire to the university by carrying out a no tuition fee program. Firstly, people have equal right to receive an adequate education environment. As a result, people from all walks of life can sit in the same class at the university, which narrows down the rich-poor gap. Secondly, human resource is a key factor in the well-being of a country. Therefore, the national budget should be allocated to make university free so that unveiled talents can study and contribute to the country in the future. On the other hand, the government should only provide financial university aid to the poor people. The first reason to apply tuition fee on available people is that it is one of the most effective ways to stimulate people to determine in studying. With the presence of an affordable amount of money for the university, people will be more serious in their studying because they need to have responsibility for their money. Moreover, tuition fee can help the university to pay for infrastructure's cost and enhance teaching quality. In conclusion, although studying is an equal right to everyone, the government should support only some people who are poor but serious in learning. Only by doing so can the university truly become equal to everyone. 269 words 121 Sample 45 Some people think that students should get involved in making decisions on how their school should run. Do you agree or disagree? Give reasons with relevant examples. It is widely argued that pupils should be allowed to participate in decision-making on how their school should be managed. Personally, I disagree with this point of view because, despite some indisputable benefits, there are some detriments that should be taken into consideration. On the one hand, learners are entitled to several merits of making their own decisions in school management. Firstly, they are a chance to design the most suitable program for their needs. In other words, students are well aware of their strengths and weaknesses, thus, they could create or include useful activities to alleviate their weaker points. Secondly, young individuals are likely more active in learning processes since they have a freedom to raise their voice at school. As a matter of fact, students are often reluctant to learn tedious lessons from textbooks, therefore they could find themselves a way to absorb knowledge effectively by engaging in making study plans and programs, which could result in favorable outcomes. On the other hand, it is true that youngsters are not professional in management as they are not well-trained specialists in learning and education, thus, their decisions might show adverse impacts or inadequate orientation on the overall development. For instance, some students might favor only particular subjects, hence the negligence of others. In such cases, schooling disciplines and designated programs are of indispensable necessity to strike a balance on their learning. Additionally, educators have thorough insights into every stage of human development and learning. Therefore, they could make better decisions in learning paths for school students. In conclusion, I personally prefer the current system in which authorities and teachers take a principal responsibility in managing schools. 277 words 122 Sample 46 Scientists agree that people are damaging their health by eating too much junk food. Some people think that the answer to this problem is to educate people. Others think education will not work. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is true that junk food has many detrimental effects on human health. While some people consider that education is an ineffective measure to solve the problem, I would like to contend that this practice would serve as a definitely workable solution to tackle such an issue. On the one hand, there is a variety of reasons why educational programs might not be effective in the battle against junk foods. Firstly, the industrial lifestyle, in which people are all in a hurry due to work pressure, is the root of this issue. They are always in short of time to prepare their meals. As a result, in spite of potential health risks, they choose fast food for their lunch or dinner to save time. Furthermore, hamburger or fried chicken are a delicious and addictive dish. Therefore, they have become a type of popular food especially to children and adolescents, who did not perceive the health consequences of their eating habit. On the other hand, it is undeniable that educational programs could play a key part in preventing people from consuming an excessive amount of junk food. Firstly, through these programs, people might be able to aware of various harmful impacts of this kind of food. For instance, once people have gained adequate knowledge and awareness of life-threatening cancer and other diseases caused by overeating fast food, they will curb the consumption of junk food that might pose serious threats to their health. Secondly, education about nutrition diets at school can help to form healthy eating habits for children at their childhood. This can promote acknowledgement of the benefits of healthy diets and warn them against the potential risks of fast food. In conclusion, although there are many arguments against the education method, I firmly believe that educational measure plays a vital role to mitigate junk food consumption and deter the problem from being exacerbated further. 315 words 123 Sample 47 Television is dangerous because it destroys family life and any sense of community. Instead of visiting or talking with our family, we just watch TV. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? It is generally believed by many people that television is the root of people's seclusion from their family and society. Personally, I completely disagree with this point of view from every perspective. Firstly, I would argue that TV could act as a powerful tool to enhance family bonding. As a matter of fact, a developed world leads modern citizens to a hectic lifestyle, hence the deterioration in family interactions. In other words, individuals, especially in metropolitan cities, hardly have time for their family members. Therefore, family bonding time, watching TV after dinner, for instance, should be reserved to fill this gap out, as when its members gather daily for a designated time, communications and family relationships will be strengthened. Furthermore, watching TV together allows parents to interact and exchange ideas with their offspring about social issues, which is an effective way of communication to alleviate generation gap. Secondly, I believe that TV has empowered individuals to acquire more knowledge about their community than ever before. In fact, every aspect of life, latest news about sport, education or criminals, for example, is constantly updated in many TV channels, which facilitates people a closer look at how their society really is. This easy accessibility equips people with sufficient information, thus, they are more aware of the problems lying within their society. Taking South Central Vietnam as an example, many serious floods happen all year round. National TV programs keep viewers informed on a daily basis, hence they can lend a helping hand towards their community. In conclusion, as the two analyzed reasons above, I strongly disagree with the idea that TV viewers are drifting away from their lives because of the service it offers. 281 words 124 Sample 48 In some countries, a few people earn extremely high salaries. Some people think that this is good for a country, while others believe that the government should control salaries and limit the amount people can earn. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Some people believe that residents having extremely well-paid jobs are making their countries better, whereas others think that remuneration should be controlled and limited strictly by the authorities. In my opinion, I endorse the limitless amount people can earn. On the one hand, nations derive great benefits from citizens who are paid at high salary level. It is the fact that the more people can earn, the more taxation is paid. Thus, government incomes which are making an outstanding contribution to budgeting for public infrastructure construction, education system, healthcare system or other social services will increase significantly if there is a reasonable rise in the number of employees earning high salaries. Therefore, residents' life becomes facilitated since public services are more invested by the authorities. However, there is an obvious drawback occurring as a consequence of raising salaries. Particularly, the gap between the poor and the rich grows and social equity is not guaranteed. On the other hand, controlling and limiting the amount people can earn bring community an undeniable advantage, which is the elimination of wealth gap. The gap will be narrowed if citizens are paid at similarly designed levels of salary. It results in ensuring social equality. Nevertheless, this leads to a reduction of working productivity because high remuneration is one of the most crucial factors affecting workers' motivation. This not only has a detrimental effect on working enthusiasm but also make employees dissatisfied when they think that they may deserve a higher level of salary than a limited one. In conclusion, although there are advantages and disadvantages under both aforementioned views, it seems to me that the public sector should not control salaries and allow residents earn the amount they deserve. 284 words 125 IELTS Writing Task 2 Samples over 40 high-quality model essays for your reference to gain a high band score 8. 0+ in 1 week, Book 3, by Rachel Mitchell. 126 Table of Contents Introduction Sample 1 Sample 2 Sample 3 Sample 4 Sample 5 Sample 6 Sample 7 Sample 8 Sample 9 Sample 10 Sample 11 Sample 12 Sample 13 Sample 14 Sample 15 Sample 16 Sample 17 Sample 18 Sample 19 Sample 20 Sample 21 Sample 22 127 Sample 23 Sample 24 Sample 25 Sample 26 Sample 27 Sample 28 Sample 29 Sample 30 Sample 31 Sample 32 Sample 33 Sample 34 Sample 35 Sample 36 Sample 37 Sample 38 Sample 39 Sample 40 Sample 41 128. Introduction. Thank you and congratulate you for downloading the book IELTS Writing Task 2 Samples, over 40 high-quality model essays for your reference to gain a high band score 8. 0+ in 1 week, Book 3. This book is well designed and written by an experienced native teacher from the USA who has been teaching IELTS for over 10 years. She really is the expert in training IELTS for students at each level. In this book, she will provide you over 40 high-quality model essays to help you easily achieve an 8. 0+ in the IELTS Writing Task 2, even if your English is not excellent. These samples will also walk you through step by step on how to develop your well-organized answers for the Task 2 writing. As the author of this book, I believe that this book will be an indispensable reference and trusted guide for you who may want to maximize your band score in IELTS Task 2 writing. Once you read this book, I guarantee you that you will have learned an extraordinarily wide range of useful and practical IELTS writing Task 2 model essays that will help you become a successful IELTS taker, as well as you will even become a successful English writer and work in life within a short period of time only. Take action today and start getting better scores tomorrow. Thank you again for purchasing this book, and I hope you enjoy it. 129 Sample 1 Young people who commit crimes should be treated the same as adults who commit crimes. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that same punishments should be applied to both young criminals and adults who commit offenses. In my opinion, I agree with this point of view only if the crime is serious. There are several reasons why it is wrong to impose the same punishments on both adolescent and adult criminals. Firstly, perhaps young people could only commit minor crimes, and this causes very little damage to society. It is better to send them back to family or school for rehabilitation. Secondly, they are not mature enough to understand that their misbehaviors could have negative impacts on the society, and these behaviors often come from peer pressures. For example, those who suffer from school discipline problems, such as bully, are forced by their bulliers to pursue illegalities such as robbing or stealing, which can exert serious effects to others. However, I would argue that strict punishments like prison sentences should be imposed on young offenders who commit dangerous crimes. This is because only such punishments could demonstrate to the adolescents that heinous actions will have consequences, and this can help to dispel any ideas of committing crimes of young people in communities. In some countries, Vietnam for example, young offenders aged below 18 will be put on probation, even if they commit a serious crime such as murder. As a result, the number of young people who break the law in Vietnam has been increasing rapidly. Therefore, it is necessary for governments to implement a policy of zero tolerance to dangerous crimes, regardless of the ages. In conclusion, it seems to me that juvenile offenders who commit dangerous crimes should deserve same treatments as adults. 277 words 130 Sample 2 In recent years, there has been a considerable rise in crimes committed by young people in cities. What has caused this? What solutions can you suggest? Recently, the rise of crime among young people is an urgent problem in urban areas around the world. There are a number of reasons behind this issue, and several solutions should be proposed to handle this problem. There are two primary causes of the rise in crimes committed by the youth. One reason is that drugs and alcohol today are commonly sold with low prices that enable young people to buy and use them. It is undeniable that people could easily lose control because of overused drugs and alcohol. For example, street fights are commonly witnessed outside of bars and clubs in Vietnam. Another reason is that nowadays children learn academic subjects only rather than have moral and social classes. For example, the pressure of marks, which usually came from parents, forced children to study harder in order to achieve high scores. As a result, students will not have enough time to learn about negative impacts of drugs and how to avoid them. However, measures must be taken by governments to handle this problem. Firstly, we should create a stricter system of penalties and punishments to deter young people from the life of crime. A recent research conducted by Dantry, a well-known newspaper in Vietnam, shows that countries that have tighter laws have lower crimes rate than the others. Secondly, schools must provide children with moral values such as tolerance and sharing. For instance, we could reduce the amount of time that children spent on studying math or chemistry, and fill in with some practical courses. This could raise awareness about crimes among students. As a result, crimes rate is more likely to be reduced. In conclusion, various measures can be taken to tackle the increase in youth crimes rate. 291 words 131 Sample 3 Many students have to study subjects which they do not like. Some people think this is a complete waste of time. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is true that in schools or universities most of the students are obligated to study the subjects that they do not love. While I accept that this is a complete waste of time for some people, I believe that others are ready to spend their time studying all the subjects rather than only concentrating on their favorite subjects. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why people should pursue only the subjects which they are keen on. One reason is that many opportunities are given to those who devote their whole time to sharpening the aspects which they consider more important. A student who does not have outstanding achievements in literature may win the honor prize in a national or even global physical competition. Furthermore, spending time practicing whatever people like in general and studying favorite subjects in particular is really intriguing and might be compared with doing a hobby. This could result in mental satisfaction. On the other hand, students have different reasons when trying to study all compulsory subjects. Firstly, every subject conveys definite knowledge. The more fields people study, the more general competence life they may get. In fact, there have been a great number of students studying at a university which he or she chooses at the same time another university which his or her family wants though he or she does not like at all. Secondly, studying unfavorite subjects could train students' patience in order that they might easily overcome unavoidable obstacles in their respective ages. In conclusion, it is certainly true that studying unfavorite subjects can be a total waste of time for a large number of schools or university students, but this is by no means the complete wastage of time for every student who always makes great efforts to become perfect people. 304 words 132 Sample 4 Some people think that parents should teach children how to be good members of society. Others, however, believe that school is the place to learn them. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. People have different views about the best place to teach children to be a good person, in school or at home. While there are some benefits to learn behaviors and attitudes at school, I believe that family plays the main role in children education. On the one hand, the school can be a good place for children to learn both academic knowledge and social skills, helping them develop fully in terms of mental and physical aspects. It is undeniable that teachers provide from basic to advanced knowledge of all subjects. By doing practices at school, children might establish and improve a wide range of skills such as working independently and collaboratively, presentation skill, the skill of finding and analyzing information. Moreover, the school is a small environment of a very large society where children are taught on how to behave with teachers and other students in socially accepted manners. When they leave school, their knowledge and skills will help them in doing a job well. It can, therefore, be argued that school education should gain more attention from the general public as it fully prepares children with relevant skills useful for their adult life, helping them become good citizens. On the other hand, it is even more important to prepare for children essential knowledge in many aspects of life which can only be acquired at home. Parents are usually the first teachers who guide their children from the beginning steps. Children learn from their parents' behaviors and attitudes right after they were born, so the family has significant influences on forming their characteristics. For example, my mother often takes part in charity activities because she supposes that she has a huge fortune to have all current degree of success and happiness she wants, but thousands of people out there are less lucky. By contrast, there are thousands of people out there are less lucky than she is, and they do not have sufficient food to eat and clothes to wear. Her thoughts instill into my psyche and support me to do as many volunteers work as I can. Life always has challenges and rewards, and parents should be beside and teach their children on how to deal with difficulties. In conclusion, I understand why people might consider school as the place to teach 133 children to be good individuals of society, but it seems to me that family is a much more important environment to build key characteristics for an adult life. 330 words 134 Sample 5 Some people think that it is good for a country's culture to import foreign movies and TV programs. Others think that it is better to produce these locally. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Nowadays, people can access a lot of entertainments such as films and TV channels. While a country may benefit from making its own programs, I would argue/prove that it is advisable to import those media/genres from abroad. There are several reasons why producers should create culturally relevant/related programs. Firstly, it would be a good way of preserving and conveying the national character/heritage to the public. Some historical dramas seemingly introduce a wide range of the country's important landmarks. When individuals/the nationals enjoy/see those films, they not only gain useful information about their nation's history but also deliver these cultural values to even foreigners. Secondly, making local production with the aim of meeting people's demand also brings a country's entertainment industry and economic efficiency. More consumption in amuses leads to a great/tremendous increase in domestic income/the national profit. On the other hand, it is apparently more beneficial to import foreign productions. One particular/specific reason is that international programs are considered a means of broadening people's horizon about surrounding countries. Some channels present European parental teaching and caring, which helps couples raise their children properly. The other reason is these media are the places/channels where residents/nationals/the locals are able to study foreign languages. Some English teaching networks provide/bring about a lot of practical skills for/to learners, and as a result, there is no need for them to go abroad to explore other nations' language and culture. For the reasons mentioned above, it seems to me that a nation should trade in/let international programs in to bring more benefit/tremendously benefit to its culture. 262 words 135 Sample 6 Some reports have discovered the incidence of violence/crimes committed by young women is increasing. Give possible reasons and recommendations to the situation. In recent years, it is a fact that the proportion of young women breaking laws and having violent actions has been growing at an alarming pace. There are a diverse number of reasons which could explain for this phenomenon will be put forward before a few possible solutions are drawn. The aforementioned fact could be ascribed to many reasons. A primary reason could be the low quality of education. At their young ages, those females who committed crimes might not be taught about moral and polite behaviors elaborately. Consequently, young women have an inclination of becoming wrongdoers. Therefore, the percentage of juvenile female delinquents witnessed a sharp increase. Another reason explaining this phenomenon could be the existence of gender inequality in some countries. An excellent example of this is that in Argentina, a young woman spent money buying a gun to shoot a group of men because of priority for men in the company she worked for. This action results in many losses of life that remind people to implement gender equality. Some solutions could be adopted to tackle the aforementioned problem. An effective measure is seeking a way to enhance the quality of education for juvenile girls. What both families and schools should do to solve this phenomenon is illustrating moral and behavior lessons for adolescent girls. In addition, gender equality laws should be enacted. For example, the managers of corporations should give promotion opportunities for both men and women. From my perspective, this action could mitigate the number of young women committing crime and violence actions because women may feel that they are respected and treated fairly in society. In conclusion, there are many causes which create this proclivity. Positive measures, including improving quality of education and implementing gender equality laws, should be adopted to address this situation. 300 words 136 Sample 7 It is observed that in many countries, not enough students are choosing to study science subject. What are causes? And what will be effects on society? People hold myriad concerns about the insufficient number of students who apply for science subjects in some countries. There are several reasons for this trend and a number of damaging effects that come along with it. Perhaps the high level of difficulty of these disciplines is mainly giving rise to this phenomenon. Science subjects include vast amounts of knowledge, elusive concepts, and theories, many of which confuse or even frighten students at first glance. Substantially, it requires both intelligence and diligence in students in order to fully comprehend these contents. Another rationale is studying science disciplines is a long-term process that does not offer immediate results. Other subjects, such as music or arts, however, are found to be more attractive for students. Besides, those subjects seem to provide them with more practical benefits, namely increasing their confidence or expanding their social circles. Turning to the downside of this growing trend, the scarcity of human resources in the future is perhaps the worst impact on the community. If this happens, those employees with inadequate qualifications will be engaged in high-demanding works. As a consequence, it will detrimentally affect the development of science and technology. Furthermore, the staff crisis might result in system corruption among the society, as people would seek for bribing with the aim of acquiring a high position and effortless job. In conclusion, I believe the root cause of why the majority of students do not prefer science subjects is their superficial vision, and the negative impact of this trend would mainly be the lack of qualified employees that might occur in the future. 266 words 137 Sample 8 Crime rate, in most countries, is often higher in urban areas than in rural areas. Why do you think that is? What can be done to reduce the crime rate? It is true that the crime rate has been increasing in a lot of areas, which requires different approaches in dealing with this phenomenon. Given that the crime level is higher in metropolitan areas than it is in rural areas, identifying the reasons behind this pattern is the key to finding the solutions. There are a number of factors for the existence of this trend. First, since urban districts are more ethnically diverse than rural ones, the likelihood of conflicts leading to crime among people with different values and belief system is higher. For example, the more severe lack of familiarity and mutual understanding among individuals in urban areas can get people slash them into unnecessary fights, which potentially leads to crime. Second, in metropolitan zones, people have to compete for limited opportunities and scarce resources due to the overcrowded population. To put it simply, those who cannot compete with other few successful, even petty ones, would have a greater tendency to commit crimes, just to make slash earn a living. By understanding aforementioned reasons, governments and authorities can take some steps to control the crime rate. To deal with the ethnically diverse problem, local officials should organize more socio-cultural activities and gatherings to improve interpersonal relationships as well as resolve any existing conflicts. For example, Toronto is the most multicultural city in the world with crime rate among the lowest thanks to such activities and cultural events, which enhance citizens' awareness. Furthermore, when it comes to the high level of crime commitment, enforcing stricter punishments, such as an extremely expensive fee for a criminal case, would discourage people from committing a crime. For instance, if the costs of breaking the law were much higher, every potential criminal would think twice, hence resulting in crime deduction. In conclusion, cultural diversity and overpopulation can explain the higher crime rate in urban districts than rural ones. By focusing on the differences among people and the law, crime rates in either cities or countries would decline. 138 329 words 139 Sample 9 It is more important for schoolchildren to learn about local history than world history. To what extent do you agree or disagree? History has played an integral role in the cultural development of most nations in the world. Many advocate that the young should study local history because it is more beneficial than world history. From my perspective, I totally disagree with this idea since both of the local history and the world history are equally essential. On the one hand, there are some reasons why children need to learn about the local history. One reason is that by virtue of coming up with the national history, youngsters are reminded about resounding and glorious history. For example, in Vietnam, the previous generation has experienced a variety of wars and sacrificed significantly to protect the freedom of this nation. Another reason is that by no means can young people respect the origin and core values which existed thousands of years in their nation if they do not search for local history. Not only might they broaden their own knowledge but they are also inspired to endeavor their best and live up to the expectation of the forefather. On the other hand, I believe that we should not lessen the emphasis on the world history. Firstly, the globalization trend is growing remarkably, so it is logical that the young must have the remarkable understanding of numerous ethnic groups and traditions all over the world. By dint of arming with the broader perspective, people can form the mutual knowledge about the origins and the past development of other nations/countries. Furthermore, many types of research about the global history provide the young with an overview of the relationship among nations and how international historical events happened, such as the liberation of slaves and the end of colonialism. In conclusion, it is obvious that both local history and world history bring many benefits for studying. 298 words 140 Sample 10 As most people spend a major part of their adult life at work, job satisfaction is an important element of individual well-being. What factors contribute to job satisfaction? How realistic is the expectation of job satisfaction for all workers? In the modern world where the living standard is constantly increasing and work-life balance is getting harder to maintain, people need enjoyment at work to become a mentally healthy individual of the society. It is true to say that income, working environment, and passion are the key determinants of job satisfaction. For different professions, expectations and the listed factors are varied, but I believe that satisfaction is only an unachievable dream for the majority of workers. First, it is argued that the main reason for people to go to work every day is remuneration. In fact, employees demand an appropriate salary from the organizations and will consider changing their career path once a better compensated position becomes available. Obviously, a higher paid worker will be more satisfied than someone with lower pay rate. Secondly, a positive working atmosphere will reduce the pressure on employees, which results in a happy and stress-free community. A workplace where everyone is friendly will encourage people to enjoy their working basis. Finally, humans' passions and desires also play a vital role in a delightful career. For instance, an artistic person will find painting more enthusiastic than being an IT professional, while a history lover will live his dream of becoming an archaeologist. On the other hand, it is nearly impossible for anyone to be completely satisfied with his or her occupation. The truth is, with a high remuneration comes an enormous amount of stress. A worker who is constantly under pressure will not be satisfied with their position, while a flexible job that fulfills workers' passion often has low wages. It seems that human nature is the main obstacle for employees to achieve working delight. In conclusion, people are seeking satisfaction at their workplace as a daily motivation to work. Three main contributors to a satisfying job are appropriate compensation, positive working environment, and enthusiasm. On the whole, I believe human nature will hinder our desire of working satisfaction. 141 323 words 142 Sample 11 Some people say that subjects like arts, music, drama, and creative writing are more beneficial to children and therefore they need more of these subjects to be included in the timetable. Do you agree or disagree? Model Essay 1. It is argued that students must be taught more lessons like arts, music, drama, and creative writing in their official timetable. While I accept that these subjects have multiple benefits, I believe that only the inborn talents should spend more time on them. On the one hand, creative subjects are very beneficial to students. One reason is that these lessons not only nurture a love of art in children but also make them more emotional, which is believed to bring individuals a bright future. In fact, some scientists say that people with high emotional quotient have a tendency to be more successful in their career. Furthermore, music, painting, drama, etc. are kinds of pleasing recreation. They effectively help learners to relieve stress and pressure from academic subjects. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why we should not set aside more hours to teach arts. Firstly, scheduled lessons have already enhanced both creative ability and academic ability. Therefore, there is no need to break the balance by adding more arts education. Secondly, because not all students are supposed to be artists, they must be given the right to choose what they are interested in. For example, it is a waste of time to ask the deaf-dumb to have more music lessons if they are keen on biology and math so as to become a doctor, while people having a flair for art can get more professional training from dedicated institutions after school. In conclusion, it is certainly true that arts education is very beneficial to all students, but I believe that there is no need to change school curriculum by adding more creative subjects. 277 words Model Essay 2. In the modern education, there are many creative subjects added to a timetable for children due to their certain benefits. While some people consider that subjects 143 like arts, music, drama, and creative writing should be spent more time in classes, others advocate that these are not necessary. From my point of view, there is no need to increase the duration of classes focusing on those co-curricular subjects. First of all, while creative subjects like arts, music, drama have their own power, such as enriching children's mental life, stimulating their creativeness and helping them to escape from stresses, academic subjects are believed to be more necessary for children because they provide vital knowledge related to people's daily life. For example, academic subjects like mathematics, physics, literature, languages or biology help students to know how to calculate, make them understand the natural phenomena that occur daily and affect human life, teach them how to communicate effectively. Otherwise, the society needs more doctors, engineers, lawyers and workers than singers, actors or composers based on the fact that demands of material life relating to health, accommodation, food, clothes need to be satisfied before fulfilling demands of mental life relating to music, movies, novels and so on. Furthermore, if co-curricular subjects occupy more time in the timetable of schools, children who are not talented in artistic fields would be put under pressure because, well, studying in such those aspects really needs inborn talent. While studying more about music, arts, drama and creative writing tends to be just a waste of time for untalented children, it seems not to be enough for gifted ones to develop their future careers without being trained carefully and professionally in specified institutes. In fact, people are easier to become good doctors, advanced engineers and skillful workers than to become a famous artist like Leonardo da Vinci or a well-known composer like Beethoven just by learning seriously and working hard. For the reasons mentioned above, I believe that such creative subjects as music, drama, art should be added to education programs for stimulating children to develop comprehensively, but they should not be considered as the crucial subjects which occupy much more time in classes. 335 words 144 Sample 12. Nowadays animal experiments are widely used to develop new medicines and to test the safety of other products. Some people argue that these experiments should be banned because it is morally wrong to cause animals to suffer, while others are in favor of them because of their benefits to humanity. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is true that medicines and other products are routinely tested on animals before they are cleared for human use. There are many arguments for and against the idea of animal testing for new drugs or domestic products, causing public controversy. Although some suggest that animals should be used for new products testing because it benefits human, I am inclined to the view that these experiments should be banned as they are ethically unacceptable, except for the medical purpose. Proponents of the former standpoint claim that if animals were used in laboratory tests, especially in medical ones, hardly anyone will die of smallpox, polio, or rabies anymore. This means that vaccines would help to wipe them out, and without animal testing, we would not have vaccines. Therefore, we need animal experiments to find vaccines and let scientists try out new medical techniques, such as heart transplants. Furthermore, they may aware that by doing these tests, some animal will get hurt, or even die. However, it saves thousands of human lives, so it is really important. These points cannot be recovered by any support from animal rights activists. In animal rights advocates' perspective, animals' experience in the experiment should be banned due to animal suffering. They suppose that animals have feelings, just like humans. Animals get hungry and thirsty and they feel fear and pain, so the lives of animals should be respected. In addition, many animal experiments are performed for non-medical products, including domestic ones, which is morally wrong and unfair to put animals' lives at risk for human while there are alternative non-animals methods of testing. For instance, computerized human patient simulators and in vitro testing, which is defined as a research using human cells and tissue, can be used instead of using animals. In conclusion, animal testing should be limited and only used for medical purpose. Governments and authorities should focus more on developing non-animal methods and ensuring animal rights as well as human. 145 328 words 146 Sample 13. The society would benefit from a ban on all forms of advertising because it serves no useful purpose, and can even be damaging. Do you agree or disagree? Today, it comes as no surprise that advertisements can be seen everywhere, from banners being hung up on the street to advertising video on the internet. Most of them are very irritating and sometimes detrimental too. However, I suppose that we just need to prohibit and regulate more strictly some kinds of advertising, but not all of them. There is no denying the fact that there are more and more fiddling advertisements printed outstandingly on newspaper or distributed by hand. The development of information technology makes the availability of such advertisement viral. Some of them, especially those with violent or sexy imagery, can be harmful to the growth of children in terms of physics and mentality. Furthermore, the majority of advertisements tend to exaggerate the quality of products and overlook their drawbacks. For instance, attractive videos about a kind of spicy snack or fast food can easily increase people's appetite and make them skip the main meals, which are far more healthy. However, only by creating enchanting forms of advertising can we encourage consumers' purchase, boost companies' revenue and eventually lead to economic development. Moreover, formal advertisements, particularly from prestige labels, might partly direct customers to which products they are more appropriate with. Then, they can make a good choice on their own. Therefore, competent authorities should take immediate measures to control the numbers as well as the content of each advertisement to ensure that they represent the true quality level of product and customers are not deceived. To wrap up, I am in favor of limitation and enacting stringent regulations to advertisements instead of banning all kind of them. 270 words 147 Sample 14. Some people think that good health is very important to every person, so medical service should not be run by profit-making companies. Do the advantages of private healthcare outweigh the disadvantages? Model Essay 1. People have different views about whether private centers should operate services related to healthcare due to their great concern over their health/well-being because they consider that the good medication is very crucial for them. Although there are some shortcomings of accepting/running the private healthcare system in society, I believe that it is better to facilitate it for some beneficial reasons. On the one hand, there are some disadvantages that eliminate the implications of profit-based companies on the public health system. Firstly, this is owing to the important requirement of equal treatment for people/everyone as a basic human right. Any healthcare based on the purpose of earning profit from treatment fee can deter people to access the quality of medication which they deserve. As regard to cancer treatment, for example, because of prohibitive expenditures for the chemical and radioactive process, most cancer patients with financial constraint cannot have/stand a chance to be cured in private hospitals. Without money, no charity or free charge treatment can be perpetuated in these places. Secondly, the system of healthcare aiming to generate profit can widen the gap between the rich and poor. This is attributed to the reason that people who have the tighter finance for the best healthcare are more vulnerable to deceased than prosperous class, and thus they are likely poorer and poorer. On the other hand, regardless of financial background, people are responsible for their own health conditions and they also have the right to choose which caring service they desire to apply for. In this respect, private services obviously provide better support for patients. For example, they can have benefited from fast treatment, which means they no longer have to wait too long for appointments or operations. Furthermore, these private centers for healthcare can collaborate with state hospital to help the poor have an access to modern facilities of healthcare so they can still be treated with affordable costs. Hence, in my opinion, instead of banning or prohibiting the private sector of health services, there should be a cooperation of profit-making hospitals and public health centers to assure that all 148 people can be looked after at the best conditions. In conclusion, despite the weaknesses of profit-making companies, it seems to me that healthcare for every person should be judged taking both private and public systems into account. 330 words Model Essay 2. It is true that good healthcare services are a fundamental need that every citizen demands. While there are some drawbacks of private hospitals, I still believe that these will be eclipsed by the benefits. On the one hand, the downsides of private healthcare cannot be overlooked. As a matter of fact, patients may suffer from the expensive fees for diagnosis and treatment as the costs for private hospitals to maintain state-of-the-art facilities and employ well-trained doctors are extremely exorbitant, which discourages the underprivileged from enjoying quality healthcare services. As a result, only the affluent are able to have access to good healthcare, but those who always struggle to make a living cannot afford it. This practice goes against the common belief that everyone, regardless of financial background, is entitled to medical service. On the other hand, I still believe that the disadvantages of private clinics cannot overshadow the advantages. Private healthcare centers can share responsibilities with state hospitals in taking care of people's health. With the rapid growth of population, public medical services are unable to solely provide sufficient healthcare for a large number of patients. Therefore, the widespread presence of private healthcare institutions with facilities greatly modernized and doctors carefully trained not only supplies people with high-quality professional treatment but also solves the problems of overloaded public healthcare systems. For instance, as the publicly funded healthcare system in Vietnam is becoming overloaded, the appearance of private hospitals such as Phap Viet and Hon Mai can share responsibilities for easing the pressures of state hospitals. In conclusion, I believe that the advantages of the prevalence of private clinics outweigh the disadvantages. 276 words 149 Sample 15 Nowadays people normally stretch their work hours and get stressed than before. What are the reasons for this? What can employers do to make people's life easier? It is true that more and more people are expanding their working hours and are putting themselves under too much pressure. There are a number of reasons for this phenomenon and several solutions should be adopted to solve the problem. There are two primary reasons why workers nowadays tend to work extra hours and why people's lives are becoming stressful. Firstly, it is due to the heavy pressure given by the employers to finish the projects on time. If one person doesn't finish the work on time, it may affect the whole team and lower the productivity of the firm. Another reason is the competitiveness in the labor market. As the supply of labor is higher than the demand, it means that employers could be selective in hiring their potential employees. The workers can be laid off anytime if they cannot work efficiently. As a result, they need to secure the job by showing their better performance at work, and working extra hours is the solution chosen by many people. There are several things that employers and employees could do to deal with the problem. Many people believe that exercises could reduce stress level and help people increase productivity at work. Therefore, many companies are providing fitness center in their office so that their staff members can relax after work and help them sustain their health condition. Another solution to this issue is that employees should set themselves a timetable, order the work based on their priority, focus on their work, avoid anything that can disturb them at work to increase the productivity and finish the task on time. In conclusion, working extra hours and getting stressed at work is a big problem for many companies, and solutions should be implemented urgently to tackle this issue. 296 words 150 Sample 16 Some people say that advertising encourages us to buy things that we really do not need. Others say that advertisements tell us about new products that may improve our lives. Which viewpoint do you agree with? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Promotion of new products, particularly in advertising campaigns, has been gained in popularity over past few years, thanks to social media development. Although some may argue that advertising offers customers a promotion to purchase a lot of kinds of products that they are not really on demand, I personally suppose that advertisements would bring benefits to buyers when it comes to enhancing people's awareness about new products introduction. When some people claim that business companies design various advertisements to attract their customers and let them buy more, either necessary products or unnecessary ones, they may not think that purchasing goods is customers' right and promoting products is business's responsibility. In other words, advertising may not be the factor that encourages people to buy things they do not need. Furthermore, if many advertisements were designed to introducing new products, people would have more chances to get knowledge about any new product in advance, not only its quality but also the price, which will enhance customers' shopping experiments. Through advertisement, people can learn about new products. For example, many grocery stores with good quality now sell pre-packaged lunches, which are absolutely convenient for busy parents because they can just give these lunches to their children to take to school instead of letting them on stores themselves. Furthermore, without advertisements, busy parents may waste of time looking at every item on the store shelf and they might not know about such a convenient new product. In addition, advertisements keep us informed about prices and sales. This means that, though prices change all the time, everyone can look at the pieces of advertisement in a newspaper and see the latest prices and the discount ones. In conclusion, advertisements improve people's lives by keeping them informed about the latest products developments and the best prices. 151 299 words 152 Sample 17 It is important for children to learn the difference between right and wrong at an early age. Punishment is necessary to help them learn this distinction. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? What sort of punishment should parents and teachers be allowed to use to teach good behavior of children? Imposing punishments to children at the early age is imperative to facilitate their right behavior and to prevent wrongdoing, which is applied by a myriad of parents all around the world. Although it cannot be denied that punishment plays an indispensable role in nurturing a child, not only the combination of punishment and rewarding but also the right sort of punishment should not be taken lightly. To begin with, punishment and rewarding should be simultaneously used to ensure the internalization of distinguishing wrong and right behaviors. Since most children are in favor of rewarding not only materially but also mentally, it acts as an incentive for them to behave even better. For example, once being given an applause for having scheduled meal, children aware that good behaviors link to rewarding, consequently, they tend to repeat it afterward. On the other hand, punishments also act as a deterrent to stop children from misbehaviors. By being punished, children internalize what they are not allowed to do, which will deter them from repeating the same inappropriate behaviors. However, although punishment is vitally important to prevent misdeeds, only light punishment is encouraged to use for early-age children. Corporeal punishment and spiritual anguish must be excluded from children's education since children at an early age are susceptible to severe punishments, causing either mental or physical agony in the long run. In addition, those punishments may even cause pronounced counteraction as the child would become more stubborn and even commit crime at their adolescence. Mild punishments, on the other hand, are conducive for children to realize their fault. In conclusion, children's awareness of the distinction between right and wrongdoing is reliant to the combination of slight punishments and rewarding. Having said that, parents and teachers should be careful in imposing punishment in order to ensure the well-being of children. 153 304 words 154 Sample 18 Email is now the easiest way to communicate with families and friends all over the world. Some people say that it does not have the sincerity of handwritten letters. Do you agree or disagree? Email is becoming more popular around the world and is replacing the majority of traditional letters. It is generally claimed that apart from the numbers of its advantages compared with the oldest ones, it is lacking in sincerity. Personally, I completely agree with this point of view. On the one hand, I accept that the sincerity of a letter is measured in the time spent as well as the writer's feeling in the process of preparing it. There is no doubt that people do not spend much time writing, correcting, and rewriting to complete electronic letters, nor do they often read them again before sending because of computerized grammar and spell-checking facilities. Additionally, it is no more convenient than finishing an email thanks to using a number of technologies such as copying and either sending an email from any email address or sending one to a group of mailboxes. As a result, hardly do receivers feel the truthful as senders when the others also read this email. I also agree that you can see an insufficient sincerity reading an email. This is the reason why some businesses/companies ask their applicants to write an application letter to measure both their capability in communicating by means of writing and their commitment. Evidence for this is provided by most people choose the traditional letters to congratulate someone, write to a government office or to write to a beloved person to show their goodwill. In conclusion, it is true that much as an email is the best way to communicate in the recent day, the personal touch, affection, and sincerity a handwritten letter can convey could not be found in this form. 278 words 155 Sample 19 Some people say that we do not need printed newspapers anymore. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? In developing societies, it would be certainly undeniable that printed newspapers are now losing popularity and at great unnecessity. While I tend towards this point of view, I believe that printed papers are still useful and should not be forgotten. On the one hand, there are various compelling reasons associated with the irrelevance of printed papers to a contemporary world. Firstly, newspapers are more likely to be a thing of the past. In fact, they are unable to provide the most up-to-minute news or to carry the latest breaking news stories. As a consequence, printed newspapers are now becoming only a source of stale news, which is a major reason why they have become less compatible and prevalent. Another primary factor is that printed papers are overwhelmed by the power of online news. For instance, young adults have a growing tendency to be updated through electronic media instead of getting access to outdated information from printed newspapers. On the other hand, I believe that printed media remain a vital source of information and are certainly applicable in the modern world. The main reason is that newspapers are the most traditional form of communication which, or that, has led people to happier, or more enjoyable, lives, especially for the elderly. The old generations, for example, or in particular, do, or may, not have the opportunity, or capacity, to get online, thus keep being old-fashioned. Furthermore, the way of delivering new coverages of events and carrying many stories in newspapers still maintain the reliability. For instance, it seems that the significant events in the private lives of celebrities could never be trusted online but only through the headlines of the old-fashioned newspapers. In conclusion, even though the traditionally printed news is becoming less common in the modern world, I would argue that their functions are irreplaceable. 304 words 156 Sample 20 Some people think that a sense of competition in children should be encouraged. Others believe that children who are taught to cooperate rather than compete become more useful adults. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Education for children always wonders the question what we should teach a child to strengthen personality and skills for the mature stage in life. People have different points of views that children should be more competitive or cooperative. While a motivation of competition can build good preparation for adult life, I do believe that working in a group is more important. On the one hand, firstly, competition can be considered as a way to raise up the motivation for children. In some high schools or even primary schools, the compulsory requirement of upgrading academic level in high-quality classes is the highest mark and excellent evaluation on final test each year with a competitive rate equivalent to 5%. Competing to be the best inspires highflyers to acquire better and unique methods for achieving and conquering new record. Moreover, a sense of competition enhances/boosts/improves the ability to think independently to come over hardship or troubles faced in real life. However, some stressful tests will lead children to depressing emotion when they cannot achieve a better result with high expectation. On the other hand, some people assert that it is better for children to develop themselves, by the way, to cooperate with others. When they work in a group, knowledge will be shared and lots of innovative ideas will come out/will be come up with. Children can learn from each other to strengthen strong points and address weakness points also. In reality, adult life requires the skills of communication and ability to create a network which regards as the basic foundation for social development. Collaborating with teammates also sharpens management skills and raises responsibility for working and living in the community. In conclusion, for best preparation for adult life, the more cooperative children are, the better they advance themselves. 296 words 157 sample 21 advertisements are becoming more and more common in everyday life. Is it a positive or negative development? Politicians, large organizations, and business people have been striving to promote their products and their purposes to the society in recent years. This phenomenon appears to be global and I believe it has detrimental effects on the population. There are innumerable drawbacks of advertising to the community. Firstly, it distracts the observer's concentration and affects their productivity while working. For example, a student who is using the internet to collect relevant information would certainly be distracted by some fascinating ads or annoying pop-ups which are designed to draw their attention. This is not to mention that such long commercial advertisements can swallow up an intense amount of their time. Secondly, the advertiser can influence people's thinking through their publications. The political propagandists set a good example for this. These tend to provide only some parts of the truths, with the aim to control the perceiver's feelings and their opinions about the particular issue, or maybe subjective. Thus trigger rallies and cause social unrest among the community. Finally, the new methods of advertising are causing negative impacts on young people, especially adolescents and children. With the support of technology, advertisers can now promote their product to the exact people who will be interested. Teenagers and children, however, are those who spend a large amount of time on these websites. They are still mentally weak and may not be able to prevent themselves from drifting to these ads, which might be pornographies or toxic information. I do appreciate the fact that many advertisements present good products, deliver a meaningful message, or provide people with relevant knowledge. But I believe these pieces of information can be found on other patterns, which would not affect their time and concentration. In conclusion, I personally think that the rapid development of advertising, although brings some particular benefits to people, is still a negative trend due to the numerous impacts it has on the population. 319 words 158 sample 22 It is generally believed that some people are born with certain talents, for instance for sport or music, and others are not. However, it is sometimes claimed that any child can be taught to become a good sportsperson or musician. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. The question of whether or not the ability in sport or music is mostly innate raises heated debates. From my point of view, although talents play an essential role, children could become a successful athlete or musician through adequate training and practice. First of all, talents have a significant contribution to people in the fields of music and sport. The most striking reason is that children are born with special abilities to own a stronger starting point in comparison with others to develop their capacity. Specifically, they can learn new knowledge faster as well as make impressive performances at a young age, which allows them to climb faster on their career ladder. The second reason comes from an undeniable fact that sport or music requires several distinctive abilities to succeed. For instance, a good musician desires for sensitive ears to feel the rhythm, while only people who have good health or strong endurance could become competitive athletes. Without these significant abilities, people may not reach their highest potential even when they spend much effort to practice hard. Despite all the advantages/benefits of inborn talents, practicing and training can still contribute to one's success as athletes or musicians. Firstly, a talented person will lose their advantages without practicing, thus will lag behind compared to other hardworking people. Talents can provide a good base but not the confirmation of a bright future, especially in the field of art or sport. Secondly, despite the obstacles of lacking talents, people could learn and practice intensively in a logical schedule to become a master in any categories. One of the best examples of the advantages of working hard is Cristiano Ronaldo, a world-class footballer, who gained a variety of trophies in soccer leagues. He is known as the one who practices more frequently than any other soccer players, which allows him to have the strength as well as the unique skills to achieve the victory. 159 overall, though innate talents are significant, training and practicing also make the differences and create the success of outstanding musicians and sportspeople. 333 words 160 sample 23 Some people say that what children watch influences their behavior. Others believe the amount of time they spend on television influences their behavior most. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Some people think that children's behavior is affected by the things they see on TV while the opponents of this idea argue that / are convinced that how much time they spend on TV affects / has an impact on the way children act daily. I myself believe that both of these factors influence differently on the ways children behave. On the first hand, the things young people see might give them the first ideas about what they should do in life. There are two reasons for supporting this statement / argument. Firstly, children do not have enough knowledge about life so they normally tend to mimic unconditionally the actions of adults, which they have encountered before, without any adjustment. For example, a reality show such as Dad, Where We Are Going may influence children in terms of the way they communicate with peers and elder people as well. Secondly, working parents are so busy earning money that they have little time to talk and guide their boys and girls. Instead of guiding children about social skills, parents often let them learn those by themselves through watching TV. On the other hand, the more children stick their eyes on TV, the more their communication and actions are affected. The first impression of any program may not get the deep impression from audiences, but if that content remains for a long time, children tend to think that these actions are the way people communicate with others. Therefore, it might influence the way they act in social life. For instance, watching a huge number of fighting games might cause children to act violently. In conclusion, while there are so many arguments about the impacts of watching TV on young people's actions, it seems to me that both the content of programs and the time budget for watching have their effects to a certain extent. 306 words 161 sample 24 Some people think that the government should spend more money on public services rather than waste money on arts, IT, music and painting. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that government expenditure on public services should be high on its agenda rather than spending money on art. While I accept that this opinion may suit many people, I would argue that the government should also allocate budget on developing arts such as music and painting. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why the government should focus on public services. Firstly, though public transport systems play a crucial role in our daily life, it has received inadequate investment from local and national authorities. As a result, traffic congestion has become one of the most pressing problems in big cities in the world, which causes environmental deterioration and numerous health diseases for citizens. Secondly, healthcare services should also be a priority of government spending. For example, hospitals across Vietnam have recently experienced high infant mortality rate due to the lack of vaccine. Without proper investment from government, this problem could bring catastrophic consequence on our demographic patterns and in turn our economy. On the other hand, the government should also pay attention to arts as it does for public services. One reason is that arts are means of recreation for all people in the society. Music can bring us a sense of relaxation after hours of stressful working and make our life more colorful and meaningful. Furthermore, arts can generate income for many people which become government revenues through individual taxes. Music industries nowadays are developing faster than any other sector, and artists, many of whom are billionaires, pay a fair amount of taxes to the national budget. In conclusion, it is certainly true that the government should pay attention to public services. But this is by no means synonymous with imposing spending cut on art, as it plays an important part in our life. 303 words 162 sample 25 Nowadays the way people interact with each other has changed because of technology. In what ways has technology affected the types of relationships people make? Has this become a positive or negative development? As globalization occurs in many aspects of people's lives, technology is becoming more and more crucial in the new age. It is argued that technology has negative effects on the way people treat one another. From my perspective, I believe that it changes our interactions both positively and negatively. On the one hand, technology may play a negative role on young people, especially kids and teenagers. In recent years, it is not difficult to observe them being attached to a modern equipment such as smartphones, tablets, or even larger devices like computers. To some extent, it is good since they can learn valuable knowledge from the internet, even if, while they are playing games. However, this habit may lessen the level of their participation in family and social relationships, provided that they concentrate too much on these technical tools. On the other hand, the development of technology does have encouraging/supportive impacts on relationships at work. Nowadays technology acts as an essential instrument in any jobs, given the fact that people rarely see any job without the help of technical equipment. Since technology affects the ways of working, it also changes the interactions among colleagues. Moreover, with the presence of social networks, everyone can take it easy to communicate with others, and colleagues are able to discuss matters at work through this channel. In some cases, this could break the barrier between an individual and another at a higher status. Consequently, the friendly working environment is possibly in reach. In conclusion, technology has its own good points and drawbacks. If being used properly, the technology could be an effective method of to connect people. 274 words 163 sample 26 Some universities offer online courses as an alternative to classes delivered on campus. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? It is true that distance education is now offered for students at some universities as a replacement for classroom learning. Although there exist some disadvantages in this form of studying and teaching, I believe it is a revolutionary learning method. On the one hand, students at online classes usually lack regular face-to-face contact with teachers and other peers. They have to work on their own and barely have a chance to make friends. Moreover, they cannot compete with each other, which is a benefit of classroom learning that used to motivate students. Consequently, they may underestimate the importance of rivalry and competition in contributing to academic achievement. In addition to that, students using e-learning tend to be procrastinated and have poor time management due to the lack of direct instruction and inspection from teachers. This form of education also requires a great deal of self-discipline and self-motivation to balance their schedules. On the other hand, studying on the internet proves to be an effective way to acquire knowledge without going directly to campus. First and foremost, it reduces the amount of time spent on commuting for students as well as providing them with a variety of subjects with lower costs compared to tuition fee in the classroom. This kind of education is of great importance to those who are working in offices but still need a diploma. For example, American Center usually cooperates with prestigious universities to offer online courses for Vietnamese students. Furthermore, the quality of online courses is increasingly enhanced by universities in order to ensure that students can obtain enough knowledge and skills. In conclusion, despite several demerits which online education may bring to learners, I believe that this form could be seen as an essential step forward and its merits are irrefutable. 296 words 164 sample 27 The older generations tend to have very traditional ideas about how people should live, think, and behave. However, some people believe that these ideas are not helpful in preparing younger generations for modern life. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this view? It is widely argued that whether traditional ideas are still valuable for young people. While I agree that some traditional ideas are outdated, I believe that others are still useful and should not be forgotten. On the one hand, many ideas that elder people have about life has become less relevant to young generations. In the past, people were well advised to pursue a professional and secure career, but today job seekers expect much more about the variety and diversity of their careers. Another old fashion is the attitudes towards gender roles. The idea that men work outside and women stay at home and take care of family is no longer supported. The increasing of female leaders is a clear evidence for the change, which can be named as Theresa May, the UK Prime Minister, or Angela Merkel, German Prime Minister. On the other hand, some traditional views and values are certainly applicable to the modern world. Older generations believe that working hard and taking pride in jobs guarantee a successful career, and young people who apply these behaviors today can definitely compete with others in the job market. Furthermore, politeness and good manners are other traditional values that obviously always useful in life. Since the youth learn from the older that they should treat people with respect, they can build up their social relationships and also gain others' belief. In conclusion, it seems to me that although there are some traditional views are no longer suitable to modern life, other ideas are still valuable and should be widely expanded. 260 words 165 sample 28 Many students find it difficult to concentrate or pay attention at school. What are the reasons? What could be done? It is true that many students are not able to focus on their lessons at schools these days. In this essay, I will discuss some causes of the issue and what measures should be implemented. There are two underlying reasons for this phenomenon. Firstly, some undergraduates have a propensity to develop physically, which allows them to display advanced performance in sports rather than theoretical lessons. For example, Cristiano Ronaldo, who is considered as one of the best players around the world in this century, has not graduated from high school. As a result, there is an increasing number of physical academies which develop curriculums intensively emphasizing on sports and physical training. Secondly, some students who have scholastic abilities of geniuses often find the syllabuses of schools so tedious. For instance, Bill Gates, who established Microsoft, one of the most popular corporations across the globe, also has not finished his secondary study. As long as education systems can understand the reasons contributing to this phenomenon, they can fulfill students' wants and needs to mitigate this problem. Firstly, providing gymnastics periods into every school can be an effective measure to satisfy those physically developing students. For example, in Vietnam, this idea has been implemented for many years, and that group of students always has exciting moods in these periods. Secondly, educational experts should add some extra parts into the curriculums for remarkably smart students, which is at a higher level of difficulty. This could exert willing attitude to study for those students. In conclusion, it is undeniable that many students are facing the problem of concentrating in periods due to two aforementioned reasons, and some measures should be taken in order to build a stronger workforce in the future. 287 words 166 Sample 29. Some people think that men and women have different qualities. Therefore, some certain jobs are suitable for men and some jobs are suitable for women. To what extent do you agree or disagree? While there are arguments that men and women are suitable for some different types of a job due to their distinctive abilities, I personally believe that gender should not be a deterrent to one's decision to pursue a particular career. Firstly, I would argue that females are still able to earn a living by doing masculine jobs and vice versa. For instance, there are plenty of women who are doing blue-collar jobs with a heavy workload in factories, while the number of men choosing to be pink-collar workers, such as telephone consultants, is rapidly increasing. Moreover, they are not only able to work in but also successful in fields tending to be stereotypically suitable for the other gender. One potent example is Hillary Clinton, a powerful woman who has reached the top of her career with strong career ambitions in politics, although this field is supposed to be dominated by men for a long time. Secondly, it is undeniable that different characteristics between males and females create variety/diversity in working environment, which will enhance labor productivity. To be more precise, women and men could play complementary roles by making the most of their own capability to be supportive co-workers. Take drivers, for example. Female drivers seem to be more careful, thus they might be better at transporting fragile products. Meanwhile, male drivers are likely to be stronger, so they could be more appropriate for long journeys. Apparently, if firms are able to provide both women and men opportunities to move up the career ladder regardless of their gender, their profits would be dramatically maximized. In conclusion, I would restate that either males or females should have equal chances to put their knowledge and skills into practice in any industry they want to work in. 294 words 167 Sample 30. Some people think that people who choose a job early and keep doing it are more likely to get a satisfying career life than those who frequently change jobs. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Model Essay 1. Many people argue that deciding their career path at an early age and stay persistent in pursuing it to gain satisfaction job rather than being frequent job hoppers. While nobody can deny the benefits of staying longer at the same company, I believe that job hopping and temporary jobs give an equally rewarding experience. On the one hand, people who are aware of their personal interests in a career path which lead to a satisfying working life is beneficial in some ways. Firstly, from early childhood, many people had an overall picture of their work field, what they will pursue in the future, and this will instill in them enormous motivation and persistence to gain their goals. For example, many children dream of becoming scientists. They have to nurture their ambition and devote efforts to gaining the relevant qualifications and undertake years of training. Besides, people who are loyal to a company will have various opportunities for career advancement. They will be highly valued and be promoted to a higher position by the manager. This brings them a satisfaction in their career life. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why people tend to change their job after a period working at the same company. Firstly, switching jobs allows workers to escape dead-end jobs and continue to learn and grow different skills in their profession. They will be exposed to new colleagues and working environment that shows them how to do things differently. This might help many job seekers satisfy to the desire for adventure. Secondly, many people have a tendency to try on diverse jobs before they figure out the jobs what they are passionate about. When they love their work, they will work hard and maintain their enthusiasm in their new role. In conclusion, although working longer in one organization is more beneficial for people's career life, I believe that job switching helps people learn new skills and therefore work in a lot. 327 words 168 Model Essay 2. It is true that from an early age many people are able to decide what career they want to pursue, which remain as their profession for the rest of their lives. While there are several benefits of the loyalty to one job, I would argue that regularly switching jobs will lead to a more satisfying working life. On the one hand, staying in the same job exerts many positive influences on workers. Firstly, being familiar with their job allows workers to effectively maintain the balance between work and life. By having a thorough insight into their work routine, workers can easily spare time to enjoy their personal lives, which reduces their level of stress. Secondly, people who stay in the same profession for a long time can also benefit from better job prospects. In other words, as experience and commitment are both taken into consideration when deciding one's position, those who work for an organization longer will have countless opportunities to move up the ladder and earn a more lucrative living. On the other hand, I still believe that job hopping will result in a more satisfying professional life. As a matter of fact, discovering the ideal career is a continuous process of trial and error. For example, many graduates have to change jobs several times to figure out their ideal/prefect/dream job, which can enable them to maintain their enthusiasm and keep the cycle of excitement and performance ongoing. Additionally, job hopping also helps individuals to gain valuable knowledge and new skills. Being experienced with various jobs, people would possess a golden selling point to integrate into the global working environment, which is essential in the age of globalization where different cultures cross. In conclusion, while staying in the same profession offers several practical values for workers, I still believe that changing jobs regularly will provide people with a greater sense of fulfillment. 314 words 169 Sample 31 Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views. Model Essay 1. Upon graduating from high school, young people always consider that whether they should continue to attend university or not. Some people think that attending university or college is the best way to pursue brilliant career prospects, while others believe that working right after school is a better option. From my perspective, both the views bring equal benefits equally. First of all, there are some reasons why studying further straight after school is beneficial. One reason is that by dint of pursuing higher education, youngsters can broaden their own knowledge, which helps them to meet higher level qualifications that most employers expect now. After graduating from university, the young often gain countless opportunities and gets a higher salary than those who do not study at university. Another reason is that in a currently competitive job market, with a view to getting a well-paid job, people should earn a degree to enhance their resume. For example, students who graduate with an economics degree usually seek easily a high salary job. On the other hand, getting a job straight after school has many advantages. Firstly, by virtue of working, young people can earn a living, which helps them to be mature enough to live independently on their own income. It is undeniable that having a job results in more maturity. Secondly, it is true that a large number of people who work for a long time have a variety of chances to climb the career ladder. Thanks to obtaining a great deal of real experience, they are likely to progress rapidly in their career. In conclusion, I believe that both working right after school and attending higher education have unique advantages. 277 words Model Essay 2. As graduating from schools, people usually wonder whether seeking a job immediately or keep studying to pursue a high level of study status is much better. 170 While many youngsters believe that continuous study is the best way for their further career, others think that embarking on work soon is a better option. On the one hand, working straight after graduation is beneficial in some ways. Firstly, by entering the labor workforce, the young can earn money for a living as soon as possible to do whatever things. With independent financial ability, they not only can live separately without having a monthly allowance from families, but also purchase new houses and modern cars if they are paid off by their hardworking and professions. Secondly, long-term working time can bring to people working skills, and more chances to move up their career ladder. The more employees are well-skilled specifically in companies, the more chances they might be trusted by the leaders, so they can progress rapidly in their career path. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why some people prone to choose to go on to further education. First, some particular jobs require academic qualifications, such as researchers and doctors who need a prolonged period of time studying before working in particular working field as specialists. Furthermore, in the context that the job markets have been changing day by day, people with a high diploma can obtain a fulfilling job with a higher salary and more advanced opportunities to be at the peak of one's career. For example, in Vietnam, people with high qualifications from universities can be respected more in the eyes of society due to the high social standing they might get. In conclusion, it seems evident that either obtaining a degree in a university or working straight after schools has its own unique advantages. 310 words 171 Sample 32 Team activities can teach more skills for life than those activities which are played alone. Explain the benefits of each and give your own view. There are many activities which develop basic skills for life. While many people believe that teamwork is the best way to gain many skills, others support playing alone as this approach also brings a lot of benefits for life. I admit that group activities train people well/provide people with decent training, but I also understand that being alone has its unique advantages. Teamwork is well known for giving people the chance to practice leadership skill, which is essential for success. Almost all the millionaires in the world are the talented leaders who manage and are responsible for hundreds of people. Besides, team activities simulate real social life in which close interactions among team members are the key points leading to fair compromise and good results. Team members learn to propose their suggestions, practice negotiation, and try to persuade the whole team to come to the common ideas. Therefore, lots of social skills are required after joining team activities. On the other hand, people who play on their own possess other precious skills. First, they have the ability to pay attention to only one field of interest and figure out the difficulties easily. One small example supporting this view is that a child playing a puzzle alone can fix it faster than a team. Generally, when it comes to solving problems, these kind of people are more decisive and independent, thereby devising solutions rapidly, whereas a team needs time to discuss and vote for a decision. Second, working alone enables people to acquire good self-discipline and effective time management, which are necessary skills of professional persons. In the modern life where problem-solving skills are highly required, people who can work independently are highly appreciated and get plus point. In conclusion, both kinds of activities have their own merits. I am of the opinion that whether people join team activities or work and research alone will be of benefit to their self-growth to a certain extent/in some aspects. 327 words 172 Sample 33 In modern society, it has been observed that the elderly are not duly respected in some countries. Discuss the reasons why this has occurred and the effects it might have on our society. In recent years, it is true that elderly people encounter inadequate respect from younger generations. There could be several reasons why this is the case, and I would argue that it leads to detrimental impacts on society. There are a variety of explanations why young individuals show less respect for the elderly. The deterioration in family and social interactions is the first precursor of the phenomenon. As a matter of fact, a developed world sways people to adopt a hectic lifestyle, especially in metropolitan areas, hence the negligence on older family and community members. Since family elderly members are often considered irrelevant to younger people's lives, they tend to underestimate moral values and express a lack of respect and attention to the elderly. Another reason why senior citizens are often shown little respect is due to a generation gap. In fact, many young people believe that the perceptions and ideas of older people are outdated and incompatible with a modern life. They, therefore, suppose that/justify that they could behave in a sarcastic way with elderly people. This trend is causing severe consequences on each individual and a society as a whole. Firstly, it could lead to psychological influences and mental illnesses on old people, a sense of depression or isolation for instance, as their presence is not appreciated by younger people, particularly their family members. More importantly, this tendency/social swing would cause the moral degradation of the youth. Since young people find it unnecessary to respect seniors, they will soon show no respect to other human beings. Additionally, they will subsequently fail to transmit the primary values of mutual respect and a sense of family/domestic customs. In conclusion, improper respect to the elderly is caused by several factors, and the negative influences of this problem should be taken into consideration. 300 words 173 Sample 34 Some people say that too much attention and too many resources are given in the protection of wild animals and birds. Do you agree or disagree? It is argued that today people put a huge amount of attention and a great number of resources to the protection of wild species. I completely disagree with this point of view. In my opinion, this is absurd to argue that people/governments are putting enough attention to the protection of wild animals and birds. In fact, humans are more likely to destroy the wildlife than protecting them. Natural habitats are gradually vanished due to the negative effects of human activities on wildlife. Furthermore, humans are responsible for climate change, stemming from the development of industrial revolution. Therefore, wild species can hardly adapt to the dramatic change of climate. Actions need to be taken in order to protect wild animals and birds immediately. For example, International Conference on Wildlife Protection is necessary for countries to collaborate on searching an optimal way to protecting animals as well as making people more aware of the importance of wildlife conservation. I also disagree with the idea that there are too many resources are given in the protection of wild animals and birds. Building new wildlife sanctuaries is an essential way to protect wild species. If there was no safe place for animals, they would be easily vulnerable to the negative effects of climate change and human activities. Furthermore, hiring more forest guards can ensure the survival of animals from illegal wildlife trade. Those resources given to the protection of animals are necessary in order to keep the natural balance of all lives on Earth. In conclusion, attention and resources are needed for the survival of wild species, and I believe that every effective method must be taken/conducted to protect them. 276 words 174 Sample 35 Today more and more people are using mobile phones and computers. Thus, people are losing the ability to communicate face-to-face. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that although mobile phones and computers play an important role in the modern society today, they prevent people from the face-to-face interaction. I completely agree with this idea. There are a variety of reasons why people have a tendency to use high-tech devices in their daily life. Firstly, mobile phones and computers allow people to keep in touch easily with each other. People around the world, especially who live far away from their homes, can contact quickly and conveniently without being charged a great sum of money on the mobile line as the interaction/contact/communication is performed by applications such as Facebook or Zalo. Secondly, modern technological devices help school leavers or unemployed people have a higher chance to find a job. In a high-tech era, most employers have uploaded the recruitment and are more likely to receive applications on websites, so using electronic devices gives them more opportunities to approach/get access to job information/description and make an instant application. At the same time, high-tech devices might keep users from minimizing their face-to-face conversation in real life. In fact, a large number of people seem to disregard to build a relationship with their families and true friends since they spend much time on keeping their eyes glued to screens. They are busy with smartphones to take photos, check in or comment on Facebook and ignore surrounding activities. They may prefer sharing their feelings with virtual friends to their family members or true peers. In addition, if users usually interact via mobile phones or computers, they are likely to decrease some communication skills such as eye contacts or body language expressions. In conclusion, I think in spite of an indispensable role in the modern life, mobile phones, as well as computers, also have negative impacts on direct interaction. 299 words 175 Sample 36 It is more important for the government to spend public funds on promoting a healthy lifestyle than treatment. Do you agree or disagree? One school of thought is that instead of budgeting to cure illnesses, the government should focus financial resources on shaping a healthy lifestyle among citizens to prevent health issues. From my perspective, I object to this idea because both treatment and prevention are equally important. On the one hand, further investment in simulate physical activities and eradicating alcohol addiction is crucial to reduce the potential threat of serious ailments. First and foremost, the world has been witnessing an increasing number of cases of obesity and heart diseases which are allegedly under the influence of sedentary lifestyle. Therefore, it is necessary for authorities to construct more communal facilities such as public playgrounds and gardens with the aim to encourage people to attend outdoor activities. Furthermore, it goes without saying that the popular habit of drinking beer or wine, in Vietnam for example, is the culprit of a myriad of traffic accidents and cancers. The Vietnamese government, hence, has to grant extra fundings to education campaigns to change people's perception of drinking culture and tightening management of consumption of alcoholic liquor. On the other hand, an equal concentration of money is essentially required to build extra medical infrastructure and research for more advanced medication. To commence with, apart from diseases associated with the unhealthy style of living, human beings are afflicted with innate disorders, natural epidemics like H5N1 or Ebola, and accidental injuries. To be equally important, thousands of people have been diagnosed with not only the century illness namely AIDS but also many kinds of cancers which have no or little effective remedies. By virtue of that, only with a significant amount of money spent on improving healthcare service, establishing hospitals and clinics, and discovering new cures can the government provide more medical access to patients and guarantee the well-being of human society. By way of conclusion, owing to the aforementioned arguments, I am of the opinion that government should allocate equal money to both cures and encourage a healthy lifestyle. 330 words 176 Sample 37 Some people spend more time reading books, while others prefer to watch TV. The former group are more likely to develop creative imaginations and have a much better grasp of languages skills. Do you agree or disagree? In today's world, there is a school of thought that reading exerts more positive impacts on imagination and knowledge of languages than watching TV. I am convinced by this opinion, although I concede that watching TV also could create many benefits. On the one hand, it is useful for people to watch TV because of the following reason. If people pay attention to the auditory and visual effects of the TV which books could not create, they could have an excellent heating system. Having a sensitive/simulating auditory, people could improve their listening skills. This condition is an advantage for people to learn a foreign language. For instance, when students study the English language, they are encouraged to watch TV with English subtitles to listen to English reflexively. This fact explains that watching TV might help people improve their listening skill of foreign languages. On the other hand, many benefits would be gained if people would rather read books than watch TV. A primary reason could be that books do not have motion pictures like TV. Therefore, reading books forces people to brainstorm to understand the stories in books in detail. Through this processing brain of activity, the imagination of people may develop. This hobby/good habit can also boost the language prospect of one, accounting for equal importance as its watching TV counterpart. When people read books, they would have the omnipresent access to both words and writing styles in a book. Consequently, they not only have an abundant vocabulary, but also accelerate enhancing writing skill process. In conclusion, I am an advocate of the ideas that reading book could exert more positive effects on imagination and knowledge of languages than the act of merely watching TV. 285 words 177 sample 38 Smoking is a major cause of serious illnesses death throughout the world today. In the interest of the public health, governments should ban cigarettes and other tobacco products. Do you agree or disagree? The past 50 years have seen a dramatic increase of death due to smoking. Many people adopt a view that authorities need to prohibit selling and using cigarettes and other tobacco products to tackle this problem. I strongly agree with this view. First of all, it is common to recognize that smoking is one of the most primary causes of death. Scientists have intensely verified that smoking for many years is responsible for lung cancer and respiratory-related conditions. As well as this, statistics have significantly proved that smoking detrimentally affects not just the smokers but also the non-smokers. In fact, when a man smokes in a public place, everyone around him will inhale the toxic emission released from his cigarette. Therefore, it is undeniable that smoking threatens the health of the smokers and even people living with him or her, particularly his or her beloved ones. Secondly, smoking is also a financial burden of citizens in developing countries. In fact, the tough life induces people to find it very difficult to make ends meet, resulting in suffering from depression and stress. As a result, they consume cigarettes as the most efficient way to relax and escape from the sadness. Gradually, that becomes an indispensable habit in their daily life. Therefore, smoking frequently drains the significant part of their family budgets, which makes their lives become harder and harder. In conclusion, with the evidence I have mentioned above, I strongly believe that governments should prohibit selling and advertising tobacco products to provide a healthier quality of life to the public. 259 words 178 sample 39 Tobacco is a kind of drug. People have been free to use it. Some people think that it would be illegal to use it compared with other drugs. To what extent do you agree or disagree? What is your opinion? Every year, thousands of people die from smoking tobacco all over the world. Some hold the view that tobacco should be prohibited to use. I do not totally agree with this view. In this essay, I shall give reasons to support my argument and form my opinion. To begin with, tobacco, especially cigarettes, have many detrimental effects on people's health. Drug abuse is a key factor which causes the lung cancer and a great possibility of heart attack or dental problems. Moreover, using tobacco gives smokers a high chance of an early grave, and it holds true for those who are around smokers due to secondhand smoke. Women who are pregnant will be seriously affected by the active smokers, thus it can develop congenital defects for the baby later. Therefore, a tobacco prohibition seems to be a must. However, there are many drawbacks of tobacco banning. Firstly, some smokers who oppose this regulation can form an organized crime so that they can be free to use tobacco. As a result, there is an increase in violence because these organizations are against the police's actions. This can make the society becomes more complicated than ever. Hence, this policy cannot work well as it is believed. Secondly, manufacturing of drug can generate a lot of benefits that prosper a country as a whole. This income comes from the tax which companies, as well as consumers, have to pay. Additional, drug factories allowed to operate will create more employment chances for job seekers. This can lead to a growth of standards of living for residents. Thus, in my opinion, the government should put controls on the manufacturing and consumption of tobacco instead of enforcing a prohibited regulation. The reason for this is that government may have a huge loss of income and deal with the unstable social issues. To put it into the nutshell, I pen down with my view that tobacco should not be banned, but it should be put into the limits to ensure the society's health as well as economy. 330 words 179 sample 40 The consumption of the world's resources, oil and water, etc., is increasing at a dangerous rate. What are the causes and solutions? It is true that resources such as water and oil are decreasing rapidly as the result of overexploitation. There is a number of reasons behind this phenomenon, and solutions must be applied to resolve the problem. There are several main reasons why the consumption of the world's resources is rising at a dangerous rate. Firstly, world's population is ballooning significantly, especially in developing countries. As a result of this trend, more and more resources are needed to serve a great demand of over 7 billion people on Earth. Secondly, the rising in the standard of living also forces both partners to be the supporters. Secondly, the trend that parents exchange their roles has become more common. As a matter of fact, mothers now are of equal opportunities for education and work, which allows them to pursue their career. As a result, stay-at-home dads, who take a responsibility to take care of the children and household chores, have gained popularity among modern families. In my opinion, these changes in the family structure and parental roles are positive for several reasons. To begin with, that both parents can become breadwinners would stabilize the finance of a family, which not only directly eases the burden that the father has to bear in order to support the family but also enables the mother to chase after her dream job. Additionally, it is an upward step that people are at the liberty to do what they like or what they are good at. In other words, women now could follow their dream and at the same time secure her family financial status. In conclusion, it seems to me that the changes towards the hierarchy and members' responsibilities of a family are a positive step to a better world. Sample 1 International tourism has brought enormous benefits to many places. At the same time, there is concern about its impacts on local inhabitants and the environment. Do the disadvantages of international tourism outweigh the advantages? International tourism becomes increasingly popular all over the world. While I accept that this trend can sometimes have harmful impacts on local inhabitants and the environment, I believe that it is more likely to have positive effects. On the one hand, international tourism can be stressful for a number of reasons. Firstly, local residents would be involved in unavoidable effects. Some foreigners who do not understand local distinctive conventions are willing to behave in a bad way with people living there. Consequently, domestic residents no longer have a sympathetic view with foreign tourists. Secondly, international travel can cause detrimental problems for the environment. Some impolite travelers not only speak loudly instead of keeping tourist destinations peaceful as regulation but also throw a lot of rubbish into those places. As a result, the image of the host country will decrease dramatically. However, I would argue that these drawbacks are outweighed by the benefits. The first reason is that thanks to this tourism development, the host country easily enhances its attractive image to the world. For example, some distinctive customs are broadcasted widely to draw tourists' attention to come to visit and learn more about the country. Last but not least, this enhancement also brings an economic efficiency to the domestic country because tourism is considered one of the most advantageous industries at present. There will be more tourists spending their traveling budget on comfortable services provided by the local companies. That results in a significant revenue from this tourism and service industry. In conclusion, it seems to me that the positive benefits of international tourism are more considerable than the potential impediments. 305 words 187 Sample 2 Human activities have negative effects on plants and animal species. Some people think that it is too late to do anything about this problem. Other people believe that effective measures can be taken to improve the situation. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is true that human development has been detrimental to other species on our planet. While some people think that there are very few measures that can be taken to save the life of plants and animals, I believe that there are still many opportunities for humans to correct what they have done and protected wildlife from devastation. On the one hand, to meet the increase in population and other human demands, an increasing in the number of forest areas have been cut down to make land available for farming, or the lives of marine animals are being endangered due to industrial waste. These activities damage the natural habitats of animals and plants, and led to the extinction of some species. It is tough to admit that even with the most modern technologies, people cannot bring back the life of species that were killed. However, I believe that humans are now aware of the advantages of the diversity of the ecosystem, and governments together with scientists are doing their best to save endangered plants and animals. For instance, non-governmental organizations launch various campaigns to raise the awareness of people on the importance of protecting wild animals. Recently, many celebrities throughout the world have advocated for boycotting products made from threatened species. Moreover, in our daily life, we are educated to recycle and buy sustainable products from bamboo or wood to protect species lives in forests. Besides that, the simple action like placing decals on the windows in order to keep birds from colliding with them is the simple thing we can do to save our planet. In conclusion, although it is too late to do anything for extinct species, I strongly believe that there are many things we can do to create safer habitats for existing. 295 words 188 Sample 3 Prison is the common way in most countries to solve the problem of crime. However, a more effective solution is to provide people with a better education. Do you agree or disagree? People have different views about the most effective way to minimize crimes. While I agree that prison can be a good solution to solve crimes, I would also argue that it is better if the government educates citizens to reduce the problem of crime. On the one hand, I agree that prison is a necessary measure to help the government deal with crime. Firstly, this is an effective method to punish people who commit crimes. For example, those who commit murder in many nations can face a life sentence. As a result, everyone can be afraid of some punishments who are less likely to commit a crime. Secondly, when offenders are kept in jails, they will not get out and interact with other people in society. This contributes to making sure everyone is safe. If serious offenders are not sent to prisons, this can be a great threat to others. On the other hand, I believe that educating citizens is a better way to reduce the problem of crimes. The first reason is that there are many crimes that occur from the lack of awareness. For instance, many people do not know that having intercourse with an underage is illegal. Therefore, it is necessary to educate individuals about the law, and this can help them avoid making mistakes. Besides, when people are properly educated, they can have sufficient knowledge and essential abilities to get a job to support themselves. This can contribute to the reduction of some types of crimes such as robbery and burglary. In conclusion, while prison is an effective solution to punish criminals, I would agree that education is a better way to reduce social evils. 279 words 189 Sample For some people think that there should be some strict controls about noise. Others think that they could just make as much noise as they want. Discuss both views and give your opinion. While many people argue that noise should be limited to an appropriate level, others believe that it is their freedom to produce as much noise as they want. I personally argue it would be better to reduce noise. On the one hand, noise plays various roles in daily life as people make use of it for plenty of purposes. Moreover, in some cases, it would be more effective if louder noises are taken advantage of. In the field of entertainment, if the noise was strictly controlled, some audiences might find it difficult to listen clearly to music and singer's voice because those shows are usually held in a wide open space such as stadiums. In the field of marketing, loud noises could contribute to drawing the attention of consumers by placing speakers in front of stores to play ear-catching music. To sum up, it is evident that people have the right to exploit noise for their own aims. On the other hand, I believe the government should impose tough laws to keep noise under control. This is mainly because noises, particularly those of exceeded volume, have detrimental impacts on humans. Firstly, they could trigger several physical disorders such as hearing loss, which would eventually result in being permanently deaf. Secondly, modernization process creates so many intrusive sounds that could lead to many serious mental health problems for urban citizens. For instance, residents living near areas of constructing are likely to suffer from insomnia caused by those irritating noises. In conclusion, it is undeniable that although people could generate noise in their own way, they should consider for others by controlling the amount of noise they produce. 276 words 190 Sample 5 A growing number of people feel that animals should not be exploited by people and that they should have the same rights as a human, while others argue that humans must employ animals to satisfy their various needs, including use for foods and research. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is argued that animals should have equal rights as a human being or should be used for humans' purposes. While some individuals suggest that animals should be protected by laws of animal rights, I would argue that it would be better to employ animals appropriately and effectively to improve our quality of life. On the one hand, some people think that animals should be protected by laws because they have equal rights as humans living together on the earth. Firstly, if they don't do anything damaging or harmful to humans' lives, we should respect them and do not do anything that might threaten their existences. It is obvious that animals help to balance our ecosystem and make our nature becomes more diverse. Secondly, some animals are our good friends from a long time ago. For example, dogs and cats can live with people as their friends and make us happy and safe. Eventually, dogs can help people hunting and play as guards to protect poultry and farms. On the other hand, it would be more useful if we can employ animals appropriately for specific purposes such as food source and research. Firstly, animals should be used effectively to provide sufficient nutrition for our daily diet. We cannot have enough energy and muscles without eating fish and meat. Secondly, animals should be used effectively in some experiments that couldn't be carried out on humans. For example, rats and rabbits are used quite often in vaccination laboratories to help humans find out the appropriate vaccine to against serious diseases such as malaria, HIV, and flu. Thirdly, if humans don't intervene in the animal's development, they might increase very fast and will have negative effects on human. One good example of this is the act of controlling the number of kangaroos in Australia in order to keep their population grows at a safe level for human being and ecosystem. To sum up, animals should be protected by animal rights as well as used appropriately in order to maintain a balance of the ecosystem and usefully serve some specific humans' purposes. 191 330 words 192 sample 6 as well as making money, businesses also have social responsibilities. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Businesses used to merely focus on making profits. However, corporate social responsibilities are becoming increasingly essential in today's commercial world. I absolutely concur with the idea that entrepreneurs should make contributions to society apart from focusing on profit making. On the one hand, I admit businesses must make money. According to Milton Friedman, there is one and only one social responsibility of business: to use its resources and engage in activities designed to increase its profits, capitalism and freedom. Conglomerates need to serve the best interests of shareholders, employees, and customers. Simultaneously, they have to invest in buildings, utilities, and innovations in order to remain successful. If a company lacks the capacity for paying its bills and tranches, all efforts towards corporate social responsibilities will become insignificant. In other words, only when a firm has financial stability can it contribute positively to society. On the other hand, companies should not be operated with the only desire of maximizing profits. They need to achieve some social mission so that they can do business ethically and minimize negative environmental impacts. I also support the ideas that businesses raise funds or donations, participate in charitable activities, and increase a high sense of employees' job satisfaction. As far as I have known, many conglomerates have established various programs and strategies to achieve a balance between the profitability and responsibility. Taking Apple and Microsoft as typical examples, two well-known multinational companies in information technology industry are substantial demonstrations of these actions. To include, I think it is certainly true that businesses have profit-making amenability, but this is by no means sole mission in the long-term viability of every conglomerate in cutthroat competition nowadays. 278 words 193 sample 7 Some people say that to solve today's global program every nation should have a good relationship with other nations. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? What do you think about cooperation and communication between countries? The world today is confronting many issues, and to resolve these requires all nations to keep a good connection altogether. I totally agree with this notion and assert that the unification when a country attempts to cooperate and communicate to others is vital to foster healthy development of global economy and society. It is undeniable that since all humans started to live on the same land, the earth, every individual nation apparently should get in touch well with other countries to ascertain that every issue related to troublesome problems in economical social terms can be effectively solved. For example, global issues like climate change cannot be deceased completely unless every nation commits to cutting down fume emission not only from green campaigns for fuel tax but also from environmentally friendly factories' encouragement. Furthermore, good relationship over the world means no war on the globe, which symbolizes peace and friendship, which is indispensable to relieve the international conflicts. Notwithstanding, neighbor nations cannot avoid some disagreement, such as politics, or invasions beyond borders of land or ocean. The seeing eye-to-eye relationship can help them mediate themselves and solve global issues much easier than the case with intervening of negotiators. Based on what is mentioned, the cooperation and communication are vital for the balance and health of economy and society of all countries. While cooperation helps to solve the global issues in terms of economic chaos like regression, the teamwork between nations indicates that every country can have a chance to help their friend countries better. For instance, refugees flooding to smelting spots, forcing the countries in different worlds have right and efficient actions to tackle this problem through shaking hand and finding the solution from global aids to enhance the standards of living in any place on any continent. Meanwhile, by communication, every country can share its success and discuss its problems, from which it can perfect its economy, boost the development and research internationally. Furthermore, communication assists to ease the conflicts on land or ocean, especially in countries/regions with potential economic benefits such as oil resources or fishing diversity. 194 325 words 195 sample 8 Some people think that schools should reward students who show the best academic results, which others believe that it is more important to reward students who show improvements. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is universally believed that rewards should be presented to students who excel in their study. While this is valid to a certain extent, I contend that rewarding students who make impressive progress is a superior option. It is understandable why some people advocate rewarding the elite student only. The key rationale is that they have applied themselves in order to achieve the best performance, so it makes sense that their efforts earn them the praises and privileges over those with lesser achievements. However, this thinking is flawed, as it may have an adverse effect on the rest of the students. They would feel overwhelmed by the fact that they can never compete, then gradually become disheartened. As a result, they may be reluctant to study harder, leading to lag behind their peers, and the school's overall performance may be deteriorated. Instead of the aforementioned approach, I am of the opinion that not only outstanding students but also those who aspire to get better performance should be rewarded. This would incentivize all to be diligent in their study and promote healthy competition, which would immensely place a positive effect to the school's progress. My university class is perfectly exemplified. Every time a student gets a higher grade than in the previous exams, they will be praised in front of the whole class. This creates a sense of encouragement for everybody and they will endeavor to study harder. In conclusion, while there still exist appropriate reasons to support the act of rewarding only the best student, I believe those who show signs of improvement should be encouraged too. 267 words 196 sample 9 universities and colleges are now offering qualifications through distance learning from the internet rather than the teachers in the classroom. Do you think the advantages of this development outweigh the disadvantages? The digital development nowadays has some impacts on education in many countries. One of these effects is the approach/pathway people adopt/take/are offered towards higher/further education at the ultimate academic institutions of universities and colleges. These days, some universities have started to open courses online so that students can study from their home. In my opinion, this is an innovation of the education. However, we also need to consider their drawbacks to the university system. Nobody can deny the convenience of online courses of the university. The first reason to be discussed is that taking online courses is time-saving. Traveling to school does not seem to be an issue to students living nearby, but it is a huge deterrent to those who have to spend hours commuting to school. By applying for online courses, students are encouraged to learn the suitable course without worrying about the distance from their house to university. Secondly, online courses provide learners with more flexible time to study. Students can arrange their schedule to make full use of their time and obtain/acquire extensive knowledge in their specialized field while they still have time to relax after studying. On the other hand, there are negative sides of online courses that also need to be considered. Firstly, this kind of courses limits the directly interact between the students and the classmates. There are other things besides the knowledge that the learners will take after the course, such as communication skill or teamworking skill. These soft skills can only be practiced when people actually talk to each other in person. Secondly, everyone is not supposed to have the same ability of self-study, which makes the results can differ among the students. Online courses are a considerably alternative for a well-organized person while it can cause failure for lazy students. In conclusion, online course is a huge step in the development of education, which can take all advantages of students. However, those who have no motivation to learn by themselves had better apply for courses at the campus because they can receive the encouragement from friends and lecturers there. 197 329 words 198 sample 10 If countries are serious about solving traffic problems, they should tax private cars very heavily and use the money to provide free or very cheap rail travel. To what extent do you agree with the above? It is true that the government should impose heavy taxes on private cars and spend on rail travel in order to solve the traffic issues. While I accept this may suit many people, I believe that the government should instead invest their money in road extension. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why the government should tax private cars harshly and use the budget to provide cheap rail travel for the citizens. One reason is that the more people use railway transportation, the less intense the traffic systems will be. Especially in the large cities, the number of operated railway systems in each day are less than the number of private transportations that are used by each household, which usually results in a traffic jam and rush hours. Another reason is that the number of car accidents will be reduced dramatically when many citizens use railway systems instead of private cars. Obviously, thanks to taxes, people will prevent from using cars and therefore travel by trains, which might save them from careless or drunk drivers on the roads and any unforeseen casualty. On the other hand, I suppose that the government should contribute parts of their revenue to the expansion of infrastructures in order to minimize the traffic issues in large cities. Firstly, if the city has more road systems, the possibilities that traffic jam occurs are quite small. Since there are various routes to reach certain destinations when more roads are built, passengers will have more options to decide the planning journey based on the current conditions of each highway. As a result, there will be less roadblock and rush hours as well as unfortunate accidents. Secondly, each individual is able to manage their own desired schemes for the travel when they have a private car. Since the public transportation schedules are established based on numerous factors such as economic benefits and the number of people in each area, many people find it hard to both visit many places and reach the public stations in time. Meanwhile, private cars help visitors think of more flexible plans for their journey to a wide range of destinations without any rail travel time interference. In conclusion, it is undeniable that heavy taxes on private transportation will 199 resolve the traffic problems and provide free or very cheap rail travel. However, it is also beneficial to suggest other resolutions that are not related to taxes such as infrastructure's construction. 330 words 200 sample 11 More and more people are relying on the private car as their major means of transportation. Describe some of the problems over-reliance on cars can cause, and suggest at least one possible solution. The rapid increase in the number of private cars traveling on street is a major topic of concern in modern society. This alarming trend poses many threats and must be addressed by a number of definite actions. As private cars are becoming increasingly prevalent, several related problems can be anticipated. Firstly, the overuse of cars might lead to the emission of tons of harmful gases, especially greenhouse gases, which acts as one of the main culprits of the ozone layer depletion. Moreover, ozone layer depletion as a consequence of pollution can cause skin problems. For example, in Australia, an increase in car users has attributed to accelerated depletion of ozone layer protecting people's skin from ultraviolet rays. Consequently, this causes a great number of respiratory diseases such as asthma, bronchitis, or skin cancer. Secondly, the trend toward abusing private cars could be ascribed to traffic congestion. When a huge number of cars travel on street during rush hours, they would take up a vast space for other vehicles, which causes traffic to become overload. If individuals use some types of light vehicles such as bicycles or motorbikes, they would not have to grapple with the nightmare of the traffic jam. However, measures must be taken by governments and environmental activists to alleviate/cope with the negative impacts of over-reliance on cars. On the one hand, the authorities should impose a higher tax on car importers in order that the price of cars would be increased significantly, which dissuades individuals from owning cars. Additionally, it is necessary for the government to invest money in upgrading the public transportation system as well as step up campaigns to encourage citizens to travel on these public vehicles. On the other hand, the amount of air pollution caused/released by cars can be reduced by installing air filter system in high-density urban areas. For instance, Dutch designers have given a birth to a device named Smog-Free Tower that can remove almost all the carbon particles from the air. In conclusion, the increase in car owners may result in both environmental problems and traffic congestion. Thus it is vital for policymakers to adopt effective measures to tackle the problem. 201 325 words 202 Sample 12 multinational companies are becoming increasingly common in developing countries. What are the advantages and disadvantages of this? Multinational enterprises have been increasingly popular in today's business world. It is claimed that these enterprises provide plenty of opportunities for host countries. Simultaneously, they are also pregnant with certain drawbacks for local businesses and the environment. The activities of transitional corporations can create a significant economic boost for less developed nations. Firstly, thanks to projects concerning the construction of factories and infrastructure, more jobs and trainings for local people are created. Secondly, due to their activities, these corporations help other nations improve economic governance as well as broaden export and import, which enables them to gain further integration into global economy. From the international perspective, the activities of transnational companies also contribute to hunger eradication and poverty alleviation in developing countries. Additionally, the local industry can get access to higher technology from foreign countries through transitional companies, which helps improve its technological parameter. On the other hand, multinational enterprises obviously have negative impacts on the local community. First, the jobs that they create are not permanent because these enterprises could relocate to another country, which is caused by management barriers in the host nation. Second, in developing economies, large multinational companies can have greater competitive advantages than local firms, which may lead to the latter becoming broke. Last but not least, in order to maximize profits, transitional corporations often contribute to pollution in the local areas, which puts the environment under threat. To summarize, despite the inevitable negative impacts when setting up business in other nations, transitional enterprises are evidently appealing to and are welcomed by the nations provided that their practices also respond to their social responsibilities apart from making money. 273 words 203 Sample 13 The government should invest more money in teaching science than in other subjects for a country development and progress. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The importance of science and technology in national progress has long been recognized, so it is said that government funding for education should give preference to science-based subjects over others. Personally, I disagree with this opinion because of non-science subjects' distinct impacts. Advances in science have been fundamentally altering the way people live, work and communicate, which bring about some profound effects on economic growth. The advent of computers and the internet, for example, has empowered individuals and businesses to access knowledge in markets, to communicate and transact regardless of geographic distance. In addition, robotics and machine learning can now serve as substitutes in lots of activities with greater efficiency and higher productivity. Another benefit that modern science has provided is the development of renewable energy. Sources of renewable/alternative energy such as solar and nuclear power begin to help ease nations' reliance on oil and fossil fuels. However, the process of a country's development is not only based on science education and advancement, since the prosperity of a country calls for talents from a wide range of fields. It is known that in parallel with the operation of applying science and technology in socio-economic development, many problems such as pollution, crime, and diseases have surged. Therefore, a country needs scientific experts as well as those in many other fields to make its progressing path smoother and safer. For example, scientists play an integral part in combating climate change as they are counted for finding out causes and corresponding effects of this issue. However, in order to solve this problem, authors and activists are required to improve social awareness at the same time. In conclusion, although a nation without science and technology is definitely a backward one, science only/alone cannot bring growth and well-being for a country. Instead, I do believe a nation's sustainable development would require a well-rounded education with an emphasis on all disciplines. 315 words 204 Sample 14 Some people believe that unpaid community services should be a compulsory part of high school programmers, for example working for a charity, improving the neighborhood or teaching sports to younger children. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is agreed that students should partake in unpaid community service as a mandatory part of their curriculum in high schools. I believe this opinion is reasonable based on many factors. Firstly, through serving the community freely. Teenagers can be grown up beyond our imagination. When working voluntarily, students learn how to solve an unexpected problem without the instructions from their teachers or parents. As a result, they are able to be more independent rather than the period they learn academic knowledge at school. Moreover, teenagers involving in community service volunteer to complete the required tasks. Because they think that they are contributing to develop their own society and their actions have impacts on others' lives, they are motivated to finish all the workload. Therefore, they become more responsible for all the works they will attend in the future. Secondly, partaking in unpaid community service boasts a myriad of personal benefits. If students serve the community without payment, especially working for a charity, they will have a chance to meet different people, many of whom are orphans, disabled children, or the elderly in nursing homes. Therefore, they are more empathetic for others' destiny. Besides, the value of labor is perceived by students when they perform the work without payment. They feel deeper gratitude to the labor result. For example, many teenagers born in a full materialistic condition tend to waste their time and money on useless things. If schools require them to engage in unpaid community service, they will know how hard is it to complete the work and what the meaningful life is, which leads to the fact that they can study more diligently. In conclusion, I am strong of the view that doing unpaid work can be advantageous for students and the high school should consider putting it in the curriculum as a compulsory part. 205 307 words 206 Sample 15 Some people think that parents should teach children how to be good members of society. Others, however, believe that school is the place to learn this. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. It is sometimes argued that children should learn how to be good citizens in school instead of learning from their parents. In my opinion, families would provide a more suitable environment for children to acquire the appropriate behaviors. On the one hand, schools may have significant advantages in education. Firstly, teachers in schools go through adequate training to be qualified to teach. Moreover, they can also gain better access to academic resources on the society's principles, rules and values than parents in order to guide students in becoming well-behaved individuals. Secondly, parents need to spend a lot of daily hours on their work, household chores, and other responsibilities, resulting in the lack of time with their children. Meanwhile, teachers' sole responsibility is to focus on developing the right attitude and actions in students, so they are more capable of fulfilling this role. Finally, educational institutions frequently receive formal support from governments, non-profit organizations, educators and researchers to teach children life values. These resources are valuable to help children to have the wanted direction of development. On the other hand, it would be extremely beneficial for the children if they are taught how to be good members of society from their parents. One of the key points is that children usually spend time and interact with their parents since their births, hence their characteristics are best known by their parents. Fathers and mothers would be the one who can come up with the most suitable approach on how to train their children and what qualities of good citizens that the children are in need. Furthermore, the strong connection and affection with the children would also assist parents in this lifelong cause. For example, I've seen many parents around me actively/constantly equip themselves with materials, skills, and knowledge to educate children. Last but not least, teachers in school often have other students to take care of, therefore they cannot individualize the learning method as well as parents. In conclusion, while I understand that there are some benefits to this alternative, I strongly believe that parents should take the major role in teaching children how to become responsible individuals in the society. 207 325 words 208 Sample 16 There is a general increase in antisocial behaviors and lack of respect for others. What are the causes and solutions? Antisocial behaviors and disrespect towards others have been a heated topic of debate in today's world. Some explanations will be put forward before optimal solutions can be drawn to tackle this problem. There are several reasons as to why hostile behavior and disrespect are increasingly becoming popular in society. Firstly, lack of education for children in their early life could be attributed to antisocial behavior. This is because, in the contemporary life, parents are too busy with their work to take care of their offsprings. Thus, children may be disoriented and could not distinguish between the right and the wrong behaviors in society. As a result, it is the precursor to gradual spread of aggressive behaviors in the community. Secondly, frequent exposure of people to violence and surrounding environment is also the main culprit of antisocial and disrespectful behaviors. Therefore, modern means of communication has become such an integral part of people's life. People, mostly the young aged, can try to emulate such acts of violence, being unable to differentiate between good and bad. As a result, children, in particular, would have ill-mannered everyone. Diversified measures can be implemented to address antisocial behaviors and disrespect. An obvious solution is to emphasize the importance of parental guidance. By paying more attention to the behavior and emotional children, parents can provide children with a healthy educational environment, which help them develop proper manners and behaviors. For example, when children have accomplished high achievements, parents ought to give them a full credit and encourage much more. Another crucial solution is that the government should heavily censor violent contents that could adversely affect children's cognitive ability. This will discourage people, especially the young, from emulating aggressive behaviors. In conclusion, there are a variety of reasons for the increase of hostile behaviors and disrespect in society. This urges both the government and family to take immediate actions to tackle this circumstance. 316 words 209 Sample 17 Some people think that children should obey the rules or do what their parents and teachers want them to do. Some people think that children controlled very much cannot deal with problems themselves. There are many different views about how parents and teachers should educate children to become productive citizens in the future. While some people adopt a view that children should abide by regulations from their parents and teachers, I believe that tight control would bring negative effects on children. On the one hand, the obedience of children is necessary to gain a wealthy growth. Children are naive and pure, so they are susceptible/vulnerable to adverse impacts from the living environment. Parents and teachers, therefore, play an important role in keeping their children away from unacceptable behavior by the strict rules. In other words, the insufficient awareness of the rights and the wrongs would lead to misguided beliefs among children. In this case, children should obey the true spirits of elders' rules to get proper habits. On the other hand, I agree with those who believe that children restrained narrowly could not cope with the problems themselves. In fact, it is common that children who are imposed the strict rules and regulations by their parents and teachers are more likely to become sensitive and vulnerable/introverted people. This is the main trigger which leads to the potential lacking of problem-solving skills and makes inadequate decisions given that when they become adults, they must confront with all affairs by themselves without their parents or instructors. For this reason, parents and teachers should encourage their children to see and touch harsh realities at early ages, instead of acting in accordance with the rules. In conclusion, despite benefits from complying with the rules and regulations, the elders like parents and teachers should break the tough rules, which might prevent children from to be more confident and determinable in modern societies. 286 words 210 Sample 18 Some people think that all university students should study whatever they like. Others believe that they should only be allowed to study subjects that will be useful in the future, such as those related to science and technology. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Model Essay 1. There are different opinions about how much choices students should be given in selecting university subjects. While some people think that the university should only offer required courses focusing on science and technology, which are beneficial for the student's future, I believe that adult learners should be able to choose subjects following their own interests. On the one hand, there are some certain advantages of acquiring knowledge in science and technology courses in terms of both students' life in particular and the social as well as economic development in general. Firstly, it is widely thought that university courses like medicine, engineering and information technology provide more job opportunities, better salaries, and even higher social status, and therefore bring brighter future for learners who take them. Secondly, technology such as the internet and digital devices is applied in almost every aspect of modern society, so forcing students into particular technical courses ensures any technological gaps would be handled. Finally, focusing on science and technology studies will accelerate innovations that stimulating the economic growth in the long run. On the other hand, I would agree with the idea letting college students choose their own courses. It is undeniable that learners will achieve good academic performance when they are passionate about what they are learning. In addition, art talents like Mozart and Picasso would not have emerged if young people are forced to study science-based subjects. Besides, engagement in non-science classes such as arts, music, and drama brings about spiritual values for students in terms of stress relief and overall mental health. Last but not least, learning a wide range of subjects in universities have benefits for any country in dealing with global issues such as global warming that is counted on not only scientists to find out its causes and effects but also activists, artists, and lawyers to improve social awareness. 211 In conclusion, despite the aforementioned advantages of forcing learners into studying science and technology, the student's life and society, from my perspective, would gain more benefits from allowing young people to select what they want to learn. 325 words Model Essay 2. Nowadays, universities wonder if they should force their students to learn certain key subjects or not. While this could be beneficial for students, I believe that it will be useful if students only study subjects that they like in university. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why university students should only study subjects that will be useful in the future. The biggest reason is that this will give students countless opportunities to seek a job with a high salary after graduating from college. For example, in Vietnam, students could get a higher salary if they work as programmers or scientists after school. Furthermore, particular university subjects such as information technology and physics can provide students with a wealth of knowledge, which they can apply that in creating or studying something that is useful for mankind in the future. On the other hand, it seems to me that universities should create more spaces for students to study whatever subject they like. Firstly, students who only study their favorite subjects can save a great deal of money. Consequently, they spend it buying books on their subjects in order to master their skills. Take my sister as an example. Instead of taking part in all of the classes in her university, she just took a leadership course and bought a lot of books about this subjects to read, and now she is working as LinkedIn CEO. Secondly, a university that allows students to freely choose their subjects will help develop their strengths if they are not good at logic-related subjects so that they can draw inspiration from their favorite subjects. In conclusion, while forcing students to study subjects that will be useful in the future does have benefits, I strongly believe that universities should let their students have the right to learn their own favorite subjects. 310 words 212 Sample 19 Overpopulation of urban areas has led to numerous problems. Identify one or two serious ones and suggest ways that governments and individuals can tackle these problems. It is true that population explosion in urban areas has caused negative impacts to people's lives and society. In this essay, I intend to propose some possible solutions to deal with it. The huge population in big cities has led to enormous troubles. First of all, infrastructure has been seriously overloaded, causing congestion of the traffic during peak hours. As a result, transportation system, which is the backbone of the economy, has been impacted significantly. Secondly, public services, especially healthcare, have been always overcrowded. Thousands of patients cannot receive sufficient treatment, many of them have to wait for hours to be served and sleep in the corridors of hospitals. However, I contend such problems could be tackled by the effort of both governments and individuals. The primary measure would be authorities' investment in transportation and services. Firstly, construction of new roads and bridges as well as metro lines must be accelerated to be operated. At the same time, the government should publish strict law to limit private vehicles and promote citizens using public transport. Secondly, new hospitals should be built up along with the deployment of qualified medical staffs in order to serve a large number of patients. The other tactics are to raise individuals' awareness about traffic problems. They should minimize the use of personal vehicles and incline to travel by public transport simultaneously. Moreover, people might consider living in suburb areas instead of city center to deal with congested space. In conclusion, the problems caused by overpopulation are extremely serious. However, the above integrated solutions could be offered to overcome it. 262 words 213 Sample 20 Buying things on the internet, such as books, air tickets, and groceries, is becoming more and more popular. Do the advantages of shopping in this way outweigh the disadvantages? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Online shopping has become a common tool when we increasingly search for goods and place our order instantly on the internet. All kinds of goods and services are available online and within our reach with just one click. While purchasing things online exposes us to the risk of buying low-quality products, the convenience and time saving from online shopping far outweigh its drawback. The primary concern with online shopping is the risk of buying inferior products. That is to say, consumers make their decision according to the appearance and the attractive advertisement without personally checking the item. Consequently, this results in complaints or disappointments later upon delivery of the product. For instance, I got an awful experience with online shopping. The chair I bought online was broken after a week. However, many websites of high reputation have a return policy within a set period of time, which enables customers to return the product if they are not satisfied with their purchase. Nevertheless, it is irrefutable that online shopping brings immense convenience. In other words, there are thousands of products online which we can search for within a few seconds. We are also able to compare the prices, features, comments from other buyers and apply for periodic discounts. This feature would never be duplicated with traditional/conventional shopping, in which we would spend a great deal of effort on going around, looking for the product and comparing the prices. We definitely save our precious time for doing something else which is much more meaningful. For example, a recent survey conducted by the Consumer Behavior Association in the United States has shown that convenience remains the greatest feature which encourages/makes customers opt for online shopping. To conclude, online shopping saves us a lot of time and offers the great convenience, and these features far outweigh any drawback of low-quality products when purchasing online. We, therefore, should access/approach trusted websites for online shopping to minimize any dissatisfaction. 214 322 words 215 Sample 21 Some people believe that teaching children at home is best for a child's development, while others think that it is important for children to go to school. Discuss the advantages of both methods and give your own opinion. Some people believe that homeschooling is the most critical method for child development of all aspects, including physical, intellectual, social, and emotional changes. While there are strong arguments to support this point of view, I would argue that there are more advantages for a child to attend schools. On the one hand, I understand why people often think that children should be at home and taught by their parents or private tutors. Firstly, children/young children do not need to face the pressure of formal examinations or excessive exercises but progress faster. This is because those who study at home could learn at their own pace, as their parents often prepare lessons that are more appropriate to their children's level. Secondly, the problem of school discipline may be avoided, as young children could enjoy their childhood without negative influences around them. Consequently, their personality would not be negatively shaped because of these effects. On the other hand, I would side with those who believe that schools will equip children with sufficient knowledge as well as useful social skills. To begin with, pupils would academically and positively compete with their peers because they often want to become the highest achiever in class. As a result, this attitude will foster their competitive spirit, which is a golden selling point to have better employment prospects in the future. Furthermore, schools, being a small community of a society, resemble the real world outside more than a single family. Students are more likely to learn how to overcome obstacles such as exam failure or bullying, which eventually helps them to gain more confidence to deal with problems in their life. In conclusion, it seems to me that going to schools would have more positive impacts on children's development compared with studying at home. 297 words 216 Sample 22 Some suggest that young people should take a job for a few years between school and university. Discuss what the advantages and disadvantages might be for people who do this. Having finished high school, a majority of youngsters tend to directly enroll in a recognized university to pursue their future occupation dream. However, the number of those taking a gap year to be employed for a period of time is remarkably increased nowadays. This phenomenon provokes a fierce controversy over the issue of whether adolescents should take a break for a while before continuing their tertiary education. The first advantage of getting a job during this time is to have an adequate time frame to consider satisfactory future major at university. Students with no working experience are thoroughly confused about the selection of their upcoming occupations. Another is that young adults are able to achieve real-life skill set and job experience essential for their later careers during this working period of time. Tackling financial issues is the last benefit investigated in this essay. Not all students are able to afford the university fee for the whole 4 academic years, therefore, working in the gap year may assist them in dealing with fiscal problems. Nevertheless, getting a job for a period of time before officially registering to a university may also bring some undesirable influence on adolescents. Firstly, it might be more difficult for them to recall previous fundamental knowledge essential for their entrance exam. Secondly, working without formal qualifications leads to low salary, unsatisfied working environment and being put under pressure. Last but not least, they may later lose their interest in pursuing tertiary education, leading to the scarce intellectual workforce. In conclusion, it is not always a good idea to be recruited after graduating from high school, but it is one of the most effective arrangements for youngsters to consider depending on their authentic financial and study conditions. 289 words 217 Sample 23 countries are becoming more and more similar because people are able to buy the same products anywhere in the world. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? Nowadays, due to the globalization as well as the development of import and export, many countries have resembled to each other because their citizens have opportunities to access to the commodities of many regions in the world. However, recently, this phenomenon has triggered a heated debate as to whether this trend would be beneficial to countries themselves. In my opinion, I believe that this development is advantageous because it would boost economy despite slight damage to the domestic market. On the one hand, if many commodities from all over the world are imported into a country, its residents are able to approach and purchase high-quality products worldwide. To illustrate, it is some parts of the world such as the USA, Japan which excel at microtechnology, GMO foods, and thus, along with the boom of transportation, these goods could be given to customers in developing countries. In addition, the universal access to international products is likely to optimize the cost-effective use of expensive products. More specifically, many products are bought from foreign countries but their components are from many parts of the world. As a result, if the market resembles due to similar goods, customers are capable of fixing and replacing the broken elements instead of buying new whole products. On the other hand, this trend could influence adversely to the domestic market. As long as customers could approach cutting-edge products from developed countries, they have a tendency to ignore homegrown products because they usually pale in comparison with foreign commodities. However, this negative effects could be curbed provided that domestic companies and manufacturers are offered insights into modern technology with the help from the government and they are willing to adapt to the international development. In conclusion, it seems to me that global combination could bring the best services for customers and promote the economy. 306 words 218 Sample 24 Many people argue that in order to improve educational quality, high school students are encouraged to make comments or even criticism on their teachers. Others think it will lead to loss of respect and discipline in the classroom. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is true that finding ways to improve the education system is one of the top priorities of every nation/country. In some cultures, while some people believe that students should be encouraged to give opinion about their teachers, I would argue that this can give rise to lack of respect and discipline in the classroom. On the one hand, the option to make comments about their teachers is attractive due to several reasons. Firstly, it will help improve the quality of education. For example, if the class is slow, it will be ineffective for teachers to teach so fast that most students fail to retain the information. Without the comments of students, teachers will find it difficult to know whether the speed of the lesson is appropriate for the class, which has a great impact on the quality of the lesson. Moreover, some professors have said that course evaluations help them tremendously improve the course. On the other hand, I believe that there are several drawbacks of allowing students to give feedback or criticism on their teachers. The main demerit is that some students do not know the limit and respect to their teachers in some situations. As a result, it may lead to the occurrence of bad behavior such as offending or even insulting their teachers. Additionally, the classroom may be in chaos due to massive numbers of comments. Opinions vary from students to students, and it may be impractical for teachers to work out a way of teaching that satisfies all students. In conclusion, although the idea is advantageous in some aspects to some extent, it seems to me that it is better to discourage students to do it. 279 words 219 Sample 25 Employers sometimes ask people applying for jobs for personal information, such as their hobbies and interest, and whether they are married or single. Some people say that this information may be relevant and useful. Others disagree. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is true that the question of whether to provide personal information or not when applying for a job is rather debatable. Some are of the view that it is necessary to do it, yet others do not agree. I will examine both views in this writing before setting out my personal opinion on the matter. There are a variety of reasons why recruiters tend to ask for personal information from job applicants. Firstly, they definitely want to recognize the strengths and weaknesses of such candidates. By this way, it will be easy to choose suitable employees for the vacancy. For example, rather than choosing those who are married, single people are obviously more appropriate for the positions which require many business trips. Secondly, the staff are likely to benefit in some cases when the companies help them develop their career path based on their strengths. Instead of struggling to meet/fulfill sales target, introverted staff will be encouraged to do in the back office, which might lead to career success in the future. On the other hand, I strongly believe that the privacy cannot be invaded. The first reason for this is that it is a human right to have their information kept confidentially. It is not compulsory to expose one's privacy to everyone. In some multinationals, application forms even do not require to provide the private information such as their gender, age, marital status, and so forth. Furthermore, the result may be devastating if the personal information is stolen or hacked. There is no evidence that the companies can absolutely guarantee the employee's information safety even though they have spent a great deal of money on data security. In conclusion, although the more information the applicants provide, the more beneficial it is for both employers and employees, it seems to me that the privacy 220 is vitally important and it cannot be invaded by any reasons. 330 words 221 sample 26 Overpopulation in many major urban centers around the world is a major problem. What are the causes of this? How can this problem be solved? It is widely argued that the incredible rise in population has negative impacts on the modern society. There are a number of reasons behind this point of view and several solutions should be proposed to change this difficult situation. There are two primary reasons why more and more people start to move to big and popular cities. One reason is that urban environment offers a wide range of huge job opportunities which helps human earn a better living. Indeed, the higher pursuit of professions can hardly be followed in such rural areas due to the shortage of conditions and infrastructures. This may lead to the unfulfillment of life quality which constantly drives farmers and workers to immigrate to big towns. Another reason is the desire for enjoying better facilities and welfares which are only available in urban centers. For example, all children are expected to attend qualified schools or every citizen loans for being taken care in advanced and professional hospitals. However, measures must be taken by the government and international bodies to solve this intricate problem and recreate a better society. Firstly, it should be one of the demanding jobs of authority to extend the area of cities and make efforts to develop and construct more buildings, hospitals as well as schools in the countrysides. This not only encourages people to move to other places to prosper but also decrease the chances of overpopulation in towns. Secondly, states ought to impose a strict limitation on the number of residents by discouraging each family to give birth more than 2 in urban areas. Thereby, the population will be tightly supervised and reduced significantly. All in all, only by restricting the population of urban centers will the problem be resolved and the society becomes more orderly. Transport vehicle under high pressure and may lead to overloaded status. As a result, access to those resources could be limited, meaning that the quality of life of citizens will not be guaranteed. Besides, an increase in city population will result in the increased number of vehicles which can make the city become more polluted. Secondly, city migration could contribute to the depletion of farming due to the lack of agricultural labor force. As a result, agricultural land can be uninhibited and this will lead to the food shortage. Since urbanization is a part of economic development, it seems impossible to stop this tendency and measures should be taken in order to control those problems. First, governments should encourage enterprises to invest in agricultural areas and use the local workforces. This will not only help to decrease the migration of people but also attract workers from big cities. Besides, improving essential infrastructure and providing better healthcare services to people in rural areas are also helpful in controlling urbanization. In conclusion, migration of people from agricultural areas to urban areas is a serious problem and solutions should be implemented urgently to overcome this issue. 261 words 223 sample 28 Some children think that subjects such as mathematics and philosophy are too difficult for them to study at school, so they should be made optional rather than compulsory. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Nowadays, an increasing number of students find it difficult in studying mathematics and philosophy. Some people claim that these subjects would rather become optional subjects than the compulsory ones. From my perspective, I suggest that either mathematics or philosophy should remain mandatory for all students. Mathematics and philosophy are the standing point to majority subjects in school or even almost major in the economy. For instance, physics requires some useful tool of maths which is vectors, integrals, derivates in order to analyze the directions of forces or interpret the acceleration and speed. In addition, many people may argue that mathematics and philosophy are only for people who do science. These subjects are not only for students who love studying science but also for the ones who learn the art. Thanks to the assist of philosophy, people will have the power of reasoning according to the thesis. Moreover, both of two subjects will strengthen the connection between theory and real-life experience. Many people will be capable of linking logically the new concepts with their experience. Thus, their job will be done more efficiently which can lead to a successful career in particular and a whole new future in general. Another beneficial side of math and philosophy is that they help people enhance logical thinking and they have a variety of applications in the student's future. 223 words 224 sample 29 More and more students are choosing to study at colleges and universities in a foreign country. Do the benefits of studying abroad outweigh the drawbacks? It is true that the number of students who choose to study overseas has increased rapidly in the past few years. While there are benefits and drawbacks of studying in a foreign country, I would argue that it has more benefits for the students themselves. On the one hand, some people believe that the choice of studying abroad have some disadvantages. The first reason is that studying overseas will cost more than studying in the home country. It is necessary for parents to spend more money on airplane tickets, accommodations, foods and clothes, besides tuition fees and insurances. Another reason is that students might be unfamiliar and uncomfortable with the culture, environment, and language of the new country. As a consequence, it might have a negative effect on their mental condition and physical health. For example, most students have problems adjusting to culture shock. This can lead to symptoms such as nausea, frustration, extreme tiredness, confusion, and homesickness. On the other hand, I believe that studying in another country brings so many positive aspects for the students themselves. Firstly, if students study in a new country, they will have a chance to learn new languages and new cultures. Secondly, students will learn about how to live independently, such as cleaning their own rooms or doing the laundry by themselves. Thirdly, they could make new friends with people from other countries and get familiar with multicultural environments. Lastly, it is a fact that in certain countries, international graduate certificate gives additional values when the students search for jobs. In conclusion, it is undeniable that the preference of studying in a foreign country has its own benefits and drawbacks. It seems to me that it has more advantages for the students themselves. 290 words 225 sample 30 in schools and universities, girls tend to choose arts while boys like science. What are the reasons for this trend and do you think this tendency should be changed? Nowadays, there are more and more female students enrolling art classes while males tend to opt for science subjects. There exist several obvious reasons behind this tendency and I believe that it should be altered in some circumstances. First of all, students' preferences in different classes can be attributed to the requirements in each field. Generally, females with vivid imagination are more likely to take part in art courses, while science subjects such as physics or mathematics need considerable analytical abilities and logical thinking which are among the strengths of male students. Moreover, science-related fields require more physical abilities, concentration than others. For example, to successfully obtain a diploma in a medical course, a person needs to pass many exams including tons of experiments and dissertations to hand in and he or she is also overwhelmed with a lot of assignments within a short amount of time. However, I am of the opinion that this trend should be slightly changed. First and foremost, some science subjects are more suitable for girls than the opposite sex, which are classes requiring patience and meticulous preparation. Nursery perfectly exemplifies this reason. When a person wants to learn to become a nurse, especially when he or she has to care for the elderly, this person has to be considerate and take heed of even minor things. Furthermore, students should have free choices to choose their future paths. It is evident that nowadays some are learning particular subjects in schools or colleges just because of their parents' wishes. This may cause resentment and discourage the students' performances. In conclusion, the upsurge in the number of males entering science classes along with females' participation in art fields can be understandable due to the aforementioned reasons and some alternation should be made to this tendency. 298 words 226 sample 31 Some people think that people moving to a new country should accept new culture in the foreign country. Others think that they should live as a separate minority group with a different lifestyle. Discuss both views and give your opinion. The issue of whether people settling in a new country should adopt new culture or not is open to debate. While there are benefits to maintain their lifestyle, I would agree that immigrants should behave as people of the host country. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why people insist on keeping their traditions. Firstly, cultural conservation allows them to express their love for family and nation. For example, beginning of February, more East Asia students celebrate a party for a new year as following old type. Secondly, if a person is from a country with strong and old customs, it will be difficult for him to adopt new ones. He cannot break the old customs such as food habits and wear certain types of clothes. On the other hand, it seems to me that copying the new traditional lifestyles is the best choice. Exploring and understanding new culture provides a plenty of opportunities to succeed/move forward in the life. It supports them to get on well with communities rapidly or build a strong relationship with others because locals feel respected when their customs are understood and imitated. Moreover, it decreases chances of misunderstanding and embarrassment. For example, when you move by public transportation in Japan, you will not certainly give up the chair for older people. This is considered being impolite action. In conclusion, while holding on own culture does have some benefits, it seems to me that changing the tradition of host nation has positive effects on their lives. 256 words 227 sample 32 Discuss the advantages and disadvantages of studying abroad. When the topic of overseas education comes into view, there exists controversy. Some assert that studying abroad is beneficial, whereas opponents of this idea prefer to pursue higher education in their own countries. Personally, I find the advantages of studying in a foreign country outweigh the disadvantages based on various reasons. Studying abroad offers many benefits. One of them is the multicultural environment that students experience. They are able to expand their knowledge on diversity, which makes it easier to work in international companies in the future. Furthermore, overseas education not only cultivates an intercontinental relationship, but also strengthens understanding and respect between different backgrounds. Another notable advantage is the practice of independence for overseas students. Most students travel alone to pursue higher education, therefore, they ought to have self-reliance and responsibility for themselves to maintain a healthy lifestyle. On top of which, they need to be diligent with their studies as well, which is bound to stimulate self-improvement. On the other hand, overseas studying experience could have some shortcomings. Being unfamiliar with the education format is a huge drawback for international students. It requires a certain amount of time for them to get used to the newly introduced learning method, which could put a strain on their results. This could be rather discouraging and stressful to some students who fail to keep up, affecting their mental health. Moreover, having to manage everything on one's own requires great efforts. As previously mentioned, overseas learners are expected to both meet academic requirements and living arrangement. For young adults, carrying out tasks, such as cooking, doing the laundry, without any help from their families could be quite challenging. Those who are not capable of balancing their education and lifestyle are likely to suffer from anxiety and depression. On the whole, the essay clearly communicates that there are both advantages and disadvantages to studying abroad. However, in my humble opinion, overseas students could greatly benefit from a foreign studying environment if they are determined to overcome the challenges it brings. 329 words 228 sample 33 The crime rate in teenagers has increased dramatically in many countries in recent years. What are the causes, and what are the solutions? The proportion of crime in teenagers saw a dramatic increase in other nations in recent years. There are several causes of increasing crime ratio in teenagers, and several actions need to be taken to solve this problem. The growth of crime rate in teenagers is caused by several factors. Firstly, the internet and media are one of the factors, which lead to the wrongdoing of children. Because nowadays the internet and media tend to develop rapidly, young people have access to more violent materials such as video games or films. As a result, they imitate violent action in films or games which result in ABC. Secondly, since parents are busy to make money, they do not have enough time to take care of their children. Therefore, children can do whatever they want and might have inappropriate behavior such as drugs or stealing. Effective solutions should be proposed to deal with the problems described above. First of all, the government should limit children's access to violent materials. For example, violent films can be banned on TV. A second measure is that parents need to pay more attention to their offspring. For instance, parents should encourage their children to participate in useful activities such as sports or musical instruments, as well as apply heavier punishments to teenage criminals to make them be afraid and avoid committing crimes. In conclusion, a number of reasons for dramatic increasing adolescent crimes can be addressed, and various measures need to be taken to tackle this problem. 255 words 229 sample 34 Some people say that young people learn useful skills by playing electronic and computer games. Others say that young people who play electronic and computer games are wasting their time. Discuss both views and give your opinion. These days, an increasing number of people are playing electronic and computer games. While some people are of the opinion that young people can learn useful skills by playing such entertainment games, others say that they are wasting their time. It is certainly true that people who play electronic and computer games can get some benefits from it. Generally, people play computer games in their free time because they want to relieve stress. Further, video games can help players improve certain skills. As players have to handle situations that require accuracy and agility because of the interaction between them and the games, they must have the good eye-hand coordination to play well. Moreover, electronic games always offer challenges to players, so it demands them to react with a very responsive brain and come up with quick, effective solutions. This allows them to improve their thinking skills and plan the right strategies that contribute to the success of their work. However, there are many people who feel that young people who play electronic and computer games are spending their time on a frivolous thing. Playing video games habitually is associated with an increase in adverse effects on health such as high blood pressure, eye-related diseases, dry skin, and wrinkles. In addition, there is a clear connection between abusing games and students' failure in learning. Students who spend excessive time on playing games will neglect their schoolwork. Playing video games also gives rise to a high level of truancy. As a result, their school performances are adversely affected. In conclusion, I believe that although young people can learn some useful skills by playing entertainment games, it is clear that playing games too much has more adverse effects than benefits. Therefore, young people should not spend excessive time playing computer games to get the positive advantages of games and to avoid the negative effects of game addiction. 315 words 230 sample 35 In many Western countries, there is an increasing number of couples choosing to have no children. What are the advantages and disadvantages to couples having no children? Western couples these days have increasingly changed their minds about having children. It is a fact that parenting or not parenting brings both benefits and drawbacks in many fields of life. On the one hand, raising/bringing up a child is immensely expensive. A lot of beliefs are held that supporting a child's life from birth to 18 years old is beyond their financial ability. Some people initially refuse to give birth because they want to save money for their leisure activities in elder life. Moreover, it is relatively easier for not parenting to pursue higher in their chosen professions. Also, being a childless couple can let them spend more time together with their partner. On the other hand, those who have children prove to gain a variety of advantages. Adult children are normally believed to take good care of their parents when they become old. For example, an elderly alone cannot drive to the supermarket and cook for himself. In addition, having no child can make people feel sort of misfits from their fellows who have one. Sometimes children are the ones who can connect their parents together, maintaining well the relationship of couples. In fact, many broken marriages/many marriages being on the brink of divorce are saved thanks to the bond of their kids. All in all, although being parents can experience the sense of responsibility, childless life helps people to live more independent by saving a certain amount of time and money. It can be concluded that each choice brings unique advantages and disadvantages. 254 words 231 sample 36 Cycling is more environmentally friendly than other forms of transport. Why is it not popular in many places? And how to increase its popularity? Although riding a bicycle can bring numerous benefits to our environment instead of using other sorts of vehicles, it is true that there is a limited number of people are more likely to use it because of several reasons. To reduce this unpopularity, some solutions could be proposed at the level of individuals, as well as the society. To begin with, there is a range of reasons why few people use bicycles to travel on a regular basis. Firstly, living in a fast-paced life, people seem to become much busier with a heavy workload than in the past, and individuals want to reduce the time spending on transport as much as possible. To be more precise, nowadays, not only do people work at their workplace, but also take time to finish their tasks at home, so the increase in hours of work required them to minimize the time for transport. As a result, they could not utilize bicycles, a low-speed vehicle, but tend to prioritize the usage of motorbikes or cars, which would take less time. Secondly, cycling requires a greater strength and stamina than riding a motorbike or driving a car. This partly discourages people from choosing this means of transport, especially in the uncomfortable weather or when they have to travel a long distance. Regarding solutions, several steps can be taken to raise the popularity of bicycles. The first solution should come from the governmental actions to dissuade citizens from owning and utilizing private motorbikes or cars, such as increasing the price of petrol or raising the tax on these vehicles. As a consequence, more people would opt bicycle as their primary means of transport. Additionally, at the same time, central authorities should also build more lanes serving only cyclists, which would make it much faster and safer to travel by bicycles. In the level of individuals, the final solution is to launch campaigns to raise citizens' awareness of the environmental degradation which is partly caused by harmful effects of motorbikes and cars, and this could lead people to cycle more often. In conclusion, there are some reasons why bicycles become less common in today's world, and measures should be taken to promote this means of transport to achieve sustainable development early. 330 words 232 sample 37 The internet has transformed the way information is shared and consumed, but it has also created problems that did not exist before. What are the most serious problems associated with the internet and what solutions can you suggest? It is true that internet has caused enormous problems to users besides its positive effects. In this essay, I intend to identify the most serious impacts associated with this network and propose some possible solutions to deal with it. There are numerous negative impacts involved in the internet. First of all, it is undeniable that some information on this network is extremely harmful, ranging from pornography, violence to instruction on how to make an explosive bomb. Such contents would stimulate the juveniles who could not distinguish right from wrong to form wrong behavior or even commit crimes. Secondly, there is a potential risk of social isolation. A problem is occasionally seen in people who prefer spending significant time on terminals to engaging in the real world. However, I contend such problems can be resolved by the effort of both the government and the society. The primary measure would be censorship of the authority to control the information that is exposed to the public. This procedure can eliminate harmful contents, which could approach internet users from the websites. Simultaneously, schools and organizations implement education campaigns to raise people's awareness about drawbacks of being addicted to social networks, which have been increasingly popular with the youths. The other tactic is parents' observation to their children. They should set rules on their children's time consuming to the internet, as well as control the content the kids watch. In conclusion, the negative impacts of the internet are incredibly tremendous. However, the proposed integrated solutions could be offered to tackle this problem effectively. 258 words 233 Sample 38 The money spent by governments on space programs would be better spent on vital public services such as schools and hospitals. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is often argued that it would be a waste of resources when the government in some countries spends large amounts of money on space exploration programs. Instead, the budget should be invested in public services such as education and healthcare. While I agree that this is true in practical terms, I believe that allocating to space programs is actually an important thing in the development progress of our planet. On the one hand, the authorities should spend money on vital public services because of their positive impact on society as a whole. Compared to the expenditures on space exploration projects, it is much cheaper to train professionals working in public sectors such as doctors, teachers, or police officers who are totally beneficial for improving social welfare. Furthermore, every member of the society can benefit from schools, hospitals, and roads, and we all need the security that the police provide. If the central governments reallocated the money spent on space travel and research to develop community services, thousands of people could be lifted out of poverty or given a fairer and better quality of life. On the other hand, I believe that space programs should be encouraged in the technological society despite the fact that space facilities and equipment come at a huge cost to the government. It is undoubted that this field can be considered as an innovative achievement of the world as it has contributed to the specialist source of knowledge of the universe, which is beyond the limits of our planet. For example, there is a profound increase in the accomplishments of outer space exploration such as launching space rockets, space probes and space shuttles in recent decades. As a result, these insights have become valuable and reliable for the education of younger generation, and which can stimulate their creativity, especially on nature scientific research, which would be actually a long-term plan to build a more modern society. In conclusion, my view is that besides spending money on vital public services that benefit all members of the society, governments should continuously invest in space exploration projects to build a progressive and civilized society. 234 325 words 235 Sample 39 Fossil fuels such as coal or oil are main sources of energy in many countries. However, in some countries, the use of renewable source of energy such as solar and wind energy are encouraged. Is it positive or negative? In recent years there has been a growing tendency for countries to use alternative sources of energy rather than fossil fuels. I believe that this should be given a top priority because of lots of its advantages brought to people's lives. On the one hand, societies would have to face some negative consequences of using fossil fuels as the main sources of energy. Firstly, an amount of fossil fuel is limited. If people do not take advantage of renewable sources of energy, they have to suffer a serious shortage of energy supplies in a foreseeable future. Secondly, using fossil fuels would not be environmentally friendly. The burning of fossil fuels contributes to the increase in the amount of CO2 emission, which is the leading cause of the global warming. As a result, this would have a detrimental effect on all life on the Earth. On the other hand, there are many benefits for countries that use alternative sources of energy. Green power sources are eco-friendly and do not contribute to air pollution. As there are no carbon emissions, problems of climate change and poor air quality can be tackled by increasing the dependence on alternative energy. Additionally, wind and solar power are both renewable sources of energy. Instead of using exhausting fossil fuels which are becoming exhausted, the use of renewable energy will guarantee a boundless supply of energy for the future generation. In conclusion, I would argue that governments should place a considerable importance on developing and using alternative sources of energy for the reasons mentioned above. 256 words 236 Sample 40 Some people say that healthcare and education should be the responsibility of the government, but others think that it is the responsibility of the individuals themselves. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Some people believe that payment of two aspects, healthcare and education, should be afforded by government, whereas the opponents of this idea claim that the responsibilities to pay for these aspects should belong to the individuals. While there are rational reasons for individuals to be responsible for their own healthy and educational payment, I would argue that the government should play the main role in affording for these demands of their citizens. On the one hand, some people support the idea of individuals paying for healthcare and education because these are personal matters. It is believed that if people have to pay their medical bills and schooling fees by themselves, they will have more motivation to be more careful in maintaining their health as well as studying more seriously. In addition, it may be unfair when a part of citizens who work harder and pay more tax not only pay for their healthcare and educational demands but also pay for the ones who are jobless or indolent. On the other hand, many people claim that it's government who must be in charge of paying for their citizens' healthcare and education. This is based on the fact that people all have to pay many kinds of tax such as income tax, property tax, and value-added tax, so the funds should benefit them as well. Furthermore, spending budget on improving healthcare and education's quality is an effective way to enhance the government's international reputation. Moreover, leaning on government's budget is an opportunity for the poor to approach to acceptable conditions to develop themselves so that they can escape from poverty and difficulties. In summary, although it is reasonable that medical and educational fees should be paid by individuals, I would argue that it is government's task to provide their citizens with free basic needs in education and healthcare. 310 words 237 Sample 41 In the past, shopping was a routine domestic task. Many people nowadays regard it as a hobby. To what extent do you think this is a positive trend? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is evident that shopping nowadays is considered to be a hobby rather than a responsibility as it was in the past. While I accept that this may suit many people, I believe that shopping should be a required weekly task that will retain our lives. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why shopping is considered to be a hobby rather than daily work. Firstly, shopping helps people rewind after a long week of diligent studying and working. Apparently, while going shopping, people are likely to experience a lively atmosphere of the crowd rather than an intensive lonely atmosphere in the room and being under the pressure of an excessive number of assignments. Secondly, going shopping is considered to be a pastime activity as people can pay a visit to various shops that are interesting to them. For example, in terms of fashion, women and girl teenagers commonly spend hours at several boutiques in the department stores. Meanwhile, boys are more likely to enter gaming and technology shops in order to try up-to-date products. On the other hand, it is evident to regard shopping as a routine domestic task based on two primary reasons. The first reason is that going shopping weekly will help supply food sources and necessary equipment. While going to the supermarket, it is economical to spend money on grocery products that are needed such as food items and household appliances as customers have to keep themselves sustainable in the next few days. Another reason is that seeing shopping as a hobby and buying/purchasing unnecessary items might lead to the shortage in the household budget, which is supposed to be spent on other essential commodities. For example, if customers spend lots of time and money in the supermarket in order to buy new fashionable clothes, they will soon run out of money for food supply and other equipment. Therefore, it is important to take shopping into consideration as well as regarding this as a routine task rather than merely a leisure activity. In conclusion, it is common sense that people can view shopping as an activity 238 that is able to cater for both their relaxation and their leisure pursuit. Nevertheless, it is more reasonable to take shopping into account and buy necessary products that will sustain our daily lives. 335 words 239 Sample 42 In developing countries, children in rural communities have less access to education. Some people believe that the problem can be solved by providing more schools and teachers, while others think that the problem can be solved by providing computers and internet access. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. There is no denying that children who live in remote areas of developing countries have limited access to education. While some people suggest that the obstacle can be resolved by providing computers and internet access, I do personally believe that supplementing schools and teachers is the best solution to deal with it. On the one hand, providing computers and internet access has brought great chances for children in the rural area to access education. These instruments have facilitated students to connect with the world and therefore broaden their horizons. In addition, with the assistance of the internet, they can participate in online classes regardless of their geographic locations. These courses act as virtual lessons to provide them with knowledge of various subjects. Moreover, whenever they encounter difficulties in searching information, the internet would be a useful tool to help them. On the other hand, it is undeniable that academic institutions and teachers play an extremely important role in education. Firstly, students are likely to be encouraged to participate in such physical classes which were conducted by well-trained mentors. These experienced teachers instruct lessons face-to-face and therefore children can absorb knowledge comprehensively. Secondly, schools which have been equipped with sufficient facilities will facilitate kids to understand the lessons perfectly. For instance, science that is an abstract subject for most pupils can be understandable by experiment periods in the school laboratory. Lastly, by attending academic classes, students can interact with tutors who directly explain them difficult points in the lessons. Moreover, those classes stimulate children to fulfill their home assignments and lead them to comprehend the subjects fully. Having taken the issue into consideration, I once again affirm that providing computers and internet can benefit schoolchildren in rural areas. However, supplying academic classes and teachers is a crucial solution to help them access to education. 306 words 240 Sample 43 Many people say that we have developed into a throwaway culture because we are filling up our environment with so many plastic bags and rubbish that we cannot fully dispose of. To what extent do you agree with this opinion and what measures can you recommend reducing this problem? It is believed that many people have the habit of disposing plastic bags and rubbish without considering environmental issues it may cause/result in/lead to. In my opinion, I do totally agree with this idea and intend to propose some possible solutions to deal with the problem. There are a number of reasons why the environment has become increasingly polluted/contaminated with an excessive amount of waste. First of all, as the explosion of population, needs for daily life have demanded a huge amount of goods, therefore the enormous quantity of garbage has emerged subsequently. Furthermore, people tend to send unwanted things to secondhand shops or just simply throw them into trash cans whenever they purchase new products. This largely contributes a significant volume of rubbish to the environment. Last but not least, food processing companies have deliberately packaged goods by singless-only containers which could not be recycled. Accordingly, these bags have remained intact in piles of waste. However, I contend such problems can be solved by the effort of both individuals and the government. The primary measure would be maintaining people's habit of segregating organic waste material and unbiodegradable ones. Simultaneously, manufacturers try to recycle reusable materials such as glass, waste metal, plastic, and so forth to utilize them in other industries. Such procedures are likely to reduce the waste load to the environment significantly. The other tactics would be government's implementation plans to encourage people in protecting the environment by considering the way to reuse and repair their old items instead of throwing them away and purchasing new ones. Having taken the issue into account, I once again affirm that we have been producing waste materials more than ever before. However, the proposed integrated solutions could be offered to tackle the problem. 292 words 241 Sample 44 In some countries, the governments encourage industries and businesses to move out from large cities to regional areas. Do you think that the advantages outweigh disadvantages? Decentralization of industries and businesses out of city centers has been encouraged by the government in some countries. Despite raising concern on low development in infrastructure in suburban areas, the benefits of utilizing low land cost and reducing air pollution far outweigh any drawbacks. Main concerns of relocation to suburban are the low development in infrastructure and the increase in transportation and communication cost. Firstly, infrastructure such as sewage, water, and electricity system is not as developed or stable as those in the city center, creating regular power cutoff, communication breakdown, which would, in turn, increase the production cost. Secondly, if other suppliers and business-related partners are still located in the city center, the transportation cost ought to be increased due to the long distance of travel and limitation on highways and roads. For instance, a report conducted by Beijing government in 2010 shows that low development in infrastructure for manufacturing had increased the cost of production by 20%. Knowing the impact of these problems, the government ought to give tax redemption and major subsidies to encourage the relocation. The primary benefit of relocation is taking the pressure off high pollution level from the city center. In other words, the presence of factories in the city center contributes significantly to the air pollution through its carbon dioxide and waste emission, threatening the health of citizens. In 2005, General Health Institution in Beijing conducted a study and it reveals that more than 300,000 of people die each year from air pollution alone. It comes from the fact that many mass-produced factories of cell phones and electronics had increased the number of metals in the environment, causing toxic to living in soil, animals, and humans. Carbon dioxide, particles, and heavier metals are released into the environment and they are very detrimental to the health of citizens. Therefore, the relocation ought to be carried out in order to alleviate these problems. In conclusion, I am of the opinion that the benefits of relocating industrial companies and reducing air pollution outweigh its disadvantages. 328 words 242 sample 45 Some people believe that to protect local culture, tourism should be banned in some areas whereas others think that the change is inevitable and banning tourism will have no benefit. Discuss both sides and give your own opinion. Some would argue that tourism is threatening the survival of local culture, so it should be restricted in some places, while others believe we should not blame tourism for the changes that always happen inevitably. While banning tourism is a quick and easy solution to protect local culture, I believe that properly managing and controlling tourism industry would help to promote and enrich the local culture. On the one hand, tourism brings about negative environmental and social impacts on the host community. Firstly, foreigners' behaviors can have detrimental effects on the cultural values of locals. For example, activities which are related to drug addiction, alcohol problem, prostitution, and crime often occur in the host community when interacting with tourists, infringing and erasing cultural values of the local community. Secondly, tourism poses high threats to cultural resources when mass construction of hotels and resorts is carried on nearby the temples, historical or heritage sites, destroying local habitats. However, I believe these problems can be solved if the government imposes proper laws and control on tourism. On the other hand, some people are against the idea of blaming tourism alone for the detrimental factor to local culture. Their view is that the way of life is always changing regardless of the presence of tourists. People always urge to learn new things, to share, and to integrate to the rest of the world. If they are obsessed with the new world and highly disregard their local culture, they will, without any doubt, lose their identity and their own culture during the interaction of the world. I believe tourism may help in this situation by promoting and enriching local culture. Tourism encourages the preservation of traditional customs, festivals that might otherwise have been forgotten. While interacting with tourists, locals are more aware of their rich cultures and create a better understanding of their origin and identity. To conclude, allowing tourism to promote local culture is preferred as it helps to preserve cultural values of the host community. Nevertheless, tourism 243 should be controlled so that it will not impose threats to the local culture. 329 words 244 sample 46 Happiness is considered very important in life. Why is it difficult to define? What factors are important in achieving happiness? It is true that happiness plays an important role in our lives and it is different from one to another. In my opinion, there is a wide range of reasons about this complex definition and there is a plenty of elements to help humans obtain happiness. The most effective line of reasoning about this definition is that happiness is an abstract concept. Therefore, each person has his own different happiness in each period of life. Since people live in different situations, they are affected by different factors, namely living environment, family, friend, relationship, and even knowledge, so each of us has a different awareness of what happiness is. For example, with patients, their happiness means that they can soon recover from the diseases, come back to their homes with healthy bodies. With students, their happiness could be scholarship, as they want to receive the awards of school in order for their families to be proud of them, and their friends will admire their achievements. At the same time, there is a variety of factors to get happiness. Firstly, it is perseverance. That means people need to keep their beliefs in order to go to the end of the road. As in order to obtain the achievement, people must suffer lots of challenges so when overcoming the difficulties, they understand the value of happiness. Secondly, people need to learn how to give deference to others, especially in the family relationship. For example, husband and wife should know how to listen and share the difficult problems at work, hence, when they release the stress, they will feel comfortable and happy. In conclusion, it seems to me that happiness is an indispensable element in humans' lives. Therefore, in order to get happiness, people need to become optimistic in all situation. 297 words 245 sample 47 Fewer and fewer people walk on a daily basis. What are the reasons and how to encourage them to spend their time walking? Nowadays, it is argued by some people that there are decreasingly effective motivations for people to form a habit of walking regularly. There are various contributing factors making this kind/sort/type of exercise less prevalent. However, essential measures can be implemented to have a stimulating effect on the reluctance of the public to walk. There are a number of compelling reasons why people fail to follow a tendency of walking on a regular basis. When taking up walking, people have to face up to a challenge in terms of time length, which acts as a deterrent, especially when they are in a hurry. For instance, as a part of the contemporary world, many parents have become over-reliant on cars to pick up their children at schools instead of walking. Furthermore, this situation is mostly attributable to the laziness of those who are out of condition and have a sedentary lifestyle. Infrastructure such as lifts and escalators in building or shopping offices, for example, are ubiquitous and thus people increase the dependence on such technologies rather than walking to keep in shape. Nevertheless, increasing the popularity of walking on a daily basis is the responsibility of both national and local authorities. Firstly, the appropriate solution that should be a focus on the agenda of international bodies would be to impose restrictions on the use of escalators, in particular, in the low-rise buildings. As a result, the use of stairs should be obligatory, with lift only for disabled people. Secondly, improving and introducing the construction of infrastructures such as pavements and pedestrian areas must be the alternative government priority. Indeed, more walkways and trees could provide relief from rain and sun so as to gain an improved quality of life. In conclusion, although many people downplay the importance of walking, with planning and initiatives it would be impossible to underestimate this form of exercise. 311 words 246 sample 48 leaders and directors in an organization are normally older people. Some people think younger leaders would be better. Do you agree or disagree? People have different views about whether young people or the elderly is more suitable for the important position in organizations. While I agree that the elderly have accumulated significantly vital qualities, I would agree that youngsters are more likely to become better leaders. On the one hand, the elderly can be a good leader for some reasons. Firstly, because the elder people have worked for many years, they have gathered more experience than young workers. This allows them to make a wiser decision and bring success for the company where they work. Secondly, the old people usually be more respected by other people. Therefore, they can have a more powerful voice in the company, and the others are more likely to listen to them. On the other hand, I believe that it is better for young individuals to take up crucial position. The first reason is that young people are physically stronger, so they can handle big responsibilities and involve many works. Becoming a leader requires everyone work with much pressure, and the elderly are less likely to do it. Furthermore, youngsters are more creative, they are more likely to find the newer and better improvement that benefits the entire organization. For example, a young manager can come up with an advertising strategy for a product line, and this contributes to increasing the sale of a company. In conclusion, while I agree that the elder people can be a good leader of an organization, I would believe that vital positions should be given to youngsters. 255 words 247 sample 49 people try new dangerous sports such as skydiving or rock climbing. Should such sports be banned? When it comes to playing sports, many people opt for / people choose to play extreme sports such as skydiving or rock climbing. As these activities contain great risks, there is a raising question of whether they should be prohibited. In my opinion, extreme sports athletes should be able to decide for themselves without the interference of authoritative figures. People are drawn to taking up dangerous sports based on two main reasons. One of them is the feeling of overcoming their fear and the pleasures that extreme sports bring. For example, if one is afraid of height, skydiving could be a great opportunity for one to challenge oneself and conquer his fear, while enjoying the picturesque landscape from above. Additionally, there are certain people who participate in risky sports so as to feel the adrenaline rushing in their bodies, establishing a sense of self-fulfillment. Furthermore, these sports have become increasingly popular, as they are not only physically demanding and bound to put people in good shape, but also enable people to approach a vigorous lifestyle in a more exciting manner. Those who aim to get fit without the dread of working out solely in a boring gym choose extreme sports to enhance their training experience. For instance, rock climbing allows one to strengthen his upper body strength and enjoy the beauty of nature at the same time, hitting two birds with one stone. On the other hand, such sports hold many risks for those who take them up, raising concern from society. These athletes could injure themselves because of not strictly following the rules of the sport or merely by accident. Regardless of the reasons, I reckon they are fully aware of the possibilities of hurting themselves before deciding to practice extreme sports and should be responsible for their own choice. On the whole, I strongly believe that preventing people from enjoying the benefits of dangerous sports due to the risks of getting injured is unjustifiable. People ought to be free to choose whether they should get involved in extreme sports. 339 words 248 sample 50 The only way to improve the safety on your own road is to have stricter punishment for driving offenders. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that stricter punishment for losing control on road is the only method to keep safe. While I accept that this may suit some situations, I believe that education has long-term effects on a long period. On the one hand, it is true that having a stricter punishment and increasing the penalties for irresponsible drivers would reduce traffic accidents and improve road safety. One reason is that a rule plays an important part in guaranteeing to deter drivers from unlawful behavior. Being offered a sentence allows them to focus on own line, reduce dangerous situations and avoid causing a traffic jam. Furthermore, being deprived driver's license is one of the worst things for inhabitants, because private vehicles are top priority to keep their works on time. If this thing happens, it will cut down the level of job performance. On the other hand, education has more particular benefits to build a safe environment on road. Firstly, through teaching, valuable lessons contribute to a better social awareness when people move on the street. It shows that terrible consequences have negative effects on the life. For example, getting drunk before driving cars, fast speed will lead to injuries for pedestrians. Secondly, wrong attitude and routine driving on road are hard to change, although the government proposes some stricter punishments, so schools ought to provide education about traffic for all people. Furthermore, rich nations should also create real accident models to attract people's attention. In conclusion, it is true that law can be important to reduce careless drivers. I believe that education is the main key to solve this problem. 271 words 249 sample 51 It is generally believed that some people are born with certain talents, for instance for sport or music, and others are not. However, it is sometimes claimed that any child can be taught to become a good sportsperson or musician. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Nowadays, there are many disputes about abilities of people. Some people think that children have certain capacities when they are born, while others say a child can be good at something if they are taught. Personally, I believe that whether people already have talents or not, hard practicing can make them professional. It is unquestionable that some people are born with certain talents, which are advantages for them to develop better than others. In fact, musical prodigies naturally have abilities to feel melody that they can sing a song exactly after the first time listening. For example, a 7-year-old kid can play fluently one difficult piece of music while he does not have any knowledge about music previously. Moreover, people having talents in sport are often born with fast physical response, substantial body, and endurance. For instance, basketball athletes are usually tall so that they can play easier than the short ones. On the other hand, children can be taught to become a good sportsperson or musician because it is generally believed that practice makes perfect. Obviously, normal people will become a good musician if they learn and practice hard. For example, a kid can sing beautifully when he sings 100 times. In addition, children may also be good at sport if they receive sufficient knowledge such as the special techniques as well as skills. Take football, for example, learning how to control the ball with confidence may help kids to be good players. In conclusion, it is lucky for people who are born with certain talent as they have beneficial basic to develop. However, effort and practice are also brilliant ways to be professions. Essay 1. It is true that nowadays many people prefer reading books online to buying traditional ones. While I accept that ebooks may have some drawbacks, I believe that they are more likely to have positive influences. On the one hand, it has been scientifically proven that this type of reading experience may bring about a number of health concerns. Staring at digital screens for a prolonged period of time would certainly cause eye strains, headaches, and blurry vision, and its long-term effects could be even worse. Furthermore, books can be easily shared in digital forms compared to paper ones. This could directly affect the rights of the authors and publishers, leading to decrease in the sale of books. However, I would argue that these drawbacks are outweighed by their benefits. Firstly, reading and buying books online can be time-saving and convenient. Now, there is no need to wander from one store to another in search of a book when we can simply find and pay for them through virtual banks and enjoy reading immediately. Secondly, online books offer much lower prices compared to paper books, meaning that readers can buy books they love and still have more money for other things. Digital books also have positive impacts on the environment. The more digital books people read, the fewer paper books are produced, which means many trees would be saved from being cut down. In conclusion, it seems to me that the advantages of ebooks are more significant than the possible drawbacks. 249 words Model Essay 2. It is commonly believed that taking a job in an international company is the most effective way to learn nations' ways of life. While I agree with this perspective, 256 my view is that there are numerous choices to comprehend various foreign lifestyles. To begin with, being an employee in global corporations does help him, her perceive distinctive cultures. One clear reason for this is the interaction with people from different backgrounds as well as learning how to behave properly with others. For instance, not only does a member have to know how to perform in an appropriate manner towards the others from diverse overseas countries, she also gets the opportunity to encounter various lifestyles owing to regular communication and relation with others. In spite of the aforementioned points, there are also several good approaches to comprehend the cultural beauty of other nations. First and foremost, living with local people is especially beneficial when someone wants to learn about other lifestyles. While this may take a lot of time and costly in some cases, people will eventually have a thorough understanding of foreign moral values. Secondly, enrolling in social activities is also a possible way for one to attempt. For instance, participating in Japanese holidays will help foreign people perceive Japanese tradition as well as cultural significance. Even though these activities do not occur regularly throughout a year, people from overseas countries will have ideal chances to observe and understand local people's way of life. To conclude, it is certainly true that the apprehension of the foreign ways of life can be obtained by working in worldwide corporations, but this is by no means the optimal ways to understand other cultures. 279 words 257 sample to nowadays, more and more people decide to have children later in their life. What are the reasons? Do the advantages of this outweigh the disadvantages? In recent years, the decision of young parents to start a family later in life has been becoming increasingly popular. There are a number of reasons behind this point of view, and this tendency results in several negative impacts on both family life and society as a whole. On the one hand, there are two main factors leading to this trend. First of all, rather than embarking their parenthood early, most of the young people consider building their own successful careers as their top priorities. They do not need to split their limited time between working and bringing up their offspring. Therefore, their performance at work and promotion prospect will not be negatively affected. Secondly, delaying giving childbirth allows people to enjoy their time with personal choices and freedom. It may give them countless opportunities to have richer sociable lives or even travel around the world. On the other hand, deciding to start a family at the later stage in life has several significant consequences in terms of both individual families and community. An important concern for family life: having to raise a child/for family life with children is likely to be a huge challenge for older parents. It seems not to be easy for the parent to communicate, be related to their child due to a generation gap, even though they may have stable socioeconomic status or great experiences and knowledge. Besides, getting pregnant after 35 years of age may carry a certain number of health risks for both mothers and babies. Specifically, older mothers get the higher danger of miscarriage or stillbirth, and babies might be at greater risk of having Down syndrome. Consequently, the quality of the future workforce is being seriously impacted. In conclusion, the increasingly popular trend of giving birth later in life results from several factors. Eventually/subsequently, there could have significant influences on both family life and society at large. 316 words 258 sample 3 new technologies have changed the way children spend their free time. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? The technology revolution has massively influenced the way children spend their leisure time. While some people believe this is a negative trend, I would agree with those who argue this brings more benefits than drawbacks. On the one hand, it is undeniable that advanced technologies have some certain negative impacts on pupils. Firstly, modern technologies might contribute to making children so addicted to them that such important duties such as learning are not prioritized. For instance, several schoolboys in Vietnam skip classes to play online games. Secondly, spending hours on sitting in front of and keeping eyes glued to the screens will result in sedentary lifestyle, which will give rise to the likelihood of suffering from diseases such as obesity, eyes-relating diseases. On the other hand, I would argue that thanks to modern technologies, children have more opportunities to broaden their knowledge as well as keep in contact with their peers. One reason is that there are a variety of TV programs or games which have not only served for entertainment purposes but also provided a world of knowledge and information. Thus, discerning parents would choose channels like Discovery or games like math games so that their children could learn about wildlife or enhance their math skills. Another reason is that innovative technologies such as social networking sites, message services have revolutionized communication, helping children keep in touch with their friends more conveniently. If students want to discuss with their classmates about lessons in school, they just need apps like Skype to send instant messages or video calls. In conclusion, I would restate that although there still remain problems with state-of-the-art technologies, they are making children's free time more enjoyable and beneficial, provided that they are used properly. 288 words 259 sample 4 in some countries, more parents are educating their children at home instead of sending them to school. Do you think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? It is true that homeschooling has gained enormous popularity among parents. Although several benefits of this tendency could be seen, I would argue that these advantages are eclipsed by considerable drawbacks. On the one hand, home study presents inevitable merits for children. First of all, they are entitled to a full parental support in terms of mental and physical development. It is due to the fact that young individuals, who stay at home with their parents, are of the healthy living environment which could be seen as an excellent setting for the formation of their characteristics and knowledge at their early ages. Secondly, home is a safer place to avoid unpredictable incidents, car accidents while traveling back and forth every day or school bullying for instance. As a matter of fact, school bullying is a serious problem in many countries whose victims might have to suffer from mental illnesses such as constant depression or even autism. On the other hand, I believe that the aforementioned positive influences could be outweighed by the following demerits. To start with, since children only stay at home with their parents, the lack of chances to communicate with friends and teachers eventually leads to the deterioration in social interaction. As a result, it highly limits not only their social life but also their communication and interpersonal skills which could hinder their future career paths. More importantly, parents are not well-trained specialists in educating children compared to teachers and other staff who have thorough insights into every stage of human learning. This is to say that they could give inadequate orientations and guidelines for their offspring, which adversely affects on children's overall development. In conclusion, even though it is beneficial to educate children at home to some extent, it seems to me that the mentioned downsides are of more/greater significance and should be taken into account. 310 words 260 sample 5 Some people think that good health is a basic human need and the medical service should not be run by profit-making companies. Do disadvantages outweigh advantages? Give your opinion. It is true that nowadays there is an increasing number of privately operated healthcare services besides public agencies. While there exist several drawbacks to the services of these private-owned firms, I believe they are eclipsed by the substantial benefits. On the one hand, it is understandable why people disapprove of medical treatment provided by profit makers. The key rationale is attributed to the expensive equipment used in these hospitals or clinics along with the exorbitant prices that patients have to cover. Additionally, due to the major aim of maximizing profits, these firms may raise the costs of their services such as prescription fees or surgery prices. This may act as a contributor to the inaccessibility to medical care of people who live under the poverty line, which prevents them from receiving the most effective cure. For example, the USA is a typical example of an excessively unfair and inaccessible healthcare due to the privatization of such factor. Meanwhile, the UK offers a national health service that delivers universal healthcare. On the other hand, notwithstanding the aforementioned disadvantages, I would argue that private healthcare is still an optimal choice for people. The foremost reason is a large number of experienced practitioners working in these companies. In order to gain profits, these hospitals also need to boost their service quality to attract more customers. They spend a flood of funding on taking on veteran doctors and surgeons aiming to prove patients with excellent services. Furthermore, the cleanliness of medical services and the generous capacity of these companies are the reasons why they are quite popular among people despite the high costs. Hong Nok Hospital in Hanoi perfectly exemplifies this choice of patients. Compared to some public hospitals with the overloading and the poor sanitation, this hospital offers a wide range of sick rooms which are sterilized daily and a number of considerate staffs, which is equivalent to the costs. In conclusion, while the demerits attached to private medical services are definite, I believe with the number of seasoned doctors and the adequate cleanliness, these hospitals still have more merits than the negative ones. 261 328 words 262 sample 6 In some cultures, the old age is more valued, while in some cultures youth is more valued. Discuss both views and give your opinion. People have different views about the values embraced/upheld by the old generation's culture and youth culture. Some consider that the elderly plays an important role in the society and vice versa. In my opinion, despite the differentiation of age, both generations make an essential contribution to human civilization. First of all, the old population has an integral part to play in the build-up of a well-rounded society. It is undeniable that old people have a wealth of real-life experiences and deep wisdom as they have lived through situations others cannot imagine. Also, such precious expertise enables them to give careful consideration and avoid a variety of mistakes. Therefore, they often perform as consultants and leaders in organizations or decision-makers in their families. Furthermore, in spite of the limitation of physical health, they always desire to support both their families and the society as a whole. To be precise, old individuals frequently take care of their grandchildren at home and participate in many/a wide range of charity activities as volunteers or donors. On the other hand, young adults are essential parts of our world as they are regarded as the future backbone of social development. Firstly, they are the primary labor forces that create the majority of material and spiritual products because of their excellent physical and mental health condition. Moreover, this group of age is rich in creation, curiosity, and motivation that promote novel discoveries and innovations, both fostering economic and social advancement. Last but not least, the young generation is also the main reproduction force that assures the sustainable development of human beings. With the reasoning mentioned above, I would like to conclude that all people who live in our society have their own value whatever generation they belong to regardless of the generation they belong to are identified with. 299 words 263 sample 7 Teachers used to convey information, but now with wide resources of information, some people think that there is no role for teachers to play in modern education, others disagree. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Some people believe that with a wide variety of information resources available, teachers' role is eliminated in modern education. While I understand that students nowadays can resort to a diverse range of learning methods, I believe that teachers still play an important part in students' road to knowledge. On the one hand, there are a number of reasons to argue/claim that teachers' role is currently mitigated in students' learning process. One of the primary causes is that the explosion of information technology has offered learners new ways of education. By learning from different educational websites, applications, and online courses, students are increasingly reducing their reliance on teachers and traditional classrooms. Furthermore, in terms of traditional education, with a considerable number of paper books having been published in recent years, there is an abundance of learning materials for students. This results in a lot of individuals opting for self-learning as well as other trendy educational methods such as homeschooling and non-academic pathways/vocational courses. On the other hand, I would argue that teachers still take the lead in students' educational pursuit in various ways. Firstly, in the matrix of information being produced, it is likely that students who are not equipped with information searching and selection skills will be confused. In such cases, the teacher would play the role of an instructor and guide to help students in acquiring relevant knowledge. Secondly, with numerous methods of learning, teachers can utilize diverse online tools to transfer their knowledge and skills to their targeted learners. A good example is massive open online courses, in which teachers digitalize their syllabuses and publish them on the internet in order to provide distance learning for students of all ages and classes. Finally, encouragement and guidance from educators are always crucial in learners' studying process. Therefore, instead of merely conveying information to students, teachers in the modern world are helping to improve students' academic achievements more creatively. In conclusion, while it is true that students no longer depend on their teachers as before, this is by no means the termination of teachers' responsibility in modern 264 education. 328 words 265 Sample 8 There are many different types of music in the world today. Why do we need music? Is the traditional music of a country more important than the international music that is heard everywhere nowadays? Various types of music have been made increasingly worldwide and accessible in recent years. It is an undeniable fact that music is virtually indispensable to our lives for a number of reasons. However, whether it is traditional or international, both music genres/kinds are strongly believed to play certain integral parts in today's society. The role of music in human lives is comparatively direct and pivotal. Firstly, it is completely clear that music prevents negative and unwanted feelings in many aspects of life. For example, those who often get strained or troubled at work might usually use music to help them ease their minds. Secondly, music plays a vital and huge part in terms of festivals, events, and performances. Without music, a show could be considered extremely unfulfilled and dry due to the lack of sounds and symphonies. Therefore, music can be concluded to have giant impacts on the general public. For example, music has connected people all around the world as a sign of unity. The One Love Manchester concert by Ariana Grande in collaboration with a number of A-list stars has shown an unprecedented power of music in healing and empowering people to stand strong after the tragic terrorist attack in Manchester. Nevertheless, traditional and international music have recently been compared and judged as to which more valuable/effectual/important. Although both music types are preferred and listened to the same extent, each one shares different characters and styles. The country type is considered to be more conventional and usually played in traditional or local shows and events. Yet, absorbing international music can help people integrate and become more updated to friends living in other parts of the globe. All in all, the fact that music is growing more and more favored is, by all means, a positive development because of its practical benefits. Also, it is convinced that traditional and international music to some extent completes each other. 318 words 266 Sample 9 Recent research has shown that within the European Union the largest difference between the earnings of men and women exists in the UK. Many equal rights campaigners believe that immediate action should be taken to close the gender pay gap. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this view? Researchers have recently revealed that within the European Union, the UK has the greatest gender pay gap. Supporters of the equal rights movement urge people to take action to eliminate this difference in income between males and females, whereas others object this sudden change. This essay discusses both sides of the debate, followed by my personal opinion. Advocates of equal earnings of men and women base their arguments on two main reasons. To commence, the closing of the gender pay gap will encourage female labor and benefit the economy as a whole. As women feel like their work is valued, they are bound to increase their productivity and dedication, resulting in better quality human resources for corporations and ultimately stimulating the growth of the economy. Moreover, the increase in the number of financially independent women also reduces poverty, minimizing the burden on the budget of the nation. Furthermore, by taking actions to narrow the gender pay gap, one is promoting social justice, which is essential for the development of the community. For instance, a female has a passion for astronomy, a male-dominant field can now feel welcome to join and contribute her talent to our world. Although few people are aware, the person who wrote the coding for spaceships that took humans to the moon was a woman, providing/offering/establish a compelling evidence for why social justice is crucial for the progress of mankind. However, opponents of paying women equal wage insist that it is challenging to immediately close the gender pay gap. Firstly, such sudden change in economic infrastructure could put a strain on the country's resources, leading to causing the reduction in workforce. This could cause protests and unwanted controversies. Additionally, rewarding males and females equally could lead to the neglect of children. Since women are more motivated to pursue their career, their children would receive much less attention, which is disadvantageous to their upbringing. In conclusion, I agree with the advocates for closing the gender pay gap, as by doing so, not only females, but our entire society benefits on various aspects. 267 However, the process of paying women and men equally should be carried out moderately to avoid unnecessary difficulties. 329 words 268 Sample 10 It is right that top sports people should be paid a lot of money. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The question whether, or not, investors should pay high salaries for top athletes has recently drawn much public attention. From my perspective, I support that it is legitimate to pay less money for these people. Such telephone figure salaries earned by sports stars could be a wonderful resource of finance for satisfying human basic needs. Firstly, such expenditure is more reasonable to be spent on social welfare schemes to help people from disadvantaged backgrounds. For example, in China, footballers are paid with a huge amount of money. If this amount is subsidized to eradicate hunger and alleviate poverty, it can eliminate domestic famine and contagion from its root. Secondly, if investors use this expenditure on scientific researches, it could generate huge benefits for the survival of humans. Advocates of the idea that sports stars play an integral role in our society may believe some celebrities in sports sector exert strong positive influences on the behavioral patterns of young generations. However, the reverence for celebrities may trigger/provoke arguments among fans, which causes irritation for the locals and challenges for authorities to maintain social security. For a prime example, the arguments between the fans of Messi and Ronaldo, two of the most notorious footballers of all time, in which they often use swear words, can even be the culprit of some heinous crimes. In conclusion, while some people believe sports stars deserve to get high salaries due to their pivotal role to the young generations in this era, I strongly oppose this idea because of the aforementioned reasons. 260 words 269 Sample 11 It is important for all towns and cities to have large public spaces such as squares and parks. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is argued that public spaces such as squares and parks are necessary infrastructure for all cities. From my personal perspective, it is crucial to ensure such facilities available to the public in any region. Firstly, urban citizens have to deal with busy and stressful lives nowadays. Moreover, noise pollution in cities is a serious problem, which will definitely lead to deterioration in people's mental and physical health. By having large public spaces, people can improve their physical fitness, beginning with jogging and cycling every morning. Besides, a combination of a moment of quietness and a place of fresh air is useful for relaxation, which is a perfect escape from the hustling and bustling part of city life. In addition, such public spaces also help people build strong relationships with their friends or families. For example, after a long and hard working week, people usually spend time at parks chatting and camping with their loved ones. Furthermore, parks are places which many gatherings and celebrations take place. As a result, people will have countless opportunities to take part in diversified conversations and group physical activities. If this happens, people will be offered/provided with to form new relationships with people. Because of a similar interest, ideas can be easily spread and bonds can be smoothly formed among them. Finally, outdoor public spaces make a city or town happier and more livable. As a matter of fact, all cities nowadays are in the lack of such public places. Governments frequently force the public to use the land for commercialization. They are not aware that/are not conscious of the fact that it is public space that cements every community and eventually molds the whole city into a healthy and strong organism. To conclude, I do believe that governments should make greater investments in large public spaces. 302 words 270 Sample 12 Nowadays animal experiments are widely used to develop new medicines and to test the safety of other products. Some people argue that these experiments should be banned because it is morally wrong to cause animals to suffer, while others are in favor of them because of their benefits to humanity. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. During the development of medicines and other products, many tests on animals were carried out. Some people think that these experiments make the animals suffer and should be prohibited, while others support them because of the benefits they brought. In my opinion, reducing these tests to the lowest possible amount is the best solution. Medicines or any products that affect humans' health must be tested clinically before publishing them to the market or hospital. Since theoretical researches are different from the practical ones and their results are also not enough to ensure the safety of the drug when it is applied to human, therefore, testing on animals is required. Due to the matching of body structure and reaction, we may detect any dangers that theoretical researchers have missed and have proper modifies on the product. After all, the highest priority should be the health of the people who use the products. Though sacrifices are required, there are people that cannot bear seeing a huge amount of animals suffering and dying in those experiments. It is understandable, for them, these creatures deserve the right to live and die naturally, without being tortured by some chemical substances that humans create. There are a few things the scientists can do to relieve this concern, limiting the number of experiments, giving anesthetics, tranquilizers to reduce the painful moment and showing respect to the sacrifices of those animals for science, or in other words, for the sake of humanity. People should understand that testing on animals is a necessary phase for a product to be used by humans that cannot be banned. Meanwhile, the scientists also have to find the most suitable research to minimize the number of animal experiments. 285 words 271 Sample 13 Some people believe that it is good to share as much information as possible in scientific research, business, and the academic world. Others believe that some information is too important or too valuable to be shared freely. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. One of the most controversial questions today is whether the contents of documents about science, business, or academy should be granted or it should be limited because of their preciousness. In this essay, I am going to examine this question from both points of view and then give my own opinion on the issue. On one side of the argument, there are people who argue that the benefits of sharing that kind of information considerably outweigh its disadvantages. The main reason for believing this is that being well known by the general public who might apply them to different fields makes those researches more practical. It is also possible to say that sharing them can contribute to the development of society because others are likely to create a new invention or strategy based on knowledge of those works. One good illustration of this is university seniors who write a thesis in their 4th year. They normally read information from prestigious researchers to find ideas for their own thesis. On the other hand, it is also possible to make the opposing case. It is often argued that in fact, some information is so priceless that its sharing has to be controlled. People often have this opinion because it is a good way to show respect to the owners. Anyone who wants to apply their works has to ask for permission. A second point is that secrets are acutely important in some cases. A particularly good example here is in business. If the companies reveal their strategy, it will have a detrimental impact on them, such as increasing competition with their opponents. In my opinion, both propositions/assertions have their merits. On balance, however, I tend to believe that sharing is better. Therefore, other people can give comments or contribute to making the origins more perfect. 303 words 272 Sample 14 Many students have to study subjects which they do not like. Some people think this is a complete waste of time. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is sometimes argued that educational institutions are wasting time when teaching students compulsory academic subjects in which they have little or no interest. While I understand that mandatory disciplines may be associated with several disadvantages, I personally believe that they are usually more beneficial in various ways. On the one hand, there are a number of reasons why people argue against forcing students to study undesirable subjects. One explanation for that is if a student expresses no enthusiasm or talent in an academic subject, she is unlikely to progress in this field of studies. Instead of spending a considerable amount of time to improve her score in his unfavorable subjects, that student could focus on acquiring relevant knowledge in the areas that he is genuinely fascinated by. In addition, some academic subjects are proven to have little practical use in later stages of life. For example, advanced physics or chemistry, which are compulsory modules in a number of high school syllabuses, are rarely applied in an adult's life unless his profession relates to these subjects. On the other hand, my view is that students could benefit from studying the subjects that they initially are not in favor of. Firstly, a subject which seems to be unpleasant to handle is possibly useful for a student's future life. For example, it is unquestionable that common knowledge in mathematics generally plays a necessary role in people's daily routine, despite the fact that a significant number of students struggle during math classes. Secondly, in this constantly changing modern world, having profound knowledge and skills in various fields will reinforce one's advantages in the job market and secure better employment afterward. Therefore, a student is advised to not only study in depth but also broaden his knowledge in a wide range of subjects to become a well-rounded person and prepare himself for the severely competitive world. In conclusion, I believe that although students may find difficulties in studying subjects they do not like, it is necessary to include common knowledge of various disciplines into the educational curriculum. 330 words 273 Sample 15 Animal rights protesters strongly believe that any form of animal experimentation is not only cruel and inhumane but also immoral. Scientists, however, believe that it is justified when used to develop new medicines, which benefit the lives of humans. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Advocates of animal rights argue against experimenting on animals, as it is heartless and brutal, whereas scientists assert that animal experimentation is justifiable if used to produce medicines that improve the healthcare industry. This essay will discuss both views, followed by my humble opinion. Protesters of the anti-animal testing movement base their argument on moral reasons. To commence, it is cruel to keep wild animals in captivity and deprive them of contact with their peers. Common experimental creatures such as rabbits, monkeys, and rats are conditioned to the laboratory environment. They live alone in small cages with little space to move around and are not exposed to natural sunlight and left in hunger, all to serve the purpose of experimentation. Furthermore, it is absolutely inhumane to perform dangerous testing on these creatures. For one successful medicine, there are over 100 lives of rodents affected. These laboratory mice are either dead, suffer from severe deformation, or are released back into their natural habitats. However, only a few released mice lived, as they lack survival skills due to a long period of time in captivity. On the other hand, scientists insist that it is reasonable to sacrifice these animals' lives to develop new antidotes for humans. Firstly, supporters of animal experimentation claim that rodents are under the risks of overpopulation. Therefore, it is acceptable to use some of them to perform testing on. Researchers have shown that there is an abundant number of mice and rabbits, and therefore, by injecting them with new drugs, they are actually helping to maintain the balance in the ecosystem. Secondly, as proponents of animal testing consider men's lives superior to other beings, they find it fair to take advantage of less intelligent creatures for scientific purposes. Because of mankind's high position in the food chain, they maintain that it is quite natural to use these animals for their own benefits. Moreover, as experimentation on animals helps tremendously with the medical industry and ensures safety and better health for human, it is simply logical to sacrifice these creatures. 274 In conclusion, I agree that testing on animals is inadvisable because of its cruelty. However, in case of absolute necessity, researchers should be allowed to select some creatures that are already in bad shape to assist them with the development of a new cure. 330 words 275 Sample 16 Many countries use fossil fuels such as coal or oil as the main sources of energy. However, in some countries, the use of alternative sources of energy is encouraged. Do you think a positive or negative development? In recent decades, some countries have been attempting to promote alternative energy sources in order to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels. Although I accept that there are some dangers of this trend, I would argue that the utilization of these sources is an effective solution for dealing with the energy crisis. On the one hand, there are several reasons why environmental scientists and activists believe that being more reliant on alternative energy resources could make some serious troubles. First, since many countries have been producing nuclear power, people now have to face the issues of safety and pollution. For example, the explosion at Fukushima Daiichi in Japan nuclear plant generated a lot of poisonous and radioactive emissions which not only killed many people but also left a legacy of cancer's deaths for the future. Second, another energy resources, like wind power, have negative impacts on many different aspects of life. For instance, many local residents strongly disagree with the construction of wild farms as they come at the expense of the landscape and the level of noise. On the other hand, I would argue that it is more beneficial for environmental protection to use renewable energy sources instead of the burning of fossil fuels such as coal and oil or gas. First, since green power sources are eco-friendly, there are no carbon dioxide emissions contaminating the atmosphere. These act as incentives for controlling problems of climate change and poor air quality. Second, the fossil fuels are generally considered to be non-renewable resources which have limits on supply. As a result, the use of renewable energy such as wind and solar power will guarantee a boundless supply of energy for a future generation. In conclusion, although there are safety concerns and other impacts about alternating traditional energy sources, it seems to me that governments and the public should support the use of them. 313 words 276 Sample 17 It is impossible to all help people in the world, so governments should only focus on people in their own countries. Do you agree or disagree? There is a widespread belief that governments should take care of citizens who live in their own country rather than the needy people in other countries since it is impossible to help all people around the world. I completely disagree with this opinion. Firstly, thanks to advances in technology, every country could provide international aids easily and quickly. It is true that the modern means of transportation nowadays could deliver global assistance to even the most remote areas in the world. Therefore, the provision of assistance for residents of all countries is not an impossible task anymore. For example, the immediate assistance of many nations saved thousands of Thai people from homelessness and starvation as a result of the devastating tsunami in 2008. Secondly, the governments of nations should give priority to allocating more resources to support the global community as serious problems happen. This is due to the fact that assisting citizens living in other countries is synonymous with saving people in the home country. A good case in this point is in 2014, the US and the UK sent hundreds of doctors and nurses to African countries to cope with the outbreak of Ebola. As a result, this charitable action not only saved many African citizens from a dreadful plague but also prevented the further spreading of Ebola to other nations. In conclusion, with what I have mentioned above, I strongly believe that besides focusing on the well-being of their people, governments need to have global responsibilities, since helping other nations also means helping the residents living in their own countries. 263 words 277 Sample 18 Some people argue that too much attention and too many resources are given to the protection of wild animals and birds. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that the conservation of wild animals and birds has attracted much attention and resources from the public. I strongly disagree with this opinion. Firstly, the attention that the community has paid to wildlife habitats seems to be insufficient. It is undeniable that the public nowadays tend to be interested in news about celebrities and movies rather than wildlife preservation. Thus, in order to meet the demand and expectation of the majority, the mass media gives priority to broadcasting TV programs like romantic films and game shows which have the attendance of famous people and to ignore wildlife news. Furthermore, the laws about animal rights, which have been loosely enforced due to the lack of government's attention, is also a contributing factor to the extinction of wild animals and birds. Secondly, I believe that allocating more resources to protect wild habitat is not a waste of money. One reason for this is that the presence of wild animals and birds make a significant contribution to a balanced ecosystem and the beauty of natural environment. In fact, there are many tourists attracted by endangered species, and this could help the citizens living nearby the wildlife environment to earn money for raising their families. Another reason is that people are using various medicines which are used to cure some serious diseases stemming from substances produced by wild animals. Therefore, if the animals are gone, there is no chance for humans to study and produce valuable medicines from us. In conclusion, with what I have mentioned above, I completely believe that the public should pay more attention and allocate more budget to protect wild animals due to benefits they bring to humans' lives. 282 words 278 Sample 19 Although more and more people read news on the internet, newspapers will remain the most important source of news. Do you agree or disagree? It is argued that newspapers are still the major source of news, although more and more people nowadays prefer surfing the internet for reading news. I strongly disagree with this opinion. It is true that newspaper has some drawbacks which could affect its popularity. Firstly, the process of editing, printing and distributing printed editions is time-consuming, resulting in the fact that breaking news in the newspapers has been on the internet for a while. In fact, following online news could provide people with up-to-the-minute news as it happens. As a result, readers nowadays tend to rely on the internet as the main source of news. Secondly, the cost is also a contributing factor to the falling circulation of newspapers. This is due to the fact that in the economic downturn with the increased unemployment, people prefer reading the freely available newspaper instead of buying printed version to save their money. In modern times, thanks to the invention of high-tech devices such as smartphones and tablets, people could access the internet in order to keep up to date with the latest news around the world in a few seconds. Moreover, the presence of social media like Facebook and Instagram might help users to interact with the social news while chatting with their beloved ones. It is common that many online publishers these days take full advantages of social pages to enhance their public image by sharing online articles stemming from their websites. In conclusion, with what I have mentioned above, I completely believe that the internet's advantages could surpass the newspaper to become the major source of news. 267 words 279 Sample 20 Being a celebrity, such as a famous film star or sports personality, bring problems as well as benefits. Do you think that being a celebrity brings more benefits or more problems? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. In recent years, there has been a growing tendency for people to look for being well known. In my opinion, this trend could have positive and negative consequences in equal measure. Being a famous person can be seen as positive for both personal and broader social reasons. On the individual level, the activities on showbiz can bring them a reputation as well as wealth. Their coverage in the movies, TV channels or magazines helps them earn a great deal of money. These persons/people usually tend to receive a higher payment than those who have yet to be famous. From the social perspective, it is true that most celebrities have many good qualities. No successful person makes it to the top without years of working hard and a healthy lifestyle. Therefore, they will definitely be a role model for thousands of youngsters. However, the aforementioned personal and social arguments, given above, can be considered from the opposite angle. Firstly, in order to stay in public's eye, many celebrities are willing to pay for luxurious things that cost an arm and a leg, such as clothes, cars, and so forth. Even there are some people who go bankrupt just because they do not control their spending, Shoe Black Singer as an example. Secondly, famous people's privacy is highly vulnerable. They are always followed by paparazzi. Their scandals such as marital marriage or revealing clothes will instantly spread in the tabloid newspapers when they have just happened. This might adversely/negatively affect younger generations when they usually consider their idols as a source of inspiration. In conclusion, being famous will have both beneficial and detrimental effects on individuals and on the society. Thus, this is, in my view, simultaneously advantageous and detrimental. 287 words 280 Sample 21 Stress now is a major problem in many countries around the world. What are some of the factors in modern society that cause this stress, and how we can reduce it? Stress is becoming an increasingly common phenomenon in our modern society. People face up the problems which we did not cope with in the past. There are some main factors which lead to stress and some proposed solutions which can help. Firstly, the issue of terrorism that we are constantly confronted with in the media is the main factor causing stress. Whether it is real or not, we are led to believe our lives are constantly in danger when we are flying on the plane or traveling on the public transport. Climate change is another worry that everyone has to face. The rise in temperature could result in not good impacts on our ways life and our children too. There are also health issues to be concerned in the past, with the rise in Alzheimer, diabetes, and stroke to narrow but few. All of these concerns can result in stress. Tackling this problem will not be easy, but there are measures that can be taken. Government and media can play their part by ensuring that instead of persistently bombarding with negative image and information about the world in which we live, we are given positive story too. Doing exercises regularly is another solution which can release stress from the exhausted condition. By practicing physical exercise, it can help to bring more oxygen to your brain and lung, relaxing your mind, and the stress will be removed by this way. In conclusion, stress is considered as a common problem in our modern society caused by many reasons such as terrorism, climate change, and strange diseases. Addressing the problems consequently need the contribution from government, media, and each individual for physical exercise. 281 words 281 Sample 22 Some universities now offer online courses on the internet so that people can study online. Is this a positive or negative development? Online programs arranged by universities are becoming popular in modern society. In my view, I believe that this trend is considered beneficial to the educational system in several aspects. The main reasons why studying online on some universities' websites is a positive trend is that students are able to organize their own timetables which are more flexible than that of traditional courses. For instance, students can work part-time, engage in social activities at day and study at night. Therefore, they finish their bachelor degrees without missing any real-life experience. In addition, online courses from schools empower people from the third world countries to approach modern education. With distance learning on the internet, people around the world will have more opportunities to cultivate knowledge from many prestigious universities in the industrialized nations. On the other hand, traditional programs might be outdated in the age of fast-growing development of technology. The first disadvantage is that students cannot review the lectures and it is inconvenient and uncomfortable to be dependent on a fixed timetable every day. Secondly, the traditional method is inefficient in terms of finance. For example, schools have to pay a considerable amount of money lectures in class instead of making videos online. Another drawback is that some professors have to spend much time on lecturing in class instead of researching and doing practical work to update their courses on the website. Consequently, online programs are indispensable methods in education. In conclusion, the progress of studying university courses online is considered the positive phenomenon and it will play a crucial role in the prosperity of modern educational system. 267 words 282 Sample 23 Children who grow up in families which are short of money are better prepared with the problems of adult life than children who are brought up by wealthy parents. To what extent do you agree or disagree? People have different views on whether children from wealthy families or low-income families would cope better with life challenges. While I understand that a materially abundant life may offer some advantages, I would argue that being brought up in poverty-stricken families is usually more beneficial. Very well written. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why some people advocate nurturing children in comfortable environments. One of the essential elements is that children in wealthy families are undoubtedly provided with better living conditions and learning materials. With the widely available sources of information, these children are likely to achieve better academic achievements than their poorer peers. In addition, children who have prosperous parents often obtain good quality childminding and after-school childcare, hence, they are allowed to focus completely on their studies and enjoy other extracurricular activities. On the other hand, I believe that being brought up in families which are lack of financial resources would better prepare children for their future. Firstly, junior members in impoverished families are usually educated about the value of money in their formative years, as well as learning how to support their parents in earning money. Therefore, they could engage in diverse activities and be equipped with various life/soft skills that may be extremely useful in their adult lives, such as communication skills or problem-solving skills. Secondly, if children are given the chance to interact with the reality from their early stages in life, they could develop strong personalities to overcome adversity in their adulthood, and thus thereby coping better with the competitive world. For example, a child that grew up in a working-class family, and since my childhood I have been cultivated valuable virtues of life like responsibility, endurance, and diligence, which helps me a great deal in leading my adult life. In conclusion, while it is true that children growing up in wealthy families benefit in some ways, this is by no means that they can be better prepared for life's challenges than children whose childhood suffers from poverty. 283 329 words 284 Sample 20 For the society would benefit from a ban on all forms of advertising because it serves no useful purpose, and can even be damaging. However, others argue that there are still some advantages of adverts. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is widely argued that every type of promotion should be prohibited owing to its impractical intention and even detrimental effect on society, as opposed to others who believe that marketing still brings in some good outcomes. In the following paragraphs, I will discuss both positions before declaring a personal stance. To begin with, it is unquestionable that some kinds of commercial might not be beneficial and probably provoke unnecessary losses to the community. These adverts tend to cause controversies among members of the society as well as unwanted violence in some cases. For instance, there are a number of sexist adverts which encourage some male members to treat women with disrespect and contempt. Not only do these adverts raise scorching issues about female discrimination, they also lead to the increase in domestic aggression. Despite the aforementioned points, my personal perspective is that society can achieve many gains from marketing provided that the contents are thoroughly considered before publicizing. First and foremost, there are adverts which send profound and meaningful messages to society, such as British's Christmas marketing. In spite of the main purpose of these adverts being to promote Christmas products, they also convey significant ideas which are sharing love towards others. Secondly, conservative organizations often appear on publicity. Their focus is raising awareness of people about endangered species and warning of natural habitat destruction leading to detrimental effects on the environment. This results in less harmful substances emitted to the environment caused by industry companies due to protests made by members of society with the aim to protect animals and their living habitat. To conclude, my view is many kinds of marketing can be completely profitable for society if only the content of these adverts is carefully deliberated before publicizing. 292 words 285 Sample 25 Some people that it is best to live in the horizontal city while others think of a vertical city. Discuss both views and give your opinion. In terms of accommodation, many people prefer to settle in a horizontal city while others opt for a vertical one. Although there is evidence on the benefits of cities with low buildings, I believe living in ones with high constructions is a better choice. On the one hand, the reasons why a horizontal city is viewed as a suitable arrangement are varied. Firstly, low buildings provide accommodation for people with low income. Since residents do not have to pay much for building services such as maintaining or repairing, the expenses of living in separate houses are more affordable than incorporated apartments. Secondly, living in low constructions is considered a safe option. When emergencies occur, the survival rate in low buildings is always higher and there is also less damage than in high construction since it is easier to escape as well as to be rescued when living close to the ground. On the other hand, it seems to me that dwelling in the city with skyscrapers is the best choice. The first reason is that high buildings always bring about better living conditions. They are well decorated, more modern, more convenient and luxurious services are also offered. Furthermore, there is a multitude of different forms of entertainment provided in tall constructions including shopping center, game center, cinema or gym. Another advantage of skyscrapers is that there will be more space for public usage owing to the reduction of lands used for residential areas, which results in the availability of other facilities such as hospitals or schools. In conclusion, while living in a horizontal city are undeniably beneficial in some extent, I would argue that the advantages of a vertical city are even greater, which makes it a better place to live. 290 words 286 Sample 26 International tourism is now more common than ever before. Some feel that this is a positive trend, while others do not. What are your opinions on this? It is true that nowadays transnational travel is becoming progressively more affordable, which has driven the growth of tourism industry. While there exist several drawbacks from the upsurge in global travels, I believe they are outweighed by the substantial benefits. The potential impacts of this trend on individual countries are definite. The foremost repercussion is that the environment would be exacerbated. Tourists are more likely to litter in some resorts, which may contribute to air pollution, water contamination, and land degradation. The construction of tourist amenities such as hotels and restaurants also deprive wild animals of natural habitats, which places them at risk. Moreover, differences in social background and cultural values may make the discrepancy of foreigners and locals on some issues more indelible. For example, Arabians often consider Westerners their foes and their divergence seem to be inherent, therefore, they may show hostility against visitors from these countries. However, the benefits/virtues/assets from a growing number of international tourists far outweigh the aforementioned demerits/weak aspects. First of all, both the locals and the state where global tourism is popular are economically motivated. It opens up opportunities for business development throughout the world, especially tourism companies. A lot of jobs would be generated, which would help improve the living standards of the citizens. This is mostly beneficial for underdeveloped countries where people are struggling to earn a living. For example, Thailand, a previously impoverished country, has managed to alleviate its poverty by focusing on tourism. In conclusion, the contraction in international travel has brought a wealth of significant benefits to the natives, rather than some drawbacks including environmental effects and hostile attitudes towards visitors from locals. 275 words 287 Sample 27 The percentage of overweight children in Western society has increased by almost 20% in the last 10 years. Discuss the causes and effects of this disturbing trend. There is an alarming increase in overweight children in Western countries in the last 10 with a high rate of 20%. This essay will discuss that unhealthy eating habit is the main cause of the problem and that leads to our children suffering from obesity and other health-related problems. Poor diet is the primary cause of overweight in children. In the Western world where parents are living a hectic life, preparing healthy meals for their children seems impractical as it takes more time to cook and it really costs more. That results in the popularity of fast food and junk food in the society such as McDonald's, KFC, and Pizza Hut, which locate almost every corner of the street, selling food with a high level of trans fats and soft drink with a great amount of sugar. According to a stunning report of the Childhood Overweight Association in the U.S., American children only consume about 10% of the calories from fast food, the remaining 90% of calories remain in their bodies. Good, but the task requires to show causes, not cause. Overweight children often lead to obesity. Children with obesity are facing an elevated risk of a broad range of diseases from blood pressure to heart-related diseases and even mental problems. According to a report published by the National Academy of Health showed that overweight and obese children are 4 times more likely to have heart disease than their normal weight counterparts. Furthermore, they are often bullied by friends and suffering from social isolation, which results in higher levels of stress hormones, of self-esteem and of depression in their childhood. Okay, concise and fully acquire the task to conclude, Western countries experience the fast growth in the number of overweight children. Poor diet with predominant fast food is the main cause of this worrying trend and it immensely impacts children's physical and mental health. 313 words 288 Sample 28 Some people think that all university students should study whatever they like. Others believe that they should only be allowed to study subjects that will be useful in the future, such as those related to science and technology. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Some people argue that students should choose kinds of subjects as they prefer, however, others believe that they should study subjects suitable for their future purpose. I personally agree with the idea of choosing useful subjects to support their future. On the one hand, students should be allowed to study whatever they are interested in/keen on from a range of academic disciplines. Firstly, every single student has different strong points so they can study subjects which are suitable with their characteristics and hobbies. Some students, for example, are easily sensitive with music and sound of instruments so that they may be good at musical perspective. Additionally, if universities set a frame of disciplines, students may not expose all of their abilities as well as talents. Secondly, the tuition fee is paid by students so they should have the authorities to decide what they will study. On the other hand, it seems to me that choosing useful subjects will support young generations more. Students can reach their future target as fast as possible if they only study useful subjects for their future. For instance, if students want to be a researcher, some subjects related to science and technology should support their career. From a personal point of view, studying a number of useful subjects will cover the gap of knowledge and occupation skills. As a result, students with high qualification are more likely to find a job with an extremely high salary. Moreover, companies or organizations always favor someone who in-depth knowledge in his/her chosen field, so that graduate students should focus on useful subjects to create their priority. In conclusion, to a certain point, I would agree that students should study useful subjects to contribute to their success in the future. 292 words 289 Sample 29 The unlimited use of cars may cause many problems. What are those problems? In order to reduce the problems, should we discourage people to use cars? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Cars, nowadays, can be considered as one of the most common means of transportation in our modern society thanks to their convenience, comfort, and flexibility. The increase in the use of cars, however, may lead to many serious problems for our living environment and human health. The following content will go into details and propose some possible solutions to these problems. The use of too many cars can lead to serious traffic congestion problem. This may result in wasting a lot of time spending on cars and even lose energy without creating any value. The dire consequence is many other activities can be postponed by properly organizing time. Another problem that should be counted is the effect on human health. The emission and fume exhaust from using car make our living environment polluted with carbon dioxide gas and other pollutants which can be considered as the most common factors causing health problems such as a cough, a sore throat, and our respiration system. Discouraging people to use cars is one of the effective solutions for this issue. The government can apply some regulations which help to reduce the number of cars used by apply high tax and fee to using irrelevant services for cars. The government can encourage people to use public transportations by doing investment in the modern and comfortable facility and then apply supported price to residents. This would help people enjoy traveling around by public transportation instead of using cars. In conclusion, the unlimited using cars can lead to serious problems such as traffic congestion and our health. Tackling these problems needs the support from government to apply a high tax of owing car regulation and investing in public transportation with an affordable price so that encourage people using them. 292 words 290 sample 30 advertisements are becoming more and more common in everyday life. Is it a positive or negative development? In the competition of businesses, the figure of advertisements has been rising continuously to encourage consumers to use their products and services. In my point of view, advertising manipulates customers' choices significantly in a dishonest way. To safeguard buyers, governments should take responsibilities for performing advertisement law as well as raising awareness for purchasers. With regard to advertising manipulation, advertisers intentionally make their adverts be impeccable with their imagination and functions. Firstly, many companies generally make their commercials look infrequently similar to the real products bought by purchasers. Secondly, advertisers attempt to hide how bad their products and services are for clients. For instance, many noodle brands make their adverts be attractive with various spices or nutritious foods such as shrimp, chicken, and egg. Adversely, there is the only noodle with a little spice in their products. Moreover, they deliberately show up the best aspects so viewers probably pay no attention to the harm of their noodle. In terms of measures, government performs an essential service to protect clients from being negatively influenced by advertisements. Therefore, they should initiate by enforcing a statute which regulates advertising activities. Subsequently, they have to ensure advertisers' compliance with the law as well as give adequate punishment to violation party. Additionally, authorities should administer necessary measures to enhance knowledge for citizens to be a wise consumer. If authorities do their liabilities well, the customers will be protected effectively. Overall, it is undeniable that advertisements manipulate customers for the sake of their sale numbers / at the expense of their dishonesty. In order to deter clients from being influenced by them, the government needs to pay more attention to execute laws and broaden citizens' horizon in this area. 281 words 291 sample 31 It is generally believed that some people are born with certain talents, for instance for sport or music, and others are not. However, it is sometimes claimed that any child can be taught to become a good sportsperson or musician. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. It is widely argued that there are innately gifted musicians or sportsmen as opposed to others who can never excel in sports and music even if being trained from the early stage of their lives. While each view has its own reasons, I personally believe that excellence in sports or music requires both inborn talents and serious training. To begin with, there are a certain number of individuals who possess special talents since they are born. These people are endowed with incredible abilities which bring about significant advantages in sports and arts. While a layman may desperately struggle to compose a simple song or to learn how to swim, gifted people are able to learn to perform a particular skill in an extremely short amount of time. Consequently, they could produce outstanding results in these areas and the road to victory would be more widely open to them than to normal people. However, it is unquestionable that any child can be taught to practice arts and sports to a certain extent. That is perhaps one of the reasons why a large number of countries make these disciplines compulsory in their teaching curricula. With intense training and practice, children would be allowed to develop their artistic or sports skills later in life. Apart from the aforementioned points, I would argue that no genius can last / can be retained without practice. On the one hand, some people may possess special talents since they are born. Nonetheless, without a suitable environment or proper training, it is likely that their talents will remain hidden for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, people without talents can only learn to be proficient but not excellent, hence they cannot be taught to become outstanding artists or sportsmen despite professional training or restless effort. In conclusion, my view is that not every child can be trained to become excellent artists or sportsmen, but gifted people also need training and practice to be successful in their areas. 328 words 292 sample 32 In a number of countries, some people think that it is necessary to spend a large sum of money on constructing new railway lines for very fast trains between the cities. Others believe the money should be spent on improving existing public transport. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. In many countries, people argue about how governments should utilize their budgets on transportation areas. Some people think that governments should invest a huge amount of money for construction of new railway lines for express trains between the cities, while others believe that improving existing public transport is more important. In my opinion, governments should proportionally allocate their budgets for both projects as both of them are equally important to the development and advancement of the country's economy and people's lives. On the one hand, it is understandable if some people think that people should expand express railways between the cities rather than existing public transport. Firstly, it is obvious that when a country has extensive fast train networks connecting its cities, it will positively affect logistic costs as well as dramatically reduce delivery times, and as a result, the price of many products would be much cheaper. Secondly, the number of passengers travel nationwide will increase significantly due to the convenience of these fast and safe transportation systems. These factors will help to boost the development of the nations, in terms of both economy and tourism. Finally, the development gaps between the cities will also be narrowed as many manufacturers may relocate their factories to satellite cities in order to utilize cheap labor and land costs. Hence, express railways will be the future of transportation, and investment in it is the better choice of any government. On the other hand, other people believe that it is important to improve and maintain the existing public transport. With the government's investment into the mass transportation facilities, many outstanding issues could be successfully solved. For example, traffic jams will be reduced, resulting in people spend less time and cost for transportation. In addition, as the public transportation system becomes more convenient and safer, it will encourage more people to use these means of transportation and will gradually reduce the number of private cars. As a consequence, it will reduce traffic congestion and air pollution as well. 293 In conclusion, I personally believe that the government spending on high-speed railway networks and existing public transport are both essential to the development of the nations and the enhancement of people's lives. Without one another, these development and enhancement will be incomplete. 330 words 294 Sample 33 Caring for children is important in any society. Some people believe that all parents should be required to take childcare courses, while others believe that there are other ways for parents to learn how to take care of their children. Discuss both views and give your opinion. How to look after children has been a heated topic of concern in modern society. While some think parents should go to attend parenting classes, I am firm of the opinion that parents are able to learn how to properly raise their own child in several other ways. On the one hand, there are some certain benefits for parents to take childcare courses. Firstly, since parents are taught by well-trained experts, they are fully equipped with valuable knowledge and information. Besides, they also have the opportunities to practice essential caring skills such as changing diapers or calming their babies down. If parents do not take part in childcare courses, they might find it difficult to face these situations. Secondly, when taking part in course, parents also have a chance to meet other parents. This could help them exchange realistic information and give useful advice to each other. On the other hand, I strongly believe parents can learn how to bring up their children from other sources. The first valuable source is from grandparents who already have much practical experience. It would be easier and more convenient to learn from their loved ones anytime during the day. Additionally, since another useful source is the internet, parents could learn knowledge from websites or online books. For instance, Vietnamese parents could surf websites such as Lamcham.com that contain a reservoir of knowledge about raising children. Consequently, parents are able to have access to various information from different authors, which helps them compare and select the most suitable method for their children. To conclude, although enrolling in parenting class is beneficial for parents to some extent, I would argue that it is a better option to learn how to take care of their children from other sources. 293 words 295 Sample 34 People who live in foreign countries should follow the traditions and customs. To what extent do you agree or disagree? When entering other countries, expatriates have to think thoroughly whether they should stick to their motherland's culture or try their utmost to lead the same lifestyles as the locals. While the adjustment to new customs is of paramount importance to those people, I still believe their traditional values should also be maintained. On the one hand, it is understandable why some people subscribe to the view that immigrants should conform to cultural norms of the countries they relocate in. Such adaptation would help them easily integrate into new society as well as getting on well with other people in the neighborhood. For example, a person who complies with traditional concepts of another country would successfully assimilate into the community, making good impressions on his or her neighbors. By contrast, if he or she does not follow basic local rules, it is more likely that the person will receive negligence from the others or feels a sense of isolation. On the other hand, expatriates should also preserve their cultural practices which are imprinted profoundly in their mind. These sets of beliefs and behaviors are taught to them for an extended period of time since their birth, therefore, it is difficult for those to change some certain attitudes. For instance, when a Vietnamese family moves to the US, they will find sex discussion in the public inappropriate and embarrassing because such topics should be shared privately. Moreover, several conventional values can disappear if its natives are exposed to foreign cultures on a daily basis. This can potentially lead to the loss of cultural identity among certain groups. In conclusion, while it is highly beneficial for people to live in harmonious alliance with the locals, they should also follow their own long-standing conventions. 289 words 296 Sample 35 Advances in technology and automation have reduced the need for manual labor. Opinion, therefore, working hours should be reduced. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The outstanding development in technology and automation have created a significant social revolution, moved some industries away from labor-intensive status. Hence, the demand for manual labor is decreasing, leading to the cutback of working hours. While I accept that reducing working hours is quite reasonable, I believe that this may lead to some matters of employment. On the one hand, the technological advances in computerization enable employees to do more work/accomplish more tasks and enhance productivity. As a result, they create more value per hour compared to the past and perform work efficiently. For example, in the past, workers had to work manually in 16 hours per day to maintain production efficiency. However, nowadays, this is no longer the case thanks to the machinery advances. Reducing working hours seems logical to me because it helps employees to have more free time to spend with their family to establish a healthy professional and personal life balance. On the other hand, shorter working time may have long-term concern impacts. Fewer working time would presumably mean less income, which may result in feelings of anxiety or frustration and have side effect for society as a whole. For instance, along with the development of automation technology, the cleaning staff is likely to be then replaced by an automatic cleaning system, and this may cause these people to be unemployed. In conclusion, it is certainly true that the cutback of working hours should be implemented due to advances in mechanization, but this may impact on some employees in the long-term employment market. 257 words 297 Sample 36 In some countries, an increasing number of people are suffering from health problems as a result of eating too much fast food. It is, therefore, necessary for governments to impose a higher tax on this kind of food. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? People tend to spend much time at work and have little time to come home for a proper meal with their families. Fast foods appear ideal for them to maintain their energy to keep on working through. These are not truly healthy foods. Some people believe that government should regulate this food industry by imposing a higher tax on the business on this type of food in order to restrict its potential harm. However, I absolutely disagree with this opinion. To start with, fast food could not completely be considered as drug or tobacco. The reason for this is because the latter is used for leisure and they themselves are the products that can make the users end up becoming addictive. Meanwhile, people have fast foods because they do not have enough time to prepare a lunch or dinner in their own kitchens. They are all likely to have other choices of what and where to eat provided that they could help them to save time. Second, fast food or junk foods are considered unhealthy due to the waste to process them. Instead of imposing a higher tax on the outlet owners, the government should have programs that encourage producers and cooks to alter their methods of cooking. For example, the frying process could be replaced by steaming. More vegetable or fruits could be added to the food items so that they become more nutritious. This solution might take much time to be implemented, but it is not quite impossible. The final way for the government to tackle the issue could be that they should have more campaign to boost citizens to exercise. Cardiovascular, obese, or diabetes could be of genetic or age or other reasons apart from merely having junk foods. Only when people work out regularly are they able to prevent inevitable health problems. My cousin who eats hamburgers, spaghetti, and pizzas virtually every other day is not only fine in health but also in body shape just because he plays badminton 3 times a week. In conclusion, a certain legal action is taken by the government to mitigate public opinion on fast foods is deservedly applauded. I think, however, imposing a higher tax on fast food producers and outlet owners could not be the most 298 reasonable way to be engaged. 328 words 299 sample 37 Prison is the common way in most countries to solve the problem of crime. However, a more effective solution is to provide people a better education. Do you agree or disagree? It is obvious that the popularity of prison sentences acts as an important way to control illegal actions, while the improvements in education have been considered as a means to eliminate the crime problems from its root. In my opinion, I strongly believe that both approaches are necessary to tackle the issue of offense. On the one hand, there are several reasons why imprisonment policy is of indispensable necessity for citizens' safety. Firstly, prisons are the place to keep people who have broken the law, which ensures social security. Especially, in terms of organized and premeditated crimes, cold-blooded murderers and serial rapists have to be imprisoned for their heinous actions. Furthermore, severe prison sentences can act as a deterrent against offenses. Understanding deeply of consequences of committing crimes such as getting caught or condemned to jail, which also means losing freedom and living a miserable life in a cell, ones who are having the intention of offending illegalities would reconsider what is really worthy to do. On the other hand, education serves as a remedy for the origin of crimes. Education contributes greatly to raise people's both awareness and intellect and to form a civilized society. With full access to a better educational system, citizens would be well informed about the damages that crimes would cause to their community and themselves, which eventually leads to the decrease in crime rate. Additionally, people armed with professional or vocational qualifications through fundamental education could secure their lives because it might be much easier for them to find a job with a stable salary. As a result, this would dispel any ideas of breaking the law. In conclusion, I believe that there is no absolute solution to the question whether prison sentences or well-rounded education would take the dominant role in dealing with crimes, as they both tackle the problem in different ways. 309 words 300 sample 38 Some people believe that studying at a university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views. After graduating from high school, students have to choose between seeking a job and pursuing higher education. Some people think that continuing to study at a university or college is the best way to develop the career path, whereas the opponents suppose that getting straight to work is more beneficial. On the one hand, there are several benefits to start working early. Firstly, if the young have a job immediately after leaving high school, they will be able to earn money and financially support themselves. Subsequently, they become mature enough to live independently and do what they want without being influenced by their parents or others. Secondly, working environment provides great opportunities for the students to gain valuable experience and skills, which considerably contribute to their future success. Finally, gradually taking early steps in professional development may lead young people to their stable lives. For example, school leavers who work hard to get promotions and work their way up to the career ladder are more likely to afford a house, settle down and build their own family very soon. On the other hand, it is important to approach higher-level education after finishing high school program. First, there is a wide diversity of jobs in the modern life and many of them require academic qualifications, which can be obtained in the scholastic environment only. In addition, the job market has become more and more competitive and big employers tend to search for highly qualified candidates for job positions in their companies. As a result, people graduated from university or college will have greater chances to be selected by high-ranking recruiters. Such advantage enables them to work for big corporations which offer higher salary level as well as extremely satisfying perks. In conclusion, it seems evident that both choosing to work after finishing high school and seeking further study each have their own unique advantages. 313 words 301 sample 39 Some people believe the government should spend money on building train and subway lines to reduce traffic congestion. Others think that building more and wider roads is the better way to reduce traffic congestion. Discuss both views and give your opinion. To ease traffic congestion, whether the expenditure should be spent on constructing railway and subway networks to enhance the efficiency of road systems remains a source of controversy. However, I would personally stand with this solution instead of expanding the existing roads. On the one hand, the authority should improve road systems by building more and broader roads in order to deal with traffic congestion. Firstly, since cars are likely to be the most viable mean of daily transport, roads should be able to bear the increasing number of cars. The more cars are used, the worse congestion problems are. Because of this, there is no doubt that improving the road system is an obvious way to solve the issue. In addition, it would be more convenient for commuters to travel by roads because they are directly connected to destinations without stopping at any station. On the other hand, I would argue that building train and subway systems are the better methods to cope with traffic congestion. Firstly, the fact that commuters using personal cars often travel alone leads to inefficient use of car and road space, whereas just one train is able to carry hundreds of passengers simultaneously. Apparently, train and subway networks would contribute to saving more traffic space, thus reducing traffic congestion. Moreover, there is no doubt that traveling by public transport systems such as train and subway lines would help protect the environment since those means of transport emit much less carbon dioxide than cars. In conclusion, I would restate that if government prioritizes building train and subway lines instead of constructing more and wider roads, traffic congestion would be reduced more efficiently. 277 words 302 sample 40 nuclear energy is better than other energy resources in meeting ever-increasing needs of the globe. To what extent do you agree or disagree? People have different views about the role of nuclear power stations in supplying the energy for the growing demands of the whole world. While I am totally convinced about the importance of nuclear energy, I am against the viewpoint/advocate that this source of energy is far advantageous than other energy resources. On the one hand, I understand why many people prefer building more and more nuclear power stations to supply the human energy needs. It is clear that nuclear power is a sustainable energy resource. It can be used to produce electricity without wasting natural resources such as coal, oil, or gas. Moreover, these natural resources are running out due to the higher demands of humans. As a result, many people consider nuclear power being a future energy for the advanced developments of humans. Another reason is that nuclear power stations are cleaner than fossil fuel power stations. By using the nuclear resource, we can reduce carbon emissions that cause global warming. On the other hand, nuclear power has its disadvantages, which make it impossible to replace totally other energy resources. The most obvious concern is the safety of building nuclear power stations. Operating nuclear manufactories requires enormous advanced technologies and strict procedures to ensure no leaking radioactive material. If a small incident happened, it would cause a tremendous tragedy. For instance, several years ago, there was a problem occurring in a nuclear plant in Japan. This incident damaged the lives of thousands of people in surrounding areas. This problem makes people concerned of living nearby nuclear power stations and question about the safety of nuclear resource in comparison with solar, wind, or water power. In conclusion, although nuclear power plays a significant role, this resource should be used along with other forms of energy to provide sustainable developments for humans. 300 words 303 sample 41 The widespread use of the internet gives people more freedom at home instead of going to work or college. Do you think its advantages outweigh the disadvantages? The recent computer development has resulted in the burgeoning number of people working at home and students learning through the internet. This is definitely positive in some particular aspects. The enhancement of technology can be considered as an effective measure to deal with the lack of employment. It is a driving force for people to operate their own businesses online, which can generate a larger income. For example, Vietnamese people are witnessing a dramatically growing number of online sales pages such as Tiki or Lazada which earn telephone figure profits per year. This improvement leads us to a distinctively new era of economics/market in which highly unemployment incidence is no longer a tough and urgent problem for governments. Therefore, the development of computer technology is for sure necessary and beneficial from this point of view. This aforementioned development also fosters the self-learning competence of undergraduates. Firstly, people now are granted access to a huge storage of rewarding knowledge which is especially helpful and relevant to their studies at school. Wikipedia, for a prime example, is used for researching information in such terms of history, geography, or chemistry by a vast number of students around the world. Secondly, social networks such as Facebook and Instagram, which are an advance of technology in recent years, have empowered students to contact with each other and together cope with hard exercises regardless of the geographic adversities. In this way of learning, students have golden opportunities to boost their personal teamwork capacity. Therefore, the lack of teachers is no longer an important issue. In conclusion, from available justifications, this essay further reinforces the author's personal advocate for the increasing/rising merit of technology to both education and the working environment in recent years. However, it has to be conceded that the limited aspects of the wide application of technology should be taken into careful account to prevent any possible undesirable consequence. 315 words 304 sample 42 The subjects and lesson contents are decided by the authorities such as the government. Some people argue that teachers should make the choice. What are the pros and cons of each method? Give some solutions. It is widely argued that teachers should take the lead in deciding the disciplines and lesson content in lieu of the government. Each option has various benefits and drawbacks, and steps can be taken to tackle the problem. There are several reasons for the authoritative bodies to take control of the school curriculum. Firstly, the education system of the whole region or country could be standardized consistently. When the government designs syllabus/course of studies, they can monitor and audit the nation's teaching quality uncomplicatedly. Secondly, by centralizing the textbook compilation process, the government can support to relieve this burden from schools and teachers. In this case, teachers will be enabled to primarily focus on delivering lessons/academic knowledge of best quality. However, it may be more beneficial for students if teachers are allowed to choose what to teach. One reason is that teachers are the ones who understand their students' needs and interests, hence they would come up with the most suitable teaching approaches. Another reason is that students in different social groups, ethnics, or regions would undoubtedly possess various characteristics. Therefore, it would be ineffective to apply one single curriculum to all students nationwide as a whole. However, several measures could be taken by the government and educational institutions to tackle this issue. One simple solution would be a combined teaching program with the compulsory subjects designed by the government and accompanied with several optional disciplines decided by teachers. In addition, in order to have/offer flexible curriculums that are applicable to students from different backgrounds and geographic areas, teachers should be encouraged to revise and complement the lesson content to a certain extent. This does not only generate more interests in the students but can also help to keep the curriculum up to date. In conclusion, it is clear that each method has a number of advantages and disadvantages, and solutions should be made to propose an appropriate decision. 320 words 305 sample 43 It is suggested that everyone wants to have a car, a television, and a fridge. Do the disadvantages of this development for society outweigh the advantages? Nowadays, most people would like to have a car, a television, and a fridge. While some people believe this is a positive development, I would agree with those who think this trend brings more disadvantages than advantages. On the one hand, it is undeniable that those pieces of equipment are beneficial in certain ways. Firstly, they make humans' life more convenient. To be more precise, while fridges provide a favorable environment to keep food fresh longer, televisions entertain people through various programs such as films, variety shows, and cars which are armed with various facilities such as comfortable seats. CD players contribute to enhancing travel experience of their users. Secondly, people might be motivated to work harder to afford those advanced technologies so that the productivity will be boosted, thus, the economy will also be improved. On the one hand, I would argue that the drawbacks of this trend outweigh the benefits. The main reason is that this might lead to a sedentary lifestyle, where people gradually turn into couch potatoes, spending most of their leisure time lying in front of TV's screen while eating snacks from the fridge. Although those habits might relieve adult stress, people having this unhealthy way of living are at high risk of suffering from such dangerous diseases as heart attack, diabetes. Moreover, if humans rely on cars too much, the carbon footprint produced by cars will soar. Apparently, the more cars are used, the more severe air pollution is. To sum up, the dependence on cars, fridges, and televisions might be detrimental for not only humans' health but also the environment. In conclusion, I would restate that although those pieces of equipment have some benefits, it would not be discerning to the desire for them. 291 words 306 sample 44 Many employees may work at home with the modern technology. Some people claim that it can benefit only the workers, not the employers. Is it a negative or positive development? In the modern world, with the help of technology advancement, there is an increasing number of employees who are allowed to work from home. While there are several drawbacks to organizations which offer remote jobs, I would argue that this prevalent movement usually offers more advantages. On the one hand, working from home is unattractive to some business bodies and individuals for several reasons. One of the primary concerns is that this trend may cause some difficulties in evaluating employees' productivity. In some particular types of business, it is remarkably challenging for managers to measure their members' performance if they are not able to directly supervise staff's activities. Furthermore, remote workers generally do not engage in many face-to-face interactions and group activities, leading to the lack of teamwork spirit and reducing the sense of connection with their colleagues in companies. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why working at home is extremely pervasive nowadays. Firstly, it could help employees to save a great deal of time and expenses involving commuting to work. With flexible working hours, they would obtain better work-life balance and feel more fulfilled professionally. Secondly, working from home generates a suitable environment for better concentration, resulting in higher levels of outcome and service. Finally, organizations who offer remote jobs also have minimal office areas and decreased operation costs, which in turn benefit the businesses themselves. In conclusion, it seems evident that working from home is a positive development for both employers and employees who adopt this innovative change. 255 words 307 sample 45 Some people say that young people learn useful skills by playing electronic and computer games. Others say that young people who play electronic and computer games are wasting their time. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is true that the question of whether adolescents can learn soft skills through playing electronic and computer games or this is just a waste of time remains a source of controversy. While many people believe that playing games have some benefits, I would argue that this brings more drawbacks than advantages. On the one hand, playing video games is advantageous to some extent. The first benefit is that such games can help youngsters enhance their hand-eye coordination and spatial awareness. For example, in a video game, players invariably move around to avoid enemies and obstacles. By doing this, adolescents can develop their ability to quickly use hand and eyes as well as their strategic skills. Moreover, video games also play an integral part in education. For example, in math classes, instead of using school textbooks alone to illustrate math lesson, children can learn through playing some games such as quiz, which raise interest in studying math. On the other hand, I believe that there are several problems associated with playing video games. Firstly, if young people concentrate too much on playing, they are likely to neglect their studies and household chores. Moreover, this could lead to physical health problems, especially eye diseases. When people keep their eyes glued to computer screens for several hours, waves from computers and Wi-Fi devices may cause headaches. In addition, these youngsters are more and more prone to obesity as they spend hours sitting in front of screens instead of participating in outdoor activities. Finally, since some games contain sex or violence, players who play these kinds of games have more tendency to develop violent behavior than those who do not play. As a result, they may bully their classmates or colleagues. To conclude, although playing video games can have some positive influences on children/young generation, it seems to me it is better to set limits on playing these games. 317 words 308 sample 46 Some organizations believe that their employees should dress smartly. Others value the quality of work above appearance. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Dressing at work has seriously been taken into consideration by several organizations. Many people believe that pure physical appearance should be given more priority, whereas others argue that clothes have nothing to do with the personality of one person. From my perspective, I am in favor of the former statement for a number of reasons. On the one hand, wearing freely is believed to do no harm to the working environment. As a matter of fact, it is a fact that putting on a striking or attractive dress does not change the personal values of an employee. Moreover, people who support this idea also claim that dressing whatever they like even creates positive attitudes which encourage them to work better and more productively. For example, loose clothes could help wearers feel comparatively cool and comfortable in the summertime. On the other hand, many people think dressing informally might unexpectedly bring about a range of drawbacks. Firstly, clothes are constantly stated to cause distraction and affect others' concentration at work. Indeed, wearing sexily can unintentionally catch a lot of others' eyes which could lead to judgments and hard feelings towards one another. Secondly, spending too much time and effort on the appearance might somehow profoundly decrease people's interest in working. This is considered to be an alarm trend/tendency because the person can probably run the risk of losing his job. All in all, it is our decision to choose what we want to wear when going to work. However, I believe that dressing neatly and politely will help employees earn the appreciation of others. 263 words 309 sample 47 In modern society, it is possible to go shopping, work and communicate via the internet without face-to-face contact with one another. To what extent do you think this is a positive or negative development? There is a growing trend towards integrating cutting-edge technology into a number of daily activities, and interpersonal communication has been increasingly replacing. While this development has been fraught with pitfalls, I believe the advantages would outweigh these drawbacks. There exist some potential disadvantages when we are exposed to computers on a regular basis. In fact, nowadays, people have a tendency to be over-reliant on technology and in-person interaction seems to disappear. Therefore, the enhancement of communication skills would be marginal, which has a myriad of adverse impacts not only on adolescents at school but also adults at their workplace. In addition, the likelihood of being addicted to technology could escalate/ascend due to the excessive exposure to a computer monitor. As a result, people would be prone to have a sedentary lifestyle, which leads them to conduct many dangerous diseases, especially obesity or heart ones. However, superseding real interaction by technology would bring about more merits. First, since the accessibility to the internet has been widespread around the world, people could take advantage of useful applications serving a lot of purposes to save their time. For example, instead of spending a great amount of time on going to department stores, people now have the ability to opt for services and goods at home thanks to the presence of free shopping apps. Second, the replacement may act as a contributor to the alleviation of traffic congestion in a wide/significant number of urban areas because of the lower rate of participating in transportation. The implication of this is that individuals could also economize on fuel expenses and travel costs and make use of such money to boost their well-being. In conclusion, while some consider applying technology into our social life a negative development, it is my belief that technology has played an indispensable role in our lives and offered remarkable advantages/virtues. 308 words 310 Sample 48 The best way for governments to solve the problem of traffic congestion is providing free public transport for 24 hours per day, and 7 days a week. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that the most appropriate approach which governments should consider to minimize traffic jam is giving zero-fee transportation to residents. I absolutely disagree with this solution as I think such measure could not solve the aforementioned problem. Firstly, there are many reasons causing the obstacles of congested roads. One of which is that the development of infrastructure may not meet the pace of traffic flow. To cope with this issue, funding should be spent/allocated on expanding roads and building more overpasses. Offering/providing free transport tickets to people without improving the roadways will not help to ease traffic jam. In addition, in order to avoid blocked lanes during rush hours, the awareness of drivers should be raised and enhanced/improved. If everyone keeps calm in queues when the roads are crowded, traffic flow will be eased and journey times will undoubtedly speed up. Secondly, public transport companies require money to develop to face increasing traffic problems. If no fee is charged for passengers, transportation owners will be in shortage of capital for expanding the business. Therefore, they may offer a low quality of commuting service. Free tickets but poor service cannot encourage more people to use public transport than by upgrading the vehicles. Paying money when using a service is fair and reasonable. The problem is how to enhance the quality of public transport to benefit more passengers. For example, to persuade more people to use buses, the Hanoi Transportation Company should invest money in buying new buses and operating many different routes to meet the need of more residents. In conclusion, I believe that the headache of traffic congestion should be addressed in many aspects. Sample 1 Some people think that robots are very important to humans' future development. Others think that they are dangerous and have negative effects on society. Discuss both opinions and give your personal view. There is an argument about the impacts of robots on human life. Many people value the importance of robots whilst others consider robots as a potential danger to human civilization. From my perspective, despite some negative aspects, the role of robots is extremely important to the development of humans' future. On the one hand, it is undeniable that the emergence of robots brings human society several drawbacks. These days, many companies have been utilizing robots as an effective alternative labor source due to their ability to work without resting in salary. This leads to a considerable increase in the rate of unemployment, especially for low-skilled workers. Moreover, taking advantage of robots excessively causes people become more dependent and lazier, which can result in the risks of some diseases such as obesity or diabetes. Last but not least, robots are also regarded as dangerous weapons because of the potential of intelligence and unlimited fighting. On the other hand, the contribution of robotic technology to the advancement of human civilization is indispensable. Because of working with high accuracy and efficiency, using robots in manufacture helps raise the productivity rate, reduce the price of products and enhance the quality of life. Therefore, it is obvious that robots are saving humans from a future of inflation and low living standard. In addition to this, with the support of robots in daily life, people will have more time relaxing and spending with their families. Finally, robots play an essential role in research and discovery on the account of the fact that they can perform harsh tasks in inaccessible environment that people cannot approach. With all reasons mentioned above, I would like to conclude that the advantages of robots undoubtedly outweigh their disadvantages because of their important contribution to the development of human beings in the future. 302 words 317 Sample 2 More and more people think there is no need for printed paper newspapers. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that the use of printed newspapers has been increasingly declined. While some people believe that printed newspapers are no longer needed, I totally agree with this point of view. On the one hand, there are some certain advantages of using printed newspapers. Firstly, traditional newspapers seem to be a more reliable source when compared with online news. Online fake news often makes readers confused and cause adverse impacts on society. Secondly, some news websites contain viruses which are harmful to users' devices when they connect to those poison links. Finally, reading printed newspapers encourages people to become less dependent on advanced devices which contribute to some serious health problems for users. For example, keeping their eyes glued to the computer screen for a long time is linked directly to some disorders such as eye strain and headache. On the other hand, it would be much more convenient for people reading online articles. With the development of technology, almost everybody owns advanced devices such as smartphones or laptops. Furthermore, the internet is growing rapidly all over the world, which enables an increasing number of people to access easily to the internet everywhere from their private houses to the public places. Thus, people do not need to go to a newsstand to get a printed one. In addition to that, the online news usually contains videos which are much more attractive to readers than traditional newspapers. Besides, readers can express their thoughts and discuss their ideas by posting their comments on every article. Therefore, online publishers would understand more about the expectations of readers. Finally, by reading news on the internet, people are helping to protect the environment. Billions of trees are being cut down each year for the production of the printed newspaper. Hence, the more people read digital newspapers, the less they damage to the environment. In conclusion, while printed newspapers are still worthwhile to some extent, I would argue that people will soon no longer need to use them. 330 words 318 Sample 3 Over the past few decades, technological appliances have increasingly become common features in class context. Many people worry that this may lead to the disappearance of traditional educators. Over the past few decades, technological appliances have increasingly become common features in class context. Many people worry that this may lead to the disappearance of traditional educators. In my opinion, I totally disagree with this assertion. Nowadays, using digital devices is in vogue. Technology allows students to be more independent in their learning. Students can download the lectures that are posted on their school's website so that they can read whenever they want with a comfortable feeling and have a flexible timetable. Furthermore, information technology in education gives learners more chances to study in groups and to construct a wide communication. However, it is undeniable that the role of teachers is still essential in class because there are numerous tasks that machines cannot conduct, such as explicating, supervising, and encouraging students. When some students get bored of learning new things or when they have a misleading in what they learned, teachers will play a role as a facilitator, helping students to acquire understanding towards a certain issue and handle the questions given by the teachers. Besides, students can also learn some social skills and other useful lessons from teachers who have abundant life experience and high pedagogical skills. Another advantage of using educators is that students will be put under supervision when their results have signs of going down or when, more terribly, they are getting bogged down into society's vices. In conclusion, people do not deny completely the role of technology and educators. However, it is clear that people will certainly need educators in class, and we should combine these two aspects in a reasonable way. 268 words 319 Sample For some people argue that teaching children of different abilities together benefits all of them. Others believe that intelligent children should be taught separately and given special treatment. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. There are opposite ideas about the issue of whether children with their own competence should study in the same class for the sake of supporting each other or be separated to just focus on their strong point. In my opinion, I am more inclined to the later one owing to the outstanding benefits it brings to. On the one hand, one fundamental advantage of teaching children of dissimilar capacities together is helping them to gain enormous knowledge of several domains, because children are only taught something regarding their main subjects and they seem to ignore other things, which results in some foreseeable difficulties for their lives afterward. For example, my cousin studies well all subjects at school, especially mathematics. However, after being sent to the class which majors in natural science subjects, his understanding of history or literature becomes increasingly limited and he meets many challenges/obstacles in the exams of social subjects. Besides, there are different learning level students in a class. Children who study better will help other little intelligent ones make more progress in study. On the other hand, advocates of the view of separating children based on their ability to teach have their own justification. Children would find it motivational/motivating to study favorite subjects, which brings efficiency in education and greatly contributes to the cultivation and development of actual talented individuals for the countries in the future. For instance, children will become a talented singer if they are trained carefully when their competence is discovered during childhood. Moreover, it would be flawed to opine that intelligent students only pay attention to their field because of the fact that they are curious learners and know the way of arranging an appropriate time to study other things. In conclusion, in spite of the apparent virtues of a class mixed with different competencies, I am still more convinced that children's talent should be aimed at instead of wasting too much time learning trivial things, because this might ensure children's ability to grow comprehensively. 329 words 321 Sample 5 Some people think that young people should follow the traditional values of their societies. Others think that young people should be free to act as individuals. Discuss both these views and give your opinion. There is a school of thought that national customs should be implemented by the youth. However, I am strong of the opinion that personal actions are more suitable for juvenile and teenagers in modern communities. On the one hand, adolescents should be encouraged to be in favor of supporting traditional customs. An explanation of this fact could be that it is a way for countries to preserve and promote their countries. For example, in Vietnam, wearing national clothes in traditional festivals is encouraged for the juveniles. By this way, Vietnamese generations desire for spreading the culture of clothes to neighboring nations/regions. Another reason for the importance of the traditional activities for the youth could be that they place certain restrictions on the conflict between the old and young people in communities. Because of having the same lifestyle following national customs, both previous generations and progeny in a family would have harmony with each other. This advantage could catalyze the balance in a family in particular and in communities in general. On the other hand, I am firmly convinced that adolescents should be allowed to develop their personal values. This is because this trend is suitable for young generations to support in modern communities. In technological decades, not only should adolescents have omnipresent access to advanced equipment, but they also should research on and acquire/obtain scientific achievements/inventions. These responsibilities require a plenty of creativity and activeness of young people. Therefore, if adolescents yearn for controlling scientific and technological fields, they would seek a way to improve their personal values. In addition, there are some traditional customs that are not suitable for modern life, while individual values play an important role in modern communities. For instance, the custom of burning fake money to memorize ancestors and show respect to previous generations in national festivals in Vietnam has faded. This is because this action is one of the culprits of air pollution. Instead, young people in Vietnam tend to take photographs in ancestors' memorial days because it helps them not only to have professional photography skills but also to show their idiosyncrasies through various photos. 322 Last but not least, I am an advocate of that free actions could play an integral role as a precursor to development more than traditional activities. 330 words 323 Sample 6 Some people think that in order to prevent illness and disease, governments should make efforts in reducing environmental pollution and housing problems. What extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is true that governments should support citizens to diminish risks from ailments. From my perspective, I completely agree that the best solutions would be to reduce environmental contamination and housing issues. On the one hand/to begin with, there are two primary reasons why governments ought to protect the environment to prevent illness and disease. Firstly, the clean atmosphere results in healthy conditions for residents to live in. The bacteria will find it hard to survive if people live in a fresh environment. Secondly, liquid waste which is discharged into rivers may affect people's health through eating and drinking. As a result, residents might have severe diseases, of which cancer is a typical example. Besides, governments should take housing issues into consideration to resist illness. To be specific, subsidizing social houses for homeless people can prevent diseases from spreading in communities. This is because people who have their own houses may/will not have infectious diseases in public places such as parks and pavements. Furthermore, the possession of houses would raise citizens' awareness about garbage. For instance, people could understand how to classify rubbish and put it in the right bins to protect the clean environment in their residential areas. In conclusion, I reaffirm my advocate that governments have to implement urgent solutions to fight against illness by lessening environmental pollution and housing issues. 255 words 324 Sample 7 Some people say that what children watch influences their behavior. Others believe the amount of time they spend on television influences their behavior most. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Watching television plays an integral part in the development of children's understanding as well as their behavior. Many people think that the content of programs delivered by channels on TV has negative impacts on youngsters' action, while others believe that the most influential factor/effect to the young is the amount of time that they invest in television. From my perspective, both these elements have undesirable influences on children, but I would argue that the subject matter/subject/theme/message of programs on television has more disadvantages. First of all, the amount of time that children spend on television does more harm than good for their behavior. Firstly, by dint of investing a lot of time on watching television, the young would waste much time while they can use this time to focus on broadening their own knowledge and mastering their vital soft skills. Indeed, by no means can youngsters enhance their level of education performance if they only stay at home to stick their eyes to the television. Secondly, when young people are addicted to watching television, they might put their health in danger. For example, there are a large number of children who spend much time on television facing with several serious mental and physical diseases such as obesity and poor eyesight. On the other hand, I reckon that children are negatively affected by what they watch on television. In fact, the government cannot filter all information through a variety of social channels, so young people may be impacted by the bulk of sex-provocative images and violent videos. For example, by accessing the television programs, a student who comes from America has become a murderer by killing hundreds of people in a town. Moreover, the content of many advertisement programs on television might endanger children's attention. Undoubtedly, no sooner do young people watch television than they want to own many products, and hence, their parents would meet their demand. In conclusion, I reaffirm my standpoint that both these problems have several drawbacks for youngsters' behavior, but the content that they watch is more harmful. 330 words 326 Sample 8 Some people say that friends are more important than family in today's world, others say that family is always more important. Write in support of one of these views. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. The question of which human relationships are more important than one another is rather debatable. While some are of the view that friends are of more importance than family, I totally disagree with this point of view. To begin with, it is undeniable that friendship plays a vitally integral part in our modern lives. Firstly, people would be in trouble if they did not have any friends in life. In other words, friendships are helpful for them to stimulate their study or career development. By way of illustration, students who find it difficult to understand the lecture could ask for help/support from their peers, and they will usually receive a quick response if they have a good relationship with that person. Secondly, it is evident that people might comfortably share their emotions with friends rather than family members in some cases, especially for teenagers. This is because at that age they tend to escape from their parents' influences. Despite the aforementioned advantages that friendship brings, I strongly believe that family always is more crucial for various reasons. Initially, friends can come and go, but family always stays with you, even in the most difficult situations. For example, one of my friends, Min, went bankrupt due to the economic recession in 1997. Some of his friends left him after that. Fortunately, thanks to his family support, he now gets over that hardship. More importantly, it is true that most parents devote their own lives to make their offspring a sense of fulfillment, even when they are mature enough and move out. Therefore, there are no reasons to say that family bonds are not more vital. In conclusion, although some people argue that friends play an important role in their lives, it seems to me that family bond is more crucial than friendship is. 302 words 327 Sample 9 Scientists predict in the near future cars will be driven by computers, not people. Why? Do you think it is a positive or negative development? Recent decades have witnessed an increase in the number of vehicles with the self-driving feature, having been assisting human beings in a wide range of jobs. Likewise, many researchers anticipate that computers will shortly replace mankind to control cars in the future. This development pattern could be attributed to many reasons, and I strongly believe that this replacement will definitely bring a number of benefits to the human race. There are several reasons why future cars will be operated by computers. The main reason is that repetitive work like driving a car should be controlled by machines. Without controlling cars, people will have more time in their cars to do many other things, such as reading or chatting. Without controlling cars, people will have more time in their cars to do many other things, such as reading or chatting, which is a valid/reasonable point. Furthermore, with the development of computer science and technology, in fact, we have created many types of self-driving vehicles, and this invention can be easily applied to manufacture autonomous cars driven by computers. From my point of view, this advancement in transportation methods has more advantages. First of all, it is quite economical for people to use cars driven by computers rather than human drivers. The cost to maintain a computer is likely far lower than to hire a driver in modern times when the salary for a person increases every year that is not required on a computer. Secondly, unlike humans, computers can drive cars continuously for a long time. As a result, calculations indicate that the expenditure for moving is less than expected. Moreover, computers can manage cars accurately, smoothly, reducing significantly the number of accidents on the streets. Last but not least, now air pollution on streets has striking effects on human health. Nevertheless, this problem can be mitigated by using self-driving cars to reduce time on the roads. In conclusion, this commuting pattern could come from many factors in terms of no physical effort and advanced technology, and it seems to me that this transformation will be extremely valuable for humanity. 330 words 328 Sample 10 More and more wild animals are on the verge of extinction and others are on the endangered list. What are the reasons for this? What can be done to solve this problem? In recent times, the increasing number of endangered animals has been in the limelight and has aroused wide concern for the pernicious effects associated with them. This alarming trend emerges as a result of several factors, and although some people may argue that there is no way back, workable solutions that can be applied by both individuals and governments are available/possible/likely. The rising figure of endangered creatures could be ascribed to numerous reasons. An obvious explanation lies in the lack of knowledge in the general population. Indeed, a myriad of elephants in Africa die every year on the account of some beliefs that ivory could alleviate or cure many kinds of chronic diseases such as tendinopathy, arthritis. This misunderstanding leads to the increase of ivory supply so that hundreds of elephants have been slaughtered by hunters. Besides, the inefficiency of current protective methods by public bodies greatly exacerbates the situation. Instead of investing their budget into preserving endangered animals, the authorities have been allocating most of the budget to extravagant projects, namely space exploration or nuclear weapons experiments. Thus, many countries do not have the facilities and amenities necessary to protect wild animals. In the face of the escalating perils from the extinction of endangered animals, some measures can be taken to mitigate the problem. The first practical solution at the moment is to amend the educative curriculum, which can be achieved by the departments of education. They should improve current teaching programs concerning conserving wild animals. Not only will they be able to educate the youngsters, but they will also convey the idea of animal protection more effectively. At the same time, the more effective policies to be executed by governments act as a sustainable answer to the issue. Government authorities should spend more money conserving/saving endangered animals. Moreover, they should legislate law more strictly and punish the offenders more seriously. If such preventive actions are implemented, the verge of wild animals extinction will dip while people can still bask in the glory of the modern living standard. All existing data provide a concrete foundation that the edge of endangered 329 creatures extinction derives from the lack of knowledge of general citizens and the inefficient investment by authorities. In order to tackle the problem, solutions such as improving the education systems or spending more money on wild animals should be carried out. 330 words 330 Sample 11 Many people like to wear fashionable clothes. Why do you think this is the case? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The majority of people are keen on choosing classy attires. There are some reasons for this trend which, in my opinion, will bring many benefits to both individuals and the economy. The tendency to wear stylish clothes can be explained by two main reasons. Firstly, people are apt to suit up to fit the current trend. Otherwise, they may have the feeling of being isolated from the community. For example, when joining a party where everybody wears prom dresses or suits but you wear t-shirt and jeans, you will look very ridiculous and uncomfortable. Secondly, trendy outfits are essential for people to affirm their social positions. What you wear would tell what kind of person you are, and sometimes your fashion plays a vital role in your daily work and life. I believe that the habit of wearing fashionable clothes will be positive to both each individual and the economy as well. First of all, classy outfits will make people who wear them look better and be more confident in social activities. This may be an additional element for a person's success. For instance, a well-dressed salesperson who sells credit cards to clients may win more deals than his old-fashioned colleague. In addition, the more trendy clothes people are buying, the more profits fashion companies can make. Each year, big fashion brands such as Zara, H&M, and Uniqlo can earn billions of dollars from their chains of stores all over the world. This will be an immense factor contributing to the growth of the economy. In conclusion, there are a number of reasons why many people are big fans of stylish clothing. As a result, it could be a good thing to each person and the society as a whole. 291 words 331 Sample 12 Some people argue that individuals can do nothing to improve the environment. Therefore, only governments and large companies can make a difference. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? It is widely argued that environmental problems should be addressed by governments and independent organizations, but not individuals can make no difference in this aspect. While it is true that governments and companies generally take the lead in environmental issues, I believe that each individual still plays a vital role in improving the environment. On the one hand, our biosphere is facing a certain number of problems that cannot be solved by any separate person. Some of the concerned topics are ozone layer depletion, fighting climate change, or protecting animals' habitat, which requires the collaborative actions of governments and other involving enterprises all over the world. In addition, in comparison with each individual, the governments and large companies undoubtedly afford to provide better financial resources as well as necessary tools in tackling environmental challenges. For example, if a city's authorities impose a policy to ban the usage of motorbike within its downtown, or an environmental organization develops and introduces a renewable source of energy to the public, it would create a tremendous effect to reduce air pollution. On the other hand, I would argue that each individual can take a variety of actions at grassroots level to help to alleviate environmental issues. Firstly, a person can deliberately reduce the use of plastic in their daily life, or opt for unleaded petrol or public transportation in lieu of private vehicles to reduce carbon dioxide emission. Secondly, they can actively engage in environmental projects to educate other people around them about various methods to protect the environment, for instance using biodegradable packaging products, or the appropriate classification and dumping of wastes. With raising the awareness and contribution of each person to solve environmental threats, the burden placing the governments and businesses can be significantly lightened and the environment will be more likely to be improved. In conclusion, I strongly believe that governments, large companies, and each individual should take equal responsibilities for solving environmental problems, as planet Earth is the common home of us all. 330 words 332 Sample 13 Globalization has many positive effects on world's economy, but the negative effects of it cannot be forgotten. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? People have different views about the connection between globalization and the economy of every country of the world. While I accept that this trend of worldwide integration can sometimes have a harmful impact on the international economy, I believe that it is more likely to exert/create positive effects. On the one hand, there are various reasons why people believe that the potential risks entailed by globalization upon the economy should not be undervalued. First of all, the widespread of global trade is not always beneficial to everyone, especially to developed countries. Companies can move from these nations to other areas where labor is considerably cheaper to exploit employees, and this may create redundancies or job losses. Furthermore, in underdeveloped countries, domestic businesses have to encounter a number of difficulties when they compete with several multinational companies. The workforce will be attracted to international firms/corporations because they may build new stores and office buildings, thus providing employees with modern surroundings that national businesses may not be able to offer. On the other hand, I would argue that these drawbacks are outweighed by the benefits. Firstly, under pressure from globalization, trade has become more competitive, which can lead to the production of higher quality products to capture the attention of consumers. When the old methods are outdated, companies have to upgrade so that they can enhance their own efficiency to compete with the multinationals. In addition, globalization can also create the improving working environment. For instance, many companies in the world market breeze through the economic competition with some positive changes and new policies that favor employees, such as providing daycare, holding company social events and offering flexible scheduling. In conclusion, it seems to me that the beneficial impacts of global trade are more significant than their drawbacks. 296 words 333 sample 14 There is a general increase in antisocial behaviors and lack of respect for others. What are the causes and solutions? It is true there is a rise in antisocial behaviors and disrespectful attitudes towards others. There are many reasons for this phenomenon and steps need to be taken to improve the situation. Firstly, the main reason is the lack of parental education. Nowadays, many parents are overburdened with their work, they have a tendency to be indifferent to children education. Consequently, without parents' advice, the youngsters cannot distinguish between the right and the wrong. Ill-mannered attitudes may be formed in the cognitive development of young people without being controlled. Furthermore, as people have to live in a society where violence and discrimination are the norms, they are likely to show antisocial attitudes or disrespect to others. For example, if boys live in sexist families in rural areas, they will show the worrying tendency of disrespecting women when they grow up. Fortunately, several measures could be taken to tackle/solve this problem. The first solution is that governments should raise public awareness in order to reduce violence and discrimination. Moreover, they should also impose strict laws on prohibiting violent and discriminatory acts to deter them from committing a crime. In addition, in terms of parental obligation/responsibility, parents should equally spend their time equally between working and bringing up/nurturing their offspring. If children have any signs of an antisocial and insolent manner, parents will have to talk to them immediately and provide them cognitive orientation properly/decently for their children. Finally, parents should also develop a prosocial sense in their children, which will result in positive influences when they are mature. To conclude, there are many reasons for this issue and appropriate steps need to be taken to tackle this complication. 281 words 334 sample 15 Multicultural societies, in which there is a mixture of different ethnic people, bring more benefits than drawbacks to a country. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? Today, immigration has become one of the most prominent issues all over the world. This trend has led to the development of various mixed cultural societies such as the US, the UK, Canada and Australia. Some people believe this trend exerts more merits than shortcomings to any nation. Personally, I totally support this viewpoint as I discussed below. To begin with, the inflows of immigrants are probably beneficial to any society. Firstly, there would be more investments, new sources of the skillful labor force and new ways of thinking brought to host countries. These factors are crucial to increasing the competitiveness, effectiveness, and productivity of any country. Secondly, immigrants work closely with local residents in all aspects of life, creating more opportunities to sharpen mutual understanding among individuals. Also, the level of tolerance would be increased drastically as one individual would be more sympathetic about the matters of other people. However, this trend does come with various negative features. At times, certain conflicts might arise, especially when immigrants try to maintain the cultures and customs of their home countries, which might not be widely accepted in a host country. This would expose them to numerous obstacles and deter them from assimilating new lifestyle. Such matter, nevertheless, sooner or later would be dealt with successfully as diversity and equality are key contributors to the development of culture-rich societies. In conclusion, a mixture of cultures and customs results in both advantages and disadvantages to any nation, though the latter is believed to be trivial and can be completely resolved in multicultural societies. 260 words 335 sample 16 Nowadays, young people admire sports stars although they often do not set a good example. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? The past few years have seen a dramatic increase in youngsters who look up to sports stars as role models, although not many famous athletes could have good personal qualities. In my opinion, this trend could bring/result in both negative and positive sides. On the one hand, young people's admiration has two main benefits. Firstly, the lessons of overcoming difficulties and obstacles behind the success of renowned sportspeople could inspire adolescents to have a sense of achievement. It is common that in order to become successful, an athlete has undergone various intensive training programs as well as conquer the feeling of failure. Thus, youngsters would have more motivation to pursue their dream when they idolize a determined and hardworking sports star. Secondly, loving a sportsperson could encourage students to make use of their free time to do exercise or play sports, which is beneficial for their physical well-being. On the other hand, the adoration of youngsters towards sports players might bring some adverse impacts. In fact, most adolescents are extremely impulsive, so they could follow bad behaviors of their idols without considering whether they are right or wrong. For instance, big fans and descendants of Lance Armstrong, who is a well-known cycling athlete, may mimic his action of taking performance-enhancing drugs while participating in competitions to win at all costs. In addition to this, sports stars often earn a huge amount of a great deal of money, so they tend to immerse themselves in materialistic lifestyle with parties and nightclubs rather than attending charitable activities, which could create the detrimental influence on the personality of their admirers who are at age of puberty. Thus, in order to form youngsters' good personalities, the parents should educate them to follow only the good virtues of their idols. In conclusion, idolizing famous athletes could bring both positive and negative influences on young people. Therefore, the adolescents need to be taught about what they should and should not learn from their idols. 326 words 336 sample 17 Global environmental issues are the responsibility of rich nations, not of poorer nations. Do you agree with this opinion? Some people argue that the responsibility rests with wealthy nations rather than their less well-off counterparts when the world confronts with environmental problems. From my perspective, this opinion is true. The first reason to justify my belief is that rich countries bear more blame on damaging the Earth's ecosystem than developing and underdeveloped ones. As their industries improve, these countries have polluted the nature by discharging toxic waste into it. An obvious example of this is carbon dioxide emissions from the burning of fossil fuel, which leads to ozone layer depletion. Consequently, regardless of income level, all countries are facing effects of global warming such as extreme weather and rising sea levels. On the other hand, low-income nations have not had such sufficient finance to burn fossil fuel in large quantities, so they cannot be held responsibilities for this. Moreover, wealthy nations have the capacity to pay for the damages they have caused to the earth. While poor countries are struggling with problematic issues in their society such as poverty and unemployment, these issues are no longer problems to wealthy ones. Instead of that, financial resources accompanied with advancements in science and technology would enable them to undertake large-scale international projects for the protection of nature. An example of this is how developed countries have succeeded in lots of fundraising projects to support third-world countries which are suffering from the effects of global warming. In conclusion, I totally agree that it is rich and developed countries, and not the poor ones, are accountable for the current condition of our ecosystem. 261 words 337 Sample 18 Some people think that the teenage years are the happiest times of most people's lives. Others think that adult life brings more happiness, in spite of greater responsibilities. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. People tend to favor a particular duration of their lives. While some people enjoy their teenage times due to the freedom and youthful lifestyle, I would prefer to be a financially independent and freely adult. On the one hand, being an adolescent can be fascinating and exciting. Teenagers do not need to worry about earning for their livings as their parents are responsible for that. They are provided with food and necessities without worrying about getting paid in the next month or being fired from their jobs. As a result, they can enjoy life much better compared to adults. Moreover, as teenagers are still in the age for school, they are exposed to different interesting activities. Unlike grown-up who spend most of their times at the workplace, students can not only study but also attend lively activities such as scouting, camping or joining various competitions. On the other hand, an adult has more opportunities and freedom to engage in any activity they want. This is because they can earn for their own livings and are more financially independent, hence, they can do their own judgments on how to use the money. In addition, as an adult, they do not necessarily need permissions from the parents for anything. If they want to venture a business, it is up to their own ability to do so without constraints from anybody. Okay, good to sum up, being a teenager or an adult has its own excitements. However, I would believe adults can achieve much more of their desires due to their financial ability and freedom. 262 words 338 Sample 19 Some people believe that main purpose of schools is to turn children into good citizens and workers instead of to benefit them individually. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Many people believe that the role of schools should be to provide children the way to be productive members. While this is true to some extent, I also think the objectives of education should be to help children grow as individuals. On the one hand, schools instill the cultural values that are shared by society. Children can learn what is good, right, fair and wrong through lessons or extracurricular activities. For instance, civics case study which based on the real situations help students approach and solve the problems in complex systems of the social organization, then offer them a lot of insights into human behaviors. Furthermore, skills that enable children to succeed in the job market can first be learned in school. Accomplishing different tasks among different subjects improves students' skills such as time management, team working or performance skill. Children who do not have a chance go to school will not probably perform well. On the other hand, one significant purpose of schools is to help children discover their potential. School is an ideal environment with a number of subjects and activities, of course, most of them are selected and prepared by professors. In addition, teachers who sometimes have many chances to observe children every day, they are trained to help children understand their strengths and improve their weaknesses. The teacher can also easily spot students' talents, help children practice and allow them to do something they are good at or able to choose the subjects that best suit them, so that children can develop confidence as a person. In conclusion, schools should provide a balanced education program, not only help children become a good member of society but also make them stronger and competitive in all dynamic of life. 291 words 339 Sample 20 An American actor once said, "Tomorrow is important and precious." Some people think individuals should pay more attention to the future than to the present. Do you agree or disagree? The question whether tomorrow is more important and precious than today has drawn much attention from the public. Personally, I adhere to the opinion that the two considerations are basically interdependent and indispensable. On the one hand, it is undeniable that the present plays a central role in the future. Initially, today is the foundation of tomorrow. Therefore, at the moment we should make an effort to lay a solid foundation for the way we live, study, work, and play. Moreover, if we just dream of a bright future and ignore what we actually should do right now, we will surely fail to achieve our purpose in the future. In addition, what ground is to the building is what today is to tomorrow. For example, scientists will invent more advanced technologies which depend on the present conditions of modern technologies. On the other hand, the future exerts a profound influence on the society. Firstly, the future is the guidance of our living standards and social development. Because of the advent of a new era, individuals will be soon to find themselves living in an altered world which calls for new judgment, new ideas, and new habits. Secondly, the more attention we pay to the future, the more energy we get to resolve various hardships in our life. With the right attitude of the future, people will go astray and avoid abandoning themselves on the failure happened at the present or even more in the past. To round off, having considered both views, I believe that the present and the future play an equally vital role in our lives. We not only should try our best at the moment, but also have a long sight of the future. 287 words 340 Sample 21 People should follow the customs and traditions when people start to live in a new country. To what extent do you agree and disagree? These days, there has been a growing trend of migrating to other countries to work, study, or travel, causing some public controversies. It has been argued that local people should accept foreigners' cultural differences. I agree that people should adapt to the local on the one hand. There are several reasons why newcomers will get into difficulties if they do not follow the culture of the host country. First, since some newcomers show a lack of respect for the behaviors and regulations of locals, they will become impolite and make the local citizens angry. For example, foreigners could be not only considered to be dirty but also fined heavily for littering the street with garbage and gum. Second, if the entrepreneurs underestimate how different business practices when they start up a business in a new country, their companies will be able to win and keep the customers, especially in fast-moving consumer goods sector. This means that they cannot compete more effectively with rivals and fail sooner or later in the foreign market. On the other hand, I believe that it is more beneficial for foreigners to adapt to the norms of social behavior in the new country. First, by showing respect for the local lifestyle, the newcomers will be welcomed by the local people. As a result, they can build the close relationships and mutual understanding with the host community which lead to greater integration. Second, foreigners would gain more interesting experience from enjoying aspects of local customs and traditions, which allows them to blend into the community life and avoid social isolation. For instance, Vietnamese people in the USA not only celebrate Lunar New Year, but also often participate in the local New Year celebrations and fireworks in some major cities which make them feel that they belong to their new countries. In conclusion, although everyone has their own culture, it seems me that people should integrate fully into society in the host countries. 325 words 341 Sample 22 Some people think it is necessary to use animals for testing medicines intended for human use. Others, however, think it is cruel to do that. Discuss both of these views and give your own opinion. The practice of examining medicines before use plays an important role in ensuring user safety. However, there are opposite views about whether experimentation on animals for medical purposes are inhuman or not. While I am in favor of the view that animal testing is morally wrong, I would have to support it for the development of medicines. On the one hand, testing animals for the usability of medicines is unethical as it causes physical pains for innocent animals. We could not understand the tremendous pain and scare feeling animals have to suffer from because few people know that animals are not given anesthetics when tests are conducted. Moreover, how people have behaved towards animals is gradually making humans become increasingly insensitive. For example, when people are really too familiar with news regarding experiments on animals, they would consider such activities to be normal. Hence, men's sympathy for animals is rapidly fading. On the other hand, supporters of the use of animals in medical research have their own justifications. Experiments on animals have greatly contributed to saving people from fatal diseases such as Ebola fever or malaria because they will assist medical researchers to find out different types of medicines or remedies for such diseases and assure the safety of those medicines for consumers. Therefore, those who are against testing animals might think differently when their beloved persons need a treatment that has been developed through the use of animal experimentation. In conclusion, although I disagree with animal testing because this action is cruel, it would be more brutal if the annual numbers of deaths rose strongly due to the lack of drugs which need to be examined on animals' bodies. Therefore, until equally effective alternatives are developed, I think this practice is still comprehensible. 294 words 342 Sample 23 Many governments think that economic progress is their most important goal. Some people, however, think that other types of progress are equally important for a country. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. The development of a country depends on the contribution of many indicators. While some governments believe that economic progress is an important factor to measure the nation's success, others assert that, apart from economic, there are several factors that should be advanced and considered such as education and healthcare. On the one hand, there are several reasons why governments think economics is the most considerable aspect as the most crucial goal. In fact, with the strategy focusing on generating profits, some companies will try to reduce unnecessary steps in the manufacturing process or increase employees' performance in order to maximize the earned revenue. As a result, employees are likely to earn higher salaries which contribute to the better living standard. Moreover, the prosperous economy also helps to attract more potential foreign investors with a huge budget. Thanks to the investment sources from developed countries, many startups projects can run smoothly with high possibility of success. Therefore, many job vacancies will be created and the rate of unemployment will be reduced. On the other hand, the standards of education, health, and human rights should equally be considered when setting a nation's target of development. Firstly, the government should concentrate on healthcare services rather than the pressure of monetary. Apparently, in the period of industrialization, the environment is being harmed by air pollution and waste which result in gas emission from factories. Consequently, people are likely to be suffering from some fatal ailments such as cancer. Secondly, the government also need to focus on education because well-educated workforce allows a variety of companies and industries to flourish, leading to trade with other countries and increased wealth. In conclusion, there are many factors contribute to the common development of the nation and I would argue that government should care those listed indicators equally. 300 words 343 Sample 24 In many countries, the quality of life in large cities is becoming worse. What are the causes for this problem? What measures do you think should be taken to tackle this problem? Living standard plays an integral role in the development of most countries as well as human life. The quality of life in a number of large cities is negatively affected by many problems. From my perspective, there are several reasons behind this phenomenon such as pollution and overpopulation, and thus, some solutions should be adopted to tackle this issue. First of all, the great population has a negative impact on the quality of life. Indeed, the bulk of cities seems to be overpopulated, which results in the lack of land to build more and more buildings. Therefore, the governmental body must increase significantly the cost of an apartment accommodation and as the result, people have numerous challenges in finding their houses. Moreover, environmental problems are considered as a cause of decreasing life's quality. For example, there are a variety of factories located in the center of a city, which discharge chemical waste into most rivers and lakes as well as leading to air contamination, and as a result, this puts people's health in danger. Furthermore, the national body should have several measures to solve the issues. Firstly, the authority should encourage inhabitants' migration to some part of rival areas. Obviously, by dint of applying this solution, the citizens might have more spaces to construct their houses instead of renting an apartment in the city. Secondly, the government can increase the level of punishment to most factories if they cause environmental issues. To illustrate, by dint of assuming their measure, a variety of industrial areas must install some water filtering system as well as cutting down emissions to the atmosphere. In conclusion, there are some undesirable matters to the quality of life in a number of large cities, but they can be tackled by many effective solutions. 296 words 344 Sample 25 It is more important for a building to serve a purpose than to look beautiful. architects shouldn't worry about producing building as a work of art. Do you agree or disagree? Recent decades have witnessed the burgeoning population and the scarcity of land, raising many questions about the outward appearance and the function. Although the opinion that a good building should be useful appears to be reasonable, I think that today's architect has the expertise and the resources to design buildings which are both beautiful and utilitarian. It is true that aesthetically appealing appearance contributes to broad-based benefits for citizens. First, magnificent outer space could bring about many prestigious commercial values. For example, it is the outward appearance that attracts customers' attention if they are shopping centers or skyscrapers, which are architectural marvels in terms of beauty. Second, there are some buildings symbolizing the history of the city they locate, therefore, these buildings need to be artistic from the outside. For instance, Hanoi Opera House has long been considered a Vietnamese culture site, thus, maintaining its attractive exterior is undoubtedly an essential task. On the other hand, the function has played an important role in a building. First, every building's construction needs to be safe and comfortable. For example, a shopping mall has to possess a wide walk site, a good light system and adequate emergency exits. Second, each building has its own practical uses, so architects have to design it with a view to satisfying the requirements of the building's users. As a result, it would delight and raise the people's spirits. In conclusion, despite the view that a building needs the useful function and aesthetics, I believe that a good building is utilitarian and beautiful both. 257 words 345 Sample 26 Some people think that when a person travels into a different culture they should adapt to the local practices and customs. To what extent do you agree? In recent years, there has been a growing trend of traveling to foreign countries around the world, thanks to globalization. Although many people argue that tourists should not be required to conform to the local customs and traditions when they make a journey aboard, plenty of evidence suggests that the opposite is necessary. There are a number of reasons why following the community/native culture is beneficial to brings various benefits to themselves. First, people who visit another nation would be more welcomed by inhabitants in the host country, if they are willing to adapt to the local practices and conventions. As a result, foreigners will make friends more easily and they will be received help from the residents, which minimizes the difficulties of getting used to customs of other countries. Second, the traveling experience that visitors will gain from being a participant in the norms of social behavior is priceless in their life. Therefore, they can avoid any issues, especially getting into trouble with the police occurring from violating the rules of destination countries. For example, my younger sister, a 12th grade student, once told me that she not only was fined $200 during her holiday in Singapore but also was arrested to the police station all day because she threw away rubbish by accident in the street. It should be acknowledged that the local people would have a variety of advantages from tourists' compliance with their culture. One of these advantages/benefits is that the citizens do not have to adjust their way of life, so they can preserve their cultural and historical monuments. It is an extremely important issue to contribute to the enduring development of human societies, in either economy or politics. In addition, by maintaining unique cultures and ancient traditions, the government will be able to attract more and more holidaymakers to visit the country, which brings advantages to not only those who run business in tourist industry but also the society as a whole, as there will be more employment and money to encourage the progress of the region. In conclusion, it is essential to obey the different culture when going to a foreign one, as this benefits not only the tourists themselves but also the local residents in the host country. 335 words 347 Sample 27 In modern society, it is possible to go shopping, work and communicate via the internet without face-to-face contact with one another. To what extent do you think this is a positive or negative development? There is a growing trend towards integrating cutting-edge technology into a number of daily activities, and interpersonal communication has been increasingly replacing. While this development has been fraught with pitfalls, I believe the advantages would outweigh these drawbacks. There exist some potential disadvantages when we are exposed to computers on a regular basis. In fact, nowadays, people have a tendency to be over-reliant on technology and in-person interaction seems to disappear. Therefore, the enhancement of communicative skills would be marginal, which has a myriad of adverse impacts not only on adolescents at school but also adults at their workplace. In addition, the likelihood of being addicted to technology could escalate/ascend due to the excessive exposure to a computer monitor. As a result, people would be prone to have a sedentary lifestyle, which leads them to conduct many dangerous diseases, especially obesity or heart-related physical issues. However, superseding real interaction by technology would bring about more merits. First, since the accessibility to the internet has been widespread around the world, people could take advantage of useful applications serving a lot of purposes to save their time. For example, instead of spending a great amount of time on going to department stores, people now have the ability to opt for services and goods at home thanks to the presence of free shopping apps. Second, the replacement may act as a contributor to the alleviation of traffic congestion in a wide/significant number of urban areas because of the lower rate of participating in transportation. The implication of this is that individuals could also economize on fuel expenses and travel costs and make use of such money to boost their well-being. In conclusion, while some consider applying technology into our social life a negative development, it is my belief that technology has played an indispensable role in our lives and offered remarkable advantages/virtues. 309 words 348 Sample 28 Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views and give your opinions. Model answer 1. The question of what pathway leads to a successful career still remains a topic of debate amongst youngsters. While some people suppose that tertiary education is the most optimum selection, others argue job opportunities provide them with better prospects in their future career. On the one hand, it can be undeniable that university is an official environment where students can acquire formal knowledge. With a team of well-educated teachers and a system of standardized curriculum, it can make sure that students can be trained to become efficient labor force for society. Furthermore, the disciplines at academic institutions help young people raise their awareness of every aspect of their lives. As a result, they would be more mature and ready to confront challenges in the future. However, it is also plausible to say that entering university is not the sole opportunity in the modern days. The number of students securing a job after high school graduation has been increased considerably recently because of its merits. First, it would be a probation period for them to test whether their expected occupations are suitable for them or not. In case they find them unsatisfied, there are always chance to remake other decisions. Second, the fact shows that there are numerous people who have no interest in studying, however, they have a knack for other certain areas. For example, Bill Gates, who is one of the most well-known billionaires in the world, did not graduate from any well-reputed university, but he has been extremely successful in his business to develop Microsoft operations system. In conclusion, there would be no accurate answers for the question of whether universities or professions after school is beneficial for students. However, in my opinion, if a person was not born with a certain talent, the university would be an easier route for the future preparation. 306 words model answer 2. Upon graduating from school, the younger generation has faced the dilemma of whether they should keep on studying or not. While some people suppose that getting a job right after school is the best choice to obtain well-paid jobs, I would argue that it is better to pursue higher education. Working straight after school actually appeals to teenagers for several reasons. Firstly, they will have a chance to earn money as soon as possible, which is a fundamental condition to live independently. They not only are able to take care of themselves but also support their family. Secondly, they will gain real experience and learn practical skills related to their chosen profession. As a result, people who decide to find a job may progress more quickly than those choosing to continue their studies. On the other hand, if employees graduate university, they will have more advantages. In terms of career, a college education helps students to meet higher-level qualifications such as doctor, teacher, lawyer, which is impossible for people without a relevant degree. In addition, the job market has become more and more highly competitive, and thus, top jobs which are highly paid are usually chased by hundreds of applicants, and the employers tend to choose people owning academic qualifications. In fact, in Vietnam, students who graduate university as engineer or bachelor often have an easy time getting a good job. In conclusion, both finding a work right after school and studying at the university have their own unique advantage. However, I believe that people who choose to continue higher-level studies are guaranteed a more successful career. 267 words 350 sample 29. Many people believe that international tourism is a bad thing for their country. What are the reasons? Solutions to change negative attitudes. Travel destinations all over the world welcome a growing influx of foreign visitors every year. Residents living in these places are, however, finding this development displeasing. There are many reasons for this phenomenon, and steps need to be taken to improve the situation. There are a variety of reasons for this hostility. The main reason is that the arrival of foreign tourists invariably is accompanied by an increasing level of pollution. Many tourists dispose of garbage at their own convenience, with complete disregard for surrounding environment. Specifically, New Zealand's government has ordered for the castle that was built for the filming of Lord of the Rings to be immediately demolished upon completion of the movie, for fear that, should its existence be resumed, travel enthusiasts would flock to the castle and litter all over the place. Moreover, international tourism also triggers the possibility of a disease outbreak. For instance, in Vietnam, many people died after a visitor from Hong Kong carried the H5N1 virus to the country in 2003. Fortunately, several measures could be taken to solve this problem. Firstly, governments should encourage tourists to put waste into the right place and to be mindful of their surroundings through some campaigns or instructions. Additionally, governments should continue to conduct thorough health inspection at international airports. Healthy travelers should be educated on the symptoms of viruses, while those who exhibit these symptoms must immediately be quarantined. To conclude, there are various reasons for this resentment, and steps need to be taken to tackle this complication. 254 words 351 sample 30. Genetic engineering is an important issue in modern society. Some people think that it will improve people's lives in many ways, while others say it is negative. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? People have different views about the practice of manipulating the genes of organisms. While I accept that genetic modification can sometimes exert positive effects in a myriad of ways, I believe that it is more likely to create harmful impacts. On the one hand, the practice of genetic engineering can be beneficial from the scientific perspective. Firstly, scientists may use its achievements to deal with many medical problems like incurable diseases, so that humans can consequently live longer and healthier. For instance, scientists have recently researched the benefits of genetic modification in eliminating cancer cells. Secondly, this could be valuable for farm production in agricultural countries. By using these technologies, crops will grow more quickly and are more resistant to insects and diseases, which makes more profit to farmers. On the other hand, I would argue that these benefits are outweighed by a load of drawbacks. The first one is that there are massive matters of ethical concerns about humans' genetic engineering. This would against the nature order and, as a result, be unacceptable in many religions, and then lead to the erection of an impassable barrier between consumers and transgenic products. Furthermore, there is a potential for future health problems when we consume genetically modified food. In reality, such food is being questioned in many countries as there are too few fundamental researches on their side effects, so that they can produce subtle and long-term effects which haven't been identified. In conclusion, it seems to me that the troubles surrounding the process of modifying genomes are more significant than the possible benefits. 262 words 352 sample 31. Many students find it difficult to concentrate or pay attention at school. What are the reasons? What could be done? It is challenging for many learners to stay focused in class. This problem can be explained by some reasons, and several solutions are proposed to attract the attention of students at school. There are two main reasons why students lose concentration while attending lectures. One reason is that the lecture talk is not comprehensive and interesting enough to engross the listeners. In another word, the quality of speeches plays a vital role in determining the success of academic sections. For example, if professors only deliver lessons in a theoretical way without giving examples or engaging students to actively give ideas, students will find the lectures tedious. As a result, it will be undoubtedly difficult to engage all learners to participate in class. Another reason is that some disobedient students affect the quality of the lectures by distracting others' attention with inappropriate behaviors such as making noise or telling jokes during class. Given the above reasons, measures should be taken to improve learners' focus at school. Firstly, professors should spend time and effort to enhance the quality of lectures so that they will appeal to learners. By giving more up-to-date practical knowledge and providing more interaction in class, the teachers will obviously draw the attention of all participants to actively join their sessions. For instance, in developed countries such as America or Australia where education meets the high standard, the concentration of learners is not a big issue compared to Asian countries as all lectures are conducted in an exhilarating way with both theories and practical examples. Secondly, teachers should impose disciplines on disobeyed students. Laid-back professors easily make learners distracted from class. By putting enough pressure on pupils, the rating of focus will undeniably improve across all sections. In conclusion, the problem of students losing concentration at school can be tackled by addressing the root causes with proper solutions. 308 words 353 Sample 32 It is suggested that everyone should have a car, a television, and a fridge. Do disadvantages of this development for society outweigh advantages? It is true that TV, cars, and fridges are among the most popular consumer goods that people consider essential to enjoy a comfortable lifestyle. While I accept that there are some drawbacks, I think that these are outweighed by the benefits of this trend. On the one hand, some problems are associated with using these commodities. Firstly, cars discourage people from taking exercises such as walking or cycling short distances, and they also contribute to the high level of greenhouse gases emissions which mostly stem from an increasing amount of carbon dioxide released by vehicles. Moreover, because of the appearance of TV, people nowadays spend hours sitting in front of screens instead of participating in outdoor activities. Consequently, this leads to a sedentary lifestyle, which turns viewers into couch potatoes. Besides, even refrigerators promote unhealthy eating habits, and youngsters are likely to become accustomed to opening the fridge to snack on some fattening treats. Of course, when all these products reach the end of their useful life, the problem of how to dispose of them becomes a serious environmental issue. On the other hand, I believe that there are some great advantages to be gained. The first disadvantage is that cars enable people to have freedom of movement to visit people in places in any part of the cities that they live in. In addition, TV gives people countless opportunities to broaden their own knowledge by watching interesting channels like Discovery to watch news and discussion programs on serious contemporary issues. Finally, thanks to the convenience of refrigerators, people can store food for long periods, reducing food waste. Consequently, visits to the supermarket can be made on a weekly or monthly basis, saving time and effort. To conclude, the advantages of consuming these goods has more than compensated for the drawbacks, as long as we use it wisely. 308 words 354 Sample 33 The spread of multinational companies and resulting increase of globalization produces positive effects for everyone. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is clear that global companies have made great inroads into several local markets in other countries and significantly facilitate the globalization process. While some people are inclined to be against this trend, I believe that it is beneficial to each individual. On the one hand, there are some explanations for oppositional opinions. The opponents suppose that the operation of multinational empires can diminish the diversity of products on market. There are fewer choices for shoppers to compare and make final decisions, as the supermarket shelves seem to be filled with the same kinds of, a range of, goods like food, cosmetics, or even clothes and civil products from a handful of leading corporations compared to the sparse presence of local ones. Additionally, this also adversely affects small national/domestic companies which are much more inferior due to their limited financial sources and reputation, leading some to the brink of bankruptcy. On the other hand, I am convinced that these cosmopolitan groups in combination with the development of globalization exert positive influences on the host country. Firstly, these companies can be highly considered as important job creators which make a contribution to solving the burden of unemployment to the local areas. For example, Unilever Groups in Vietnam, which has the main headquarters in London, has annually generated a large number of jobs available and provided the stable income for many Vietnamese people. Secondly, globalization also allows people in developing countries to purchase the high-quality goods at competitive prices in comparison with the imported ones because multinational companies can make use of the cheap labor in poorer countries in order to lower overheads and render price tags affordable for the locals. In conclusion, I am in favor of the expansion of multinational corporation and the enhancement of globalization because of their advantages they bring about. 303 words 355 Sample 34 There are many people who think prisons are just for criminals' punishment while other people think they can be used for other purposes. Discuss both points of view and give your opinion. Nowadays, prison sentences are seen as one of the most effective punishments to deter crime. Some people believe that penalizing criminals is the only purpose of prison, while others think the purposes of prison should not be limited to punishment. Personally, I am in favor of the latter opinion. On the one hand, offenders deserve to be imprisoned in order to pay for the damages caused by their crimes. They suffer from restricted freedom and are under strict surveillance, which means they cannot do what they want or go where they want like before. Corporal punishments like beating or electronic shock can be used to get information from serious convicts, which can lead their mental and physical health to be damaged. Criminals are made to work hard from the morning to the evening despite the extreme weather in the summer or winter. For example, in my country, criminals have to clean up the streets under the heat of 37 degrees without complaining. Therefore, knowing the consequences of offending the law, convicts will not likely to break it again. On the other hand, prison probably can make prisoners better. It provides rehabilitation, a sense of adult independence for criminals. For example, by participating in harsh training programs and being equipped with employment skills, they can learn to take responsibility and respect the labor. These behaviors will help them to try earning a living after being released without over-reliant on anyone else. Furthermore, prison brings security to the society. As being locked in the jail, convicts can no longer harm innocent people anymore, ensuring the stability and safety of the society. In conclusion, prison should not only be the place to penalize lawbreakers, but also where to nurture and guide criminals to a better direction. Whatever the purposes, they are there to ensure the security of the society. 306 words 356 Sample 35 Information technology is changing many aspects of our lives and now dominates our home, leisure, and work activities. To what extent do the benefits of information technology outweigh the disadvantages? In recent years, the profound impacts of information technology are believed to cause the domination in home and daily activities. Many feel that this development has brought about significant convenience and benefits, whereas others claim that information technology is without its great number of drawbacks. From my perspective, I am in favor of the former for some reasons. On the one hand, it is an undeniable fact that since the introduction of information technology, humans have started to become increasingly reliable and lazy. For example, more and more children choose to stay indoors and watch TV rather than going out and exploring new things. Furthermore, parents begin to abandon the habit of reading newspaper and articles due to a variety of internet news websites. As a result, this reliability in long term might cause serious eye diseases and even increase the risk of obesity. On the other hand, there is no doubt that the advantages of technology have made life far beyond easy. First, a great deal of time and money is saved due to the convenience of information technology. For example, it is truly clear that a computer can replace tons of papers, or with only one click we can find exactly what we want without traversing anywhere. Secondly, circulation has been made comparatively quicker thanks to this information evolution. Therefore, in case of an emergency like unexpected disasters, announcements could be made in time for every family to prepare for. All in all, besides a small number of its disadvantages, information technology has proved to become a success since its birth. Above all, people should be smart to use this wonderful invention in order to avoid unwanted abuses. 281 words 357 sample 36 Some people think that schools should reward students who show the best academic results, while others believe that it is more important to reward students who show improvements. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. In many countries, rewarding students plays an essential role in the educational system. Some people argue that schools just need to give encouragements to those who could gain the highest scores, but I believe that praising students who show improvements is much more logical. On the one hand, there are some reasons why most of the schools nowadays prefer giving awards towards pupils having excellent academic performances. Firstly, this approach would make students who have average and bad study results consider the highest achievers as role models to emulate. As a result, the studying environment at schools could become highly competitive and the schoolers would be stimulated to put more efforts into studying in order to achieve high scores. Secondly, the outstanding students that are at some specific subjects could be discovered and their teachers will give them more opportunities to nurture their aptitudes. For example, in Vietnam, many schools often select extraordinary students into extra classes to provide them with more academic and profound knowledge, which enable them to gain high ranking in national competitions. On the other hand, rewarding pupils who make progress in studying would bring some advantages. The first benefit is that adopting this method could keep normal students from stress and depression when the examination is coming. It is true that children nowadays are under a lot of pressure from studying and being compared with their top classmates. Another advantage is that the number of students who intend to drop out of schools will be reduced significantly. In fact, falling behind with their study makes many pupils feel bored and then they decide to leave school to earn money. Thus, giving awards when they make a stride in studying is the best way to inspire and motivate them to study harder. In conclusion, giving rewards to top achievers is reasonable, but I believe that it is much better to give encouragements to those who put their time and efforts into studying in order to gain higher scores. 330 words 358 sample 37 Some people think that there should be some strict controls about noise. Others think that they could just make as much noise as they want. Discuss both of you and give your opinion. The past decade has seen a dramatic increase in noise, especially in big cities. While some people argue that it is essential to control noise strictly, others think that they could make noise whenever they want. I believe that human life would be better if noise could be reduced. On the one hand, some people believe that they have the freedom to make noise due to various reasons. Firstly, noise is an integral part of modern life. It is common that people nowadays are under a lot of pressure since they have to struggle with the commitments of work and studying. Therefore, they prefer dancing at some parties or just turning the music out loud at home to relieve their stress, although it may disturb their next-door neighbors. Secondly, people often consider noise as an unavoidable element of the industrialization and modernization process. In fact, the traffic noise and engine noise seems to be extremely familiar to urban dwellers. Thus, they think that there are no reasons for controlling noise. On the other hand, noise has brought some drawbacks to the society. The first disadvantage is that unpleasant noise could cause harmful impacts on human health. It is true that people could suffer from cardiovascular problems, serious stress, and sleep disturbance when they are exposed to loud noise in a long time. Another drawback is that productivity of work and study may be reduced as a result of noise. For example, there are many white-collar workers and pupils who could not concentrate on their tasks and homework because of the constant noise from the street. In conclusion, with what I have mentioned above, I believe that people's lives would be better if noise could be limited, although some people think that making noise freely is their own right. 299 words 359 sample 38 Do you think the advantages of traveling by car outweigh the disadvantages? Over the last 2 decades, cars have become more and more commonly used as the main transportation for most families. The issue of whether employing cars generates more benefits or drawbacks has consequently been a topic of much concern. From my point of view, this trend is considerably more advantageous than it is harmful. First and foremost, it is undeniable that a large number of cars currently utilized partly causes an environmental problem. The exhaust fumes ejected from cars' engines are one of the waste products affecting the environment in certain aspects. However, industrial and domestic wastes pose a much larger threat in this department. Whereas it is difficult to find a perfect solution, there are several ways to ease the situation, like developing and using fuel-efficient cars or reducing the number of non-essential trips. In short, despite the seriousness, this issue can be controlled by raising people's awareness. However, the following merits could outweigh the disadvantages. At first, it does not take people much time to get to the destination they need, while waiting for the public transports would be a sheer waste of time. Furthermore, it would be much easier to schedule plans flexibly. To be more specific, unplanned appointments would be easily settled as long as the transportation is under control. Ultimately, cars are the safest vehicles on the road since the developers focus on the customer's safety to compete with each other. By and large, as long as being used effectively, cars are undoubtedly beneficial, especially in terms of safety and convenience. In conclusion, the advantages far surpass the shortcomings. With the development of technology, cars will probably bring about more advancements and benefits for people. 279 words 360 sample 39 What problems have mass media created nowadays? Can you come up with the solutions for these problems? With the advances in technology, especially the advent and rapid growth of the internet, it cannot be easier for people to reach the latest information firsthand. However, the more accessible the media become, the more troubles will be triggered. In this essay, the problems resulting from mass media are identified, and viable solutions to alleviate them are suggested as well. First and foremost, certain significant annoyances have arisen concerning how mass media affect people. The main issue is the invasion of privacy. Specifically, paparazzi are always determined to get a story of celebrities at any cost. Even an ordinary person involved in the current affairs could be the target of the media due to the public's insatiable appetite. Furthermore, the news media often exaggerate the truth in pursuit of high audience ratings. Several journalists probably distort the facts and mislead the public in order to aid and abet people or organizations charged with crimes. In short, as a consequence of the above reasons, the mass media have become less trustworthy. Nevertheless, there are certain actions that could be taken to mitigate the aforementioned problems. Viewers have a responsibility to choose the reliable sources of information to keep themselves up to date with the latest news. Moreover, governments may raise citizens' awareness to avoid untrustworthy channels through traditional ones. They are also responsible for finding the media exaggerating the magnitude of the real troubles so that people could gain access to the high-quality coverage of news easily. By and large, it is quite difficult to get rid of the mentioned issues, but audiences can decide to expose to a wealth of information from dependable sources. In conclusion, mass media have given rise to a variety of pressing issues. It is highly advisable that governments and citizens take appropriate measures to combat the situation. Feasible solutions include raising people's awareness about the problems and restricting erroneous media. 315 words 361 Sample 40 The society would benefit from a ban on all forms of advertising because it serves no useful purpose, and can even be damaging. However, others argue that there are still some advantages of adverts. Discuss both views and give your opinion. The world in which we are living today is increasingly dominated by the overwhelming power of advertising. Some people believe that commercials do not serve any beneficial purposes and even spoil the society. However, I totally disagree with the idea that imposing a ban on all advertising forms can benefit the society. On the one hand, there are some sorts of harmful advertising which should be prohibited. Nowadays, under the pressure of competitiveness in the market, companies may have to expend great efforts to promote their products or services via impressive advertisements to attract the attention of consumers and become superior to their rivals. Therefore, a number of firms tend to make use of advertisements which contain sensitive content that is not culturally appropriate, involve violent or sexual issues. If these types of advertisements become ubiquitous, it may exert/have negative impacts on the general public. For instance, a violence-related commercial shown on TV might encourage teenagers to behave in the same way, which then leads to an increase in juvenile delinquency. Thus, I believe that it is crucial to ban/prevent advertisements which may exert adverse/undesirable effects on society. On the other hand, I would argue that imposing a ban on every form of advertisement would not benefit the society. This is due to the fact that advertising offers not only producers but also consumers a variety of benefits. Firstly, advertising is an effective method of promotion which helps producers attract a large number of potential customers and increase both their sales and their enviable reputation via interesting commercials. Secondly, advertising supplies consumers with a wealth of information which enables them to compare the price and quality of various products from different producers before making decisions. Therefore, if all forms of advertising are prohibited, all those benefits may be eradicated. Furthermore, it would create various negative impacts such as an asymmetry of information, a decrease in the number of choices in terms of consumers, and a reduction in revenue regarding producers/manufacturers, and the low development of the economy. 362 In conclusion, I hold the point of view/perception that prohibiting all forms of advertising will cause more serious damages to the society than benefit them. Thus, the government should impose a ban on harmful types of advertisements instead of every form. 330 words 363 Sample 41 Some people spend more time reading books, while others prefer to watch TV. The former group are more likely to develop creative imaginations and have a much better grasp of languages skills. Do you agree or disagree? In this modern life when technology is on the trend of non-stop development, the issue of whether reading books or watching TV is more effective in enhancing/improving/stimulating one's imaginative capacity and language skills remains controversial. While other people may suggest using TV to master imagination and language skills, it seems to me that reading books is more efficient than watching TV. In terms of imagination, books can develop the ability to imagine more than TV can. This is because those authors use words to communicate with their readers in books. Every character, melody, and picture is described in words. Those words can encourage different readers to build up various pictures about one same written story in their minds. Meanwhile, audiences who watch a movie or a TV show may not need to imagine as much as readers because every scene appears clearly in front of them in exactly the same colors, shapes, and positions for every audience. In other words, readers are free to use their ability to imagine and create own version in their mind based on the words in books, while all audience/viewers may have to look at one same scene which producers have built up from their point of view. Moreover, reading books also helps people enhance their language skills better than watching TV does. In books, writers seem to pay more attention to conveying their ideas through written language with precise grammar and vocabulary, which are often simplified in spoken language in TV shows or movies. This is the reason why books are more efficient to language learners, especially children and foreigners, in enriching vocabulary, correcting grammar, enhancing writing and reading skills. In conclusion, reading books or watch TV is both a useful approach to advance imaginative ability and language skills. However, for the reasons mentioned above, I totally believe that reading has more positive effects on human creative thinking and language skills. 317 words 364 Sample 42 Some people feel that entertainers, e.g. film stars, pop musicians, or sports stars, are paid too much money. Do you agree or disagree? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Recent decades have witnessed the wealth of many celebrities in the showbiz world. Therefore, while some people consider that they have been too highly paid, I totally disagree with this point of view. To begin with, on the individual level, it is obvious that no star can make it to the top without years of dedication to working hard. Indeed, in order to move up the ladder of success, they must put their efforts into daily training, even if they could suffer from injuries that probably cause them some health deterioration. For example, so-called spectaculars which we saw in the film are truly a result of many consistent hard-working years of the actors and actresses. In addition to the age element, the competition in the entertainment industry nowadays is getting more severe. Therefore, it is hard for the entertainers to maintain their performance during a long period of time. As a result, acquiring a high pay could be considered an acceptable compensation for them. From the social perspective, the stars deserve high income due to their notable role in forming students' characteristics. Specifically, it is undeniable that most youngsters usually look up to their favorite celebrities as a role model. Therefore, they definitely seek and imitate the good quality of these idols. Gradually, they could get into the good habit/way of living. Furthermore, the stars can inspire their fans with valuable moral lessons that might, partly, contribute to a better society. For example, Mai Tam, a music star in Vietnamese entertainment industry, usually spends her time on asking her fans to help the poor or the underprivileged people. In conclusion, for the reasons I mentioned above, I strongly believe that renowned entertainers are deserved to receive a good income for their contribution. 293 words 365 sample 43 Some people think that everyone has the right to have access to university education, and that government should make it free for all students no matter what financial background they have. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? It is commonly/widely believed that to enhance the equity of student, free access to university should be given to all, notwithstanding their circumstances. While this way may be valid to a certain extent, I contend that the government should confer this opportunity for qualified people. It is understandable why some people advocate abolishing the college tuition fee. The main rationale is that they consider everyone is equitable, and all students deserve a chance to experience higher/further education. Moreover, not only the socio-equity but also the living standard would be advanced when everyone is a graduate. However, this thinking is flawed, as it may have an adverse effect on the rest of the students. When education is free, they could never compete, and gradually become irresponsible in their study. As a result, they may be reluctant to study harder, and educational attainment/overall academic performance may deteriorate. Instead of the aforementioned approach, I am of the opinion that the non-fee permission to university should be awarded as scholarships for people who apply themselves in order to get optimal performance. This would incentivize all to be diligent in their study and promote healthy competition, which would bring the elites for the college. They have worked hard to achieve the best result, so it makes sense that their efforts earn them the privilege. U.S. education system perfectly exemplifies this situation. Students who achieve/acquire/obtain qualified results/requirements in study and extracurricular activities would be conferred worth scholarship from the university. This creates a sense of fairness and accomplishment for everybody, and they will endeavor to excel in their study. In conclusion, while there are reasons to support making college education free, I contend that only capable students should be given this privilege. 287 words 366 sample 44 Schools should concentrate on teaching students the academic subjects that will be useful for their future careers. Subjects such as music and sports are not useful. To what extent do you agree or disagree? In recent decades, it is believed that schools had better pay less attention to artistic and sports subjects and put more emphasis on academic subjects because of their usefulness. While this thinking is valid to a certain extent, I would argue subjects relating to music and sport could also bring about a number of merits. It is understandable why some advocate the idea of encouraging teachers and students to focus on academic subjects. To begin with, by spending a great amount of time on learning such knowledge in these subjects, learners would broaden their horizons and achieve good performance on campus. This would act as a precursor to the acquisition of many advanced qualifications, and thus these undergraduates would secure a rewarding job with higher promotion opportunity after their graduation. In addition, if intensive learning in these subjects is processed, those who are going to classes on a daily basis may be equipped with a lot of vital skills, which are easier for them to perform their tasks more effectively at the workplace. As a result, when these individuals are confronted with a myriad of problems, they have a tendency to overcome difficulties effortlessly with their skills they learned at schools. As well as the academic subjects, subjects like music and sports also offer a range of considerable advantages to the occupational future. In fact, a lot of studies suggest that music classes would be a conducive environment to the enhancement of students' innovation capability. It is vitally important for the learners to gain this special skill because they would be more likely to generate a wealth of creative methods or solutions which help them to solve many difficult situations at work. In addition to the improvement of the mental process, the boost in pupils' well-being may be greater when they engage in sports classes. The implication of this is that they would have the ability to be more industrious and show the positive manner towards their workload. In conclusion, art and physical subjects, as well as academic subjects both, have positive influences on future careers, thus students should hold the balance between these two subjects for the optimum benefits. 330 words 367 sample 45 It is observed that in many countries not enough students are choosing to study science subject. What are causes? And what will be effects on society? Recently, there is a lack of learners who choose science as their major. This happens due to several reasons along with negative impacts on the community as a whole. There are a number of reasons why fewer students select science subjects to pursue. The first reason is that those subjects are too difficult and demanding, which require students to put many efforts into their studies. For example, my friend who is attending a biologic course says that he has to carry out too many experiments and complete many projects, which prevents him from having spare time for himself/relaxation. As a result, science subjects are less attractive university students than subjects related to economics. The second reason is that because there are a few job opportunities available for students who graduate in scientific field, learners are more likely to choose those subjects as their major. Consequently, they tend to choose those subjects that allow them to find/seek a job more easily. A shortage of students in science fields may lead to several negative impacts. Firstly, as there are fewer learners who decide to follow science careers, there will be a shortage of workforce in these fields. This could result in a smaller number of accomplishments in science and also avoid the enhancement of living standard. For instance, there would be difficult for people to produce newer smartphones with more functions. Secondly, while there is an increasing number of college students who study economics, the vacancies in those fields are restricted. Therefore, a huge number of graduates would be unemployed, which increases burdens for society. In conclusion, the shortage of students selecting science subjects is stemmed from several factors, and this issue might bring about serious drawbacks. 288 words 368 sample 46 memorization of information by frequent repetition, rote learning, plays a role in most education systems. Discuss the usefulness of this method of learning and its demerits, and give your own opinion. In recent years, it is believed that rote learning has been considered one of the most ultimate methods of absorbing knowledge around the world. This memorization technique has its own benefits and drawbacks, however, I strongly believe that this learning method cannot help learners make progress in their study. There are a number of advantages the method can offer the people who follow it. First, rote learning aids learners to take in a wealth of knowledge in a short period. Many undergraduates, for example, have to utilize this method in order to pass the exam in university due to an excessive amount of information in each lesson, which is time-consuming to acquire a thorough understanding. Second, by repeating frequently, children can memorize some basic knowledge and facts faster without critical thinking or deep analysis, which assists them to their learning process and developing examination performance in the future. In fact, formula memorization is conducive to students' flexibility in tackling any mathematics exercises as they can recall formulae in a quick way. Nevertheless, the benefit is often eclipsed by the potential drawbacks. First, if learners cram their lesson by following this practice, they would not gain a comprehensive understanding of the topic they have learned. The implication of this is that the application of such knowledge into students' real life is not likely to happen. In addition, this practice acts as a deterrent for cultivating students' social skills such as communication and debating skills. This has a devastating impact on not only the success in the campus in the present but also professional success in the future. In conclusion, while this method may be effective in some circumstances, most of the time, it does not trigger an improvement in educational quality. Learners should also consider their own needs and purposes of study to make the best decision over memorization or other studying methods. 314 words 369 sample 47 Some people prefer to live in a house, while others feel that there are more advantages to living in an apartment. Are there more advantages than disadvantages of living in a house compared with living in an apartment? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. In recent years, many people choose to live in a private house. Although there are some obvious advantages of this trend, I would argue that living in a flat is far more beneficial. To begin with, there are a variety of reasons why many people tend to live in a private house. Firstly, it is obvious that privacy is the most prominent element, which results in one's choice for the house. In other words, residents are able to do whatever they like, such as rebuilding the house or simply planting more trees in the garden in their own house without affecting/disturbing the neighbors. Secondly, those who live in a house have not to pay for building services, so they may save a great deal of money. My family, for example, has both a house and an apartment in the city. We have to make a monthly payment for the apartment service, whereas no fees are applied to the house. Despite the upsides that house brings, I strongly believe that living in an apartment is the best option. Initially, inhabitants who live in an apartment in the complex building are offered with a wide range of goods and services, thanks to the availability of shopping malls and service centers in the ground floor. Furthermore, it is safer to live apartments. It is due to the fact that surveillance cameras are installed everywhere in the building to make sure/maintain the security for the residents, especially those who often travel for work. In conclusion, while I recognize the possible advantages of living in a house, it seems to me that living in an apartment is more beneficial overall. 275 words 370 sample 48 Some people believe the government should spend money on building train and subway lines to reduce traffic congestion. Others think that building more and wider roads is the better way to reduce traffic congestion. Discuss both views and give your opinion. While some people think that government should invest more capital in improving metros and underground infrastructures to minimize traffic jam, others would believe that expanding roadways is the best way to tackle the aforementioned issue. Overall, it is my personal view that both measures play vital roles in easing traffic flows. On the one hand, enhancing public transportation is critical for the government to cope with the ubiquitous problem of increasing commuters. Therefore, building train and subway lines is an indisputable resolution which should be taken into account. By making commuting service more state-of-the-art, people will find public vehicles as an indispensable means of transport and will be encouraged to use them more frequently. As a result, the amount of private transport will be reduced, which will definitely decrease the pressure on the roads. For example, traffic jam is not a big problem for countries which have developed underground systems such as France or Singapore. On the other hand, it is undeniable that enlarging roads will help to stem the root causes of traffic congestion. Private vehicles contribute to a major part of daily transportation because they are important to residents in case of emergency and essence. Thus, the government should not focus only on improving public transportation but ignore the measure to upgrade narrow lanes and obsolete highways. Indeed, building more and wider roads will undoubtedly solve the issue of blocked streets during rush hours. Every government recognizes the importance of expanding roadways so that vast amounts of dollars from national budgets are allocated to road widening projects each year. In conclusion, I once again reaffirm that building more routes of train and subway as well as improving the infrastructure of current roads are essential solutions to face the growth of traffic flows. 294 words 371 sample 49 In order to solve traffic problems, governments should tax private car owners heavily and use the money to improve public transportation. What are the advantages and disadvantages of such a solution? Many nations impose a high tax rate on private cars to improve traffic congestion and to promote public transportation. Even though the higher tax on cars will help discourage car ownership and contribute to the national budget for public transportation, it definitely creates a burden for buyers which may lead to public tension. Indeed, the tax will raise the retail price of cars, thus slowing down the demand for them. When the number of cars on road is reduced, traffic congestion is lessened. For instance, Malaysia is a typical example as this country imposes a very high tax rate on private cars. The price of a car in Malaysia is escalated by more than 100% after a sales tax and a duty tax. According to a report published by the Road Transportation Department in 2005, introducing taxes on private cars had helped the government to improve the traffic congestion in Kuala Lumpur by reducing the average traffic jam hours from 2.5 hours to 1.2 hours in the city. Furthermore, the government can use the tax revenue to develop and to promote public transportation system. Also in the case of Malaysia, this country has built, with the funding from tax revenue on private cars, the main rapid SkyTrain and underground metro systems, helping thousands of people commute to work on a daily basis. Nevertheless, vehicles tax is blamed for creating an unfair treatment in the society as it impacts the poor more than it does to the rich. In other words, when public transportation is not an ideal or optimal solution, people still need to buy a car. High taxation will create a burden for consumers, especially those with a limited budget. For example, the high tax rate in Malaysia causes a car to cost almost 2 times the original price. According to a survey conducted by the Malaysia Automobile Institute, the first car buyers, who are mostly fresh graduated students, have to make a loan when buying cars, and it often takes them more than 5 years on average to pay it off. Therefore, people are holding protests to call for a drop in car tax rate in Malaysia. To conclude, tax on private cars brings both merits and drawbacks. It helps to cut down the demand for cars, which in turn helps to cease traffic congestion. 372 However, it creates a burden to the public when they do not have an alternative option to owning a car. 330 words 373 Sample 50 research suggests that majority of criminals who are sent to a prison would commit crimes when setting free. What do you think of this case? What can be done to solve this problem? Many researchers argue that almost prisoners reoffend after being released from the prisons. While I accept that this may suit some people, I believe that there is a variety of causes to this issue and several measures to tackle it. On the one hand, there are different reasons why prisoners would commit crimes again. The first reason is that criminals start gangs in prison. They make friends with other offenders and they reoffend easily when they are released. The second reason is that a criminal record makes finding a job more difficult. Most employers review CV of candidates and just interview the people with no prison record. It is extremely suitable for a company or organizations to sign a contract with a good worker because of their safety. The third reason is that ex-criminals are shameful to communicate with the community to participate in a team to work. Therefore, they would commit crimes to survive. On the other hand, there are quite a number of solutions which the community and government should do to address this matter. Firstly, prisoners should receive vocational training during the detention period. Therefore, when they are set free, they become more beneficial for the society and community. One of the examples would be by providing some technical courses such as plumbing or mechanical courses. Secondly, the government and community should cooperate by recruiting ex-criminals. For instance, the government should establish some state workshops or salons to create more jobs for ex-criminals. In conclusion, based on the research, it is found that many criminals who have been released from jails are mostly doing criminal activities again. And to cope with the issue, governments and society should cooperate in providing some essential skills and workplaces for these ex-criminals. 291 words 374 Sample 51 The best way to solve the world's environmental problem is to increase the price of fuel. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is commonly believed that an increase in fuel cost is the most optimal way to solve the world's green issues. While this perspective may suit many people, my view is that there are other effective ways to tackle this issue. To begin with, raising the price of fuel might alleviate environmental problems. The main reason for that is the reduction of fuel consumption, owing to a decline in the number of people willing to pay for fuel fees. Consequently, not only will the amount of released pollutants to the atmosphere decrease, but the rate of industrial wastes will also decline. Even though this might have detrimental impacts on fuel companies, some environmental problems will be alleviated, such as global warming due to a fall in the amount of carbon dioxide emission from vehicles. In spite of the aforementioned points, there are several effective ways to deal with green issues. The most ideal solution is that the government should put their priority on replacing fuel with other types of energy which are not harmful to the environment. For instance, scientists in developed countries have been using electricity to power a car instead of gas. Although this development might take a lot of time in developing nations, people can use other sources of energy, which is friendly to the environment, to operate their car, hence green issues such as global warming can be solved radically in long term. To conclude, it is true that raising fuel cost is a good approach to solve the world's environmental problem, but this is by no means the most ideal solution to tackle this issue. 269 words 375 Sample 52 Some people claim that public museums and art galleries will not be needed because people can see historical objects and works of art by using a computer. Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? It is commonly believed that art exhibitions and museums will not be necessary as historical items and paintings can be seen by people through the use of computers. While this perspective may suit many people, it is my view that museums and art galleries still offer rewarding experiences to visitors. To begin with, some people might prefer to see displays of paintings and historical items by using a computer. The main reason for this is that computers have provided convenient accessibility for the society. For instance, many people can appreciate and admire well-known masterpieces of famous painters such as Picasso owing to the use of the internet. Not only does the internet provide images and pictures of renowned artworks and historical objects, but it also offers immediate information to viewers. Consequently, people are more likely to use the computers to find information about artworks and items rather than going to the museum or art galleries. In spite of the aforementioned points, museums and art galleries are still popular in modern societies. This is because people may gain a more rewarding experience when visiting a museum or art gallery. For example, admiring the display of famous artworks in a gallery might give people a sense of tranquility and peace. Even though it might be inconvenient for some to visit a gallery or a museum due to transport fee, they can have more realistic experience that a computer cannot offer. Hence it is more enjoyable to observe and perceive the significance of artworks and artifacts in real life rather than pictures on the internet. To conclude, it is true that a computer can assist people conveniently seeing artworks and historical items, but this is by no means a replacement of museums and art galleries. 292 words 376 Sample 53 Overpopulation of urban areas has led to numerous problems. Identify one or two serious ones and suggest ways that governments and individuals can tackle these problems. The explosion of population in large cities has become a topic of public interest in many parts of the world. The consequences of this phenomenon are varied, and it is urgent that some measures should be taken to overcome these problems. To begin with, there are two main adverse impacts caused by a rapid increase in the number of metropolitan citizens. The first negative influence is related to the rise in crimes in cities. As the number of new jobs created yearly cannot match to that of job seekers, the unemployment rate inevitably escalates, forcing many youngsters into criminal life to make a living. In addition, it also can intensify the high cost of living in urban areas. The overwhelming population in a certain area is likely to put a major strain on supplying accommodations including food, shelter, and healthcare. This means that people must pay much more money for these basic amenities compared to the past. However, we totally can find effective ways to alleviate these repercussions. Firstly, accelerating modernization in rural regions should be given priority by the government. By moving as well as erecting more factories to the countryside, more job opportunities can be available for the locals, discouraging them from leaving their hometown for cities. Secondly, it is necessary for authorities to organize educational programs on methods of family planning like using proper contraceptives and sex issues as well, which will give a significant contribution in controlling the number of family members. In conclusion, I believe that proliferation of urban population can generate grave social problems and a cooperation between each individual and the government's efforts are requisite for solving them. 275 words 377 IELTS Writing Task 2 Samples 45 High-quality model essays for your reference to gain a high band score 8. 0 plus in 1 week, Book 7, by Rachel Mitchell. 378 Table of Contents Introduction Sample 1 Sample 2 Sample 3 Sample 4 Sample 5 Sample 6 Sample 7 Sample 8 Sample 9 Sample 10 Sample 11 Sample 12 Sample 13 Sample 14 Sample 15 Sample 16 Sample 17 Sample 18 Sample 19 Sample 20 Sample 21 Sample 22 379 Sample 23 Sample 24 Sample 25 Sample 26 Sample 27 Sample 28 Sample 29 Sample 30 Sample 31 Sample 32 Sample 33 Sample 34 Sample 35 Sample 36 Sample 37 Sample 38 Sample 39 Sample 40 Sample 41 Sample 42 Sample 43 Sample 44 Sample 45 380 Introduction. Thank you and congratulate you for downloading the book IELTS Writing Task 2 Samples 45 High-quality model essays for your reference to gain a high band score 8. 0 plus in 1 week, Book 7. This book is well designed and written by an experienced native teacher from the USA who has been teaching IELTS for over 10 years. She really is the expert in training IELTS for students at each level. In this book, she will provide you 45 high-quality model essays to help you easily achieve an 8. 0 plus in the IELTS Writing Task 2, even if your English is not excellent. These samples will also walk you through step-by-step on how to develop your well-organized answers for the Task 2 writing. As the author of this book, I believe that this book will be an indispensable reference and trusted guide for you who may want to maximize your band score in IELTS Task 2 writing. Once you read this book, I guarantee you that you will have learned an extraordinarily wide range of useful and practical IELTS Writing Task 2 model essays that will help you become a successful IELTS taker as well as you will even become a successful English writer and work in life within a short period of time only. Take action today and start getting better scores tomorrow. Thank you again for purchasing this book, and I hope you enjoy it. 381 Sample 1 Fewer and fewer people walk on a daily basis. What are the reasons and how to encourage them to spend their time walking? It is true that nowadays the number of people walk on a daily basis is decreasing dramatically. There are various reasons given to explain this tendency and several effective solutions must be applied to address this problem. There are two main reasons why fewer people walk regularly now. The first reason is that the development of technology has discouraged some people from walking. In most buildings, escalators and elevators have appeared, especially in the shopping center and building offices. They are convenient and time-saving but it caused laziness for older people. Secondly, the number of vehicles like cars or motorbikes are used increasingly higher, especially in car journey. For example, parents now often drop off their children go to school by car or motorbike, even though school isn't far from their private house. There are measures which need to be applied to encourage everybody walk more regularly. In low-rise buildings, the use of stairs should be obligatory, just have only one lift for disabled people. Secondly, the government should build some parks near the town block and the residential areas to create a place for people to remain their walking habit. Moreover, the benefits of walking should be wide promoted through the official media in order that everyone could understand and practice daily. In conclusion, we can give some reasons which explain to fewer people who want to walk every day and some simple measures should be taken by both the government and individuals. 255 words 382 Sample 2 Whether or not someone achieves their aims is mostly by a question of luck. To what extent do you agree or disagree? People's opinions differ as to whether or not luck is the main reason why people achieve successes, not by their efforts. In my opinion, while I believe that luck is important in some cases, I would argue that diligence is the most important factor leading to success. On the one hand, luck occasionally helps people surmount difficulties or even achieve success. People born in wealthy families can have more opportunities to access better education or have money to fulfill their dream. As a result, they effortlessly get ahead in their life. Furthermore, there are some natural capacities that make people become more special than those who are not such. Lucky. For example, Ronaldinho, a Brazilian professional footballer, was known for his techniques and creativity since he was very young. However, I believe that the most crucial element of success is hardworking. Firstly, people will not reach their target if they do not put determination as the strictly essential factor. Determination does not only strengthen motivation, but also founder more practical initiative. Secondly, the more training people undergo, the more professional in this major they can get. Jack Ma, a Chinese business magnate, who lacks natural talent but still created his own opportunities through practicing English and relentlessly pursuing his dream, now, he is one of the world's most influential businessmen as the executive chairman of Alibaba Group. In conclusion, I still accept that luck is a mysterious element that sometimes brings success to people, but hard working leading to success is the absolute law of our whole life. 257 words 383 Sample 3 Many employees may work at home with the modern technology. Some people claim that it can benefit only the workers, not the employers. Is it a negative or positive development? In the modern world, with the help of technology advancement, there is an increasing number of employees who are allowed to work from home. While there are several drawbacks to organizations which offer remote jobs, I would argue that this prevalent movement usually offers more advantages. On the one hand, working from home is unattractive to some business bodies and individuals for several reasons. One of the primary concerns is that this trend may cause some difficulties in evaluating employees' productivity. In some particular types of business, it is remarkably challenging for managers to measure their members' performance if they are not able to directly supervise staff's activities. Furthermore, remote workers generally do not engage in many face-to-face interactions and group activities, leading to the lack of teamwork spirit and reducing the sense of connection with their colleagues in companies. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why working at home is extremely pervasive nowadays. Firstly, it could help employees to save a great deal of time and expenses involving commuting to work. With flexible working hours, they would obtain better work-life balance and feel more fulfilled professionally. Secondly, working from home generates a suitable environment for better concentration, resulting in higher levels of outcome and service. Finally, organizations who offer remote jobs also have minimal office areas and decrease operation costs, which in turn benefit the businesses themselves. In conclusion, it seems evident that working from home is a positive development for both employers and employees who adopt this innovative change. 255 words 384 sample for the consumption of the world's resources, oil and water, etc., is increasing at a dangerous rate. What are the causes and solutions? It is true that natural resources depletion is severely detrimental to the socio-economic development of a nation due to uncontrolled overconsumption proportion of non-renewable sources of energy. There are a number of justifications behind this point of view and several solutions should be proposed accordingly to alleviate the harmful effects of this phenomenon. On the one hand, there are two primary reasons why these resources are being utilized excessively. The first one is that the world resources are greatly beneficial to the socio-economic development of a country. For example, policies related to the inventions of electric cars and unmanned airplanes using environmentally friendly energy are adopted, though there is no sound substitute for gasoline and diesel as a major supply of fuels for modes of transportation. In addition, oil and coal are still irreplaceable materials in order to fulfill the requirements of complicated procedures in factories. Another reason is that seeking for replaceable substances requires more expenses from national and local authorities. Alternative sources of energy such as solar and wind power are strongly taken into consideration as the potential replacement for fossil fuels. However, due to their proper characteristics, it is giving more funds that serve for producing useful equipment to convert solar and wind power into energy. On the other hand, measures should be taken by not only governments but also international bodies to decelerate consumption of the world's resources. Firstly, restrictions should be introduced at a larger scale so as not to waste resources. For instance, citizens will not be allowed to leave water running in their own houses if they go outside. Besides, people's awareness of utilizing electricity effectively should be raised, especially during rush hours. Secondly, multinational corporations should cooperate with each other for the purpose of mitigating natural resources depletion. It is imperative that they set up international bodies and fundraise for these organizations to prioritize expenditure on some certain projects related to alternative energy sources. This contributes a reduction in the rate of consumption of non-renewable resources. In conclusion, it is clear that there are various justifications for people's increased proportion of using the world's resources and steps should be taken to tackle this 385 problem. 330 words 386 sample 5 Some people think that the news media nowadays have influenced people's lives in negative ways. Others disagree and say that it is also positive. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is true that our lives have changed significantly due to the popularity of news media. While new broadcasters offer some benefits to their audience or readers, I would argue that news coverage generally creates adverse consequences in various ways. On the one hand, it is undeniable that news media bring about a number of advantages to their audience. Firstly, they provide us with valuable information and entertainment which can be remarkably helpful in our lives. For example, by following breaking news on television or on the internet, people can stay informed / people can update about social or economic policies that may directly influence their daily works and lives. Secondly, with up to the minute news about the current affairs nationwide as well as what is happening around the world, news media is a great means to enlarge our knowledge, keeping us updating about global issues and preparing us for coping better with potential threats or challenges. On the other hand, there is a variety of reasons why I believe that news media is producing more detrimental effects on people's lives / why news media is disadvantageous to some extent. One of the primary concerns is that the majority of news being broadcasted nowadays is negative, exacerbated by sensational journalism, resulting in serious stress and anxiety on readers' mental condition. The abundance of news being presented can also cause information overload and make the audience feel overwhelmed. In addition, while people resort to news media in hope of receiving accurate and up-to-date information, there is a lot of misleading truths or biased opinions from journalists and reporters. It is challenging for them to remain impartial as they are obligated to adhere to the editorial policy or perhaps the political view of a media tycoon who owns their news channel. In conclusion, while I understand that there are some advantages created by the news media, it usually does more harm than good. 322 words 387 sample 6 Fossil fuels, coal, oil, natural gas, are the main sources in many countries, but in some countries, the use of alternative sources of energy, wind energy and solar energy, are encouraged. To what extent do you think it is a positive or negative development? Although many parts of the world still consider fossil fuels to be their primary source of energy, there is an increasing number of countries resorting to alternative sources to serve their energy demands. While using solar or wind energy could create some drawbacks, I would argue that this is generally more beneficial in various ways. On the one hand, recently discovered sources of energy seem to be unappealing to some people for a number of reasons. One explanation is that it is remarkably expensive and time-consuming to utilize these types of energy. Wind or solar energy takes users a great amount of time, knowledge, and various equipment to use. Furthermore, alternative sources of energy are unstable as they mainly depend on weather conditions, which make them inaccessible in a number of regions during several months of the year. Therefore, new sources of energy are currently not a viable solution for the majority of world population and unlikely to replace fossil fuels in the near future. On the other hand, alternative energy sources offer a variety of benefits. Firstly, while the burning of fossil fuels generates greenhouse gases and emissions which cause numerous detrimental effects on the environment such as acid rain, air pollution, water contamination, or global warming, green types of energy from the nature could mitigate these exacerbated consequences. Secondly, fossil fuels are not unlimited and with the overexploitation and worrying waste of oil or gas, these sources of energy will soon be used up. As a consequence, there is an urgent need for the research and development of environmentally friendly and long-lasting sources like wind or solar energy. In conclusion, it seems evident that the benefits of relying on alternative energy sources outweigh its drawbacks, and this is not only a positive but also an inevitable development. 300 words 388 Sample 7 Many people believe that international tourism is a bad thing for their country. What are the reasons? Solutions to change negative attitudes? Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Many local residents believe worldwide traveling adversely affects their country. Although the reasons for this attitude are varied, several solutions can be adopted to handle this problem. It is totally comprehensible why many people harbor unwelcoming attitudes towards international tourists. The first reason is the contribution of travelers to the country's environmental degradation due to their irresponsibility. A lot of tourists throw rubbish into the surroundings without a second thought, which contributes greatly to the air, marine and soil contamination. Many places of interest are left in the seriously polluted status. For example, beaches in Vung Tau City, famous for their stunning beauty, are now comparable to garbage dump despite all the attempts in reducing waste by the local community. Furthermore, international tourism increases the odds of spreading infectious diseases. Only one infected individual can be a great threat to the whole community. For example, in 2003, virus H5N1 spread to Vietnam caused a multitude of fatalities. Fortunately, a course of actions can be taken to tackle the problem. The government should enforce strict regulations as well as heavy punishment on guilty cases in order to raise the awareness of international tourists. Travelers should be encouraged to put waste into the right place or to use public transport if possible to reduce the pollution. Another remedy is that there should be medical checks at airports and borders. This will halt infectious diseases from spreading to the local residents. In conclusion, only by addressing the local residents' concerns will this negative attitude be changed. 254 words 389 Sample 8 People should follow the customs and traditions when people start to live in a new country. To what extent do you agree or disagree? People's opinion differing as to whether or not the adaptation for local customs and traditions is a crucial element for people who arrive to live in a new country. I completely agree that blending into the local community is totally necessary. Newcomers will face a plenty of difficulties if they try to preserve national identity when you come to reside abroad. For example, the top priorities for an entrepreneur who starts up a business are the host country's law and the need of regional inhabitants. It is very easy for a new business to be close to the threat of bankruptcy if they neglect this aforementioned factors. Besides, if recent migrants do not respect local customs, they will have some serious problems that they have never thought before. In India, for instance, cows are honored as a part of Hindu in particular and Indian in general, so the absolute prohibition of killing cows or eating beef seems to be an Indian common law. There are many benefits for immigrants who are likely to adopt local customs and traditions. Firstly, social relationships will be strengthened thanks to controlling standards of behavior and attitude reasonably. As a result, the better the relationship is, the more enjoyable life they can have. Secondly, new citizens getting on well with their neighbors via friendly attitudes will receive the more enthusiastic help than those who keep isolated from people around. For example, neighbors will provide accurate and relevant information when new residents need to know about their new living area, such as the position of a hospital or cheap accommodation. In conclusion, I would argue that it is strictly essential for new inhabitants to transform into the host community's customs in order to enjoy fully their life. 291 words 390 Sample 9 Some people think that the best way to reduce crime is to give longer prison sentences. Others, however, believe there are better alternative ways of reducing crime. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Arguments over how best to stop the increase of crime rate have been going on, especially in the recent decades. Some insist giving prisoners longer prison sentences would be the best way. Although there is some truth to that statement, I still think that there are better alternatives to tackle this matter. There are many benefits of sentencing offenders longer prison period. Firstly, spending a long time in jail provides an opportunity to get them more rehabilitated through many services available inside. For instance, they could have more time to reflect their own behavior and re-educated themselves the way not to re-offend once they are released. Not mentioning, having a lengthy period in prison also means having more careful vocational training, which would work as a better preparation for a positive back to society with lesser changes to re-offend. In addition to this, with a longer period of the prison sentence, it would be a more effective deterrent for someone who was thinking of commit a crime. In fact, the longer the criminals who committed more serious damage to others such as murders or assaults are separated from society, the stricter the punishment shows. On the other hand, some people argue that it is not simple so because leaving people in prison for a long time also leads to some negative influence while there are some alternative methods to lower the rising levels of crime. In somehow, the prison system can make the situation worse when giving offenders changes to mix with other criminals and gang up a potential group for future criminals when they are released then. While one other way to deform offenders is community services, of course under heavy supervisions in order to keep safe for innocent civilians, which would help their character to be improved when it is not only a way for them to pay the price for their sins, but also makes them feel still contributing/helpful to their local communities. If so, when being released they still keep a sense of belonging to their communities and feel much easier to reintegrate back into society. On top of that, the government could focus its resources on the causes of crime, which would lead to less crime in the future in society degrees. For example, maintaining the quantity of police on the street is 391 really necessary because if there are less police, it is more likely for people to commit crimes because of greed. In conclusion, there are clear grounds both for and against long imprisonment in individual levels as well as society one, however, I lay my thoughts alongside the alternative ways. 330 words 392 Sample 10 In some countries, the rate of crime committed by teenagers is increasing. What are the reasons and what can be done to relieve the problem? There are a growing number of teenagers committing offenses in some nations. There are a number of reasons behind this scorching issue and several solutions should be proposed to reduce this rate. To begin with, there are some factors contributing to this increasing number. Two primary reasons are that many teenagers do not receive enough attention from their parents as well as insufficient awareness of severe consequences of committing a crime. For instance, some parents are too occupied with their works and do not pay enough attention to their children, which might leave their children too exposed to the downsides of society. Consequently, they are more likely to do prohibited behaviors without perceiving their consequences. Even though they might commit small crimes at first such as shoplifting, these violations tend to be more serious gradually, hence, murders and manslaughters are inevitable. So good, your expression is so good, logic and very coherent in spite of the aforementioned causes. There are several approaches to alleviate this problem. First and foremost, parents and schools should cooperate and put efforts on educating children properly. Although some parents might be busy with their job, they should attempt to associate with schools to guide their children to be good members of society. Secondly, various social media should play a part in raising young people's awareness of negative outcomes for committing a crime. For example, programs about criminals and legislation should be introduced to young people in society in order to educate young people about prohibited actions and severe consequences of crimes such as murders. To conclude, these measures should be put into thorough considerations by various parts of society in order to decrease the number of young people committing illegal actions. 286 words 393 Sample 11 It is inevitable that traditional cultures will be lost as technology develops. Technology and traditional cultures are incompatible. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this view? People have different views about what the main factor for the loss of inherited cultures is. While some believe that the development of technology is the primary reason causing the disappearance of traditional cultures, I strongly argue against the opinion above / the aforementioned opinion. Technology can help to preserve traditional cultures rather than destroy them. In fact, with the revolution of technology, people can save uncountable historical patterns which can be the main sources to recover or reconstruct our historical values. For example, in China, during the Second World War, a large number of historical sites were ruined including castles and pristine outfits. Thanks to the invention of cameras, numerous pictures were taken during that time have been contributing to the reconstruction of several old castles and recovery of previously empirical outfits. Not only does technology save the world ancestral cultures, but it can also promote them to their future generations. The development of technology encourages people to discover human history, including traditional ways of life in far more attractive ways. With the appearance of virtual reality goggles, people can enjoy a museum tour at their houses instead of queuing for hours to get inside the museums. As a result, all inherited values are preserved in the best condition without any depreciation for next generations. Lastly, it is arguable that changes in society lead to the disappearance of traditional cultural values, instead of technology. Obviously, a large number of traditional ways of life are not suitable for the modern lifestyle and must be eliminated. A clear example is the sacrifice of a live human to gods that is no longer existence in our current generation. In conclusion, technology does not cause the loss of any traditional cultures, instead, it helps to save and promote human history for future generations. 298 words 394 Sample 12 In many countries, average life expectancy has been increasing. What problems will this cause for individuals and for society as a whole? Suggest some solution. It is true that the quality of life has been improved in the era of electricity, which results in the increase of life expectancy. However, there are various problems behind this trend and should be addressed by governments in some practical ways. The increase in average life expectancy causes enormous issues not only for individuals but also for the society. From an individual perspective, young people are overburdened with work to earn not only their own living but also their grandparents and parents. In addition, youngsters must pay much higher taxes which will be utilized to subsidize for more dependent people. On a societal level, medical care for the elderly can become exhausted since the increasing number of old citizens who have plenty of chronic diseases may overload the limited resource. The government should take some measures to tackle this issue effectively. One practical measure is that governments should impose laws which raise the retirement age. To be specific, the average retirement age in many nations is roughly 60-year-old. Therefore, policymakers should enhance the retirement age to 65 for both men and women. Another essential measure is to encourage the elderly to lead healthy lifestyles. This can diminish a large number of old citizens having severe diseases and having to go to the hospital regularly. As a result, a part of national budget spending for medical care might lessen and be utilized for economic growth purposes. In conclusion, the growth of mean life expectancy is a massive problem for numerous countries and solutions should be implemented urgently to tackle this issue. 263 words 395 Sample 13 Scientists predict that in the future cars will be driven by computers. What are the reasons behind this? Is it a positive or negative development? In the short coming years, experts believe that vehicles will be driven autonomously by computers. The chief reason for the above theory is the development of artificial intelligence in computers which specializes in self-drive cars. This should be seen as a positive development because it will prevent accidents and save lives. In the past few years, the scientists have conducted a number of researches in which cars are driven by computer system. There is a strong evidence to support the idea that computer driving cars can be successful. Due to self-driving computers, the more they drive, the better they become, and this will be quite normal for cars to be driven by computers. For example, Apple, Toyota, and Audi announcing that all of its vehicles will be self-driving within 5 years. In other words, automobile manufacturing industry would rise to a new level of automation. Despite some initial safety concerns, the revolutionary innovation of car manufacturing industry would eventually save lives. It is claimed that most of the collisions are due to human error, and once computer system gets better and better, it will completely eliminate the human involvement. In other words, accidents such as drink driving, falling asleep at the wheel and speeding become a thing of the past. For instance, engineers from Samsung Corporation has just announced that its autopilot system has logged over 10 million miles with only one accident. Similar distances with people driving would have resulted in far more road traffic accidents. In conclusion, the emergence of computer-controlled transportation will inevitably become the new standard of driving as computers learn more and should be viewed positively as it will improve safety standards. 276 words 396 Sample 14 Some people think it would be a good idea for schools to teach every young person how to be a good parent. Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? Describe the skills a person needs to be a good parent. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Many people argue that youngsters will get the benefits if they are taught how to become a desired father or mother at schools. I agree with this view for various reasons and suggest some characters that good parents should have. To begin with, there are a variety of reasons why I believe young people should attend parenting classes at schools. Firstly, it is scientifically proven that parents play a vitally important part in shaping their offspring characters later. In other words, good parents will usually build good children. As a result, it will be extremely useful when they enter into the marital life. Secondly, through these classes, children begin to understand deeply how parents have sacrificed for them. Therefore, they will definitely strengthen their parental bond and become more responsible in the family. In order to become competent parents, some following characters should be considered to learn. Love and affection may be the most important quality for the parents. Loving parents always choose to respect, encourage and nurture their children rather than judge and blame them. They constantly show their love and affection, both verbally and through their behaviors. For example, when their children make an achievement, they will quickly offer a praise. Furthermore, being a positive role model for appropriate behavior is more effective than being specific disciplinary measures in raising their children. Children tend to learn through observation and often imitate the behaviors of their parents. Therefore, ideal parents should develop some traits such as kindness, compassion, honesty, tolerance, patience. In conclusion, it seems to me that youngsters should learn parenting lessons at schools. And some valuable characters in the parents need to have. 276 words 397 Sample 15 Using a computer every day can have more negative than positive effects on young children. Do you agree or disagree? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is an undeniable fact that nowadays there are a number of youngsters who use computers on a daily basis. Although I agree that there are some drawbacks to this trend, I believe that there are far more benefits. To begin with, the main downside of the trend towards computer use is that there are some health-related problems for young people. Obviously, being consistently glued to the screen will cause computer users eye strain. It is scientifically proven that it will also make these children become more distracted in their daily work if this situation happens constantly/persists over a long-term period. Furthermore, it is a waste of precious time when spending a great deal of their time only on playing the computer instead of engaging in physical activities. This will soon result in the sedentary lifestyle. Therefore, many parents usually argue that using a computer have negative effects on their offspring. Despite the aforementioned negatives, I would argue that experiencing the computer is a positive development for various reasons. Firstly, cutting-edge technologies encourage children to use their free time to broaden their horizons through interactive software. Gradually, they could get into the habit of self-learning. Many children have shown to make a positive progress towards language learning by utilizing internet resources such as YouTube in their leisure time. Secondly, the internet gives children countless opportunities to create a network of virtual friends who have something in common. Through social media like Facebook, youngsters nowadays make friends more easily than ever before. In conclusion, while I recognize the possible disadvantages of using the computer, I consider it to be a positive aspect overall. 271 words 398 Sample 16 Some people claim that public museums and art galleries will not be needed because people can see historical objects and work of arts by using a computer. Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? Model Essay 1 Information technology has drastically changed the way we enjoy historical sites and artworks. Some individuals, thus, believe that it is unnecessary to keep them in the future as they can probably be seen through any high-tech devices. Personally, I strongly disagree with this statement. To begin with, public museums and art galleries are doubtlessly beneficial to our society. They can remind us of what happened in the past as well as the development progress of art over time. I still remember how emotional I was when I visited the Military War Museum of Vietnam for the first time, and through this visit, what was immensely instilled in my mind is how brave our previous generations were. In addition, these sites normally attract a large number of tourists given their historical and art values. As such, if people let them disappear, there would be various dramatic impacts on the local community, especially for the profit of the tourism industry and the preservation of local history and culture. It is undeniable that people today can possibly see these sites and obtain related information just with a click of mouse. Numerous people have chosen on-screen viewing of these places given their limited budget for tourism. However, the subsequent feelings gained could not unsurprisingly be compared with those when visiting such places in person. For instance, individuals would get a sense of reality and more insights on these sites which are unlikely to be achieved without seeing them in real life. In conclusion, public museums and art galleries pertain various historical, cultural and economic values, and therefore, should be preserved for the sustainable development and diversity of our modern society. 276 words Model Essay 2 It is widely argued that there is no role for public museums and art galleries in the 21st century as people can see exhibits and artworks on the internet. While it is 399 true that countless people are using computers to access historical objects and works of art, I believe that the artistic bodies like museums still play an indispensable part in the modern world. On the one hand, there are several reasons for people to assert that the role of museums and galleries will gradually be eliminated. Firstly, with numerous technological advancements, individuals nowadays are allowed to visit and explore art spaces without stepping out of their houses. A good example of this is the invention of Google Earth or virtual reality glasses, which enable people to enjoy different scenes and precious historical objects vividly in 3 dimensions. Secondly, an increasing number of galleries and artists are posting their works on online platforms such as Facebook, Instagram with the hope to reach a wider range of audience, leading to the decline in demand of visiting museums or galleries for seeing artworks. On the other hand, I would argue that artistic organizations are still beneficial in various ways. One explanation is that they provide people with aesthetic experiences that are virtually impossible to be replaced merely by sitting in front of the screen. The prominent and deft displays of objects and exhibitions associating with the chances to interact with artists in person create unique emotions and long-lasting feelings for visitors. In addition, cultural spaces like public museums still take the lead in educating people about the importance of art, as well as preserving historical items in order to hand over these heritages to future generations. In conclusion, it seems to me that public museums and art galleries still result in a wide variety of benefits for people and they will by no means be terminated in contemporary society. 317 words 400 Sample 17 Overpopulation of urban areas has led to numerous problems. Identify 1 or 2 serious ones and suggest the way that governments and individuals can tackle these problems. It is true that the problem of overpopulation in some metropolises has been getting worse in recent years. there are a variety of detrimental troubles, but steps can be taken to tackle those difficulties. In my opinion, there are two main problems has affected human life in urban areas because of the increase in population density. Firstly, overcrowded could make the rate of unemployment rate increase sharply. In fact, many graduate students even graduated with excellent degrees, cannot be employed because of the highly competitive advantages and the sufficiency in qualifying applicants. Secondly, overpopulation also has directly inferior effects on the standard of living in some considerable aspects such as healthcare, education, and pension schemes. For example, in school, it is hard for teachers to monitor the class and give meticulous instruction to all pupils if the number of students is over the accepted level. Feasible solutions should be produced by governments and individuals to tackle these aforementioned problems so that the society would be better. The first measure would be to build up and develop new industrial zones and companies in remote areas. As a result, job vacancies will be created in the countryside, so it can limit the issues of emigration to big cities for pursuing jobs. Additionally, governments should concentrate on erecting infrastructure such as roads or railways for providing convenient transportation and reinforcing the trade between some regions. Moreover, to enhance the quality of life in rural areas, the government should invest money in advancing healthcare and educational services by constructing schools, hospitals with a well-educated workforce. Teachers, doctors, or voluntary individuals can also support this improvement by devoting their efforts in some underprivileged towns. In conclusion, various measures can be taken to tackle the problems that are certain to arise as the overpopulation. 300 words 401 Sample 18 Many people argue that in order to improve educational quality continuously, students are encouraged to make comments or even criticism on teachers. Others think the respect and discipline in the classroom will disappear. Which opinion do you prefer? In today's world, the obscure in schools is improved. Therefore, some people are the advocates of that feedbacks and criticisms on teachers should be given by students, whereas there is a school of thought that this action could breed the lack of respect and regulation in education. From my point of view, I am totally/absolutely convinced, by whole heart, by the former group because of following reasons. In terms of teachers, there would be a plenty of benefits for them if students give feedbacks. A primary advantage could be that teachers may recognize the shortcomings of their lectures. Consequently, they would seek a suitable way to enhance the quality of their pedagogical skills. Because of this, the quality of curriculum and performance of lecturers could be improved. In addition, via the criticisms of learners, teachers have the ability to exert an attraction of their lectures. And the interaction between lecturers and learners could facilitate the excitement. In other words, students may pay more attention to lessons if they have a chance to present their individual opinions. As a result, the quality of lectures is promoted effectively. From students' perspective, it is useful and meaningful for students to make assessments of teaching methods and attitudes of teachers. An explanation of this is that students have opportunities to assimilate knowledge easily. Through discussions about teaching methods with their teachers, students may be explained by a method being suitable for their acquisition level. As a consequence, they may spend a short time on acquiring knowledge because of aforementioned advantage. Besides, making assessments of teachers can assist in boosting the creativity of students. Because of being allowed to give feedbacks, students would have a face-to-face conversations with their teachers. Through these conversations, the arguing ability of students to protect their personal schools of thought is improved. In conclusion, I am strong of opinion that it is worth for students giving assessments for their teachers because this is a positive inclination in modern societies. 402 330 words 403 Sample 19 In the future, it seems it will be more difficult to live on the Earth. Some people think money should be spent on researching other planets to live. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is projected by scientists that human life on the Earth has become increasingly unsustainable. While prioritizing more expenditure on seeking a new life in the cosmos is believed to be urgent by some citizens, I agree that money should be invested accordingly to alleviate some imminent problems on the Earth. On the one hand, there have been more pressing issues whose impacts are threatening human life. Firstly, environmental degradation could be detrimental to the socio-economic development of a country. Overconsumption of fossil fuels such as coal or oil is known as non-renewable sources of energy will be causing catastrophic consequences of natural resources depletion in the foreseeable future. In addition, an abundance of pollution types is more prone to trigger serious physical and mental health problems. Secondly, living conditions of people invested with less money mean that their basic standard of living could not fulfill, generate more enormous gaps between the impoverished and wealthy. As a result, the risk of insecurity will be increased by crime for the criminal purposes of finding a steady life. On the other hand, more expenditure on invading space could lead to a variety of potential risks. First of all, the conquest of space is a challenge that costs us a great deal of money. Meanwhile, the success could not be guaranteed. The space race in North Korea, though, marks an important milestone in the development of space exploration, leaves the fact that economy is becoming increasingly backward itself. Another risk is that when astronauts are in weightless conditions, health safety cannot be assured completely. They will have to endure discomforts and hardships in the universe and do more training courses to float through space if they do not want to die suddenly. In sum, I would argue that mankind is destroying the basis of life on the Earth and governments should take making use of budgets deliberately into account in order not to produce devastating effects on people's life. 326 words 404 Sample 20 As well as making money, businesses also have social responsibilities. Do you agree or disagree? In recent years, the activities of businesses have had both positive and negative impacts on society, causing some public controversies. Although I accept that the top priority of companies is to generate profits, I would argue that they should appreciate the importance of social responsibilities. On the one hand, there are several reasons why the effort of corporations to earn money may be one of the effective ways to contribute to society. First, since the enterprises have to pay taxes on their income, the higher profits they produce the more taxes they pay for the government. This acts as an incentive for the authorities to have funds to invest in important fields such as education and healthcare, which lead to the improvements in the quality of life of the community. Second, by raising a lot of profits, the corporations would be able to expand their businesses and create more job opportunities. As a result, the consequences of unemployment including the increase of crime rate, violence, and low consumption can be reduced in many countries. On the other hand, I would argue that apart from making money, the companies also need to conduct social responsibilities. First, since the business activities contribute to harmful effects on the environment such as global warming stemming from factory emission or the problems of industrial waste disposal, the company should be responsible to help to protect the natural environment. For example, many factories and industrial zones could take steps to install modern waste treatment systems to dispose waste materials instead of discharging them into the rivers or the atmosphere. Second, if the enterprises can support people who are less fortunate like orphans, homeless and disabled citizens, this will be conducive to the better society and will enhance the public image of the company or the brand. For instance, some big companies like Vina Milk, P&G organize annual events such as providing scholarships and giving charitable donations to help the community as well as to enhance the public image of the company. In conclusion, although making profits is a vital function of business, it seems to me that the company should also have responsibilities. 320 words 405 Sample 21 Some people think governments should protect local companies when they compete with international companies. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? It is widely argued that there are more advantages for domestic enterprises that are protected by their own government when they compete with global companies. In my opinion, this is more drawbacks than benefits. On the one hand, it is undeniable that protecting local companies is beneficial in some cases. To be specific, companies that are supported by governments enable manufacturing products to supply not only domestic markets but also foreign markets. This results in higher profits which may be generated by local companies. As a result, they pay more taxes for national budgets. Furthermore, protecting domestic companies is a wise strategy to prevent multinational companies from building their factories in underdeveloped countries. This is because multinational companies can take advantages of local resources for producing with extremely low costs. This leads to the environmental degradation for a long time. On the other hand, I concur with those who argue that this tendency brings more downsides for domestic citizens. Firstly, local consumers suffer from unfair competition between enterprises inside and outside their country. They have to pay higher prices or receive lower qualities for the products that are produced by local companies. For instance, the price of cars that are manufactured by Vietnamese companies is extremely expensive, which is nearly the same price with a private house in Vietnam and is out of reach for people on the average salary. Secondly, international companies help unemployment rate in local areas to drop significantly. If their factories operate, the demand for local labor will increase substantially. In conclusion, I believe that there are more drawbacks than benefits for protecting local companies in globalization context. 275 words 406 Sample 22 Some people think that it is good for a country's culture to import foreign movies and TV programs. Others think that it is better to produce these locally. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is true that the question of whether to import movies or TV programs from overseas or produce them within their own country remains a source of controversy. While many people believe that it is better to watch movies that are produced locally, I would argue that it is necessary to promote local entertainment industry. On the one hand, there are many reasons why foreign films or programs play an integral part in people's spiritual life. Firstly, people are likely to learn cultures of other countries, which they may consider as an adventure or entertainment. For instance, Titanic is not only a disaster movie but also a great chance to learn about immigration from Europe to the USA. In addition, these movies also help many people improve their language skills, combining learning and enjoyment. For example, many Vietnamese students have benefited from watching TV series like Friends. On the other hand, I would argue that local movies or TV programs benefit young generations. The main reason is that thanks to these films or programs, people have countless opportunities to understand about their cultures, history, and manners. For example, instead of using school textbooks alone to illustrate history lessons, students today can watch locally made documentaries or movies. By doing this, students are no longer afraid of studying history, and this could raise an interest in learning this subject. Moreover, local TV shows and films are relevant to everyday experiences and a familiar way of life. Even when copyright ideas from other countries are used, producers are still able to adapt these to make shows such as Vietnamese version of The Voice. To conclude, although both local films and foreign movies contribute to the development of the entertainment of the nation, it seems to me it is better to support local films and programs due to their roles as education and entertainment. 310 words 407 Sample 23 Advertisements are becoming more and more common in everyday life. Is it a positive or negative development? It is true that advertisements nowadays play a vital role in people's daily life. In my personal perspective, although some particular advertisements may have negative effects on consumers' health or choices, I believe that the majority have a positive influence on them. On the one hand, there are many reasons why advertisements are considered harmful to people, especially children. The main reason is that advertising today invariably promote fast food and soft drink. Therefore, this may not only negatively influence children, but also encourage parents to take them for meals and reinforce the idea that this is a normal and desirable behavior. As a result, more and more children are prone to obesity. Moreover, as advertising plays an integral part in buyers' decision-making progress, those people with limited awareness are likely to purchase products whose commercials are colorful. For example, many people would like to buy candies due to its various colors and flavors. Consequently, if they eat a huge amount of them, they will have to suffer from diabetes and tooth decay. On the other hand, I would argue that people are certainly benefited from advertisements. In terms of education, advertisements can help children draw inspiration and easily access a world of knowledge. For example, a short advertisement represents a process of a tree reaching maturity from a seed is clearer and simpler to understand than school textbooks alone to illustrate biology lesson. Moreover, in terms of consumption, advertisements provide people a wide range of goods in order to help them have the best products. For example, when people consider installing air conditioners in their homes, they will have to find out suitable ones. It is advertisements that provide them sufficient information to purchase the right product. To conclude, advertisements of various types have become prevalent in modern society, and in my view, the drawbacks of this trend are outweighed by the benefits of this trend. 316 words 408 Sample 24 Many governments think that economic progress is their most important goal. Some people, however, think that other types of progress are equally important for a country. Discuss both these views and give your opinion. Model Essay 1. While wealth has become the first propriety of many nations, a lot of people argue that there are several factors also contribute to a nation's prime as much as economics. In my opinion, I believe that both economic advantages and other non-profit values are essential and states' policy should be able to balance them. There are a great number of benefits of being a rich country. The wealth of a nation is presented in two factors, the state budget and the citizen's personal income, so let's looking at these two. Firstly, the growth of the government budget revenue could bring about a better social welfare, because more money would be allocated to public services. For instance, traffic infrastructure would be updated so that people could move more easily and safely. Secondly, if one's financial situation progresses, he will spend more money on consuming in order to meet his needs and feel happier. Vietnam, for example, as long as its economic development, has turned from a country full of hungers to the top 10 happiest nation in the world. However, economics is not the only thing essential for a society. Some scientists claim that although money can buy happiness is true, it is only true to some extent. Specifying, there is a point that even if a person gets more money than that, she will not feel better, maybe even get stress or anxiety. Whereas, there is no limit for other delighting factors, such as relaxing environment or relationships harmony. In fact, they play integral parts contributing people's health, both mentally and physically, sometimes could be more precious than money. Bhutan and Korea are good illustrations. The king of Bhutan decided to take economics propriety behind preserving the environment, education, and health service, and to measure the amount of delightfulness instead of GDP. The result is his civilians become the happiest people. Korea, in contrast, had experienced phenomenal growth and now is one of 4 Asian tigers, but for some reasons, it also has a great proportion of people committing suicide. 330 words 409 Model Essay 2, the development of a country depends on the contribution of many indicators. While governments believe that economic progress is the most important factor to measure the nation's success, others assert that, apart from the economy, there are several factors that should be advanced and considered such as education and healthcare. On the one hand, there are several reasons why governments think the economy is the most considerable aspect as well as the most crucial goal. In fact, with the strategy focusing on generating profits, some companies will try to reduce unnecessary steps in the manufacturing process or increase employees' performance in order to maximize the earned revenue. As a result, employees are likely to earn a higher salary which contributes to better living standard. Moreover, the prosperous economy also helps to attract more potential foreign investors with a huge budget. Thanks to the investment sources from developed countries, many startups projects can run smoothly with high possibility of success. Therefore, many job vacancies will be created and the rate of unemployment will be reduced. On the other hand, the standards of education, health, and human rights should equally be considered when setting a nation's target of development. Firstly, governments should prioritize their plan/time/effort on the progress of healthcare services rather than the pressure of monetary. Apparently, in the period/era of industrialization, the environment has been harmed/damaged by air pollution and waste which result from gas emission from factories. Consequently, people are likely to be suffering from some fatal ailments such as cancer. Secondly, governments also need to focus on education because well-educated workforce allows a variety of companies and industries to flourish, leading to trade with other countries and increased wealth. In conclusion, there are many factors which contribute to the common development/progress/blossoming of a nation and I would argue that governments should care about those listed indicators equally. 309 words 410 Sample 25 people today do not feel safe either at home or when they are out. What are the causes? What are the solutions? Nowadays, people neither feel safe in their own houses nor when they are in the street or other public spaces. Some causes need to be ascertained, but I believe there are also a lot of measures to solve this problem/issue/dilemma/obstacle. There are several explanations why individuals feel unsafe regardless of where they are. Firstly, residents have a serious anxiety when it comes to social issues. Recently, burglaries and robberies have been significantly increasing/have become increasingly significant. A few years ago, and the robbery of a jewelry store, carried out by a 17-year-old Lo Van Loyan, caused deaths of 3 people, including an 18-year-old child. Secondly, people are aware of the dangers when they use the roads due to the increasing rate of traffic accidents. This stems from the bad behaviors of people when attending traffic, such as drinking alcohols or driving over speed. However/nevertheless, some simple measures should be implemented to deal with those root causes of insecurity. It is necessary to improve the security systems of households. For example, surveillance cameras should be installed to help families monitor the activities happening in their own house, preventing robbers from stealing their assets. In terms of greater security on the road, authorities should enact strict traffic laws to fine those who caught exceeding the speed limit. The public would be safer since people are aware of being charged a large amount of money. In conclusion, the fear of robbery or burglary and the problem of road safety can be tackled by effective solutions, giving people a greater sense of security. 259 words 411 Sample 26 Rich countries should not employ skilled labor from poor countries, as poor countries need the workers more. Do you agree or disagree? It is widely argued that skilled workers in underdeveloped nations should contribute to their home countries instead of being hired to work for developed countries. While developing countries certainly demand a great amount of manpower, I believe that the movement of the labor force from these countries to developed ones offers various advantages. On the one hand, there are a number of reasons why some people oppose to moving skilled workers to prosperous countries. One of the primary causes is that a considerable number of challenges have been emerging in third world countries that require the contribution of their skilled workers. High-quality manpower is unquestionably necessary/vital/significant/important to solve social issues in these nations, such as outdated technology or the ineffective management of governmental and economic bodies. Furthermore, if rich countries continuously attract skilled labor from poverty-stricken areas, it will cause the brain drain phenomenon, leading to the broadening of development gap on the global scale. On the other hand, there are undoubtedly more suitable job vacancies for skilled labor in developed countries. A good example is that numerous scientists, researchers, and technicians in developing countries opt for settling in countries with technological advancements as they concern that their professions would have little demand in their home countries. In addition, when these elite class members obtain innovative ideas or technological progress from other countries, they can make use significantly of their knowledge when returning to their homeland, and partly contribute to the sustainable development of their nations. In conclusion, it seems to me that the equal distribution of skilled labor in both developed and developing countries would be beneficial for all sides. 271 words 412 Sample 27 Some people believe the government should spend money on building train and subway lines to reduce traffic congestion. Others think that building more and wider roads is the better way to reduce traffic congestion. Discuss both views and give your opinion. In recent years, people have argued that whether the government should dedicate to construct more trains and subway lines or upgrade roads in order to improve traffic congestion. While both ideas are encouraged to expectedly better, this essay is going to support the second one. On the one hand, public transport has been widely believed to reduce traffic problems. Thus train and subway are not the exceptions. Firstly, people have the opportunities to take its advantages to control commutation system, even during rush hours. Secondly, no matter how much money we can earn, it is considered affordable for people to buy tickets to commute to such distant places. Addiction to saving money, reduction of fuel sources is also allocated to this improvement, in comparison to private vehicles. Therefore, not only citizens but also the government is able to save their budget to deal with other issues in the society. Looking from the other angle, vehicles traveled on residential streets is believed to be more significant to commute to demanding places which public transports cannot reach to. Although going by train or subway is sometimes economical, yet we waste a lot of time traveling due to the dependence on their schedules. In retrospect, by widening the roads and enhance its infrastructure, it is not necessary for people to barge in the sea of traffic congestion. Apart from that, piles-up's trouble may also be reduced or eliminated. In conclusion, improving the road quality is better to reduce the amount of traffic congestion. Personally thinking, it is encouraged that the government should draw attention to explore various kinds of environment-friendly means to reduce the amount of traffic pollution on streets. 277 words 413 Sample 28 People naturally resist making changes in their lives. What kind of problems can this cause? What solutions can you suggest? The whole world varies from day to day, so many people attempt to intermingle into modern-day life while some people tend to avoid changing anything about their life. In this essay, I will point out some adverse effects as well as methods of addressing this problem. Undeniably, people who resist making changes could face several aftermaths in their work, study, and social life. Firstly, they might encounter difficulties in life since they cannot catch up with the real life. For example, if a worker resists changing to use a smartphone at work, he cannot complete his task effectively whilst others using modern mobile can finish it quickly and easily. Secondly, people who resist making changes in their bad habits could have troubles with their development as well as the relationship with others. For instance, impatient officers will deter themselves from promotion and worsen the relationship with others because of their resistance. In terms of measures, family, friends and each individual all have responsibilities for dealing with this problem. Generally, family and friends perform the most vital role in helping people who are afraid of making changes. Parents, siblings or friends could talk to those people and encourage them to try some new things that will make their life better. Moreover, each individual also should challenge themselves by starting to change their TV program, hairstyle, or even their job which they have ever thought of. All those little things could help them lose the fear of making changes. Overall, resistance to change sometimes makes people's lives get worse, so people should raise their own and others' awareness about this issue to tackle the problem and catch up with the variation of the world. 282 words 414 Sample 29 In many schools and universities, girls tend to choose art subjects, e.g. languages, and boys choose science subjects, e.g. physics. What do you think are the reasons? Do you think that this tendency should be changed? In the education field, it is common knowledge that while female students have a growing tendency to be intrigued in art subjects, the other sexual students take an avid interest in science courses. There could be several reasons why this is the case, however, modification for this trend should be adopted. There are various justifiable factors leading to the difference in choice of subjects in two genders. In terms of arts, one major reason why such subjects are engrossing to girls is that they are given a golden opportunity to appreciate the aesthetic qualities of paintings, literature, and music. As a consequence, they are more likely to make their grade in their studies. On the other hand, boys are considered as intellectually high, which enables them to have a good grasp of analytical and logical subjects. As a result, when following science-related subjects, female students are given to fall behind with their studies and thus find themselves out of their depth. However, obvious alternation for this tendency should be top-tier institution priorities. Firstly, when faced with the classes of students with different subject interests due to gender distinctiveness, teachers should tailor teaching strategies to deal with this challenge. Additionally, by giving an encouragement for students to balance both all subjects, it is also of great necessity to eradicate sexual discriminations. Finally, in order to reflect the effectiveness of their studies when choosing both fields, it is sensible that interactive learning should be improved to help students strengthen problem-solving and critical thinking skills. In conclusion, although there could undoubtedly be some contributing factors resulting in the two genders' choices of taking part in different field courses, I believe that it is important to shift this trend to motivate the students to pursue a gratifying education. 294 words 415 Sample 30 It is sometimes said that people should be encouraged to get married before they are 30, as this is best both for the individual and for society. Do you agree or disagree? Many people believe that marriage should be taken before the age of 30. I totally agree with this statement, as I think that early marriage has both personal and social benefits. Firstly, starting a family on the edge of turning 30 will help couples to settle down early. As a result, instead of wasting their time on youngsters' activities such as playing video games all day or going to clubs every night, they will focus on working more to earn a better living. In addition, delivering a child between the age of 25 and 30 will prevent both mothers and babies from diseases such as pregnancy diabetes or Down syndrome. According to many types of research, the rate of complications of pregnancy increases when women give birth after the age of 35. Secondly, delaying marriage will cause a danger to the development of the economy due to a reduction in the number of working labor. In the developed countries, the old population is increasing as people tend to enjoy their single life longer without having a baby. For example, the growth rate of the Japanese economy is continuously negative because of a high proportion of elders in the country. Besides, encouraging people to embark on early marriage and parenthood will help to develop a healthy generation who will play a vital role in the future of the society. In conclusion, people should be urged to get married before the age of 30, as doing so will bring irrefutable benefits to every single couple and the society as a whole. 259 words 416 sample 31 today, most people understand the importance of protecting the environment, while some people think individuals are too weak to take actions and make a difference. Discuss why such people hold this opinion and tell what should be done to solve the problem. Nowadays, the majority of people believe that protecting the environment is extremely important, whereas some people often wonder that environmental problems are too big for individuals to be solved. There are some reasons for this point of view and several solutions should be taken. On the one hand, there are three primary reasons behind this attitude. One reason is that some global issues such as global warming, air and water pollution, rising temperature require government intervention. These are enormous problems that there is simply no way to adequately address these problems without strong commitments from the governments of different countries. Another reason is that introducing laws to limit environmental matter needs actions from governments. The government of a country is the only organization that can enforce and control the laws and regulations that relate to gases, the emission from factories, vehicles, or rubbish. Moreover, one more reason is that the budget for protecting the environment is too large for individuals to invest. Actually, a country requires a huge amount of money in renewable energy, campaigns, developing public transport. On the other hand, there are a variety of tackles that an individual can take to help reduce environmental problems. However, it is impossible for only one individual in the society to implement them. Firstly, individuals should take actions to obey laws, campaigns, and regulations. It is illustrated that each person has their own contribution, such as traveling by public transport, complying with traffic law. Secondly, citizens have responsibilities to build a fund to preserve the environment. For instance, every citizen should obey income tax law and other tax policy. Thirdly, individuals should also take responsibility for the impact they have on the environment. They can choose products with less packaging and recycle as much as possible. In conclusion, environmental issues are concerned by most people. Nevertheless, several individuals recognize that it is such a big drawback that individuals unable to tackle these problems. However, governments and individuals can take measures to address these problems. 417 330 words 418 sample 32 Some people think that robots are very important to humans' future development. Others think that they are dangerous and have negative effects on society. Discuss both opinions and give your personal view. There is an argument about the impacts of robots on human life. Many people value the importance of robots whilst others consider robots as a potential danger to human civilization. From my perspective, despite some negative aspects, the role of robots is extremely important to the development of humans' future. On the one hand, it is undeniable that the emergence of robots brings human society several drawbacks. These days, many companies have been utilizing robots as an effective alternative labor source due to their ability to work without resting in salary. This leads to a considerable increase in the rate of unemployment, especially for low-skilled workers. Moreover, taking advantage of robots excessively causes people become more dependent and lazier, which can result in the risks of some diseases such as obesity or diabetes. Last but not least, robots are also regarded as dangerous weapons because of the potential of intelligent and unlimited fighting. On the other hand, the contribution of robotic technology to the advancement of human civilization is indispensable. Because of working with high accuracy and efficiency, using robots in manufacture helps raise the productivity rate, reduce the price of products and enhance the quality of life. Therefore, it is obvious that robots are saving humans from a future of inflation and low living standard. In addition to this, with the support of robots in daily life, people will have more time relaxing and spending with their families. Finally, robots play an essential role in research and discovery on the account of the fact that they can perform harsh tasks in an inaccessible environment that people cannot approach. With all reasons mentioned above, I would like to conclude that the advantages of robots undoubtedly outweigh their disadvantages because of their important contribution to the development of human beings in the future. 303 words 419 sample 33 Some people think watching television is bad for children in all ways. Others say it is good for children to get knowledge. Discuss both views and give your opinion. There is heating argument around the matter of whether watching TV benefits or harms children. While many parents believe that watching television may bring some drawbacks for their children, others believe that it will be beneficial to their children's knowledge. From my perspective, television is playing an essential role in a child's development at the moment. First of all, there are a variety of reasons why watching television may harm children. Firstly, when spending too much time on TV, children will suffer from some health problems such as diminishing their eyesight and having obesity because of their sedentary life. Besides, if children watch too many vicious scenes, they will imitate and become more violent because they have not developed enough social skills to distinguish between reality and the on-screen world. Secondly, a child who dislikes watching cartoons instead of studying lessons is likely to perform poorly at school. In addition, students will not focus on lessons since they may stay up late to watch TV, which will lead to inadequate sleep. On the other hand, some other parents believe that watching television is advantageous to their children's knowledge. First, by watching educational or scientific channels, children will broaden their awareness of life and science around them. For example, wild animal programs on TV, which does not only help children to further understand the world of animals, it also aids them how to protect these animals. Furthermore, students can learn and improve their English skills via some English channels on TV such as international music programs, Hollywood movies, and American or British game shows. By doing this, they can speak English fluently over others without watching TV. To sum up, it seems evident that watching television bears many benefits but exerts a barrage of disadvantages in children's life. Personally, whether it is a pros or a cons depends on the way their parents management and control. 316 words 420 sample 34 It is suggested that everyone wants to have a car, a television, and a fridge. Do the disadvantages of this development for society outweigh the advantages? These days, modern products such as cars, televisions, and fridges seem to be very familiar to mankind. While some people believe that these things bring merits to society, I argue that the downside of this trend outweighs the upside. On the one hand, owning a car, a television, and a fridge can provide individuals a number of advantages. Firstly, it makes our life become more convenient and comfortable. For instance, by using cars, commuters can travel easier and faster, or instead of going to the cinema, people can stay at their home to enjoy entertainment programs at any time they want. Furthermore, watching television is also one of the ways to broaden people's horizons because it allows users to access to knowledge in different fields through TV's channels such as education, culture, or sport and so on. Obviously, these modern things are likely to be beneficial to the community. On the other hand, negative impacts on environment and traffic congestions are major bad points of cars, televisions, and fridges for society. In fact, the more modern and electrical products are used by people, the more fossil fuel energies are consumed, and the more exhaust emissions are released as well. Consequently, the environment might be polluted seriously. In addition, using private cars instead of public transport means such as buses or trains will lead to traffic jams. Clearly, the existence and increase of such products seem to reduce the quality of our living environment. In conclusion, although cars, televisions, and fridges offer various benefits to our life, I suggest that not everyone needs such things because the drawbacks of it outweigh the plus points. 272 words 421 sample 35 There is an increasing number of antisocial behaviors in recent years. People generally believe that society is to blame. What do you think the causes are and who is responsible for this? Human beings have made much progress in a multitude of different domains for the last few decades. Simultaneously, however, social problems have therefore increased/escalated/aroused. Antisocial behaviors have become one of the major concerns which need to be straightened out. In this writing, I will put forward some possible reasons as well as practical solutions to the issue. First and foremost, the government must take responsibility for antisocial behaviors such as illegal activities in society because there are inequalities existing in the country's legal system. For example, the lack of strict punishments for corruptive behaviors among high-ranking officials makes graduates' possibility of applying for jobs more difficult. The implication of this is that the higher rate of unemployment is apparently inevitable for the poor, which is one of the main roots of committing a crime. Therefore, corrupt officials must be sacked and recruiting a person to a new position ought to be advisably merit-based. Secondly, parents should also be blamed for their children's characters because family life has a significant effect on children's mental health and their behaviors. Obviously, the violent situations in family cause kids disaffection towards society and the world, which then pushes them into social evils such as playing truant, stealing, fighting. Therefore, parents are responsible for their children's anti-norm conducts. In conclusion, antisocial behaviors are easily affected/impacted/influenced by several factors from a limited area like the violence in the family to enormous one outside society like injustice and performing worthy penalty for corruption/deviancy/delinquency. Therefore, some actions need to be taken to partly deduct the harmful influence on occurrences of antisocial behaviors by correcting human behaviors. 268 words 422 sample 36 Many people believe that scientific researches should be carried out and controlled by the governments rather than private companies. To what extent do you agree or disagree? There are differing views about whether the government or private organizations/enterprises/businesses should be mainly responsible for conducting scientific experiments. Although some people suppose that these researches would be done more effectively under the control of certain individuals or groups, I would argue that government is the better choice for this position. On the one hand, I understand those who are in favor of private companies for running scientific studies. Firstly, it is evident that the entrepreneurs are likely willing to pour a large amount of money compared to the limited state source in experiments which can bring about the financial potential for them. This, in turn, leads to more investments in improving or developing modern equipment to facilitate these researches in a much faster way, increasing the chance of success. For example, many pharmaceutical companies have well-funded for experiments to discover new kinds of drugs which can cure dangerous or even fatal disease for the sake of profit from exclusively possessing these inventions. On the other hand, I believe that performing scientific studies can guarantee its original aims which serve for the benefits of humankind, but any particular groups. For long-term programs concerning social issues such as preserving the balanced ecosystem or wildlife from a man-made intervention which has no monetary incentives to draw private funders, the government plays an important role in financially supporting them. Additionally, it is indisputable that studies in nuclear technology or weapons for national defense can be highly considered as confidential data which may pose a serious threat to the security of a country or even on a global scale as possessed by companies with the sole aim of maximizing profit. In conclusion, despite positive influences of private supports, I am convinced that scientific studies would be more meaningful as when being managed by authorities. 301 words 423 sample 37 People in the community can buy cheaper products nowadays. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? It is true that many affordable commodities have been sold at low price these days. While the benefits of this trend cannot be denied, I would argue the drawbacks are more significant. On the one hand, the provision of cheaper goods presents several advantages. Firstly, the society becomes safer to live when people have a chance to buy goods at a lower price on the shelves. It is because one can meet their basic demands such as eating, dressing, personal belongings despite their limited incomes, which leads to a decline in crime rates such as stealing and robbing. Secondly, the national economy will be boosted because consumer purchasing power increases. Many manufacturing companies will expand their sales of consumer goods so more jobs opportunities are created, contributing to the general prosperity of the country. On the other hand, there are serious disadvantages, which overshadow those advantages above. The primary reason for this view is that the quality of commodities might be taken for granted, as can be harmful to human health. For example, that a large scale of toxic vegetables and fruits have been imported from China at an extremely low price in recent years is one of the main causes of rising cancer rate in Vietnam. Another factor is the adverse impact on the environment when more and more factories are built to meet the market's demand. As a result, the surrounding is seriously polluted due to their toxic waste and exhaust. In conclusion, although the cheaper products have its own positive sides/benefits, the drawbacks of this trend are greater. 260 words 424 sample 38 These days, it seems that an increasing number of people are leaving rural areas to live in the city. Discuss some of the effects of rural depopulation, migration from the country to city, and suggest some ways in which this trend could be reversed. Recently, it is a common phenomenon that more and more people from countryside crowd into metropolitan areas in search of employment and a decent life, which causes many obstacles to the city's development. In this essay, I intend to discuss some impacts of this problem as well as some measures to stop or at least slow this trend down. It is not difficult to recognize the negative effects of this trend on the city life. As a result of overcrowding, cities throughout the world today are increasingly prone to the environment and social problems. Obviously, problems such as air, water, and noise pollution are getting usual in such cities, which leads the city life to be uncomfortable indeed and causes some serious diseases. Hanoi is a practical example of this. Further, the uncontrolled growth of cities also gives rise to social problems, such as high unemployment rate, crime, traffic congestion, the creation of slums. Therefore, the living conditions actually could not be as expected as people held when they left their hometowns for the cities. In order to stem the tide of this rural depopulation and reduce the size of cities, I believe we should make the country life more attractive. Because the first and foremost cause of the matter is the lack of job prospects in the rural areas, so creating more jobs there is the best solution. However, on such a large scale, this remedy does need the actions of the government, who might have not only an encouragement but also firm policy of relocating factories to rural areas. Moreover, by this way, the traffic congestion also would be solved as a dual effect. Another reason that so many people have left the country is in search of excitement in the city, so if facilities like shopping centers, hospitals, schools were available and better than now, country life would be more appealing, and then people would not have the idea of migration to anywhere. In conclusion, I believe we must all recognize how serious this problem is and how complex to solve it, so no solution is likely effective in the short term. However, for the sake of environment and living standard, it is vital that we should pay more attention and investment in rural places with the aim of creating 425 more job opportunities in community centers. 330 words 426 Sample 39 It is said that work is the most important thing in people's lives. Without the success of career, life will be meaningless. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? Many people argue that career plays an important role in humans' life, which would make life become meaningful if they make achievements in their career. Although I agree that distinguished career could bring meaning to life, I believe that there are various other key factors which make human life become worthwhile. On the one hand, there is a variety of reasons why work becomes a crucial element in people's lives. Firstly, people take worthwhile jobs which can guarantee the well-off standard of living. When a person achieves well-being relying on his distinguished career, he is likely to complete his expectations or targets in life which make him satisfied and perceive life as meaningful. Secondly, work may cause definite influences on people's spirit. For example, the state of being stuck in failed career could cause people to suffer from chronic stress and depressed state, which not only impact on mental and physical health, but also make them have negative outlooks in different aspects of life. On the other hand, I consider that outside of work, people have different goals to adding meanings in their life. There are a huge number of volunteers who regard helping underprivileged sections of the community or unfortunates as their job. For volunteers, meaningful life is to help socially underprivileged groups and unfortunates so that they can overcome poverty and difficulties, no matter that these jobs cannot bring well-being to life. Furthermore, in some families, the man is the breadwinner who takes responsibility for family income, while the woman stays at home to take care of household chores. These housewives do not enter the workforce, but they still satisfied with wife and mother duties. In conclusion, many people think that a person who fails in his career path may have a meaningless life, but I believe that whether life is meaningful is evaluated by various factors in social life besides work. 314 words 427 Sample 40 Customers are faced with increasing numbers of advertisements from competing companies. To what extent do you think are consumers influenced by advertisements? What measures can be taken to protect them? Advertisements are increasingly considered as a serviceable instrument that manufacturers use for the sake of increasing sales. However, an overwhelming amount of advertisement has a direct and undesirable influence on customers' buying item choices. Several solutions, therefore, need to be proposed to assist buyers to avoid mistakes in shopping. Advertisements have a significant contribution to supplying sufficient information regarding a variety of latest goods with attractive prices for consumers to make a choice. However, the quality of products never meets all criteria which are promoted. This shows a reality that commercial programs are just temptations for buyers to spend money for the purpose of yielding high interest for corporations. Besides, taking advantage of an enormous impression of well-known figures on citizens, especially on youngsters, advertisers actually get remarkable achievement from rising sales because it is more likely that fans will not hesitate to purchase advertised products as a way to show their affection and endorsement to their idols. As a result, measures must be taken to minimize the loss of customers. There must be rigorous regulations to prohibit advertisements showing inappropriate contents and misrepresenting the truth, especially commercials about health products that may potentially jeopardize the health of humans such as wine, beer, or cigarettes. Moreover, companies are not allowed to advertise products with poor quality or the items that mainly target potential purchasers with unsound judgment like children. In conclusion, although people need advertising to know more information about the products, customers must have a clear-sighted mind to buy items that are really necessary for life. 256 words 428 Sample 41 Disruptive school students have a negative influence on others. Students who are noisy and disobedient should be grouped together and taught separately. Do you agree or disagree? There is no doubt that pupils with destroyed behaviors cause bad effects on others. The idea that putting these students together is an effective way to create a favorable learning environment. However, I completely disagree with this point of view. On the one hand, misbehaving children may pick up the right manners from other good students in the class, especially when they are encouraged to work or do activities in the mixed students groups. Separating these children from other students will demotivate and will not give the educational opportunities to change their behaviors. Moreover, forming groups and teaching separately may cause the feeling of the disparity among students, resulting in their unhealthy and undesirable thoughts and attitudes. On the other hand, we need to deeply understand why the disruptive students behave badly to suggest the appropriate solutions before grouping them. They might be very smart and find their classes or lessons boring. Or perhaps the teachers are uninspiring, resulting in behavioral problems. Hence, pupils need extra lessons or the experienced teachers. Besides, these children might lose the cozy family, lack love, and care because their parents engross in the business, or their parents' marriage might not be working out well, or could be in a divorce stage. In this situations, pupils need the sharing and helping of psychologists, classmates, and society rather than separating them. In conclusion, splitting into the different groups and teaching separately may not be the right solution to the problem. Disruptive students should be dealt with love and sharing and care during the process of education. 260 words 429 Sample 42 Some people think that a sense of competition in children should be encouraged. Others believe that children who are taught to cooperate rather than compete become more useful adults. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. There are many arguments on whether children should be taught to cooperate with each other or compete individually. While competitiveness can sometimes be useful in life, I do believe that the ability to cooperate is more vital. On the one hand, encouraging the spirit of competition in children can give them more motivation. Children may try to work harder to be better than other children in the class if they are given an exercise by their teacher with prizes for a child who finishes first and correctly. This kind of healthy rivalry can help build children's self-confidence while turning them to be more independent at work and make progress faster. When leaving school, these children may face many situations such as job interviews or promotion where competitiveness is an asset, so they will have the confidence to excel in such circumstances. On the other hand, the capability to cooperate plays a more important and integral part in children's adult life. For example, in the workplace, people will need to work in teams, follow their boss's instructions, supervise and support other new members' work to finish their team work quickly and excellently. Furthermore, collaborating with other members to finish with their work successfully is much more necessary than winning personally, as this helps to build a better attitude for the young towards other people. Therefore, in many countries, exams and ranking systems have been replaced by team assignments, which can show children that they gain more from working together. In conclusion, while I appreciate the benefit of training children to be competitive, I would argue that cooperation is much more useful for them in adult life. 275 words 430 sample 43 Nowadays both scientists and tourists can go to remote natural environments such as the South Pole. Do you think the advantages of this development outweigh the disadvantages? In this modern day, traveling to places off the beaten track like the South Pole is no longer an elusive dream for not only scientists but also tourists. While this brings about some undeniable benefits, I would argue that the drawbacks are greater. On the one hand, it is beneficial for both scientists and tourists to be able to visit remote natural places. Firstly, it allows scientists to conduct practical research or experiments. For example, scientists can have a closer look on the habitat or the characteristic behavior of the indigenous animals there, such as penguins and whale seals. Secondly, travel agencies will gain profit when traveling to isolated places becomes feasible. The South Pole is unquestionably a fascinating destination compared to other familiar places of interest around the world and will attract a massive influx of visitors as a result. On the other hand, it seems to me that the potential risks involved in this development deserve more consideration. One reason is that the trip to remote areas such as the South Pole poses great dangers to visitors. The weather there is consistently severe with a multitude of snowstorms and snowslides, not to mention tourists are under threat of being attacked by wild animals. Furthermore, traveling to these places can be extremely costly. Huge investment in transportation and equipment is of indispensable necessity in order to ensure absolute safety of visitors. As a result of these trips only serve a certain number of upper-class people, whereas considered unaffordable for ones with lower income. In conclusion, although there are good reasons why traveling to remote natural places should be in contemplation, I hold a strong belief that the setbacks outweigh its advantages. 284 words 431 sample 44 Leaders and directors in an organization are normally older people. Some people think the younger leaders would be better. Do you agree or disagree? It is prevalent in organizations and companies that older people hold higher positions as managers or directors. In my opinion, it is reasonable when aged members possess more advantages over the younger in leading an organization. To begin with, older people tend to accumulate much more work experience than the young. This is due to the fact that over years of working, older people have to confront more challenges, and from each difficulty they have to encounter, they may learn a lesson. Furthermore, confronting with a variety of challenges in working also help them become mentally stronger in comparison with the younger, and this is especially helpful when the company is in danger. For instance, when the company is facing a crisis, it would be easier for an older manager who has more experience to decide what the company should do to ensure the stability and achieve a sustainable recovery after the crisis. In other words, an organization requires a leader who has not only knowledge but also strong nerves, and both of those things are advantages of the older people over the young. Another advantage which makes senior members more suitable for a manager position is that they often have a closer relationship with their colleagues. As their time spent working together in their organizations, aged members and their colleagues go through thick and thin together, which helps them build a strong understanding relationship with each other as well as prove their abilities and personalities. Thus, they tend to receive more respect and support from people than younger people. Moreover, the understanding of colleagues and the company culture also make it easier for them to manage and lead the organization. For example, the more understanding of the staff do they have, the more effective HR policies they could propose to facilitate the working process as well as improve productivity. As a result, the strong relationship with their colleagues and the understanding of organization culture make older people a more successful leader than the younger ones. People who believe that the manager position should belong to the young may argue that younger people are more determined and have a stronger motivation to succeed than older ones. However, in my point of view, I think that determination and strong motivation are not enough to make young people more suitable to be a 432 leader than the old. Young people who hold a higher position tend to be more arrogant and competitive as they have to show their abilities and talents to prove that they deserve the positions. The harder they try to prove themselves as leaders, the more determined they are and the less they listen to other ideas of the staff. This may lead to an uncomfortable working atmosphere, and even conflicts, between young leaders and their colleagues. Therefore, it becomes more difficult for young leaders to receive the approval from others as well as manage the organization. In conclusion, it seems to me that aged people can be better than the young in leading and managing organizations or companies. For 33 sample 45 in recent years, the structure of a family and the role of its members are gradually changing. What kinds of changes can occur? Do you think these changes are positive or negative? Model SA1, in the last few decades, there are some modifications in the family structure and the relationship between wives and husbands or between parents and children. I strongly believe that these changes will bring both good and adverse effects to our society. Firstly, it is clear that the number of members in a family has been decreasing in recent years. Nowadays, a family usually has fewer people than it used to do. For example, in the past, it was not difficult to find extended families with a few generations living together in Vietnam. However, the nuclear ones are much more popular now. Couples also tend to have one or two children instead of three or more. Equally important, the role of each person in families has significant changes. The wife plays a more important role in the family. A good example is that a lot of women are the backbone of their family by their abilities to earn money, while many men are willing to have responsibilities for taking care of children or doing housework. In some families, both wife and husband would like to pursue their own career, so hiring char women is a perfect choice not only to help them do housewifery but also to look after their children. Apart from that, the generation gap between parents and children has been reducing. It means that children will have a stronger voice to discuss the family's problem or decisions. In my opinion, all transformations mentioned above could lead to adverse effects as well as positive ones. It is possible that a nuclear family would bring more comfortable living conditions to all members. Nevertheless, in the future, children would have to struggle to take care of their parents. Besides, if children are given too many rights or privileges, they probably will be selfish or rude rather than reach a comprehensive development as their parents expect. In conclusion, there is a variety of changes in the family structure and the responsibility of each member, which can cause positive or downside influences. It is time for all people to recognize these modifications and pay more attention to 430 for their family. Model SA2. Nowadays, factors of an ordinary family are witnessing some steady changes. Some fundamental adjustments of the modern families and the writer's opinion whether these modifications are beneficial or disadvantageous will be indicated in this essay. In my point of view, there are two main types of changes that occur in family construction. Initially, the size of the family tends to be tailed off. It is obvious that in the past, a usual family used to consist of at least 3 generations. However, in modern life, the most prevalent type of family is a nuclear family, which only includes a maximum of 2 generations, parents and children. Moreover, people apparently give birth less than they did before and the appearances of the childless couples are more frequent. This change has both advantages and disadvantages. By reducing the numbers of offspring, parents are capable of taking care of their children more carefully. Nonetheless, this tendency could disconnect people with their ancestors because they do not have enough opportunities to be close to the previous generation. Secondly, there is also a dramatic change in the responsibility of each family member to the others. Previously, especially in Eastern society, everyone had to obey everything taught by their parents, whatever right or wrong. Nowadays, although every child has duties to respect their parents, they have right to make arguments with their fathers and mothers when they feel doubt with their parents' statements. This adjustment, of course, is very conducive to the children's development in the family. However, there are some cases that the children use this right to be rude or offend their parents. In conclusion, I believe that the mentioned transformations are conducive to family development because their benefits are obvious and cannot be denied, while their detrimental effects are insignificant. Moreover, disastrous impacts also occurred in traditional families, so they can be only attributed to the transition of the modern family. 435 IELTS Writing Task 2 Samples over 45 high-quality model essays for your reference to gain a high band score 8. 0 plus in 1 week, Book 8, by Rachel Mitchell. 436 Table of Contents Introduction Sample 1 Sample 2 Sample 3 Sample 4 Sample 5 Sample 6 Sample 7 Sample 8 Sample 9 Sample 10 Sample 11 Sample 12 Sample 13 Sample 14 Sample 15 Sample 16 Sample 17 Sample 18 Sample 19 Sample 20 Sample 21 Sample 22 437 SAMPLE 23 SA, MPLE 24 SAMPLE 25 SAMPLE 26 SAMPLE 27 SAMPLE 28 SAMPLE 29 SAMPLE 30 SAMPLE 31 SAMPLE 32 SAMPLE 33 SAMPLE 34 SAMPLE 35 SAMPL. E36 SAMPLE 37 SAMPLE 38 SAMPLE 39 SAMPLE 40 SAMPLE 41 SAMPLE 42 SAMPLE 43 SAMPLE 44 SAMPLE 45 SAMPLE 46 SAMPLE 47 438 Sample 48 439 Introduction. Thank you and congratulate you for downloading the book IELTS Writing Task 2 Samples, over 45 high-quality model essays for your reference to gain a high band score 8. 0 plus in 1 week, Book 8. This book is well designed and written by an experienced native teacher from the USA who has been teaching IELTS for over 10 years. She really is the expert in training IELTS for students at each level. In this book, she will provide you 50 high-quality model essays to help you easily achieve an 8. 0 plus in the IELTS Writing Task 2, even if your English is not excellent. These samples will also walk you through step-by-step on how to develop your well-organized answers for the Task 2 writing. As the author of this book, I believe that this book will be an indispensable reference and trusted guide for you who may want to maximize your band score in IELTS Task 2 writing. Once you read this book, I guarantee you that you will have learned an extraordinarily wide range of useful and practical IELTS Writing Task 2 model essays that will help you become a successful IELTS taker, as well as you will even become a successful English writer and work in life within a short period of time only. Take action today and start getting better scores tomorrow. Thank you again for purchasing this book, and I hope you enjoy it. For 40 Sample 1, some people think that introducing new technology can improve people's quality of life in developing countries. However, others believe that free education should be offered. Discuss both views and give your opinion. A controversial problem nowadays in developing countries is whether new technology should be implemented to improve the standard of living or to provide government sponsorship for education to all citizens. From my own perspective, technology innovation would bring some benefits for society, but I believe that education is the best way to develop the country in the long run. On the one hand, it is undeniable that technology offers several advantages to human lives. First and foremost, new technology assists humans to solve their work faster and more easily, thus saving their time and effort. Moreover, thanks to robots and modern machines, companies can manufacture a large number of products of diverse types and colors. This contributes to the productivity of industry as well as increasing the gross domestic products of the country. On the other hand, it seems to me that education should be a government's priority and they should offer free education for all students. The primary reason is that poor children will have the opportunity to go to a school where they are trained to become well-educated people with bright future ahead. This not only solves personal problems but also bridges the gap between the rich and the poor. In addition, when students can find jobs on their own, the society is more likely to be safer due to the fall of the crime rate. Furthermore, some occupations which play a significant role in country development such as doctors, researchers, or engineers require good major knowledge which only education can bring. Finally, today, we live in a modernized era, so people who are trained skillfully can catch up with and utilize new technology effectively. In conclusion, while some people think technological development can improve the quality of lives, I am convinced that it is important to concentrate on education and make it accessible to all students without any charge. 312 words 441 Sample 2 Although more and more people read news on the internet, the newspapers will remain the most important source of news. Do you agree or disagree? There is no doubt that online news has become very familiar to everyone. While some people believe that traditional newspaper plays a vital role in our daily life, I would argue that online articles are more beneficial to the community. Firstly, it is clear that speed and conveniences are the prime merits of consuming information on the internet. Thanks to the network's modern technical functions, the online sources are updated up to the minutes with information over the world. Therefore, it offers readers chances to access to not only local breaking news, but also international updated reports. Furthermore, by using the connected mobile phones or laptops, users can surf the websites easily anywhere or anytime they want. Obviously, it is ubiquitous and easy for people to discover online sources. Secondly, reading online news is likely to be more economical and environmentally friendly. In fact, unlike printed editions, there is no need to use paper, ink, or large printers to introduce online versions. Consequently, publishers might save their operating costs, and readers also can surf the internet freely instead of expending money on buying newspapers. In addition, the fewer amount of paper is consumed in online news production, the fewer trees are cut down. As a result, our environment will be protected better. Clearly, consuming online information seems to be an effective solution to save expenditure of both publishers and readers, and help to protect our environment as well. In conclusion, although numerous of people are in favor of conventional newspaper, I suggest that online news is an essential part of modern society because it brings conveniences, economic and eco-friendly advantages to people. 271 words 442 Sample 3 Young people commit crimes should be treated the same as adults who commit crimes. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Many people think that youngsters should be treated equally as adults when they break the laws. I completely disagree with this opinion, as it is of my opinion that different levels of punishments should be imposed among wrongdoers. There are some reasons why the government may follow policies which are soft on crime when young people commit an offense. Firstly, premature offenders are sometimes not aware of how serious their crimes are. They may not be well equipped with legislation knowledge so that they do not think their behaviors are wrong. Secondly, the youngsters are likely to be incited to break the laws by other criminals. For example, students easily turn to drugs when they are enticed by their classmates. As a result, proper education is encouraged to reduce the percentage of young people's misconducts, and punishments on inexperienced offenders may be different from wrongdoers for the second time. Apart from the above explanations, I believe that when adults embark on a life of crime, they are totally aware of the consequences they may suffer. However, the benefits when breaking the laws are too appealing for criminals to commit a crime. For instance, drug trafficking will bring offenders billions of dollars which they can never make/earn by doing legal business. If they choose to take the risk, they should be given strict sentences as a payback for their illegal actions. In addition, behaviors of the adults will have tremendous impacts on educating the young generation and maintaining social orders. Therefore, a policy of zero tolerance should be applied to experienced people who are well aware of the law but try to find numbers of ways to break it. In conclusion, from my personal perspective, that different sentences should be given to young and matured wrongdoers based on their awareness and intention/motive to commit an offense. 304 words 443 Sample For some people think international car-free days are an effective way of reducing air pollution, while others think there are some other ways. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Several solutions have been proposed to tackle air pollution. One of those is to hold car-free days internationally. While this can be an appropriate approach, I would argue that there are more effective measures to address the problem. Firstly, I think that the organization of global car-free days has reached its goal as a spreading symbolic event. Once such international days take place, there will definitely be social media campaigns which help send organizers' message to global citizens in the fastest and most effective way. For example, with the support of Facebook and Twitter, every post and every hashtag, the International Car-Free Day this year has successfully raised awareness of participants of the car exhaust emissions impacts on air quality. Consequently, individuals are encouraged to make commitments to decrease their use of cars beyond the day, which eventually leads to a reduction in air pollution. However, compared to the strategy of gradually raising people's awareness, I believe that strong actions to restrict their use of cars would be the better solution. Authorities must introduce congestion charges in order to discourage motorists from driving cars. In this way, people's pockets would be directly affected, thus, they would use their cars less. Moreover, alternative means of transport should be promoted, such as cycling. For example, the construction of cycle lanes can keep cyclists safe and speed up their journeys. Therefore, people will choose to ride bicycles instead of cars. To conclude, although international car-free days are showing their positive results, I think air pollution can be reduced by adopting many other solutions. 260 words 444 Sample 5 Some people believe that people who prefer books can develop more imagination and language skills than those who prefer to watch TV. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The past 50 years have witnessed a downtrend of reading books and a significant increase in the number of using media, especially television. Some people state that TV could bring many values to viewers, others believe that reading book can improve your imagination as well as language skills. From my perspective, I agree with the latter view with the following reasons. First of all, there is no doubt that reading was a traditional culture thousands of years ago. Since the first book was made, humans have used books to record everything such as knowledge, historical events, or even both myths and fairy tales. Thus, when reading a book, we could develop our imaginations and language skills by both content and characters. To be more specific, languages in most books are formal and literate than spoken language shown on TV. In addition, written materials contain not only valuable lessons but also the writer's attitude forward a problem that can boost readers' language ability and critical thinking. On the other hand, watching differs greatly from reading in terms of developing imagination. TV program offers beautiful movies with special effects, so it makes viewers feel interesting. Gradually, people who watch TV all day long will lose the tendency to imagine. Unlike watchers, readers build their world of imagination through words and phrases written in the books. This is the reason why many parents these days allow their children to watch TV no more than couples of hours a day and spur them to read books in order that the children can grow up mentally. In conclusion, I believe that people can gain more benefits when reading books, compared with watching TV programs. 278 words 445 sample 6 Many people believe that formal pen and paper examinations are not the best method of assessing educational achievement. Discuss this view and give your own opinion. People have differing views with regard to the question of how to evaluate educational achievements better in recent days. In my view, both formal pen and paper exams and a range of other measures can be applied together to promote assessing students' result. On the one hand, it is clear that formal pen and paper tests can certainly encourage students to be more studious. This is because those examinations require scholars to spend much time to study books and references, meaning that they will have significant academic knowledge after graduating. Moreover, by doing writing practices, students have to learn how to arrange their ideas in logical orders. This leads to the gradual improvement in their logical thinking which is necessary to have a successful career in the workplace. On the other hand, I believe that educational assessment should be changed to suit modern society. Firstly, education/institutions/examining candidates would try to use online tests to examine candidates, especially in distance training. As a result, these universities will have more students and save more money than when they perform pen and paper examinations in the previous viewpoint. For example, in order to hold a final test by using the internet, the university just needs a program to send and control students' exams and do not need more teacher to manage and mark the tests. Secondly, practical tests are very useful for all students in many aspects of work and life, which means students would have a more practical approach to their job. Because companies nowadays tend to hire workers who have solid practical experience. For instance, in order to be a hotel manager, one is required to finish his training courses, which are not in pen and paper exams. In conclusion, although pen and paper tests can have positive impacts on assessing education achievement, I believe that the alternative method should be applied to adapt to the modern world. 320 words 446 sample 7 Some people think that governments should give financial support to creative artists such as painters and musicians. Others believe that creative artists should be funded by alternative sources. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. There is widespread belief that creative artists should be provided income by the governments, whereas others think that the fund should come from different sponsors. While people who work in artistic fields should be taken into careful consideration by the authorities for their devotion, it seems to me that they should raise their own budgets from other sources and people who are interested in their work/works. On the one hand, it is undeniable that artists are true workers who create a great and colorful aspect to society. Wonderful masterpieces always require painters and musicians to dedicate their time, effort as well as talent to complete/finish, hence bringing joy to life. In addition, the results can even raise the productivity and quality in work and in life. Therefore, governments should financially support creative artists as a motivation for developing their career. On the other hand, I believe that it is a better idea to encourage artists to find their own sponsors and collectors. There are many financial issues for the government to deal with and the national budget is usually limited, so they must place a high priority on those problems instead of supporting artists. As the result, artists should acknowledge the situation and ask for financial aid from other sources such as individuals or organizations that have the actual interest in their work and are willing to help them to pursue the passion. In conclusion, there are good reasons why creative artists should be funded by the government, but in my opinion, they should look for different sponsorships on their own for the benefits of the community. 267 words 447 sample 8 In some countries, parents expect their children to spend a long time studying both in and after school and have less free time. What are the positive and negative effects on children and society they live in? Nowadays, the learning of children receives many concerns from people all over the world. It is generally said that some parents want their kids to study more and restrict time for other activities. This idea brings both advantages and disadvantages for not only children but also society they are living. It is beneficial for both children and society if students have more time to study than entertain. Indeed, studying hard helps the young gain/acquire more academic knowledge and skills, which makes them become better and professional. For example, a kid will be good at mathematics if he spends hours in practicing calculating, solving math exercise, or learning mathematical theorems. Moreover, a society having numerous hardworking students receives many advantages. For instance, talents from school in different fields will help to develop a good society. Besides, high growth rate of the educational level means that there will have fewer criminals, therefore, society is getting to be peaceful. On the other hand, studying too much/spending time learning excessively brings negative effects to not only children but also society. It is proved that children cannot have comprehensive development if they spend the majority of time on learning. As a result, kids may lack some factors such as physical strength, friendships, social activities, and so on. Furthermore, society will lack talent in other fields apart from academic ones such as entertainment aspect. Take famous soccer Ronaldo for example. If he did not leave school in early age to pursue his passion for football, the world could lose a talent like him. In conclusion, studying plays an imperative role to children. However, parents should consider carefully before requiring children to spend more time studying instead of taking part in entertaining, as it has both advantages and drawbacks for kids and society. 299 words 448 sample 9 Early technological developments brought more benefits and changes to people's lives than the recent technological developments. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that some people believe early technological developments have more beneficial effects on human life than the recent ones. I completely disagree with this idea because both of those have equal significant positive impacts on people's life. In the one hand, early technological developments change the way we live a lot. Firstly, many inventions make human life more enjoyable and soothing. For instance, television is a bridge to access the word of knowledge due to unlimited sources of information. This device brings the best comedians, musicians, and actors into our homes, and that is the best way to relax. Secondly, this development revolutionized and facilitated the methods of communication. Mobile phones were considered as a scientific breakthrough which allows people to keep in touch with each other in a far-flung place regardless of the geographic barrier. In the other hand, recent cutting-edge technological developments are beneficial for some reasons. The first reason is that the extent internet access changes daily lives of people and makes them more and more convenient than before. For example, shopping online through a computer connecting to the internet enables individuals to buy a wide range of applications and services without traveling to shopping centers. The second reason is that people could be shielded from detrimental ailments thanks to the recent technological advancements such as integrating robot into labor-intensive tasks. In fact, there are many scientific studies that suggest that workers in dangerous working sites such as nuclear power have a tendency to suffer from cancer diseases. In conclusion, while people can receive a variety of powerful effects from the early technological advancements, I do not believe that they totally outweigh the recent ones. 280 words 449 Sample 10 The consumption of the world's resources, oil and water etc., is increasing at a dangerous rate. What are causes and solutions? It is true that the natural resources of the world are being depleted severely at an alarming rate. There are numerous reasons behind this phenomenon and several solutions should be adopted to solve the problem. There are two primary reasons why the world's resources are being overexploited. Firstly, the world's population is growing rapidly, putting the pressure on the natural resources / putting the natural resources under pressure. The demand for energy consumption is getting higher as people need petrol for transportation such as cars and planes, and electricity for homes and offices. Secondly, a majority of individuals and organizations still consume vital resources irresponsibly. An obvious example of this is that timber companies have cut down trees on a large scale without planting new ones to replace them. Even simple things such as leaving taps running and leaving lights switched on unnecessarily can all contribute to exacerbating / to the exacerbation of the current energy crisis. Measures should be taken to tackle the problem of resources overconsumption. One step is that governments must impose a higher tax on the use of natural resources to restrict the demand. By raising the tax, people's pockets would bear directly affected, thus, they would use these resources more responsibly. For example, water meters should be installed in homes and workplaces. Another essential measure is to develop and introduce renewable sources such as wind and solar energy as alternatives. These sustainable energies not only reduce the reliance on the Earth's natural resources, but also help protect the environment. To conclude, the depletion of world's resources stems from various reasons and the issue requires solutions such as fiscal policies and renewable alternatives to be implemented urgently. 278 words 450 Sample 11 Some people believe that developing countries should concentrate on improving industrial skills whereas others argue that these countries should promote education first. Discuss both viewpoints and give your own opinion. People have different views about whether developing countries should focus on enhancing industrial skills or education. While there are some benefits of practical skills are improved, the productivity of factories would be enhanced. As a result, more goods with higher qualities would be produced, which generates more money for the whole nation. However, I believe that promoting education would lead to a more stable growth for developing countries. The first reason is that since education provides basic knowledge for people, it is likely to assist in the development of other industries. For instance, education can help scientists to come up with new technologies, which allows workers to produce modern devices such as smartphones. The second benefit of improving the education system is that this would nurture good citizens. Being well educated, people would be more likely to behave properly such as obeying the law, and this contributes to the development of the entire society. If inadequate attention is paid to education, the growth of countries will only be short-term. In conclusion, I think developing countries should concentrate more on enhancing education because it will bring about stable and long-term developments. 278 words 451 Sample 12 Some people think that the environmental problems are too big for individuals to solve. Others believe individuals can also do something to solve these problems. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is true that controversial the question of whether the task of handling the environmental problems is within individuals' capacity remains a source of controversy. While a number of people believe that it is beyond their ability capacity, I would argue that there are still some things one could do, certain actions one could take for the environment. On the one hand, it is an indisputable fact that a lot of environmental issues have spilled over the national borders and could not be tackled by any single person or even any single one nation at large. Instead, these issues require effective intervention and strong commitments of governments from different countries. For example, national governments in countries like Vietnam can only alleviate the effects of global warming, but they cannot address the source of the problem itself without the cooperation of. However, the Earth's temperature could be reduced by having nations with high carbon dioxide emission cut down on their amount of fossil fuel used for transportation and manufacturing. Clearly, this fact suggests that environmental problems are definitely not easy for individuals to address themselves. On the other hand, I believe that there are many actions that each citizen can take to alleviate the situation. There is no doubt that one of the primary causes of environmental degradation is humans' daily activities such as disposing residential garbage into the nature. Thus, by modifying their behaviors towards environment to be more environmental friendly, individuals certainly could contribute to solving the problem. For example, they can choose to buy recycled paper and sustainable products instead of plastics ones to reduce the amount of toxic waste released into the environment. Moreover, rather than driving a car, a person can take the public transport, ride his bicycle, or walk to help decrease carbon emissions from vehicles which lead to global warming. To conclude, there are good reasons why major environmental problems should mainly rely on governmental and international efforts, but in my opinion, this task could also be shared with individuals. 330 words 452 Sample 13 Some people think that the teenage years are the happiest times of most people's lives. Others think that adult life brings more happiness, in spite of greater responsibilities. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. A number of individuals believe that the happiest times of people's lives are teenage years while others think that despite greater responsibilities, adult life brings more pleasure. Both sides have their own reasons to think so. On the one hand, teenage times are supposed to bring about more happiness because they do not have to worry about earning a living or being tired of solving financial problems. Besides, they are taken care of by their parents, who are always willing to protect them from wicked people and bad things from the world outside. Little do the complex and competitive life touches the teenagers. Moreover, when people are at their teenage, they have more free time hanging out with friends and enjoy a carefree life. Moreover, this is the stage teenagers do not have to take great responsibilities like adults, they can enjoy life full of joys, dreams, and vision. On the other hand, adulthood is happier in others' opinion. They think the best times are when we live independently, have freedom and do whatever we want. We can earn money by ourselves, buy anything for our parents, and take care of our family. We will be more responsible and be able to learn many new things, gain much experience on social skills which we do not have many chances to learn at school. Consequently, adulthood will make us become more mature and we will be a good member of this society. In conclusion, both teenage years and adulthood bring different kinds of pleasure. For me, I prefer my teenage years studying and hanging out with my friends, having good memories and being a lighthearted girl. 275 words 453 sample 14 scientists say that in the future humanity will speak the same language. Do you think this is a positive or negative social development? Scientists predict that there will be a specific language which can be globally spoken by all people in the future. While this trend brings about some undeniable benefits, I believe that the disadvantage is worth considering. On the one hand, it is true that universal dialect may help people remove language barriers, encouraging people from different corners of the world to convey their thoughts and ideas more effectively. As applying for a job in overseas companies or traveling to foreign nations, for example, using the same language helps people avoid misunderstanding in communication. Therefore, it would lead to a rapid working process or a satisfying journey. In other words, language may bridge the gap between diverse groups of people and enable them to live in harmony. On the other hand, instead of gaining great benefits from using a specific language, there would be a number of dangers to be faced. Firstly, the cultural diversity will be on the edge of extinction. For example, there will be no events such as Tet in which Vietnamese people return homes, cook traditional food and share happiness together. As a result, people will lose multitude types of cuisines, national clothes, as well as their glorious history. Secondly, the widespread of using the same language caused the other languages to disappear. Therefore, a huge knowledge in books and ancient documents written in different languages cannot be understood and absorbed. For this reason, an enormous amount of valuable/priceless information will be missed. In conclusion, although a universal language might make an outstanding contribution to future humankind/human beings, I firmly hold the views that the drawbacks are more significant. 271 words 454 sample 15 people should look after their health for personal benefits, rather than a duty for a society. What extent do you agree or disagree? Issues related to health have always been difficulties in human life for 1,000 years. Therefore, some people argue that taking care of one's health can benefit their personal life. Others, however, believe this should be considered as the responsibility of the society. In my opinion, people should look after their health for both reasons mentioned above. On the one hand, there are two main reasons why improving one's well-being can have a great impact on personal life. Firstly, in terms of appearance, people who concern about health problems often feel more confident than the ones who pay less attention to this field. Fit body shape can be achieved by involving in sports activities and having moderation in eating. On top of that, taking care of health can prevent certain physical conditions in order to boost the immune system and increase the energy level. This can result in better performance and bigger goal acquired/obtained. On the other hand, health and physicality of the citizen can affect the wealth and prosperity of a country as well. The health of people has an obvious connection to the environmental quality of that society. A country of good health always appreciates the awareness of protecting the surrounding because they know that the environment can be a decisive factor which affects their health. Moreover, recent research has shown that the lower stress the citizens have, the higher average life expectancy of the country is. This means that if people take care of their mental health properly, they can live longer to contribute to their country. In conclusion, the fact that taking care of health can benefit both personal life and the society should be recognized and applied widely. 282 words 455 sample 16 living in big cities is bad for people's health. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? It is controversial that whether or not people's health is negatively affected when they live in big cities. While these are the areas where citizens can receive the best healthcare services, I would argue that there are numerous threats to the physical conditions of inhabitants in large cities. On the one hand, metropolitan zones always offer their residents/dwellers with high healthcare quality. These cities invest heavily in developing advanced hospitals with modern facilities and professional doctors, thus, citizens are able to get the best treatment with an ease of travel. Secondly, with the abundant appearance of fitness centers everywhere in the city which provide professional equipment for exercise, people can easily achieve a healthier lifestyle. However, the health quality of residents in metropolitan areas could be reduced due to heavy environmental pollution and urban lifestyle. Firstly, these cities are the most densely populated regions with an enormous amount of garbage from residential zones and a great level of carbon emissions from transportation and manufacturing released in the environment. As a result, many citizens have been diagnosed with respiratory diseases such as asthma, which definitely correlates with air pollution. Moreover, the hectic pace of city life has a number of negative impacts on people's health. People are so busy working that they do not have enough sleep and they have to eat fast food most of the time, which leads to health problems such as obesity and heart disease. To conclude, inhabitants have to face a lot of health risks when living in major cities in spite of some advantages there. 260 words 456 sample 17 To what extent is this style of management effective? Are there better ways of encouraging employees to work harder? It is nowadays extremely common for businesses to acknowledge their employees' dedication by money-based incentives. While I understand that this practice can be beneficial in some ways, I believe that there are various viable alternatives to promote staff's productivity. On the one hand, there are several reasons for some people to advocate for this prevalent trend. One of the key points is that money is always considered to be the prime motivator in the corporate world. Pay increments or bonuses to excellent employees can create better job satisfaction to those who are rewarded in association with increasing competition among other colleagues, resulting in higher levels of performance in the whole organization. In addition, with higher income, life quality of a worker could be improved and that in turn helps the individual to achieve better career progression. On the other hand, there are a variety of other feasible options to reward a highly effective employee. Firstly, promotion to higher positions within the company or a number of different perks at work can enable a member of staff to feel more fulfilled professionally. Secondly, leisure-based subsidies such as gym membership or an incentive trip are proven to create better work-life balance and therefore can be positive motivating factors. Finally, by offering exceptional contributors more autonomy and control at work, which could be under the forms of remote works or flexible working hours, companies could also expect higher levels of output and service among their staff. In conclusion, while it is certainly true that there are some benefits to provide outstanding workers with financial rewards, this is by no means the only possible method to increase employees' performance. 277 words 457 Sample 18 Some people believe that teaching children at home is best for a child's development while others think that it is important for children to go to school. Discuss the advantages of both methods and give your own opinion. The question of whether young people should be taught at home or at school is rather debatable. Some are of the view that teaching children at home is the most effective for a youngster's development while others have opposed ideas. I will examine both views before setting out my opinion on the matter. To begin with, there are a variety of reasons why many parents choose homeschooling as their priority. Firstly, the education system cannot obviously guarantee all students the best academic work. It is due to the fact that each child has diverse characteristics and different learning ability level. This leads to home educational existence, which mothers and fathers believe that it is more suitable for their children. Secondly, bullying at school is rather popular nowadays, which probably makes the young people often feel stress and anxiety when going to school. For example, my niece used to not like to go to school simply because she found extremely stressful when meeting a bully boy in her class. Despite positive aforementioned arguments that homeschooling brings, I strongly believe that teaching at school is farther beneficial for various reasons. Schools encourage the children to socialize with their peers and learn how to cope with gossip, bullying and studying pressure. In addition to this, teachers who are well-trained are willing to help their pupils overcome the obstacles in the study. More importantly, schools have the valuable academic facilities such as library books, musical instruments, and so on, which is always considered more advantages than the home can do. In conclusion, although there are some merits of homeschooling, it seems to me that teaching at school is more outweigh as a whole. 279 words 458 Sample 19 It is more important for schoolchildren to learn about local history than world history. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Despite the fact that the matter of how to teach history does not grab a headline as frequently as other issues, it does not mean it is less vital. It is commonly believed that domestic history instruction plays a principal role in international history teaching for the students. While I accept that this may suit many people, I hold a strong belief that the two distinct extents of history learning are similar together in the aspect of importance. We should admit that there is a wide range of reasons why indigenous history is appreciated far more than world history. First and foremost, school kids may feel senses of interest and ease with local history field. Obviously, names of local historical events and figures are frequently surrounding their daily lives, that is to say, they are the street names, street banners, school names, TV programs, and so on. This continual/constant repetition of these historical elements could be the facilitator of relieving the challenge of learning domestic history known by less attractive number and text. Secondly, concentrating on indigenous history instruction is the profound contribution to the conservation of native customs and traditional ones. A clear instance is that Vietnamese students are currently well trained of the glorious victories of ancestors against the invasions of enemies, which enhances their patriotism while the emergence of the waves of foreign historical movies. Having said that, however, I do believe that the task of learning the international history of students could not be undervalued for some reasons. First of all, studying well global history can be one of the implements to become the prospective global citizen under the effect of the globalization process. Apparently, by virtue of historical awareness at the international scale, the students will be eligible to more successfully adapt in host countries around the world if they have opportunities to work, live or study there. Last but not least, the school children are capable of broadening their academic horizon with respect to the history of the variety of nations rather than only their native nation. It is evident that acquiring the historical lessons enables students to be wisely conscious to which issues are existing in this contemporary situation of the world, such as the conflict in the Middle East and the nuclear weapon crisis in North Korea. For 59 In the light of these facts, while national history is an integral part of the curriculum for pupils, I do believe that learning worldwide history should be recognized as vital as the national one. 330 words 460 Sample 20 countries are becoming more and more similar because people are able to buy the same products anywhere in the world. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? In the 21st century, there is an increasing similarity among nations around the world that is often attributed to the fact that products from international brands are available for purchase worldwide. While this pervasive trend can be beneficial in some ways, I believe that it can exert a variety of detrimental effects. On the one hand, the process of globalization in which countries are being drawn together produces several advantages. Firstly, local residents are provided with a wide range of products and services at a more affordable price. As a result, there is the decline in consuming goods scarcity, which leads to the improvement of people's standard of living. Secondly, the gradual elimination of national borders could help to lessen the challenges faced by people who move overseas for working or studying purposes. For example, the widespread availability of various types of products means that it would be uncomplicated for these individuals to access their favorite cuisines in their host countries, partly relieving their homesickness. On the other hand, there are a number of reasons why I would argue that prevalence of multinational companies can generate negative impacts on various aspects of life. One of the primary concerns is that it may pose a potential threat to local companies which produce and promote domestic products. These highly sensitive small and medium businesses are strongly affected by the popularity of international brands. Furthermore, there is the possibility that cultural heritages and historical conventions would be lost in a flat world. These traditions are unique aspects of a country and should be conserved as well as handed down to other generations. If nations assemble each other, it is likely that their citizens' sense of connection with their histories and cultures will weaken. In conclusion, it seems to me the widespread presence of the same products in many parts of the world that causes countries to grow identical to each other create more drawbacks than benefits. 323 words 461 Sample 21 Some people say that when children under 18 commit a crime they should be punished, while others believe they should be educated. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Despite the fact that how to punish the under 18-year-old wrongdoers appropriately does not grab a headline as frequently as other issues in the fast-paced life, it does not mean it is less vital. It is believed that instruction is a productive measure to deal with immature offenders. Others state a notion that penalties should be imposed on these ones. As far as I am concerned, I side with the second statement, and the objective of this following essay is to debate both conflicting views. On the one hand, we should recognize that teaching plays an integral part in treating the criminals aged less than 18 for some reasons. First and foremost, the kids fail to have a thorough insight into governmental policies and more broadly, law matters. Apparently, they are entitled to be trained fully and patiently not merely what they are enabled to do but also what they are not, by the ethics lectures at school, and the parenting at home. Secondly, the decision of punishment would be taken into consideration unfair if the kids serve a sentence while they are not entirely conscious of the consequence of the crime they commit. There are some clear instances that a young talent hacker accessed illegally the website of American Nation Bank for the simple purpose of demonstrating his ability. He, afterward, was sentenced to a re-education as the jury believed in his unconsciousness of massive consequences in terms of finance and economy. Having said that, however, I hold a strong belief that there is a wide range of benefits why lawmakers should impose strict punishment to lawbreakers no matter whether they are younger than 18 years old. First of all, this approach attaches the authority's significance to minimize circumstances that children offend the law. This can be seen in some underdeveloped countries, where the criminal organizations tend to pay for the parents to force their kids to do drug trafficking instead of the adult offender. The parents have a sense of relief partly due to a belief that in the worst scenario, their children would be not imprisoned as severely as adults. Last but not least, regardless of not merely the criminal's age but also the scale of crime, a punishment that equally applies to all citizens is the profound contribution of promoting the law-abiding manner. As a result, the children have more strongly motivated by both home and school to obey the 462 school regulation and law system further. In conclusion, while it seems evident both measures of education and punishment have their own unique advantages, I do believe that penalizing the younger than 18-year-old offenders should be recognized as indispensable to prevent the guilt recommitment. 330 words 463 Sample 22 Some people believe that people have the right to university education, and government should make it free no matter what their financial background. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that people have universal right to free university education. While I am skeptical of this idea, I would agree that people from low-income backgrounds should not be charged for higher education. On the one hand, I believe that free access to university should not be a right for everyone. Firstly, in practical terms, governments cannot pay tuition fees for the rich as well as the poor as attendance at the university is a privilege, not a right, and this strategy will put enormous pressure on them. Governments are faced with challenges of how to allocate their budgets, and funding free higher education for everyone would mean less money for pressing issues such as the environment. Secondly, this approach will definitely increase the number of people pursuing academic study at university, which means fewer people will take vocational courses. Thus, the current shortage of manual workers will be even more serious. However, the privilege of receiving university education for free should be given to people from poor financial backgrounds. Without such funding, people from poorer sections, with low incomes and no savings would be unable to attend university. As a consequence, they would be excluded from many well-paid careers as engineers, doctors, or lawyers. Social inequalities would be perpetuated since those from low-income backgrounds would have no opportunity to develop their talents. Moreover, funding higher education for a number of students with difficult circumstances would certainly be within government's capacity. To conclude, I disagree that free university education should be a right for everyone in society, and funding should be limited to those who otherwise could not afford to attend university. 273 words 464 Sample 23 It is better to save money than to spend it. How far do you agree with this statement? Is saving more important than spending in today's world? People have different views about whether saving money is more important than spending money in today's world. While money savings are essential for future plans, I believe that spending money reasonably is also very important in the current world. On the one hand, savings accounts can be a great source of income for people's lives in the future or in some emergency circumstances. If people save money regularly when they are working, they can retire happily with this source of savings, or they can prepare themselves for some risky situations that can occur any time in our lives, such as falling sick or suffering diseases or accident. As a result, there is no financial burden to a family in those cases. Therefore, it can be said that saving money is extremely essential for rainy days when we may lose our regular income. On the other hand, it is even more important to spend money to maintain our lives, especially to cover all necessities of life such as food, rental, clothes, and education. In addition, because of unpredictable future, people should live for the present by spending money to fulfill their needs and to enjoy their current lives. As long as we do not waste our money, our consumption is not only a good way to satisfy ourselves but also to boost economic development. More demands on all kinds of products including tangible goods or services will create more jobs in the society. This is a positive signal of the economy, which should be promoted. In conclusions, I can understand why people might want to save more than to spend in today's world. It seems to me that spending money is equally important and benefits not only ourselves but also contribute to the development of the society. 295 words 465 Sample 24 Children who grow up in families which are short of money are better prepared for the problems of adult life than children who are brought up by wealthy parents. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is universally believed that underprivileged children whose parents have to struggle to meet necessary amenities in daily life may be well equipped with life experience for later adulthood in comparison with those born from affluent families. Although some people suppose that this opinion is unfounded, I totally agree with this because of several reasons. To begin with, it is indisputable that children who were born and brought up in poor living conditions are more likely to cope with unexpected challenges in the future. Living in the disadvantaged background, youngsters usually suffer from a shortage of food, running water, and access to basic medical services, training them to be stronger to survive even in the extremely harsh conditions. Besides that, children from low socioeconomic status also learned how to make money from the early stage by polishing shoes or selling small items on streets for passers due to their desire for better education. Therefore, they have an opportunity to expose to such a competitive world soon and, in turns, can make a wiser decision as well as value money. Conversely, it would be more difficult for children from rich families to join in adult life without any assistance and supervision from their parents owing to experience deficiency during childhood. A noticeable consequence of the extreme care is the high likelihood to be getting involved in crimes. The abundant financial support from wealthy parents in combination with the little exposure to dangers in real life may unintendedly lead their children to waste money on habit-forming drugs like tobacco to show off themselves, which is the weakness usually exploited by criminals. Additionally, some children can also become rather arrogant with the view that money is the powerful tool for gaining everything including love and relationships, making them hardly get on well with colleges and workplace, neighbors, or even relatives. In conclusion, I want to reaffirm my view that children living under the poverty line have a better preparedness for future. 328 words 466 sample 25 animal species are becoming extinct as a result of human activities on land and in the sea. Why has this happened? What's the solution? One of the most rising concerns among human beings nowadays is the extinction of some animals, which stems from the human's development. Acknowledging how serious the problem is, people from all walk of life including politics, scientists, or students have done dozens of research on the causes and solutions for this issue, some of which are mentioned below. In terms of the causes, the uncontrolled population growth is named for one of the reasons which brings about the loss of animals' natural habitat. Overpopulation means the rise in the humans' needs for land. That is why forests have been cut down to build residential areas and to change to agriculture land as well. Animals, as a result, have nowhere to shelter, so it is apparently a matter of time that they become extinct. Another human factor impacting on the condition for the survival of animal species comes from climate change, a consequence of industrialization. It is undeniable that animals are so sensitive that even a little change in temperature can make a huge effect on their lives. Meanwhile, the globe has been warming and is predicted to be warmer in the next decades. The worry about another historic disappearance like dinosaurs would be repeated, therefore, does make sense. Luckily, awareness of environmental protection in general and wildlife conservation in specific has been risen recently, which leads to numerous ways being proposed and conducted to save animals. One of them is the population policy, which aims to ensure population growth rate does not affect animal survivals. Additionally, there is a tireless exertion among citizens, environmentalists, and politicians in dealing with global warming, including stimulating promises and reducing unfriendly environmental practices. In conclusion, humans and their innovations have affected animals and the environment at large through a wide range of activities. Making up/compensation for these victims has been taken into account heavily by conducting hundreds of solutions so far. 318 words 467 sample 26 We are becoming increasingly dependent on computers. They are used in business, crime detection, and even to fly planes. What things will they be used for in future? Is this dependence on computers a good thing, or should we be more suspicious of their benefits? Computers play a crucial role in many sectors of our lives. They are used for many purposes and in various fields such as education, business, medical facilities, government offices, airlines, environment, crime detection, and so on. There is no doubt that thanks to computers, everyday life is easier for us because of their huge advantages. This essay will discuss the benefits of using computers. Firstly, people who are using the computer perform different tasks more quickly and easily. The use of the computer also saves time, efforts, and reduces the overall cost to complete a particular task. For example, once you have a basic understanding of using a word processor, you can create, edit, store, share, and print documents. This job was impossible or much slower with all pre-existing technologies. Additionally, computers allow organizations, hospitals, universities, offices, and companies to organize all of their information in files efficiently. The ability to store a large amount of data on a computer is convenient and inexpensive and saves space. Secondly, connecting a computer to the internet brings other power benefits. By using the computer, you can have access and get all information, valuable resources about anything. You even can enroll online courses from famous universities around the world. Moreover, you can do online shopping by sitting at your home or watch videos, entertainment programs on websites. Furthermore, businessmen are using computers to interact with their customers anywhere in the world or market their products. In conclusion, we are living in a technological era and computers become the essential need for people. To my knowledge, without the computer, people are hard to accomplish their targets. 273 words 468 sample 27 Many people go to university for academic study. More people should be encouraged to do vocational training because there is a lack of qualified workers such as electricians and plumbers. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that many people prefer to pursue academic studies at universities rather than follow vocational courses. While there are good reasons for this trend, I agree that we should encourage more people to be qualified as skillful electricians, plumbers, or other essential manual workers. On the one hand, it is reasonable for people to be skeptical of attending trade schools and choose to take academic study instead. It is indisputable fact that vocational training does not offer much flexibility as the work choices are limited. For example, if a person is specially trained to be an electrician, there is little chance for him to switch over to be a plumber. However, a university degree can offer graduates with a wide range of job opportunities. As to say, a graduate of economics can apply for several jobs from accountant to statistician. On the other hand, there are two important reasons why more workers must be trained in skilled professions such as plumbing or electrical work. Firstly, such workers are vital when new buildings are constructed or when existing buildings have to be renovated or simply maintained. Indeed, in many countries, a permanent maintenance staff of skilled profession is employed in hospitals, schools, or museums, ensures the safety of all who use the buildings. Secondly, in some developed countries, there is an imbalance in the economy, resulting in graduate unemployment, while at the same time there is a shortage of skilled manual workers. Therefore, governments in those countries need to ensure extra vocational training provided. To conclude, despite some drawbacks of taking vocational training courses, people should be encouraged to get a vocational qualification. 275 words 469 sample 28 Some advertisers have increased the amount of money they spend trying to persuade children to buy snacks, toys, and other goods. Parents object to such pressure on their children, but advertisers claim that there is useful information in these advertisements. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. There is no doubt that in recent years, more and more omnipresent advertisements that have enormous influence on children. While parents refuse advertisers to focus on luring their children, publicists assert that their activities are beneficial. In my point of view, I completely agree with the parents' concern. On the one hand, parents worry that the colorful advertising images of products such as fast foods, toys attract their children. In fact, when a child sees an ad of fried chicken on TV, he would pester their parent to buy it for him at any cost. It is true that the innocent and inexperienced children do not know about the harms of their health. According to the results of research, abuse of these foods could increase the risk of getting some dangerous diseases like obesity, diabetes, stroke, cardiovascular problems in the future. This is the reason why parents are opposed to the advertisers that aim to their children. On the other hand, due to the huge profits from sales of children goods, the manufacturers would never give up on these promotions. Obviously, children are easily impacted more than adults, and it is difficult to convince them not to buy these products. As a result, companies would maximize their income and keep on propagating favorable aspects, even there is untruthful information in these advertisements. From my viewpoint, it is extremely essential to control the spread of advertising on children. Governments need to enact strict laws in order to regulate a large number of adverts on mass media. Moreover, parents should also encourage them to take part in outside activities, instead of spending all their time sitting before television screen. In conclusion, whereas advertisers declare that they provide advantageous information, I strongly believe that parents should refuse those advertisements aiming to their children. 470 300 words 471 Sample 29 Some people think international cooperation has brought benefits to world environmental protection, while others believe more benefits have been brought to the international business. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. People have different views about positive effects of global collaboration trend around the world. Although there are good arguments in favor of environmental merits from this tendency, I personally believe that economic profits are more prominent. On the one hand, it can be argued that current international combination brings several positive influences on the world's environment. Firstly, the number of nations being able to produce renewable energy is expanded by the assistance of developed countries to developing ones. A group of top nations such as Japan, America or European Union not only transfer technology to developing ones to produce more environmentally friendly sources of energy, but also give them financial sponsors to encourage protecting surrounding conditions from global warming or increasing carbon emission. Secondly, there is a variety of global campaigns for recovering biodiversity to avoid both natural and artificial disasters such as floods or droughts. In my opinion, good aspects from this globalization trend are more significant. The dominant advantage is that economic status of some nations has changed remarkably after taking part in the international system. For example, starting from the top of the poorest countries, Vietnamese gross domestic product has increased remarkably after becoming an open economy, helping our nation leave the lowest group. The average income is rising tremendously, resorting to the highest payment in foreign companies. Additionally, in the international community, high technological products are more popular, providing to more efficient in both manufacture and management. Besides, a huge volume of taxes from various modern industrial areas or financial office buildings extends national revenues, improving the prime economic position. In conclusion, both arguments have their values. On balance, I tend to believe that economic benefits are the leading side in globalization society. 287 words 472 Sample 30 In a global economy, many goods, including what we use on a daily basis, are transported to other counties in a long distance. To what extent do you think its benefits exceed its drawbacks? In these days, living in a modernization and globalization society makes it easy for people to buy what they need. Although this trend may bring several downsides for using foreign products, the return is highly justifiable. On the one hand, there are some drawbacks for the utility of exported goods. The first bad point is that the newer merchandises appear in other markets, the more attractive they are. As a result, there is a major pressure for local business, leading to series of problems such as unemployment rate as well as social evil or social crimes. Additionally, experiencing a faraway transport has resulted in an increase in both pollutions due to a big expenditure on fuel and traffic jams. However, I would argue that these negative effects are outweighed by their merits. The prominent positive side is that the more competitive the market is, the lower the goods prices are. Consequently, consumers are given the most benefit by using foreign things with better quality and reasonable payment to meet their basic demands. For example, the majority of Vietnamese inhabitants are likely to choose eye-catching Chinese clothes, costing lower compared with local materials. Furthermore, standing in a highly competitive environment, the only way to survive for local businesses is encouraging creativity to improve the quality of their products. Consequently, the latest technology and more efficient methods must be used in both manufacture and management, leading to developing the host country. In conclusion, it seems to me that the potential advantages of enjoying exported goods from a far community are more significant than the opposite sides. 265 words 473 Sample 31 University students always focus on one specialist subject, but some people think universities should encourage their students to study a range of subjects in addition to their own subject. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Despite the fact that the matter of the curriculum of college does not grab a headline as frequently as other issues, it does not mean it is less vital. It is believed that college students should be trained by more multiple subjects rather than only by their specializations. While I accept that this may suit many people, I hold a strong belief that the educational institutions should concentrate instructing only their principal subjects for students. We should admit, delivering a wide range of subjects is beneficial in some aspects. First and foremost, by virtue of the awareness acquired from other specializations, students would gain more experience to deal with extensively complicated circumstances after leaving school. It can be seen clearly in the dental education that dental teaching programs instruct the prospective dentists to have an overall view at an interdisciplinary level because their real patients can have other several illnesses affecting negatively to their dentition. Another advantage to taking into account is that students are offered an opportunity to consider their majors again if they feel a great sense of interest in another field of study. Obviously, my classmate can be seen as a true instance when he made the decision to pursue the pharmacy pathway after he had found the pharmacology subject extremely attractive at the first year of dental school. Having said that, however, I do believe that successful school leavers are attributed to the teaching measure that focuses on their own subjects. The first reason is that the students who have a good grasp of the core of their major subjects would have an enormous range of possibilities to obtain more favorable employments than who are averagely good at multiple subjects. Apparently, the employers have a tendency to prefer the fresh applicants who possess excellent qualifications in only a certain field, not a variety of fields. Secondly, specialist subject-trained students have priorities to pursue postgraduate programs if they desire, compared to multi-subject ones/their multi-subject counterparts. It is evident that currently there is an increasing number of opportunities to study and research higher degree only valid for those who pose talent backgrounds in their specialized subject. For 74, in the light of these facts, I stay a notion that the teaching method of universities should side with specialization subject rather than a comprehensive range of subjects. 330 words 475 sample 32. Some people say that the only reason for learning a foreign language is in order to travel or work in a foreign country. Others say that these are not the only reasons why someone should learn a foreign language. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Model Essay 1. There has recently been a controversial belief that the only purpose of picking up a new language is due to traveling to or working in a foreign nation. Many strongly advocate for this idea for its practicality, whereas others argue that learning another language can be an advantage in some respects. From my perspective, I am in favor of the latter for a number of reasons. On the one hand, it is an undeniable fact that visiting or working in a non-native place give people opportunities and incentives to take up a new language. Indeed, only by interacting with a foreign environment do travelers or employees feel the real need and obligation to learn what is required. Moreover, learning a new language is comparatively vague and involves numerous issues, so specifying the purposes before learning helps human become more focused and study faster. For example, working as a waiter in an Italian restaurant requires basic knowledge of common Italian. On the other hand, I would firmly argue that picking another language as a whole brings more benefits than just working and traveling. Firstly, as the world is currently in its phase of integration, knowing a different language provides chances of understanding and making overseas friends. In that way, we will be increasingly updated and civilized, which will make a major contribution to country development. Secondly, scientists have long proved that learning many foreign languages can increase human smart level. This may be because when absorbing a language, our brain will have to work in a constructively and sensibly different way compared to their mother language. All things considered, while traveling and working may usually seem the major reasons why people take up a new language, there is actually a lot of unexpected advantages to knowing a non-native language. 298 words 476 Model Essay 2. In recent years, people have more a tendency to learn a new language. While some people argue that they do that because they want to travel or work overseas, I believe that there are other reasons why they should study a foreign language. On the one hand, there are undeniable advantages of learning a new language for the purpose of traveling or working in a foreign country. The biggest advantages are that when travelers go to a different country, they can communicate with local inhabitants because they know the language of that country. This will help them broaden their own knowledge. Additionally, because of globalization, knowing a foreign language will bring for them many job opportunities in a foreign nation. As a result, they will get a higher salary and learn more vital skills for their job. On the other hand, I strongly agree with those who say that travel and work overseas are not the only reasons why someone should learn a foreign language. Firstly, education purpose is a considerable reason for learning a new language. For instance, more and more students in Vietnam learn English with a view of studying abroad in the US or Singapore in order to get a globally acceptable qualification. Secondly, learning a new language helps people meet entertainment needs such as watching a foreign film because they can listen to and understand what people in the film say without looking at subtitle. For the reasons mentioned above, I believe that learning a foreign language is not only for the purpose of traveling or working in a foreign country but also for other important purposes. 271 words 477 sample 33 Many museums charge for admission while others are free. Do you think the advantages of charging people for admission to museums outweigh the disadvantages? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Nowadays, in some museums, visitors have to pay money before entering the museum while others are free to visit. I certainly believe that the benefit of charging does not outweigh the drawback because heritage and art are more important than generating money. Therefore, the government should sponsor for the people in any event. The main disadvantage is that the museum which charges an entrance fee will not attract visitors. Living in the 21st century with many cutting-edge technologies, people can easily get the information about the art or artifact on the internet, even see it lively by Gear VR, so going to the museum is redundant. For instance, if people want to see the Mona Lisa painting, they can use Samsung Gear VR and enjoy it at their home, which is convenient and saves money. Second, in many developing countries, people just have enough money for food and shelter, so if museums charge a fee, that will lead to the decline in the number of visitors. In Vietnam, the average of museums price is 50 to 100,000 VND, which is equal to the wage of normal person work in 8 hours. Therefore, this would discourage people from going to the museums as they can use such an amount of money for other essential activities. Despite this, there are some people thinking that museum is unsustainable without the money they get from ticket sales. They say that this money allows the museum to remain open and repair it for the next few years. To this, I would say that the government should jump in and cover the cost because it is important to encourage people to learn about the culture and have knowledge about the history of their homeland by offering free entrance to museums. For instance, in many European nations, the government encouraged their student to go to the museum by giving them a free ticket on the weekend. In conclusion, although some people think that places of culture should be run like a business, I think that the chance to learn about the art and culture is of much greater importance and it should be free to all people. 478 330 words 479 sample 34 In some countries, young people are encouraged to work or travel for a year between finishing high school and starting university studies. Discuss the advantages and disadvantages for young people who decide to do this. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. In recent years, it is preferred that students should take a year off from studies to work or travel after completing high school and prior to joining universities, and during this period, they tend to work or to travel. Even though this seems to be a noble concept, it still has its own merits and demerits. On the one hand, taking a year off from studies have plentiful benefits. On the personal level, not only can students travel away far from home to develop their personalities such as independence, self-confidence, and communication, but they also see the world firsthand and enrich their knowledge. On the cultural levels, traveling in this period, it would be easy for young people to experience different customs and cultures like sightseeing, visiting monuments, and tasting new cuisine. Professionally, students can discover their ability and get a taste of diverse workplaces, which might inspire a possible career interest. In this way, they can also learn best practices from developed countries and successful people to shorten their journey to prosperity. On the other hand, there are also risks entailed on taking a long break. Academically, the main drawback is that students can get sidetracked from their studies. A year is a long time, which discourages students from returning to school due to challenges to continue studying in university. Specifically, students can lose the good study habits and sense of discipline they had when they were in a formal academic structure. Furthermore, if they begin working, students can be deluded into thinking that they are making an amount of money without studying university. They could lose the benefit of university education and the chance to earn a higher income all their lives. In conclusion, taking a year-long break or not is an individual decision. Each young people should consider their goals in life carefully and decide on what is the most desirable. 480 314 words 481 Sample 35 labor-saving devices such as dishwashers and communication tools such as computers are supposed to make our lives easier. However, some people argue that these devices make them more difficult. Does modern technology reduce or increase stress? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. In recent years, technology development has gained a major breakthrough in many areas. Some are of the view that cutting-edge devices make their lives more convenient while others have opposed ideas. I will examine both views before setting out my opinion on the matter. To begin with, there is a variety of reasons why some people usually consider modern devices overburdened. Firstly, it is obvious that in order to use these devices effectively they must make a little bit efforts in learning how to operate them. Yet it can be not completely easy for some people, especially the elderly who always meet trouble when updating new technologies. Secondly, there would be a number of rising costs during operation. For example, the computer can stop working if the users accidentally delete some radical files of the operating system. At that time, they must pay an amount of money for the technicians to fix it. As a result, it could make them more stressful. However, I strongly believe that modern devices bring various convenience for users. Initially, being exhausted after working hours can make some people start to realize the importance of the devices, which probably help them save their time and energy. Despite doing manually by themselves, they can take advantage of these devices to support them do housework. Furthermore, thanks to some devices like computers or mobile phones, people can easily connect to the rest of the world as long as they have an internet access. Compared to the past when people only could make direct calls, today's applications such as FaceTime or Viber obviously help people keep in touch together with no cost payment. In conclusion, although some people argue that modern devices make their lives more difficult, it seems to me that the advantages of these devices outweighs than these disadvantages. 302 words 482 Sample 36 Many people believe that international tourism is a bad thing for their country. What are the reasons? Solutions to change negative attitudes. It is widely argued that global tourism has a negative impact on destination communities. There are a number of reasons behind this point of view and several feasible solutions should be proposed to change these oppositional attitudes. To begin with, the resentment among local residents towards international tourism results from two primary factors. One reason is that the tourism industry can have adverse effects on the natural environment due to the increasing demands for infrastructure construction. For example, beautiful beaches together with untouched mountainous areas are spoilt by the building of hotels and resorts, which consequently can destroy the natural habitat of wild flora and fauna. In addition, inhabitants who live in places of interest will be likely to copy the lifestyle of outsiders if there are an excessive number of foreign visitors entering the area. As a result, this would lead to the loss of indigenous traditions and cultures. However, certain steps can be taken by governments to change the hostile attitude towards global tourism. Firstly, governments should impose highly restrictive requirements and regulations on building hotels and resorts in order to maintain the stability of the nature. This means that they would ban/prevent those hotel and resort developers who lack conscious of environment protection right from the beginning. Secondly, visitors should be urged to respect local customs and culture of their hosts. The willingness of tourists to adapt themselves to the way of life of native residents during their holidays is extremely essential for preserving regional cultural features. In conclusion, there is a wide range of reasons why many people are still against the development of international tourism. Having said that, local residents will continue to have negative feelings about foreign visitors unless governments take measures to address these ongoing concerns. 293 words 483 Sample 37 When choosing a job, the salary is the most important consideration. To what extent do you agree or disagree? How much do you expect to work here, is one of the most inevitable questions that an interviewer asks an interviewee. It means wages, apparently, on the top of the priorities when considering for a job. However, I go for the point that there are also other aspects requiring us taking into account to make a wise decision in choosing a place to work. On the one hand, high salary appears to give one a chance to expose to a good standard of living. For example, the less money you get from work, the fewer opportunities you reach to the healthcare services, including waiting in line to have an appointment with a doctor, standing in a queue for getting medicines instead of sitting at home and calling for a family doctor. Motivation, in addition to living standard, is another reason why good wage plays a vital role in joining in a company. It is generally believed that a well-paid and a rewarding perk could stimulate the employees to try hard and enhance the level of job performance, giving them chances to promote higher after that. On the other hand, it is not only a desirable salary but also other elements that a job seeker needs to think about. Firstly, how we satisfy with our jobs is worth seeking for a position. No matter how much you earn, you would waste your precious time in life, on dealing with pressure, suffering bad relationships at work. Furthermore, making the social wealth is also a considerable condition because many people have done and proved that the way their works contributes to communities is far more important than any high-paid welcome. To sum up, when it comes to the criterions for a suitable job, there are long lists for a candidate to consider which one is a priority rather than only high-paid salary. 317 words 484 Sample 38 Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views. Upon graduating from high schools, it is difficult for youngsters to make a decision whether they follow tertiary education or have a steady job right after school. While there are some benefits to keep in higher education, there are also good reasons why it might be advantageous to work straight after school. On the one hand, continuing their education is supposed to be attractive for some justifications. First of all, it is a common belief that university's environment prepares students to meet higher-level qualifications, which are what most employers expect these days. Without any academic knowledge in certain fields, they may find being recruited in lucrative jobs very strenuous due to the competitiveness of the job market. Besides, having/possessing a degree plays an integral part in the quest for the top occupations in which there are more chances to move up the career ladder. Secondly, while studying at universities or colleges, the young could be active to do various jobs without a long-term commitment and put their knowledge gained into practice in order to determine what suits their career in the foreseeable future. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why it is preferable to opt for a long-term employment after graduating from high schools. Firstly, the chances are that a competitive working environment encourages young people to obtain a lot of real experiences and master vital soft skills, which renders them more mature and guarantees a successful career. Secondly, constantly working hard is the burden to them, though they may lead an independent life. Youngsters will not be dependent upon their parents and embark on earning money by their own or settle down earlier, which helps them to progress rapidly in their career compared to a high probability of unemployment even if students pursue higher education. In conclusion, it seems evident that both continuing higher education and working right after school each have their own unique advantages. 321 words 485 sample 39 Do you think how important it is for people to want success in life? Is ambition a positive or negative characteristic? Most people work their best every day with the aim of being successful. While some ideas suppose that this statement has a negative effect on their lives, the opponents of this think that success is vital in some ways. There are many benefits that success brings to life. Firstly, demanding success is a motivation that helps people to live to the fullest. As they set a significant goal, they will work hard and invest/allocate all of their efforts into approaching the target. Secondly, being successful, people can do anything they want thanks to high/large/sufficient income and countless opportunities such as traveling and volunteering to help disabled people. For example, Bill Gates, who is one of the most successful businessmen, decided to raise funds to help the homeless and the poor by providing them with shelters and food. However, success does have some adverse/detrimental/damaging impacts. Fighting against difficulties and temptation is not easy when pursuing success. Therefore, some people may misunderstand the meaning of success and look for easy paths. For instance, there are many young children getting into illegal actions because they want to earn more money. Besides, being successful may make people become selfish and greedy. As they attempt to attract more attention and achieve greater things to ensure the achievement/gain/triumph, they will push themselves and become apathetic with people around them such as families of friends. In spite of gaining the highest position of the goal, people may suffer loneliness and sadness in their entire life. In conclusion, although gaining success may lead some people to a wrong way, especially for adolescents, it helps to make life become more meaningful. 272 words 486 sample 40 Some parents buy their children a large number of toys to play with. What are the advantages and disadvantages for the children of having a large number of toys? Nowadays, living standard is developing rapidly in the modern life, leading to many parents willing to purchase plenty of toys for their babies. In fact, there are several positive and negative matters on this. Having numerous playthings brings many benefits to children. Firstly, the young generation will experience interacting with the real things. Playing with car models, for instance, small boys are able to recognize a normal car from police car or taxicab. Secondly, some of the toys are utilized to improve the creativity of children. For example, there is a research showing that boys frequently assembling Lego are more intelligent and creative than others are not. In addition, parents also invest their money into practicing and improving the cleverness of their babies and toddlers. The good example for this is playing colorful modeling clays, which helps little boys and girls utilize their hands to turn the clay into some kinds of animals, plants, or human beings. However, there are a variety of drawbacks if parents provide too many toys whenever their children require. Initially, our infants may not take their responsibility to restore their own assets. They are easy to forget them somewhere or even willing to throw away or destroy their playthings if they are annoyed. The other aspect is that parents coincidentally teach their young generation a bad habit of spending money. Obviously, parents are a mirror to reflect their children's behavior, therefore, it is difficult for a child to become a thrifty person unless his/her parents are not. In conclusion, most playthings always play a significant role in the children's growth as long as their parents take into account the number and kinds of toys for their young generation. 284 words 487 sample 41 Some people prefer to spend their lives doing the same things and avoiding change. Others, however, think that change is always a good thing. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Recently, a common tendency has aroused that we should rather repeat their daily actions than let a variety of events occur in lives. Many believe that they can reduce plenty of/a lot of risks by following this idea, whereas others claim that change's avoidance is never a wise choice. From my perspective, I am wholly in favor of the latter for some specific rationales. On the one hand, it is believed that staying unchanged helps/assists humans in some respects concerning danger, confrontation, or effort loss. Supporters of this idea explain that they are too afraid and lazy to cope with such obstacles and fluctuations in their lives. Instead, they are more likely to keep things from variation, which might result in perfect peace and stability. Moreover, avoiding changes also brings several benefits regarding the prevention of risky situations. For example, some people refuse their opportunities of further promotion in their career due to the fear of stress or career damage. Conversely, I would fully argue that the advantages of taking chances in varying our lives completely beat its trivial downsides. Firstly, stepping out of the comfort zone allows people to accept challenges and gain loads of valuable experiences which will empower and strengthen us. Firstly, stepping out of the comfort zone allows people to accept challenges and gain loads of valuable experiences to become tough, which is highly essential and advantageous in this modern society. For instance, employees with heavy confidence and willingness to become distinctive and take huge chances tend to be the ones who achieve the most in a company. Secondly, people who adapt to lives packed with changes will probably be filled with more happiness than others. It is sure that if repetition can be eliminated from our daily activity, we will lead more meaningful lives and will no longer be bored and frustrated. In conclusion, while change's avoidance appears to be a safe and stable choice, I strongly believe that not only does this idea hinder people from success but also lower their power. 330 words 488 sample 42 Some people claim that it is acceptable to use animals in medical research for the benefit of human beings, while other people argue that it is wrong. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Animals are one of the most vital parts of the earth. It is generally said that animals can be used for researching medicine while others think it is unethical to do medical experiments on animals. Personally, I believe that people should not use animals for scientific discovery. It is unquestionable that animal plays an essential role in finding cures for humans' diseases. Indeed, animals' body contains some substances that prevent the development of harmful virus in humans' body. Moreover, several species such as apes, monkeys have nearly the same structure with people, which helps scientists do experiences without injuring people. Furthermore, apart from animals, there are no creatures which are appropriate for medical research. Therefore, it is likely accepted choice to use animals for activities related to medicine and find the best way to cure people's diseases. On the other hand, it will not be logical if scientists take advantage of animals to satisfy humans' needs/demands. In fact, it is no doubt that animal is also living creatures like people. Also, they have feelings and they need to be respected by humans. Thus, using animals for medical research is a cruel action. In addition, this way can cause many wild species on the verge of extinction. For example, bears in Vietnam are on the edge of disappearance forever because of their bear gall, which is said to be good for people's health. In conclusion, medical research is significantly necessary for the development of people and the world. However, using animals for discovering medicine is not suitable despite the huge advantages they bring about. 263 words 489 Sample 43 The animal species are becoming extinct due to human activities on land and in the sea. What are the reasons and solutions? It is widely argued that many kinds of animals are disappearing due to human actions on the ground and in the ocean. There are a number of reasons behind this issue and several solutions should be proposed to prohibit these negative behaviors/protect wildlife. There are two primary reasons why many species are on the verge of extinction. One reason is that mankind is heavily polluting the environment, which causes the death of many animals. Pollution in many forms such as garbage or poisonous chemicals are the biggest threats to the habitats. For instance, many aquatic animals are endangered as a result of the toxic waste released from factories into the rivers and the ocean, where many sea animals have been found dead with full of plastic garbage in their stomach. Another reason for this problem is overhunting. 1,000 of animals' extinction stems from the economic purpose of humans. For example, the number of elephant in the world is falling dramatically because they have been illegally hunted for their valuable ivory. However, measures must be taken by the governments and international bodies to tackle these detrimental/negative activities. Firstly, the governments must take action on protecting wildlife. It is unquestionable that the animal is an essential part of life, and this important point ought to be more promoted through official media. Besides, it is crucially significant to improve public awareness of environmental and animal management. Secondly, international bodies such as World Wildlife Fund and Interpol should collaborate together to preserve endangered animals. Furthermore, illegal hunters must be arrested and hold accountability for their criminal actions, and more wildlife sanctuaries should be built to keep threatened animals safe. In conclusion, it is clear that there are various reasons for the disappearance of many species, and steps need to be taken to solve this problem. 302 words 490 Sample 44 Developments in technology have brought various environmental problems. Some believe that people need to live simpler lives to solve environmental problems. Others, however, believe technology is the way to solve these problems. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is true that some technological advancement had a negative effect on the environment. While many stated that adopting a simple lifestyle is the way to tackle environmental issues, I would argue that technology could help us save the environment. On the one hand, approaching a simpler way of living without the dependence on sophisticated technology could help lessen the stresses on the environment. Firstly, industrial wastes from factories would be reduced thanks to the restriction on mechanical manufacture. Secondly, instead of using smart devices, people could change their habits by living together with nature, spending more time with the environment surrounding them. This would unconsciously raise people's awareness about protecting the environment, thus making them more willing to participate in environmental protection activities organized by the community. On the other hand, many claims that using technology is the solution for various environmental problems. Technologies could help minimize the consumption of fossil fuel, such as oils and coals in production, which help reduce the effect of greenhouse gases. In addition, scientists have been searching for newer, more eco-friendly sources of energy. A good example is a significant change in the energy consumption of certain vehicles. Cars, trains, and buses are now running on solar energy or electricity instead of traditional fuel. Moreover, the finding of recyclable plastic bags has made a big impact on the environment, which plays a hand in resolving one of many environmental problems. In conclusion, I do believe that technology is beneficial for human beings if it is used wisely and proportionately. Therefore, research for new technology should be widely invested in as we tirelessly continue looking for improvements in life. However, this research has better be conducted under strict control and review of the government. 290 words 491 Sample 45 Modern technology has had great influence on people's entertainment choices, making them less creative. Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? An act of exploiting entertainment features on modern devices is being accused of deteriorating people's creativity. While I accept that the development of modern technology somehow draws too many individuals' dependence, I argue that certainly by this way of usage, people can broaden their horizons and be more creative. Undeniably, modern technology has influenced people's recreation activities so profoundly that they have gradually become over-dependent on, even addict to it. If reading books or gathering around used to be people's first consideration when it comes to unwinding after stressful work, the emergence of portable devices such as smartphones or tablets makes playing games or being active on social networking websites like Facebook or Twitter be a trendy stress reliever. This is an inevitable outcome when electronic gadgets can meet the busy bee's demand for convenience and diversification. However, focusing on entertainment available on mobile devices only does not synonymously mean a poor creativity and imagination. By contrast, I believe this evolution of advanced technology has encouraged creating activities. From the scope of technical engineers, the fact that they have to constantly come up with new ideas and non-stop try to apply such concepts into reality to attract users evidently proves their powerful creativity. As a result, hundreds of interesting and beneficial applications have been widely introduced, helping people not only in the field of entertainment but also in various areas such as industry and education. Moreover, thanks to the development of social networking, electronic users are provided with free channels to easily get access to raw ideas, materials, and create their masterpieces. By that, I want to emphasize the power of sharing that inspires more people than ever to be creative in their own way. In brief, despite skeptical opinion on the development of technology, I strongly believe in its feature of developing people's mind and imagination. 307 words 492 sample 46 scientists tell us that some activities are good for health and others are bad. Despite knowing that, millions of people still continue doing unhealthy activities. What are the causes and what are the solutions for this? There are a lot of individuals keeping doing activities that cause health deterioration notwithstanding their awareness of those practices' adverse impacts. There are several reasons for this trend, and some measures can be implemented to encourage people to set up a habit of partaking in healthy activities. To begin with, there are various causes why unhealthy habits are on the rise. Firstly, developments in technology have discouraged people from doing physical activities. In the modern world, escalators and lifts appear everywhere, which may give rise to a feeling of laziness. As a result, lots of people have given up going for a walk on a regular basis. Secondly, it is true that the consumption of processed food is significantly growing. Since this kind of food is convenient and time-saving, individuals have become more dependent on it. This could lead to chronic illnesses such as obesity or diabetes. Several measures could be applied to tackle the tendency. The first solution is that authorities should highlight/underline the importance of regular exercise. For instance, instead of showing movies or entertaining shows, TV channels should focus more on sports so that their viewers will pay more attention to working out. Secondly, ready-made meals should be limited. This can be done by increasing tax rates on selling fast food or running a campaign to raise consumers' awareness. The quality of fast food should also be controlled by the government. In conclusion, despite the existence of unhealthy activities, there are still effective solutions that can be taken in order to improve the levels of humans' health. 260 words 493 sample 47 millions of people every year move to English-speaking countries such as Australia, Britain or America, in order to study at school, college or university. Why do so many people want to study in English? Why is English such an important international language? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Recent decades have witnessed an increasing number of people who go to English-speaking countries for their study. There are several reasons why they choose English as the primary language in their academic work as well as why English is a global language. On the one hand, a lot of people want to undertake their study in English for various reasons. Initially, it is undeniable that most of the academic materials are in English. Therefore, students can easily get a good grasp of these valuable resources which support their study in the libraries or on the internet. Apart from the academic knowledge that they have, English will be a key factor to help them seize the various opportunities such as jobs. Indeed, employers today always require proficient English as one of the leading criteria when evaluating the candidate's profile. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons why English is a crucial international language. Firstly, it may not be the most spoken language in the world, but it is the official foreign language in many countries. It is estimated that the number of people who use it on a regular basis is 2 billion. Secondly, English is used around the world, especially in countries where the UK has historically little influences. It is learned as a principal subject in most schools in the majority of countries. In addition, with the basics of the English language, people can make themselves understood in nearly every corner of the world. For example, visitors who know English can easily communicate with local people at their destinations. In conclusion, there are some obvious reasons that explain many people choose to study in English and some clear reasons which account for an importance of 494 English are identified. 293 words 495 sample 48 nowadays, a lot of houses are now being built with an open plan design. Do you see this as a positive or negative development? Since then after World War II, as the most common form of house design, there would be one large open space encompassing the kitchen, family room, and dining room called open plan design. This essay will shed light on arguments about positive and negative sides of this trend. In my opinion, I support the open plan design. As the main advantage of the open plan design, the space becomes much larger, even small area with one path connecting all essential parts of the house. A big open plan kitchen, dining and living space gives people the opportunity to coexist with their family and friends in a sociable, relaxing way. Waiting has never been so much fun, host and their guests are able to mingle in a fabulous atmosphere whilst cooking. Open plan designs that link the kitchen with the living spaces are great for monitoring children while they play and parents prepare for dinner. Many interior walls are reduced and replaced by half walls or totally removed in the open plan designs in order to let natural light from windows enter the house. On the flip side, since the open plan living ensures a family-friendly home, it takes away the privacy factor. For the book lovers, who are often in the search of a private nook, ironically a home with open plan design would not be a good deal. Due to the lack of walls that define each room, that kind of home is more likely to be a cluttered space with no dedicated spaces for sitting, dining, relaxing, or sleeping. This could be made possible only if the dwellers are highly disciplined and keep everything tidied up all the time. In terms of aestheticism, the area to hang and display artworks will be minimal compared to a closed floor plan. To sum up, I refer that every home layout design comes with its pros and cons, but the open floor plan has more pros than cons as it gives a great aesthetic appeal to the modern homes. Finally, I believe open plan design for housing is a positive development. 330 words 496 sample 49 Some people think that a sense of competition in children should be encouraged. Others believe that children who are taught to cooperate rather than compete become more useful adults. Many people think that teaching children competition or cooperation is good for them. While the feeling of competition can be practical in life, I do believe that the ability to collaborate/cooperate with other people is more essential. On the one hand, it can be said that competition is a great way to make children work harder. For instance, if there are classroom activities which elicit competitiveness among the children, children will be excited and try to outperform their classmates. The competitive feelings among children may help them build self-confidence and become independent staffs in the future. These characteristics will be good for them when they are in competitive situations such as job interviews. Therefore, it is clear that competition is an important aspect that children should be prepared for their adult life. On the other hand, cooperation can be a crucial element children need to be equipped for their working life. When going to work, they are expected to work in teams and know how to support other members. In addition, teamwork spirit is much more useful than the competitive feeling because it obviously helps children gain more skills and knowledge instead of being winners or losers. In conclusion, it is beneficial for children if they are taught to be competitive. However, I do think that cooperation skill is much more useful for them in adult life. 227 words 497 sample 50 Both governments and individuals are spending vast amounts of money protecting animals and their habitats. This money could be better spent dealing with fundamental issues in society such as poverty and healthcare. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that the protection of animals and their habitats are costing both governments and individuals large amounts of money. While some people believe that it is better to invest in addressing urgent issues in society such as poverty and healthcare, I am skeptical of this idea. Firstly, the conservation of animals and their homes is paid off by many benefits they bring to humans. The first advantage is they directly contribute to the quality of life as a spiritual symbol in many cultures. For example, in Asian culture, tigers are considered the king of all animals and often object in many portraits representing the power, passion, and beauty. Moreover, the existence of animal species also supports humans' life as it plays a vital role in the natural cycle without which most of the natural phenomena cannot happen. That is to say, if the number of pollinating animal species on which most crop plants depend to produce seeds decreases, our food supply will be badly affected. Secondly, the money spent to protect animals and their habitats is still not enough to address the problem, let alone solve social issues such as poverty and healthcare. The truth is both authorities and individuals are investing in ineffective approaches. For instance, though many conservation laws have been passed to ban the killing of animals and destruction of their habitats, there are still poachers and consumers of their products untouched by the laws. Another example is the recent failure of Chinese authority in carrying out the captive breeding program for pandas which costs millions of dollars. In conclusion, I do not think that the conservation of wild animals and birds is drawing huge amounts of money, and there are no reasons to spend this money on handling pressing issues in society such as poverty and healthcare. Students at each level. Model essays that will help you become a successful IELTS taker as well as you will even become a successful English writer in work and in life within a short period of time only. Take action today and start getting better scores tomorrow. Thank you again for purchasing this book, and I hope you enjoy it. 502 Sample 1 It is generally believed that some people are born with certain talents, for instance for sport or music, and others are not. However, it is sometimes claimed that any child can be taught to become a good sportsperson or musician. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. The belief that talent for music or sports only appears in certain individuals has recently caused controversial arguments. Many people believe the statement is quite true, but others claim that anyone with hard practice can become such experts. From my perspective, I am wholly in favor of the latter for a number of specific reasons. On the one hand, a lot of winners in sporting and dancing competition is perceived as natural ability. Indeed, adults invariably attribute gifts and champions to born scholars which discourages them and holds them from investing in themselves. For example, Michael Phelps, who surprises the world with his incredible talent for swimming, was born with an immensely vigorous body suited for doing sports. Moreover, people with special abilities also shows a more flexible and excellent performance than others. Evidently, guitarists having shorter fingers will have to restrict to a certain number of chords unlike those with longer fingers who can efficiently diversify and advance their ways of play. Conversely, I would strongly argue that if there are factors like huge efforts and great confidence and all humans are able to accomplish just as good as talented people do. Firstly, if hard work combines with such firm commitment, any athlete is believed to achieve great things beyond expected. There is a lot of examples of disabled people who have won their tough lives and become sports professionals. Secondly, once normal humans have accurate sources and thorough training, they might even perform many times better and easier than those with natural skills. Apparently, accessing the right materials or consulting advice from such experts help us with a clearer mind and better instructions in any fields. For instance, a singer with born angelic voice could never be compared to the one who has a deep insight into notes and pitches. All things considered, while it often appears that more famous champions belong 503 to talented artists and athletes, sustainable confidence and work will bring about unexpected flying results. 329 words 504 Sample 2 In many countries, more and more people choose to buy imported food rather than food produced locally. Why people buy imported food? What could be done to encourage people to buy local food? Nowadays recently in recent years, customers in many countries tend to purchase and consume imported food products instead of domestic food. This trend can be ascribed to numerous reasons and it might be addressed by some practical ways performed by the government and local authorities to motivate people to buy local food. On the one hand, it is understandable why people prefer imported nourishment rather than food produced in their country. First and foremost, customers think foreign food by far has better quality than local food so they are willing to spend a large amount of money on buying imported food. For instance, in Vietnam, consumers show significant interest in imported food as they hold the belief that nourishment with the foreign tag is better even if it costs them a great deal. Another significant reason is that in many domestic companies, they usually add some chemical preservatives as well as additives which may be detrimental to people's health. This could result in the fact that they want to prolong time preserving food and local authorities do not impose any strict laws on harmful ingredients added to food in factories. However, measures must be taken by the government and local authorities to encourage consumers to buy domestic food. The first solution would be the government should prioritize expenditure on organizing programs or campaigns in order to raise citizens' awareness about the necessity of purchasing local food. Furthermore, the government and local authorities must punish severely companies using preservatives which affect negatively on people's health and well-being. In addition, companies need to pay more attention to not only products' quality but also prices to enhance competitive advantages compared to charges of foreign firms. In conclusion, it is clear that there are various reasons for why imported food is more favored than local food and steps need to be taken to tackle this problem. 311 words 505 Sample 3 Increasing the price of petrol is the best way to solve growing traffic and pollution problems. To what extent do you agree or disagree? What other measures do you think might be effective? In recent years, the rise of petrol price has been a controversial topic in some parts of the world. While I agree it is a reasonable/feasible solution to control increasing traffic jam/congestion and to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, I believe there are other ways to deal with these problems effectively without causing negative objection of citizens. On the one hand, when the price of petrol is inflated, people will minimize using their private transportation/vehicles and choose public transportation instead in order to save their budget. Therefore, the number of cars and motorbikes circulating on the street will decrease, and not only will traffic jams be solved but also less gas pollution will be released to harming the environment. On the other hand, it is just a temporary/short-term solution and can only impact on the poor because the petrol price is not a big charge for those who can afford much greater things, and as it is one of their daily need to travel, they will ready to pay it anyway. Eventually, people will find their way to cope with the rise in petrol price and nothing is changed. In my opinion, there are better measures that the government can have/take to handle the traffic and pollution problems instead of increasing the price of petrol. First, in order to reduce the growing traffic, public transport should be upgraded with more stops and priority on the road to travel faster, and people should be encouraged to use them more frequently by lowering the price and showing the benefits of public transport to communities and to the environment. Moreover, the government can decrease the gas emission in a more effective way by creating and encouraging people to use renewable and clean energy such as solar power or organic petrol from plants, which not only can be used for transportation but also for factories, and the result will be much more optimistic and permanent. In conclusion, increasing the petrol price is just a temporary and controversial way to manage with the traffic and pollution problems of several countries, and I believe the measures mentioned above can be better ones to use. 330 words 506 Sample 4. An increasing number of people choose to travel abroad. To what extent do you think the problems brought by international travel outweigh its advantages? In the modern world, traveling to overseas destinations is enjoying an increasing popularity. This fires up a heated controversy over whether this prevalent trend produces more positive or negative impacts. While there are several undesirable influences caused by international travel, I would argue that it is generally more beneficial in various ways. On the one hand, the idea of traveling abroad may sound unattractive to some people for a number of reasons. Firstly, mass tourism to a region may generate harmful effects on local cultures. Being exposed to foreign visitors with different cultures, local people may suffer from a disruption in their way of life, leading to the erosion of traditional values and customs. Secondly, international travel contributes to the exacerbated environmental issues. For instance, air travel exhausts more greenhouse gas emissions into the biosphere, which increases air pollution and global warming on the whole. On the other hand, the widespread presence of international travel could result in a variety of benefits. One of the major advantages is that it enhances mutual understanding about distinct cultural backgrounds. Being given the chance to experience cross-cultural encounters, travelers can acquire deeper knowledge about other cultures and histories, gradually developing their empathy with other people. In addition, it is unquestionable that tourism provides local residents with a great source of income. If a particular area is promoted as a popular tourist destination, thousands of people can be lifted out of poverty and given a better quality of life. In fact, the tourism industry is proven to be one of the backbone industries of many countries around the world, accounting for a significant share of their gross national products. In conclusion, it seems evident that the advantages brought by international tourism far outweigh its disadvantages. 291 words 507 Sample 5. Some people say that the best way to improve public health is by increasing the number of sports facilities. Others, however, say that this would have little effect on public health and that other measures are required. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is often said that the growth in the quantities of sports facilities is the main factor that helps enhance public health, while some others argue that there are better ways to do that. I am of the opinion that besides building more sports facilities, various measurements can be taken to improve everyone's health. On the one hand, building more sports facilities will encourage people to take part in sports activities, which helps a lot in the improvement of their health, as sports contribute to making us suppler, energetic, and have a brawny body. It keeps us from coming down with some certain diseases if we play sports regularly. I believe that there will be more and more people join in sports activities if more sports clubs are constructed, which is convenient for individuals as sports facilities are available everywhere and they will not have any difficulty in finding one to participate in. Furthermore, having more sports departments will provide enough rooms for a great number of people, and therefore the attendance is likely to be higher. On the other hand, I agree that there are other ways to improve public health. Firstly, the food we eat every day is a major factor that decides our health condition. So I think the authority should encourage everyone to have a balanced diet and make sure that all food sold in the market is fresh and clean. Secondly, living environment also contributes to public health's betterment. Hence, individuals should have to keep their neighborhood fresh and green if they want to stay healthy. People should plant more trees, clean their house regularly, and keep the surrounding tidy. In conclusion, in addition to the rise in the number of sports facilities, other ways such as improving food quality and living environment are also essential to help enhance public health. 307 words 508 Sample 6. The best way for the government to solve the problem of traffic congestion is providing free public transport per day, 7 days a week. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that the most effective policy from the authority to tackle snarl-up traffic is to provide the public transport with no fees to all residents all the time. Personally, I completely disagree with that flawed solution for some reasons. On the one hand, perhaps the main reason is that government should take the feasibility of this suggestion into consideration. Firstly, the administration of running the public means of transport 24/7 will have to bear a huge burden of costs. Meanwhile, other momentous factors, such as education and healthcare, also need to be invested in. Secondly, the demand of passengers is very small at some certain time of the day, especially the period from midnight to early morning. Finally, driving at night may be too dangerous for both drivers and commuters. For instance, a drowsy driver is not in full possession of his faculties, therefore, accidents will have more chances to happen. Instead of drawing up a new timetable for the public transport system, the government should expand the working area as well as create employment opportunities for the locals by investing in rural zones, which gradually prevents people from migrating into dense cities. Furthermore, infrastructure should be upgraded in order to travel with fewer obstacles. On the other hand, I definitely recognize the advantage of supplying/providing free public transport all the time. This opinion/solution will encourage people to commute by public transport on contrary to using private vehicles, which can significantly reduce the traffic volume, and traffic jam will no longer occur. However, the cost of this solution is too expensive to make it impossible to be accepted. In summary, while providing free public transport at first seems to be a good suggestion to solve the traffic problem, I totally insist on its unpractical effect because of financial problems and the possibility of other feasible options. 310 words 509 Sample 7 Most large companies nowadays operate multinationally. To what extent do multinational companies have responsibilities toward local communities in which they operate? In recent years, there has been a growing trend of large companies expanding their branches outside the confines of national borders, thanks to globalization. Although this movement offers broad-based benefits to multinational corporations, their responsibilities to the local community should be concentrated/prioritized. There are a few reasons why multinational enterprises should be responsible to local people. First, since multinational firms want to maximize their profits, they take steps to understand the cultures of the country they are based. The more those companies are aware of others' cultural value and custom, the more citizens would like to engage and support their business. Second, multinational companies should create job opportunities for local communities as a part of coexistence. In fact, many countries have been suffering from child labor and starvation wages, causing many companies go bankrupt at an early stage. In addition, multinational firms must safeguard the resources of the countries where they operate. First, if multinational enterprises actively protect the environment, it will contribute to their long-term success. For example, multinational enterprises, especially manufacturing industry, must build systems for wastewater treatment instead of disposing it directly to the sea, which results in devastating local fishing industry. Also, they should not make profits at the expense of local welfare. For instance, unsustainable logging forestry to cut down timber to make certain products, such as paper and furniture, causing a substantial impact on local farmers due to resultant soil erosion. In conclusion, multinational corporations should ensure that they have acknowledged the culture and protected the environment as it is conducive to make long-standing benefits for the company and local communities. 268 words 510 Sample 8 It is important for children to learn the difference between right and wrong at an early age. Punishment is necessary to help them learn this distinction. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this option? What sort of punishment should parents be allowed to use to teach good behavior to children? Many people believe that it is the imposition of punishments that would help children think and behave in a rational and appropriate way. From my perspective, this idea is totally justifiable and several forms of punishments can be handed out to achieve the best result. Reasons for my advocacy of child discipline are varied. Firstly, punishment gives a child a deep insight into the real magnitude of his offense. It is a fact that most children are too innocent and inexperienced to be concerned for possible outcomes of their wrongdoings. Due to this, being let off with just a warning on a daily basis may well induce a child to develop an oversimplistic view towards self-discipline and social orders as he grows up. Punishment is therefore extremely essential to underline the severity of troublemaking behaviors and allow him to have a sense of responsibility towards his own problems. Secondly, immediate punishment has an essential role to play in conditioning children to avoid self-endangerment. This is because young people nowadays are surrounded by all kinds of friends and indecent materials on the internet that can easily influence their perspectives on life. In this case, discipline acts as a deterrent against the penetration of distorted ways of thinking which have the potential to cause unwanted behaviors. There are some discipline methods which can be taken to bring about positive changes in children. Deprivation of privileges can function as a warning for minor offenses. For instance, if a school student fails to complete her assignments on time, she can be taken away a television privilege as a punishment. Being deprived of what she loves, the girl is less likely to reoffend considering her very own sake. If misconducts are of more severe nature, then grounding is a wondrous alternative. Isolation from the outside world will spare young people more private space to seriously deliberate on their offenses and feel a sense of regret. However, timeouts are only workable for those who see that separation from parents and friends is truly a deprivation. 511 To conclude, disciplinary measures are much advisable for families as it does wonders for children's sense of responsibility as well as outlooks on the world and life. Accordingly, a variety of disciplines need to be used with wisdom and flexibility in order to bring good results. 330 words 512 Sample 9 As well as making money, businesses also have social responsibilities. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The idea that enterprises take public responsibilities into consideration as important as generating profit has caused heated debate. While I agree that making money is a fundamental factor for companies, I believe they should conduct their business in a socially responsible manner. On the one hand, profit plays a crucial part for every company to survive in the competitive environment. One reason is that companies should be able to pay their employees' salary, cost of buildings and utilities/maintenance. If enterprises cannot pay their bills, any concern about social responsibilities is irrelevant. Furthermore, companies can invest the money which they make in expanding their business or developing new products in order to meet changing needs of customers. By reinvesting the money, firms could help to create more job opportunities within the community, which seems to be a positive action for society. On the other hand, businesses nowadays play an integral role/part in society instead of solely focus on making money. Firstly, socially responsible businesses not only provide sustainable business, but also have improved customer satisfaction and employee loyalty. For example, if a brand gives charitable donations, customers will more likely to come back as they know part of their payments will go into charity funds and help other people. Secondly, business activities may have effects on the environment. Production processions could lead to serious environmental degradation such as global warming stemming from factories' emission or irresponsible discharging industrial waste. In order to run a sustainable business, it is necessary for factories to have waste treatment system before disposing their waste into the environment. In conclusion, I would emphasize that while making profits is a top priority for businesses, social obligation should also be considered as an important aspect. 290 words 513 Sample 10 In some countries, the average weight of people is increasing and their level of health and fitness is decreasing. What do you think are the causes of these problems and what measures could be taken to solve them? In some countries, despite people's rising average weight, they are still seeing a fall in health and fitness. There are various reasons for this and possible actions can be taken to tackle the problem. There are many reasons for the aforementioned problem. The application of cutting-edge machines in farming and husbandry has been boosting the food supplied worldwide. Starvation is reduced, but the feeling of fullness is no longer enough to the customers. More concentration on the taste of food adding with the thirst for profits of producers have been leading to the mass production of junk foods such as fried chicken, pizza, hamburgers, donuts, which are delicious, convenient but contain unhealthy chemical or too much fat and sugar. The overconsumption of these products, therefore, can result in diabetes, obesity, or worse, cancer and untreatable diseases in customers and shorten their lives. Additionally, the needs of managing a heavy workload to earn a living and the seduction from modern entertaining devices have been preventing people from taking part in recreational activities. The lack of exercise and training program may lead to the going down of people's physical health and easier to become ill when exposing to germs. This problem can be solved by creating healthy living habits. Rather than consuming processed food and reading meals bought from outside, people should choose home-cooked food with fresh and high-quality ingredients. No matter how busy they are, setting a proper schedule with time for exercising is also crucial as this habit helps people not only become healthier but have an attractive physical outlook. In conclusion, to solve the puzzle of gaining weight but losing health, of which the root causes are fast food and inefficient of training, building up a timetable balancing work and exercise and eating smartly are necessary. 297 words 514 Sample 11 Ambition is a negative attribute of a person's character. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? It is the fact that ambition is an original human attribute because every person is ambitious to get their goals and the things they want. However, there are some concerns about its bad/detrimental effects on person's character. In my point of view, ambition has both positives and negatives. On the one hand, it is undeniable that ambition can lead to wrong behaviors of a person. That is because ambitious people are always not satisfied with the things they have. Once they achieve, they immediately want to get the better one. For example, a businessman initially wants to have a six-figure salary. After that, when he reaches his goals, he would still want to have more power and influence. People always require a higher standard of living day to day. However, when the ambition is too high or inappropriate, we are easier to go into the bad way as we try to achieve our goals without caring about bad consequences. For example, 2 world wars in the history were exploded due to the ambition of becoming the strongest country. On the other hand, ambition is a crucial character that each person needs to have. Ambition is the motivation for everybody to improve themselves every day. If you don't put a higher target, you will never try your best and develop yourself as well as the society in general. For example, with the ambition of being able to fly, human invented aircraft or we have a lot of space researches because we want to know more about the universe. Therefore, without ambition, there is no invention of modern technologies like computers and the internet. Without ambition, the society will never improve and we will never see different aspects of ourselves. To sum up, although ambition sometimes leads to negative results, it is obvious that it is actually a necessary character which we need to have to improve ourselves and develop the whole world as well. 322 words 515 Sample 12 Every country should have a free health service, even if this means that the latest medical treatments may not be available through the service because they are too expensive. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is argued that health service should be free of charge in every nation even if it does not have / include latest medical treatments. This essay will agree with this assertion completely because of its benefits to the society. The essay will first look at why the government should implement it and then discuss why they do not need to equip the latest facilities as well as expensive medicine in free health service. To begin with, there are a variety of reasons why authorities should provide the free public health service in their countries. Firstly, it is true that there are many people living in poverty who cannot access the medical service because they are unaffordable. Paying the medical bills becomes an obsession for them when being ill. Secondly, the social problems related to health will probably decrease when the residents' well-being is improved. For example, some people are obligated to become a criminal just because they do not have enough money to cure their own loved ones. Therefore, if the government has a free health program / free medical treatment, there will definitely be helpful for the community. However, I strongly believe that latest medical treatments and free medical service are unnecessary. It is obvious that modern treatment method which costs a fortune will have a significant impact on the state's financial budget. This will eventually end up raising taxation from the residents. Furthermore, it is not really fair if there are some people who do nothing to experience the best medical service due to this policy while others have to make efforts to earn the money for it. In conclusion, the government should provide free health service for their citizens because it will help poor people have opportunities to access the medical service, however it is unnecessary to equip the latest medical treatments for them. 306 words 516 Sample 13 Governments should focus spending only on public services, not waste on the arts. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is widely argued that government budget should be allocated to activities or services that benefit the public, as opposed to wasting on art. While I agree that it is necessary to allocate national treasure to public services, I believe that funding art-related activities would also be beneficial in various ways. On the one hand, it is undeniable that public services such as hospitals, schools, police offices play an integral part in people's lives. If the government pays more attention to fund these establishments, every member / citizens of the society will be benefited. For example, we all need to use the services provided by the police or hospital, therefore the investment in public bodies would create positive and long-lasting impacts on the lives of ordinary residents. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons for governments to spend their budgets on the arts. Firstly, it is proven that art produces various advantages for each individual. Art is considered to be a way to raise above everyday life, inspiring people to ponder about part and parcel of human conditions. Enjoying a piece of artwork could provoke serious thoughts and unique moments of reflection in a person. Aesthetic experience could provide sentimental values, which enrich people's lives. Secondly, since economic enterprises and other non-government organizations often deal with various social problems, the government should take the lead to sponsor art-related programs and create a suitable environment for artists to thrive. By doing this, governmental agencies can create a healthy balance in the development of the society, as art is an indispensable part of a prosperous country. In conclusion, I would argue that government spending on / government's expenditure on the arts is as essential as funding on public services. 289 words 517 Sample 14 Money is important in most people's lives. Although some people think it is more important than others. What do you feel are the right uses of money? What are other factors important for a good life? Nowadays, people tend to plunge into the quest for momentary joys and try to satisfy themselves with materialistic things. That is the reason why money plays an important part in their lives. Personally, I think using money should be for good purposes, and there are many other contributors to the significance of lives apart from money. There are some keys to spend money on things wisely. Firstly, money should be spent on one's necessity instead of showing off his luxuries. Nowadays, money has almost become a measure of opulence. When a man wants to assert his affluence, his desire for money has no limit. Therefore, we had better consider money as merely an ordinary mean of the transaction. Secondly, money spent on charity would classify the right use of it. From time immemorial, man has been an important part of the community, hence money spent on helping others would serve its ideal purpose. Moreover, the bliss of being praised for richness is temporary, but the true happiness of giving away is permanent. Apart from money, there are many factors making a good life. In my opinion, an ideal life is the social, emotional, and physical well-being of an individual. Specifically, people are still facing numerous incurable diseases facing nowadays despite the huge amount of money they own. There is no denying that having a good health is worth the effort. Another indispensable factor would be love. Love gives us the strength to go through ups and downs, to face up to the harsh realities of life courageously. Only by loving together can we realize how meaningful our life is. To sum up, money plays an undeniable role in our life. However, it would be dogmatic if we assert that money is the one and the only thing that involves in a worthy life. Along with many elements and rightly spend money, our life is wonderful. 315 words 518 Sample 15 Some people think women should be allowed to join the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force just like men. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is clear that women are highly recommended to have an important role as men in the workplaces, even if engaging in the Navy, the military, and the Air Force. I completely agree with this idea as it is the good way to prevent gender discrimination in modern society. There are a number of reasons why females should be given an equal opportunity of embarking on any kinds of job in all sectors. First, women are just as qualified as men these days. This is because they are also trained/taught academic knowledge and physical strength in the university like men, even if women currently outperform males in most university subjects. This leads to the fact that women are able to do any job which men do, such as becoming an army officer or sailor. Second, women have some vital characteristics, such as persistence and calmness, to be suitable to work in the military forces. As a result, the conflicts would be solved in the way of peace, especially quarrels between nations. For example, in Vietnam there are a lot of women who are working at the police station of the big cities, such as Ho Chi Minh City. They not only protect the life of local people/city dwellers but also perform the policy of the government as their male counterparts. Moreover, they increasingly prove their capabilities when having the vital position in police force. In addition, women should be allocated a certain percentage, at least an equal role as men in the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. Mainly because to not do so discriminates against them due to their gender. As a result, women will be denied jobs in regular force, not because of their intellect or skills, but simply because of their sex. For example, females are not regarded as appropriate candidates to be soldiers to any section of an army as they can have some of the physical weakness. If women have an equal position as men in these regions, both men and women would have the same opportunities to pursue their expected careers. In conclusion, the gender equality between men and women should be applied in all fields job around the world. 330 words 519 Sample 16 The role of education is to prepare children for the modern world. Schools should cut art and music out of the curriculum so that children can focus on useful subjects such as information technology. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is the function of the school to equip students with academic knowledge for their career preparation. Therefore, some people propose the proposition that artistic subjects should be removed from/not be included in school curriculum. However, personally, I totally disagree with this short-sighted point of view. To commence with, the most violent opposition to this proposal is because of the benefits of art and music to students. First, those kinds of subjects help students stimulate creativity. In other words, they would become a source of inspiration for students to study other subjects such as literature or history. Second, school curriculum would be so dull if there were only science subjects which are so complicated and boring sometimes. Therefore, a lesson of art or music can be a chance for students to de-stress and refresh themselves after a hard period of studying other subjects. In addition, there are various people who have no talent for the academic field, yet still succeed in their career. Simply, they are interested in/passionate about artistic areas and potential to become successful singers, composers, or painters in the future. To illustrate, Beethoven, known as a music prodigy, could not attend school due to his auditory impairment. Regardless of disability, with a gifted sense of music, he has still become a competent composer all over the time. In conclusion, with the development of society, the subjects such as information technology play a significant part in school. However, the role of music or art is irreplaceable, and therefore, they should always be involved in curriculum. 257 words 520 Sample 17 It is said that day by day people's lives are becoming increasingly stressful. What are the reasons behind that? What can be done to solve this problem? It is true that corresponding with the improvement in living standard, people have to struggle with more challenges and stresses to earn a living. There are several reasons for this issue, but possible/feasible solutions can be taken to deal with the problem. The competitiveness increasing job market is the first and foremost factor to blame. The population explosion pushes the workforce to extend in both quantity and quality. However, the increase in the number of workers does not go with the rise of employment, not to mention the new threat from cutting-edge technology of which machines are day by day depriving human role in manual works. As a result, competitors have to fiercely fight to seek and retain a job, which leads to the incredible pressure in the workplace and the society. Additionally, the overuse of modern devices such as mobiles and laptops have been causing a worldwide phenomenon of being isolated together. People, especially youngsters, still keep in touch with other people through social media and contacting apps but lack a face-to-face interaction with people surrounding. Therefore they have less chance to be understood and miss a crucial way to release their negative emotion, which can be a root cause of depression and suicide. Certainly, this issue can be solved by accurate/appropriate actions, of which is the most important, I argue, is raising the awareness of people to take the initiative in creating a positive environment and harmonize the atmosphere around them. To make that idea possible, learning how to win other people's hearts, sharing more, and arguing less are needed. Moreover, people should set time to take part in recreational activities, chill out with friends, and access to positive contents to nurture their soul. A strong mental health will allow people withstanding the heavy burden of life. In conclusion, the competitiveness in finding jobs and the heavy dependence on modern technology are two key reasons leading to stressful life nowadays. To improve this situation, people should pay more attention to get on well with others and enjoy healthy outdoor activities. 330 words 521 Sample 18 Overpopulation of urban areas has led to numerous problems. Identify one or two serious ones and suggest ways that governments and individuals can tackle these problems. It is true that nowadays, overpopulation takes place in most big/large cities. This causes some serious problems, and there are several feasible solutions should be proposed to deal with it. There are two major consequences of the population excess in general. One problem is that it may narrow the residential areas for each inhabitant because the area is unchanged while it has more people. For example, following the statistics, in 2017 in Hanoi, capital of Vietnam with overpopulation, each person only has 7 meters square for living space, and this number is far smaller than the recommended standard number of United Nations Population Fund. Another problem is that the traffic infrastructure cannot meet the rising demand for the huge amount of people in rush hour, and consequently, traffic problems happen every day in many urban areas in the world. However, measures must be taken by governments and city citizens/city dwellers to tackle these problems. Firstly, governments should have a plan and encourage people to move from center areas to suburbs/rural areas. This will decrease the population density in center areas and also provide more living space for each person. Secondly, governments should invest more budget in developing infrastructure to serve more people. For instance, in 1998, Guangzhou City in China had many traffic problems because of growing population dramatically, then they rebuilt all infrastructure systematically and solved those prior problems completely. In conclusion, it is clear that there are various problems caused by overpopulation and steps needs to be taken to solve/address these problems. 258 words 522 Sample 19 Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe that it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views. Graduating from high school, students face a tough dilemma, which is whether to pursue an undergraduate degree in order to achieve a successful/distinguished/rewarding/top/plum job/career. While some people reckon that applying for a bachelor degree is the best way/choice/option, others believe that it will be more advantageous to look for a job. On the one hand, working right after graduation provides/offers/brings about a wide range of benefits. Firstly, being engaged/when engaging in a job, young people will be able to earn money, which means they can live on their own from the very early stage of their mature life. Living independently creates an environment in which they have to make their own decisions and be responsible for themselves, thus they likely to be more mature. Secondly, during the working process, interacting with a variety of specific situations offers them a huge amount of knowledge as well as invaluable practical experience, which is essential for them to get a promotion/a well-paid job. On the other hand, there are a number of reasons/justifications to keep on with higher/tertiary education. Firstly, it is essential to have a bachelor degree or further education in order to be eligible for a wide range of job offers. This advantage/pros/merit can be clearly seen when nowadays the job market is getting more and more competitive. Along with the development of the society, job requirements become stricter with a number of conditions about professional knowledge which only can be obtained at academic institution, and it is easy to get a well-remunerated job for those who have a remarkable academic achievement/also, as tertiary education is designed to focus more on certain major, graduates can be trained to have specialized knowledge, which is extremely necessary for some engineering jobs. In conclusion, whether working immediately after high school or attending university truly helps make a significant contribution to building a successful career in the future. Students should weigh up all the pros and cons of two options to make the best decision for their own/no matter what the choice is, students should be determined in their decision to make the best of it. 523 330 words 524 Sample 20 It is impossible to help all people in the world, so government should focus on people in their own countries. To what extent do you agree or disagree? There have been different opinions on whether the government in prosperous countries should allocate more funds for international or domestic assistance. Although I understand that why helping all citizens in the world is unachievable, I completely disagree that government should solely concentrate on local needs. On the one hand, there are various reasons which are attributable to the impossibility of providing bailouts to all inhabitants worldwide. By the time of economic crisis, poor tax revenue and falling productivity have hampered government of wealthier countries' attempt to balance their international aid fund. As a result, the tight budget would lead to the failure in meeting all needs of the impoverished and advantaged around the world. Furthermore, the government should prioritize the well-being of their citizens and stabilize their economy and politics. For example, numerous suburbs in France have drawn attention to violent riots caused by the poor and young men from a migrant family. Instead of enhancing global assistance, France's government should place more emphasis on tackling the problems from its root through numerous new subsidy schemes. On the other hand, other developed countries should assume responsibilities on providing aid/financial assistance to the underdeveloped/underprivileged countries. Numerous life-threatening diseases like AIDS, malaria has killed over 6 million people worldwide per year, which most of them come from poor countries with unlimited sources. The reason is that their public health system is unaffordable either to treat such illness or even operate prevention system, which calls for the involvement of more affluent countries. This would lead to promoting the sense of humanity, which is essential for the sustainable development of the world. In conclusion, I am of the opinion that although helping all citizens in the world is unattainable, wealthy countries should lend poor countries a hand to offer international aids to people in needs on their doorstep. 306 words 525 Sample 21 Many museums and historical sites are mainly visited by tourists but not local people. Why is this case, and what can be done to attract more local people to visit these places? It is the fact that museums and historical attractions are essentially visited by tourists than local inhabitants. There could be a number of causes behind this phenomenon, and several solutions should be adopted to draw more local residents' attraction. There are two main reasons why museums and historical sites are not attractive to local people. One of the most critical causes is habitual historical attractions. This is due to the fact that these places are infinitely familiar with local inhabitants because they have been lived here for a long time, thus, they have no longer interest. By contrast, tourists stay at these places for a short time in which they have never been before. Another factor that should not be ignored is historical items and events remain unchanged. As a result, local residents feel bored with the same activities, therefore, they do not come to visit these kinds of unattractive places. A number of possible actions could be implemented in order to tackle the problems described above. A simple solution would be mentioned is that government should invest more in exhibits and items on display. For instance, more new items should be added to attract residents. Moreover, historical events should be organized to draw the attention of the public. For example, historical ceremonies should be held annually to commemorate and illustrate historical events to attract more local inhabitants. To conclude, nowadays, tourists prefer to visit museums and historical sites rather than local inhabitants. However, this issue could be tackled by various solutions conducted by government and local authorities. 257 words 526 sample 22 people today do not feel safe either at home or when they are out. What are the causes? What are the solutions? It is true that humans in the present time tend to feel insecure even at home or when going out due to a lot of reasons. As a result, many solutions have been given to deal with these problems. There are two primary causes of people being/feeling unsafe either at home or outside. Firstly, there are more and more severe criminals in the society nowadays. For example, various cases in which murderers kill others without hesitation have been reported. Moreover, in order to seek for these criminals, policemen will probably need some weeks or ever a month. Therefore, the security in society may be at risk and anxiety or nervous feeling can be raised in public areas. Secondly, the media, especially some e-commercial newspapers usually broadcast/publish some thrilling news. For example, some reputable websites in Vietnam like VietnamNet or VN Express has their own section, which posts daily murders and other crimes on a regular basis. As a result, such reports would cause worries among people after reading the information from these websites. Some advice has been considered so as to solve these controversies. At first, the government should put more emphasis on implementing some stringent resolutions so as to reduce the number of criminals in society. Only by this way, residents can get the safe environment to work and live without any anxious feeling. Besides, the media should also broadcast/report more role models of police officers or even some brave individuals who help others to prevent offenses. From the news, many inhabitants may know how to protect themselves from robbers. In conclusion, the anxiety either at home or when going out is increasing more in humans' mind nowadays. This psyche may stem from a lot of reasons. Therefore, many solutions are also carried out so as to protect the social security in daily life. 304 words 527 sample 23 Some people say that too much attention and too many resources are given in the protection of wild animals and birds. Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? In these days, the protection of wild animals and birds has been getting more attention from governments and many environmental organizations, causing some public controversies. Although some disagree with this trend, I would argue that we should appreciate the importance of protecting wild creatures. On the one hand, there are several reasons why wild animals and birds play crucial roles in natural habitat. First, if a number of animals are more susceptible to extinction, especially the rare species, this will contribute to a lot of serious problems such as rapid declines in biodiversity and ecological imbalance. Second, since most of the species have their own natural predators, scientists have been able to apply this understanding as one of the ways of supporting agricultural productivity. For example, on the farms, farmers use worm-eating warblers to effectively protect crops from harmful worms and insects instead of using pesticides which negatively affect people's health. On the other hand, I believe that human activities are the major causes of wildlife damage. First, some body parts of animals and birds such as ivory, crocodile and leopard skins might be used to make jewelry, clothing, even medicine, which are considered very valuable goods. As a result, thousands and thousands of animals have been illegally hunted each year due to considerable profits. Second, the habitats of animals and birds have been devastating by the issues of pollution such as air pollution and noise pollution or water disposal which are mainly resulted from human impacts. For example, some endangered animals have been disappearing gradually due to the consequences of the illegal logging activities in recent years. In conclusion, although some have argued that it should be given more attention and resources in dealing with other pressing issues of society, I believe that individuals should put all of their effort in the prevention of the disappearance of wild animals and birds. 312 words 528 sample 24 Some people think that it is not necessary to go to other countries to study other culture. We can learn from books, films, and the internet. Do you agree or disagree? Some people believe that citizens can study other culture through books, movies, and from websites without traveling to other host countries. While I accept that there is a wide range of sources which people can take advantage of to obtain knowledge about different culture, I also argue that another way to learn more about aspects of a particular culture is to travel to the host country. On the one hand, there is no doubt that books, films, and online sources are available now which give a chance to people to discover several cultures from over the world. To begin with, you could find many topics related to other nations' ways of life written by a lot of authors who could have been travelers or interviewers. For example, if you want to learn more about the culture in France, you can find some books sharing views about customs and traditions of French people and you can search for specific information which is free of charge on the internet. Secondly, those which have a large number of pictures and lively videos which people can have access to easily and get absorbed in while watching them. In case individuals cannot afford the trip to this country, it will be the cheapest way for them to achieve their goals and have a sense of satisfaction. On the other hand, there are several reasons why it is essential for people to go to other countries to study others' culture. The first reason is that the more they travel, the more they know about the world, particularly cultures. Undoubtedly, books, movies or the internet do not cover all cultures, hence people should do it in their own way and accumulate knowledge from their real experience. Even though the journey is high-priced, it is a valuable chance for people to try new cuisines, take part in festivals and communicate with the local people which they cannot when getting access to culture through print media as well as online sources. Another reason is that traveling to another country is a great opportunity to escape the hustle and bustle of the city in order to refresh their mind and recharge energy to return their work and study later. For instance, they undergo the nerve-wracking period and want to forget all hardships, therefore, they should take some days off and enjoying the interesting lives in new places. In conclusion, it is clearly true that books, movies, and the internet are some 529 methods to study other cultures. I believe that people should travel to explore different cultures. 330 words 530 Sample 25 Some people think the main purpose of education is to make individuals useful to society, others say education helps them to achieve personal ambitions. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Nowadays the goal of education has still remained a source of controversy. While a number of people consider education the effective approach to achieve their own targets, I would argue that these ambitions must be within the standards of society. On the one hand, it is reasonable to be in agreement with the first idea. It is undeniable that everyone longs for asserting their identity, being seen unique and important in a large community. The realization of personal ambitious dreams gives people the feeling of self-satisfaction and even motivation. Thus, sometimes, only when working to fulfill their desires can people utilize their full potential and achieve the best results, which actually benefit society. Steve Jobs, for instance, in the attempt to achieve his personal goal of creating something revolutionary, stays hungry, foolish, and eventually, produces a series of masterpieces for the world like iPhone and iPod which most people use in today's society. Clearly, this fact suggests that one of the principles of education is to help people realize their full potential and ambitions. On the other hand, educators are responsible for instilling people in the moral values and social responsibilities. Firstly, people live in a society in which they are supposed to interact with others. Hence, if they just desire to make their dreams come true without serious consideration, this will affect the community negatively. The introduction of iPhone and iPod of Steve Jobs is a good example. Besides bringing about the revolution in technology, it also causes negative phenomena in society such as addiction to smartphone and disconnecting/isolating people from real social relationships. Secondly, some individuals even cross the line of ethics to achieve desires. For example, if a student who really wants to get a high score at any cost, and for that, he is willing to cheat in the exam. To conclude, the true purpose/aim of education is to make people become a good member of society and also enable them to fulfill their own dreams. 329 words 531 Sample 26 Many young people who leave school hold a negative attitude towards learning. Why does this happen? What are the solutions? It is true that there is a negative opinion on learning among a majority of young people who drop out of/graduate from school. There are numerous reasons behind this phenomenon and measures must be implemented to mitigate the consequences. It is reasonable for young people who leave school to dislike learning. The primary cause is schools have failed to enlighten and instill pupils in the true meaning of learning, which is to access the world of knowledge and to become a useful citizen/individual of society. Instead, this education system only focuses on an exam-driven curriculum, and students are put under pressure of getting high scores. Consequently, they will be discouraged and exhausted after studying intensely, and eventually against learning. In this case, the young have made a reasonable decision to abandon their schools as this form of education does not help learners to acquire knowledge and even cause a negative phenomenon such as cheating to score high marks. For the reason above, solutions must be taken to address the problem. The top priority is schools have to eliminate score-driven curriculum. Firstly, rather than evaluate/assess the ability of students through their exam results, teachers should recognize their progress in study. In this way, learners will not have any pressure of scoring high grades, thus, be motivated to achieve knowledge. Secondly, the educational programs also need to be changed/tailored as what is taught now is mainly about how to get the best scores in exams such as mechanical formulas in math. Visual aids such as video clips should be added in order to make the lessons more interesting and understandable. To conclude, that a lot of school leavers are against learning results mainly from the failure of the education system, and several solutions can be implemented to address/combat the issue. 302 words 532 Sample 27 people in the community can buy cheaper products nowadays. Do advantages outweigh disadvantages? It is believed that many products nowadays can be sold out at the low price. Although this trend may bring some detrimental effects, I would argue that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. On the one hand, admittedly, this trend leads to some negative impacts on life. Firstly, to gain the aim of the decreasing price, some producers/manufacturers create goods with substandard quality. This means that products are made from disqualified ingredients which pose a threat to health. For example, a recent research showed that there were many toxic chemicals in China toys for children. As a consequence, they suffered from many illnesses, such as asthma, headache, or stomachache, to name but a few. Furthermore, a loss of profit is more or less the result of low-priced production. Therefore, many manufacturers don't really like the idea of cutting down the price of their products. On the other hand, I am of the opinion that the advantages of cheaper/inexpensive products are more significant. First of all, this trend can help people, especially underprivileged ones in all social status, raise living standard. Thanks to the proliferation of technology, people can possess living facilities and meet basic necessities at reasonable and affordable prices. For instance, 10 years ago, a mobile phone was a dream of many people, yet each person can own more than one at ease nowadays. Moreover, reducing price is likely to be an incentive for the economic growth. The reason is the competition among producers will, without doubt, make the price of products cheaper/more affordable. Consequently, it encourages customers to spend money buying more goods. In conclusion, it seems to me that the advantages of producing cheaper goods do outweigh the disadvantages. 285 words 533 Sample 28 Many students have to study subjects which they do not like. Some people think this is a complete waste of time. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? These days, students are given a well-rounded school schedule with numerous subjects. A number of parents argue that it is unnecessary and time-consuming. I strongly agree with this view for the following reasons. First of all, forcing students to study subjects they do not like puts them under lots of pressure. Therefore, they cannot learn how to unlock their unique potentials to the fullest, and sometimes, they may be depressed and have mental issues. They always try to learn by heart everything instead of understanding the origin in order to get good marks in exams. This not only is time-consuming but also has a bad effect on their habit of studying. Another reason worth taking into consideration is that some subjects students have to study do not really their jobs in the future. For example, a scientist does not need to have a profound knowledge of history and geography, but he has to be specialized in math, physics, chemistry, and biology so as to discover and invent. In addition, also it is superfluous pointless to force a writer to have a good head for figures. When students are made to learn various subjects, they are not able to figure out their potentials and interest in any of those, which then causes confusion in choosing the most suitable profession. As a consequence, they cannot do their best and have the result that they expect. In conclusion, making students study a lot of subjects is such a waste of time because of pressuring them into unnecessary things. Instead of developing an overwhelming schedule for children, schools should let them interact more with the society through outdoor activities. 276 words 534 sample 29 people should follow the customs and traditions when people start to live in a new country. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Many people argue that foreigners need to adapt to the local traditions and habits when they decide to reside in a new country. I completely agree with this viewpoint. The first reason is that newcomers will face difficulties if they do not conform to the norms of the society. Firstly, it could be impossible to getting on well with the new environment. For instance, a young man who comes to live and carry on business have to grasp the local culture besides the laws if he wants to be successful. Understanding people is winning the business. In China, people hate to receive watches which are the same pronounce as words the last gift. Secondly, some daily actions would be illegal and make native people angry. In Russia, for example, holding hands between two men not only attracts a lot of discriminating eyes but also can cause a street fight because of anti-homosexual view in Russian. In addition, there are also many benefits from following the customs and traditions in a new strange living land. One advantage is that those newcomers are more likely to be welcomed as relatives in some cases. A good example is that they become each other's neighbor to share something in life instead of living on a lonely planet. Another one is that the knowledge will be much richer in a long time by some valuable experience in lives and cultures, which travelers cannot achieve within some day trips. In conclusion, I would argue that it is important to conform to the traditions and habits of local people when deciding to settle in a new environment. 269 words 535 sample 30 prison is the common way in most countries to solve the problem of crime. However, a more effective solution is to provide people a better education. Do you agree or disagree? Although imprisonment is commonly thought to be the effective means of dealing with the problem of crime, education seems to be a better one in eliminating the problem from its roots. In my opinion, I disagree with this view owing to their distinctive impacts. On the one hand, there is a wide range of reasons why prison sentences are necessary for social security. Firstly, a person who breaks the law should recognize the consequence of his illegal action. Therefore, prison sentence acts as a punishment method, which will be calculated based on the gravity of the wrong actions. For example, serious criminals such as murderers and rapists have to be sentenced life imprisonment. Secondly, being imprisonment discourages people from committing a future crime as a deterrent. Knowing there might be a chance of being removed from society as well as loss of freedom and separation from their loved, people seem to hesitate to do unlawful actions. On the other hand, education serves as an effective way in reducing crime rates in the society. Education contributes greatly to heighten people's intellect, especially their perception of illegal actions against the law. With the thorough insights into the adverse effect of committing crimes to society and themselves, people might avoid the certain situations which involve them in a crime or even a victim. Furthermore, with certain skills and qualifications through fundamental education like vocational training, it is more likely that people could get jobs for their survival, which dispels any intention of committing crimes. All the existed data has provided the concrete foundation that imprisonment and education cannot be brought into comparison to see which one is better because both of them have own distinctive merits in tackling the problem of crime. 289 words 536 sample 31 It is more important for schoolchildren to learn about local history than world history. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is argued that children should place more emphasis on obtaining/acquiring knowledge from local history than that of world history. In my view, I completely disagree with this opinion since both of them are equally crucial to young learners. On the one hand, having insight into local historical values provides a foundation for the youth to explore their own national identity and that of their country. As a result, exposure to their country's traditional value would lead to the sense of patriotism. For example, students in primary and secondary school in Vietnam have been taught about the numerous traumas during a lot of wars against Western enemies, in which thousands of Vietnamese heroes had sacrificed their lives to defend the independence, freedom, and reclaim sovereignty. Therefore, they would take pride in their origin and treasure the life they live. On the other hand, global history is beneficial to learners at the age of schooling. Firstly, acquiring knowledge about the world's past events equips the young learners the well-rounded perspective of life. With the development of globalization, students can have many opportunities to access the international education. They will face the misunderstanding and backwardness when moving to the foreign company if they fail to recognize the role of human history. Secondly, having a thorough insight into other countries' history and culture, in the long run, could bring great promotion opportunities in the future career. For example, many companies in Japan have a tendency to offer jobs to students with accumulating knowledge about Japan's culture and history. All the existing data has provided the concrete foundation that the role of domestic and international history cannot be brought into comparison to see which one is more essential, which is due to the fact that both of them share equal meanings to children. 301 words 537 sample 32 Many people believe that women make better parents than men and that is why they have a greater role in raising children in most societies. Others claim that men are just as good as women at parenting. State your point of view. It is true that the mother plays a vital role in raising a kid. While some people suppose that women triumphs over men in children upbringing, I would argue that both of them can support the development of their children in equal measure. On the one hand, the child would receive the best care from his mother. As the mother directly gives birth to a kid, there is an extremely strong bond between them in terms of physical as well as psychological development. The mom in some ways can understand and completely satisfy the needs of her baby even though just hearing his cry. Moreover, the woman always represents the love which is looked for by the kid/child since he was born through his basic instinct. For example, according to some of my university's researches, the children who were raised under their mother's love have a higher success rate in their future life than those who did not have, which proves the crucial role of the mother in parenting the children. However, it is not deniable that the father also creates an enormous contribution to the successful future of the kid. Even though the father does not breast his kid, he educates his child in various aspects which are essential for the development. For example, when I was 8 years old, I was taught some invaluable lessons by my lovely dad, which is how to have a strong mind to overcome any obstacles in my life. Based on the gender of the kid, the father would teach them boy-related knowledge or girl-related wisdom which he collected during his lifetime, and it definitely supports the kid on the road to future. In conclusion, in a matter of fully bringing up the children, both genders contribute equally to the fulfillment of this task. 302 words 538 Sample 33 Sending criminals to prison is not the best method of dealing with them. Education and job training are better ways to help them. Do you agree or disagree? People have a different point of views about the most effective way to prevent crimes. While I agree that offering a proper education and job training would play an essential role in minimizing criminals, I would argue that prison might be a better solution to keep citizens away from criminals to sufficiently ensure their safety. On the one hand, I accept that a good education program might be crucial to reduce the crime rate. Firstly, education program aims to raise awareness of the public, which would discourage people from committing a crime by enhancing their basic knowledge. For instance, a majority number of people do not know that it is illegal to have sex with a teenager who is under 16 years old. Therefore, by providing information about the law, the government might help these people to avoid making mistakes. Secondly, if there are some vocational training, offenders could learn/acquire some work skills and become qualified for specific jobs, which helps them to earn and save money after being released. This is likely to significantly reduce several types of crime such as robberies and burglaries. On the one hand, I believe that prison is a good measurement for the government to protect their citizens from criminals. Firstly, since this way/measure/solution is able to isolate criminals from society, it becomes the most common punishment to deter crimes. For example, in many nations, those serious criminals who committed murders must receive a life sentence. As a result, the fear of facing a life sentence stops people from committing offenses. Additionally, being away from the community, offenders could not interact and make friends with others. This helps to prevent negative effects caused by criminals to society. If serious criminals are not sent to prison, they might severely threaten others. In conclusion, while it is true that education acts as a key factor to prevent crime effectively, I strongly believe that sending criminals to prisons is a far greater option. 326 words 539 Sample 34 Although more and more people read the news on the internet, the newspaper will remain the most important source of news for the majority of people. Do you agree or disagree with that statement? Model Essay 1. Many people believe that despite acquiring information on the internet has become increasingly popular, the traditional newspaper still holds the most vital source of news among readers. In my view, I completely disagree with this opinion in terms of benefits that online media offers. The first reason why online newspapers attract more people to read than the printed newspaper is the easy accessibility. With the omnipresence of internet as well as the availability of electronic devices, people can reach any information all over the world. For example, through their smartphones connecting to the internet, it is simple to search any additional information on the interesting topic. Furthermore, conventional press corresponding with the geographical limitation cannot compete with online media in terms of exposure and reach level. This would lead to the distribution of online version in many media corporations like BBC, CNN, and sometimes, the web version is primarily used. Another advantage that makes internet outweigh traditional newspaper is its updating speed. For example, latest world events like Brexit, IS terrorist attack are updated immediately on many online sources within a few minutes. The conventional newspaper, which is characterized by prolonging procedures like editing, printing, and distributions, turn to be a weakness that fails to meet an instant quest from readers. Therefore, instead of waiting printed newspaper coming out, there is a general tendency to enter Google website, typing keyword latest news, then reading all the list of indexing world latest events. In conclusion, I firmly believe that with numerous advantages of internet surpass that of traditional media, the online newspaper will become increasingly dominant in the world of news. 270 words Model Essay 2. Recent decades have witnessed a revolution in the way of getting access to 540 information, which raises the notion that conventional printed newspaper is on the brink of collapse. Although there are certainly some valid arguments to the disappearance of this form of media, I personally disapprove this point of view and hold a firm belief that printed newspaper is still necessary. On the one hand, printed newspaper fails to remain an essential part towards a lot of people due to the presence of online news. To specify, thanks to the development of cutting-edge technology, information access can be instantly gained by means of high-tech devices with internet connection, namely computers, smartphones, and tablets. Additionally, it is an indisputable fact that networking websites provide a plenty of information covering entire fields of life and effectively convey not only words but also attractive, colorful, realistic images and sounds to viewers, which can hardly be afforded by pages-limited printed newspapers. On the other hand, printed newspapers having low price and barely harming people's eyesight have demonstrated its irreplaceable position in the daily life of mankind. To commence with, cheap traditional newspapers are a preferable choice for poverty-stricken people to gain up-to-date information on a daily basis, while the internet and extravagant modern items are beyond their financial ability. To be equally important, natural materials used to produce paper for the conventional newspaper are of great help for readers to prevent eye strain when reading. Therefore, with the more increasing awareness of health problem among human beings, people still attach importance to gathering news on sheets of paper. By way of conclusion, I once again reaffirm my position that, regardless of the advent of online news, printed newspaper constantly plays a pivotal role in satisfying the information requirement of people. 295 words 541 Sample 35 Some people think it is more important for the government to spend public money on promoting a healthy lifestyle in order to prevent illness than to spend it on the treatment of people who are already ill. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is often argued that government should invest money in raising citizens' awareness of healthy lifestyle to avoid suffering from serious diseases in lieu of taking care of patients. I strongly agree with this view for the following justifications. To begin with, there are a variety of reasons why the authorities should promote a healthy lifestyle to their populations. First and foremost, since people are aware of great benefits from healthy activities on a daily basis, they might change badly behavior habits to better ones. As a result, their health could be improved and prevent from illnesses such as cold, fever, and headache. Moreover, the funds are used to assist all citizens coming from poor and rich families, which allows the government to produce substantial savings for other necessary sectors such as education systems, military, and environment. For example, the government could hold a biking competition for all their citizens/inhabitant, which positively attracts an increase in a number of attendances to get a healthier life. It may be debated that the government should provide assistance to serious patients such as poor/underprivileged individuals and retired soldiers to overcome difficulties. This is mainly because they are in need of supporting funds to treat illnesses. However, I believe that this is to be a very short-sighted thought. It is indisputable that the government would not squander money to patients who are unwell and elderly on the grounds that there is a great amount of money could be wasted. Therefore, the government should allocate finite budgets to balance necessary sectors, which might probably help all citizens to achieve higher standard living. In conclusion, although some patients should be supported by the government, I believe that it is more crucial ideal when using national budgets to promote a healthy lifestyle for their citizens. 301 words 542 sample 36 Many governments think that economic progress is their most important goal. Some people, however, think that other types of progress are actually important for a country. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. It is believed that the growth of a nation is not only measured by the economic progress but also by other aspects. However, I partly agree with this view as they think that there are other matters which are important as well. On the other hand, it is the fact that many governments are giving more attention to economic development compared to other sectors. It is mainly due to the fact that economic growth plays an important role in the developments of a nation. When a country's economic progress grows, it means that business transaction is increasing, new job opportunities are being created and the government is getting more funds through taxes. The funds could be used for the improvement of other sectors such as education, public infrastructures, and military services. On the other hand, even though economic growth plays an essential part, the government must also ensure that sectors are developing as well. The economic condition of a country will not grow without the support of secure social condition, better political system, and advanced education. Investors will not place their investment in countries that have insecure political conditions such as in Iraq and North Korea. Moreover, without the existence of educated and skilled workers, it will be difficult for a nation to improve their industrial and commercial activities. Therefore, the development of economic progress should be aligned with other important factors as well. In conclusion, it is undeniable that economic growth plays an important role in the development of a country. Consequently, many governments are giving more attention to it compared to the others. Nevertheless, I personally think that besides the economy, there are other factors which are essential as well such as education, social welfare, and political condition. These factors should also be received support from the government along with the economic sector. 305 words 543 sample 37 Children's education is expensive. In some countries, the government pays some or all of the costs. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? Some countries around the globe implement the policy to cover the increasing education expense for children by their national treasures. While there are some disadvantages to this policy, I believe that it is generally more beneficial in various ways. On the one hand, there are several drawbacks to provide free or partial free education for all children of a whole country. One of the primary concerns is that it would make up a significant share of the national budget to subsidize the tuition fees for a nation's children. As a result, the spending for other equally pressing issues such as environment or national defense would be cut down. Secondly, it is likely that this practice would lead to a heavy dependence of the nation's citizens to their government. Without having to pay for their children's tuition fees, parents may not actively engage in children's educational pursuit, owing to the fact that they may tend to think that the government should take the ultimate responsibility. On the other hand, there are a variety of reasons that I believe this policy should be more strongly advocated. Firstly, it is unquestionable that education is essential to the development of a country. Investing in children is always highly beneficial as they will be the future contributors to a society. Furthermore, in some developing countries, there are a considerable number of parents who are unable to afford their children's education. Yet these countries are desperately in need of skilled workers to build up the nations as well as to solve various social problems. Therefore, giving free access to education for young people is a method to lift the residents out of poverty, gradually progressing toward prosperity. In conclusion, it seems to me that having children's education cost covered by national budgets offers more advantages for the governments and citizens who adopt this change. 308 words 544 sample 38 The spread of multinational companies and resulting increase of globalization produces positive effects for everyone. To what extent do you agree or disagree? There has been a heated controversy over whether the expansion of international corporations and globalization generate more benefits or drawbacks. While I agree that this prevalent trend can be beneficial in some ways, I believe that it could exert adverse influences on local traditions and cultures. On the one hand, the increasing presence of international brands in many parts of the world is strongly advocated by some people for several reasons. One of the significant advantages of this phenomenon is that it helps to promote economic and business integration among countries. Foreign investment and international trade also enable developing countries to grow, which means that a considerable number of people could be lifted out of poverty. Furthermore, globalization enhances mutual understanding and cultural interaction among people all over the world as well as improves their quality of life. People are given the chance to grasp deeper knowledge about other cultures across the globe, owing to the fact that the world is getting flatter and smaller. On the other hand, globalization and the domination of global companies could produce detrimental effects on regional cultures. Globalization is often considered to be a two-sided sword, boosting modernization while eroding cultural traditions. Being submerged by the influences of multinational companies, traditional customs are at the risk of going extinct. The invasion of redundant products and services, the encouragement of consumption culture and the fast pace in modern society could result in the loss of historical conventions. These long-cherished conventions and traditional values should be passed down to later generations. However, the increase of globalization is posing a threat to those cultural heritages. In conclusion, it seems to me that the negative impacts brought by globalization and the spread of multinational business so far outweigh the advantages they can offer. 296 words 545 sample 39 Advertisements are becoming more and more common in everyday life. Is it a positive or negative development? The competence in the cutthroat market among businesses has given rise to the growing number of advertisements. From my perspective, I concur that this phenomenon exerts detrimental effects on consumers and solutions should be adopted to combat the issue. The surge in quantities of commercials takes tolls on buyers' benefits and children's health. To commence with, thanks to the advancement of cutting-edge technology, advertising through social networking websites emerges as the most effective marketing technique, enabling manufacturers to introduce to consumers all their kinds of commodities, which invites the chance for fraudulent traders spreading low-quality products and imitations through the market. As the result, utilizing products which fail to come up to a standard not only is a waste of money but also puts users in danger of health deterioration. Furthermore, it is an undeniable fact that some diseases, namely obesity and heart illness, are gaining in popularity among youngsters, which partially stems from their habits of unrestrictedly consuming snacks and beverages allegedly under influence of TV commercials of confectionery brands. A number of feasible measures must be implemented by governments and children's parents to address/tackle this matter. First and foremost, executive bodies should impose strict censorship on the content of ads so as to detect exaggerated or misstated information which is by no means matched with products' utilities so that consumers can make a proper buying decision. Additionally, only by giving severe punishment can market managers prevent crooked businesses from releasing fake products or providing poor quality services. Last but not least, parental education about healthy diets is of paramount importance. The more increasing awareness of harmful effects of junk foods children gains, the less impact food and drink companies' promotions have on them. By way of conclusion, I once again restate my position that our life and our following generations' future are bearing the brunt of overwhelming advertising campaigns of enterprises, and aforementioned resolutions need to be implemented immediately. 322 words 546 sample 40 Nowadays, people are generally not as fit as they have been in the previous generation. What are some of the reasons for this trend? What can be done about it? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is true that people these days are not in as good shape as people were in the past. This essay will first highlight several key reasons for this phenomenon, such as sedentary life or unhealthy diet, and will then recommend some solutions to cope with this trend. To begin with, there are a variety of factors causing the increase in people's weight. In the era of industrialization, people are often too occupied with their work, so they do not have enough time to do a workout on a daily basis. The less exercise they do, the fatter they will be. Despite numerous advantages of technological advances, they make people participate in less physical activities. Concisely, many people often choose to be glued to the tablet or mobile phone screen instead of playing football or tennis. Finally, unhealthy diet might be a caution for fitness problems. It is practically proven that fast food and pre-processed food, which include a considerable amount of lipid yet lack of vitamins, can cause the obesity in everyone/the consumers. Some measures should be taken to alleviate the problem of fitness. Changing their habits at once can be obtained/accomplished by two very simple yet powerful methods. The first solution is that by imposing a heavier tax on fast food, the extra cost will end up raising the prices, so people might have second thoughts before opting for consuming it. Furthermore, perhaps the most effective measure might be that through education. Providing educational classes about the effects of technology and exercise on life at the early age could raise awareness of the importance of physical activities in each child. In conclusion, there are several reasons which account for this trend, and some possible solutions should be done to improve the fitness of next generation. 298 words 547 sample 41 Some people think schools should group pupils according to their academic ability, but others believe pupils with different abilities should be educated together. Discuss both views and give your opinion. It is apparent that improving the quality of education has become a strategic objective of each nation. While some people recommend distributing students into classes in accordance with their learning capability as an effective teaching method, others strongly oppose this idea. In this essay, I will examine further into both educating styles and give my own opinion. On the one hand, classifying students based on their levels helps to save the time of both teachers and students. First, in terms of teachers, instead of spending time on preparing different syllabus and exercises with gradually increasing complexity, they can design accordant lesson plans for certain groups of students. Furthermore, during class periods, a great deal of time would be minimized to repeat explaining the knowledge that low-level students fail to understand. Second, regarding students, especially gifted ones, they can study at their own pace without waiting for others to catch up with them. However, separating pupils into different levels to train is not always a wonder because of two prominent reasons. To commence with, it seems to discriminate among students when they are deprived of the opportunity to be educated together. As a consequence, less competent students would be discouraged from studying when they feel being treated unequally to their peers. In addition, an undeniable merit of a mixed-level classroom is that straight-A students can act as a tutor to support incapable ones to replenish theoretical knowledge at school. It is peer pressure that encourages them to make effort to follow their classmates. In conclusion, it would be put into a dilemma indeed to decide whether pupils should be divided into different levels in classes or not. However, I am quite partial towards the idea of mixing all in the same class because of the equality among students. 297 words 548 sample 42 Today, the high sales of popular consumer goods reflect the power of advertising and not the real needs of the society in which they are sold. To what extent do you agree or disagree? In recent modern days, there is a belief that advertising has affected more and more shoppers to purchase common products which they barely need. Many feel the opinion is rather precise, whereas others state that advertising has nothing to do with the rise in consumption. From my perspective, I am wholly in favor of the former for a number of specific reasons. On the one hand, some buyers often claim confidently that they never depend on advertisements for what they put in their baskets. They also defend that the explanation for any sale increase simply lies in the high demand of the actual situation or seasons. For example, as a matter of fact, people usually spend money on new, high-quality air conditioners or fans when it comes to hot summer. Moreover, supporters of this idea also consider shopping a product if tons of consumers also queue to buy it even when it has no promotion. This is because when the crowd effects hit them, they feel more convinced and trusted to buy the product. Conversely, I would argue that advertisement plays an immensely pivotal role in trading due to its attractiveness. The main reason for this is that advertisement provides a great load of images and sounds which somehow allows shoppers to have a clear insight into what they are about to buy. In other words, producers use advertisement as a way to communicate with their customers, so they usually make a huge investment in such commercial campaigns which, can be said, strongly influence the public's feelings. In that way, people would like to base their interest on the advertisement when shopping. All things considered, while few people are hardly deceived by such appealing advertisement, it is an undeniable fact that it has made a powerful impact on fostering sale. 300 words 549 Sample 43 Some people think that men and women have different qualities. Therefore, some certain jobs are suitable for men and some jobs are suitable for women. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is true that to distinguish men and women, the nature has blessed different characteristics for them. This is the reason why some people suppose that there are some careers just appropriate for males and opposite. Nevertheless, the opposites think that both can do the same work equally. This essay will discuss both perspectives. On the one hand, it would be absurd to ignore the fact that jobs which require tremendous physical strength and agility such as mining feature male labor. Women, meanwhile, are assumed to be better at tasks that take great patience as well as skills to perform like household chores. In fact, a majority of men and women could not exchange their preferred fields of expertise, which is a strong reason for the distribution of the types of jobs among the two sexes. On the other hand, it is impossible to demonstrate scientifically the existence of biological differences between women and men which suit either sex for particular jobs. Working conditions which are harmful to women also threaten the male safe too. Moreover, the female surgeon, taxi driver, footballers, weightlifting athletes are not rare these days, as well as more and more men assume responsibilities of nurses, early childhood educators, or designers. An excellent example of careers without distinction of gender is an icon in the scientific world and has received tributes from across the globe for her contribution, Marie Curie. Your second part is totally fine. In conclusion, from my perspective, in today's world, both women and men have the same abilities and opportunities to do any job which they are interested in. The most important thing is whether these careers are really their passions and they could complete their work well or not. There is no limitation for men and women in job market except preconception. 301 words 550 Sample 44 Some people think it is more important to spend money on roads and motorways than on public transport. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is widely argued that investing money on roads and freeways is more imperative than on public transportation. However, while I accept that developing streets and highways is critical, I do believe that improving public transportation could be advantageous to some extent. On the first hand, there is a variety of reasons for the idea that it is vital to enhance both quality and quantity of roads and freeways. One reason is public roads occupy a crucial role in the economic development of the respective country. Without the existence of qualified roads and highways, it will be difficult for industries to grow, as there will be some obstacles for the supply of raw materials and deliveries of goods. As a repercussion, it will have negative impacts on the efficiency of many companies and also to the government's income tax. Another reason is that people tend to assess the development of the country through its infrastructure. To be more specific, spending budgets on roads and motorways also raise up the national image. On the other hand, advancing public transportation such as subways, bus, trains could be beneficial in some ways. First, using public transport is a way to save the environment. As public transportations become more convenient and safer, more people will use them, and it will gradually reduce the number of private vehicle users. As a consequence, it will reduce traffic congestion and reduce air pollution as well. Furthermore, choosing open transport also is the way to reduce traffic jam. In major cities such as Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, the government is encouraging people to choose bus rather than private vehicles. In conclusion, while I support the idea that using budgets on roads and motorways is essential, developing public transportation is by no means unnecessary when it brings a lot of advantages. 304 words 551 Sample 45 Some people think that parents should teach children how to be good members of society. Others, however, believe that school is the place to learn this. Discuss both views and give your own thoughts. Educating children is getting more and more important these days. There is an opinion that children should get life lessons from their parents, while the others, including me, strongly believe that schools teach children better. There are several arguments that parents play an important role in teaching children to behave well in society. First of all, parents are the ones who understand their children better. Since a child was born, parents took care of him and taught him basic lessons such as walking or eating. Therefore, there is a strong connection between parents and children. Whenever a child has a problem, parents are ready to take action immediately to help him solve problems. Secondly, parents are close to their children. Parents are always on their sides and support them as much as they can. Children feel safe to rely on their parents and thus, they will listen and follow their parents' advice. Last but not least, parents are able to adjust their children's behavior. Provided that when a child shows bad behavior in public, parents are the ones who have the right to fix their behavior. Besides, they can have some appropriate punishments for their children. On the other hand, school is a better place to teach children how to be good citizens. To begin with, school is considered as a small community. If children want to be good members of society, they ought to have lessons from society, schools, for example. At school, they have opportunities to interact and communicate with friends and teachers. From these people, they learn a lot about life and experience, because each person has different personality and thoughts. Next, children learn new lessons naturally. Lessons that friends teach a child is more practical and closer than parents' lessons. Children learn new things through conversations with friends and games. Finally, school, in some cases, are more reliable than parents. Some parents these days are so busy that they cannot listen to their children's problems. Friends are also people who are close to a child so they can help each other better. To summarize, while parents are vital in teaching children, I believe school is a better place for children to train themselves. Sample 1 Some people think that having a set retirement age, e.g., 65 years, for everybody, regardless of occupation, is unfair. They believe that certain workers deserve to retire and receive a pension at an earlier age. Do you agree or disagree? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Some people consider that governments set a retirement age, such as 65, for all of their citizens without concerning the career is prejudicial. Therefore, they think it should be more flexible with exemptions for certain occupations. I completely agree with this assertion. To begin with, there is a variety of reasons why many people think that setting a retirement age regardless of job categories is unfair. Firstly, it is obvious/undeniable that many occupations necessitate extreme physical and mental activities to achieve certain goals. This could make them nearly exhausted before reaching that age. For example, welders or coal miners could find it difficult to do hard works when they are older. Secondly, as some senior people stay in their high position for a long time in the company, it might limit the opportunities for young people who are full of energy and creativity. These people always want to show off their ability to gain the company recognition and climb higher in their career ladder. I strongly believe that in some certain occupations, workers deserve to retire and get a pension at an earlier age. Especially those who are working in physically demanding conditions or in high stressful positions should be an early retirement group. This is because their health issues/problems might not allow them to follow the work, such as construction workers or emergency medical practitioners. Furthermore, in order to gain the fairest arrangement for every occupation, the earlier pension that they receive must be calculated based on their contribution to the society. In conclusion, it seems to me that a fixed retirement age without categorizing the jobs is unfair, and workers in certain careers have a right to receive an earlier pension based on their contribution. 558 289 words 559 Sample 2 It is impossible to help all people in the world, so governments should only focus on people in their own countries. To what extent do you agree or disagree? People have different points of view about whether or not governments should only concentrate on helping their own residents rather than outsiders. While I agree that the authorities should set the priority of aid for their people, I would argue that it is totally fine for governments to give a hand to people in other nations. On the one hand, I accept that it is very important to help our own citizens. Firstly, it is very common to see those homeless people who are impoverished and disadvantaged. Take those big cities like New York or Tokyo for examples. These people indeed need help from governments in a way that authorities can give them some money, serve them some food, or donate some clothes. This takes not too many actions to be done, which the government of almost every country can afford. Therefore, governments should pay much attention to taking care of their citizens. On the other hand, I believe that we have obligation to help those who live beyond our national border. In many countries, the problems people face are much more serious than those problems of people in our own homeland. For instance, people were severely injured by chemical attacks and starved to death due to a serious shortage of food as an obvious consequence of an endless economic crisis in Syria during these few years. Under these circumstances, governments can save millions of children and women just simply by paying medicine that already exists. If governments do not show/express their willingness, these victims might end up their lives in pain and sadness. In conclusion, while it is true that governments cannot help everyone all around the world, in my opinion, I strongly believe that it is surely affordable for governments to give a hand to those outsiders of their home country. 303 words 560 Sample 3 Some people think that all university students should study whatever they like. Others believe that they should only be allowed to study subjects that will be useful in the future, such as those related to science and technology. Present both views and give your own opinion. People have different views on whether college students should be made to study practical subjects or can select their favorite academic disciplines. While there are advantages to following a program of studies based on the learner's personal interest, I would argue that it is generally more beneficial for students to focus on highly applicable knowledge. On the one hand, the freedom to choose one's preferable modules could provide a university student with several benefits. Firstly, if learners are allowed to study what they like, it is more likely that they can have more motivation to overcome potential challenges during their learning process. As a result, this method would remarkably improve students' academic achievements. Secondly, by working on the areas that they are truly enthusiastic about, young people would have the tendency to invest in deeper comprehension of their subjects. This could help them significantly in discovering their true passion, as well as paving the road to pursue higher education. On the other hand, I believe that there is a variety of benefits in applying for a compulsory teaching program with practical subjects to university students. One of the primary reasons is that tertiary education plays an essential role in preparing young people with necessary knowledge for their future employment. A solid educational background on practical subjects would assist students in searching for better job opportunities, as well as achieving significant career progression. In addition, an individual's interest is constantly changing and highly unreliable. A student may find a subject extremely promising at first, but he may realize it is tedious after a while or that it is of little use after graduation. As a result, relying merely on a student's hobby in choosing his or her academic subjects can do more harm than good. Therefore, studying a well-designed syllabus with useful subjects would be a better alternative. In conclusion, it seems to me that university students would gain more benefits from studying practical subjects than deciding their curricular according to their likings. 561 330 words 562 Sample 4 Do you agree that the advantages cars bring outweigh the disadvantages? In the 21st century, revolutionary inventions such as cars have brought about tremendous changes to people's modern lives. While I understand that automobiles offer several advantages for people who possess them, their drawbacks often outweigh the benefits. On the one hand, cars offer people great flexibility and ready access to a variety of services and leisure options. The invention of cars has helped to increase our convenience by reducing time spent on transport. Thanks to the development of the automotive industry, people nowadays are able to travel a long distance with an extremely shorter amount of time than previously. In addition, the prevalence of cars also boosts the evolution of other industries such as manufacturing industries, logistics, and distribution, resulting in the occurrence of the industrial age. On the other hand, it is undeniable that cars create a number of detrimental effects in the modern world. Vehicles are the main sources of greenhouse gas emission, resulting in aggregate air pollution in urban areas. Exhaust fumes from cars contribute to acid rain and ozone depletion, which cause global warming and damage human health. Another problem is that the continuing/growing presence of cars increases the dependence of people on this technological advance, leading to the exacerbation of sedentary lifestyle, which poses a potential threat to humans' physical and mental development. In conclusion, while there are a number of benefits to utilize cars in our daily life, I believe that this often creates more negative consequences on both people's lives and the environment. 255 words 563 Sample 5 Encouraging people to use public transport is the best way to solve traffic problems in the cities. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Traffic congestion is one of the most serious issues which almost every city has to confront. Among a number of solutions having been proposed before, it seems to me that encouraging the use of public transport is the most effective way to overcome this problem in the urban area. Along with the increased inhabitants in cities, using public transport is a sustainable solution for both authorities and citizens to encounter traffic problems. Using public vehicles such as buses or metros means that people who have several destinations on one same route can share one same vehicle instead of using their own car or motorbike. Hence, the more people in the city use public transport, the less private vehicles move on the roads and, therefore, fewer congestion happens. Besides, using public transport seems to be safer for citizens as it may reduce the number of traffic accidents caused by private vehicles along with the reduction of private transport. Moreover, when people pay for public transport, the government will have more budget to invest in infrastructure and facilities of the city and improve the public transport system. In other words, by encouraging inhabitants to use public vehicles as their major means of transport, authorities could utilize community resources to solve traffic problems and build their cities in such a sustainable way. On the other hand, there are other ways to overcome traffic problems in urban areas, but it seems to be not as effective as using public transport. Some people argue that an increase in the price of petrol may lead to a reduction in private vehicles as well as a traffic jam. However, I think this method would not solve the root of the problem, because those people who cannot find an alternative public vehicle to travel to their destinations, such as workplaces or schools, will not only still have to use their own cars or motorbikes but also pay an exorbitant price for petrol. Thus, it would not completely solve the traffic jam in cities but would cause inconveniences and reduce living standard of people instead. Another way to reduce congestion in rush hours is managing traffic time of groups of people. For example, the authority makes children go to school earlier than the time for officers to go to work to reduce the number of vehicles in the morning. Nonetheless, this method may make no change in the number of vehicles on the roads as well as the number of traffic accidents caused by private vehicles. 564 In conclusion, with the reason mentioned above, I think that foster the habit of using public transport in citizens is the best way to overcome traffic problems in urban areas. 330 words 565 Sample 6 In developing countries, children in rural communities have less access to education. Some people believe that the problem can be solved by providing more schools and teachers, while others think that the problem can be solved by providing computers and internet access. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is, unfortunately, true that a number of children have still not got opportunities to be literally educated. While many people suggest this problem could be solved by modern equipment and internet access, this essay is definitely determined to support the conventional measure of constructing schools and making use of academic labor resources. On the one hand, despite various benefits such equipment bring out, the adaptation to these devices is not a simple process. Firstly, expenditure for upgrading local facilities will be unavoidable. This is due to the fact that computers and the internet will demand such state-of-the-art facilities and improved infrastructure. As a consequence, local people will certainly be asked to pay for this requirement/these changes. Secondly, necessary skills to access these tools are another problematic issues, especially for the pupils in remote areas, which means they do not suffice for vital skills and knowledge to utilize these things. Therefore, they are not able to take all of its advantages for their educational achievement, even getting fed of learning by this method. On the other hand, constructing schools and providing teachers would be preferable as a motivation for them/students to study. This is basically because the conventional ways are quite familiar to people living in the countryside. Furthermore, students will be given a chance to be directly taught by their teachers with dedication as well as lessons are provided in absolute academic environments. Another advantage coming to attention is that a balanced number between the city and rural sites are also be allocated in this method, which also helps to solve the trouble of jobs for unemployed people in many megacities. In conclusion, the conventional way is referred to outweigh the other measurements in enhancing/dealing with the education problems for children living in remote areas. Besides, in retrospect, once the local authorities are able to equip modern technologies, in some cases, many other methods would be affordable and beneficial for students. 566 323 words 567 Sample 7 Some people think that it is best to live in a horizontal city while others think of a vertical city. Discuss both views and give your opinion. With the influx of new inhabitants to the city center and an ever-growing population, high-rise constructions have become more and more ubiquitous. Many people believe that settling in a vertical city provides them with a higher quality of life. In the meantime, the opponents of this idea prefer living in horizontal one. In my opinion, both have its own pros and cons, but horizontal one offers more advantages for its residents. To begin with, there is a variety of benefits of living in a vertical city. Firstly, dwellers can easily approach to a wide range of services such as shopping, entertainment, healthcare, to name but a few. These services are well arranged in particular areas that are designed for customers' convenience. Gymnasium is a telling example. Many condominiums furnish the sports room for their residents so that they can work out right at their places. For some perspectives, it seems to some people that living in an apartment would keep them in a safer zone. Every single person entering or leaving the building is monitored by the camera system and security guards as well. This hinders bad people to commit robbery and take illegal actions. Second, in a larger scale, city dwellers living in skyscrapers are saving land spontaneously. Authorities are able to use the land for public purposes such as the library, school, and so on. On the other hand, it seems to me that horizontal city has marked advantages overwhelming a high-rise construction city. From an economic perspective, there is no doubt that residents in the horizontal city are charged less for building services. They do not have to cover the cost of for monthly security or parking fees in comparison to ones that live in a skyscraper because they possess their own houses. In addition, there is no need for them to take much time waiting for the elevator or taking their vehicles from the building's basement. Meanwhile, high-rise building may pose a threat on the emergency situation since living nearer the ground enhances survival opportunity in case of these buildings bursting into flame. Apparently, both cities have its own favorable position and people can hold different viewpoints in selecting their settlement. However, from the points enlisted above, I express a preference for choosing to live in the horizontal city 568 due to its obvious merits. 330 words 569 Sample 8 Many museums and historical sites are mainly visited by tourists but not local people. Why is this the case and what can be done to attract more local people to visit these places? Despite the fact the matter of a modest number of indigenous people visiting museums does not grab a headline as frequently as other issues in the fast-paced life, it does not mean it is less vital. It is widely argued that the overseas visitors coming to the historical sites/destinations increasingly dominate the local ones correspondingly. The objective of the following essay is to elaborate the forces behind this pressing issue and offer some constructive measures to handle this. There is no doubt that there is a wide range of reasons why museums are enormously interested in visitors rather than inhabitants, of which the primary one is that tourists' discovery at museums would play an indispensable part among various recreational activities designed and arranged by tourist agency. Apparently, apart from local cuisine, attraction spots, festivals and others, visitors tend to have a sense of interest in figuring out the cultural and historical features in the museum and past well-known spots. As a result, these visits are the profound contribution to broaden the horizon of foreign tourists. Another reason to take into account is understandable. Native people confidently think they have had good grasps of the past events already by virtue of school curriculum and other daily sources of information, namely, TV shows, street names, school names and so on. Thus, these habitats gradually lose their sense of not merely interest but also a curiosity in items exhibited in museums and other historical places. However, we should recognize that numerous measures can be applied to address this phenomenon, among which the key one is that governmental bodies, particularly Ministry of Culture and Tourism, as well as Tourist Promoting Committee, should have a mutual cooperation to impose the policies and regulations to encourage the local citizens to attach more their significance to the nearby museums. For instance, coverage of ticket and transportation could be applied to a group of special people, such as that is to say, students or elderly, in order to facilitate approaching museums. Above all else, the museum heads should take responsibilities themselves to run a diversity of innovative programs which should be renewed periodically and unusual to the indigenous local ones. It can be seen clearly in the Art Museum in Singapore. Through well-establishing three-dimensional laser performance in combination with ethnically instrumental music 570 and opening variety of classes of painting and sculpture specified for youngsters, the museum gains a notable reputation for both local and overseas visitors. The matter of increasingly more native people becoming less interested in historical exhibitions and spots has been arousing public's concern. Therefore, we had better take strong actions to cope with this issue and hopefully, things are changing in the future. 330 words 571 Sample 9 Governments should spend more money on railways rather than roads. What extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? Nowadays, air pollution is considered as the toughest issue that should be addressed due to its effects on human health. Encouraging civilians using public transportation such as railway system is one of the most potential solution, which brought to the opinion that railways should be invested more focally than roads by the government. From my point of view, railway systems should receive better investment because of two essential reasons. There is no doubt when claiming that more and more people using railways will reduce carbon dioxide emission, the main cause of air pollution. When the number of train users increase, it might reduce the huge number of private vehicles such as cars, motorbikes which are powered by fossil fuel. Moreover, population growth leads to traffic jams taking in some vibrant cities, which may last for more than an hour, and because of that, the amount of carbon dioxide in the air increases. The use of railway system may be the solution that can be used to deal with this. Furthermore, friendlier environment energies have been applied in many trains in these developed countries that contribute to the reduction of fossil emission. Railway system is more and more popular use due to its convenience and safety. The speed of the train is much faster than those of the other road vehicle and that cut down the amount of time consumed for transportation. When the time is reduced, it also reduces the cost we usually spend on traveling every day, such as the payment of fossil fuel used in cars or motorbikes and the maintenance fee of them. Traveling by trains may help passengers to limit the risk of accidents because of extreme regulations for railway system and the consistency of railway systems. It has been argued that more and more train accidents happen nowadays, however, when comparing with the number of accidents caused by road vehicle, those of railway vehicle is still small. In conclusion, because of its usefulness for the environment, I do believe that government authorities should pay more money for improving the infrastructure and efficiency of railway system. The railways also bring user convenience and safety. 330 words 572 Sample 10 Wild animals have no place in the 21st century. Some people think that preventing these wild animals from dying out is a waste of resource. To what extent do you agree or disagree? A popular belief is that it is pointless to spend money on the protection of wild animals because humans have no need for them. Personally, I am not the same this argument. On the one hand, I do not accept the fact that existence of wildlife is meaningless for mankind's lives and the world as a whole. Firstly, these creatures definitely play an important role to balance the ecosystem. The more stable natural system, the safer people's lives. Greater species diversity ensures natural sustainability for all life forms, and healthy ecosystem can better withstand and recover from a variety of disaster. By protecting wild animals and their living places, we maintain the natural balance of all life on Earth. Firstly, these creatures definitely play an important role to balance the ecosystem. Indeed, greater species diversity ensures natural sustainability for all life forms, and healthy ecosystem can better withstand and recover from a variety of disaster. Hence, by protecting wild animals and their living places, humans will have better lives. Secondly, wildlife is also essential to natural research to discover nature in deeply with the aim of improvement biological knowledge. At the same time, I also disagree with the idea that protecting animals is a waste of resource. There is no doubt that the conservation of natural habitats not only ensures the survival of wild animals, but are also crucial for human existence. For example, rainforests produce oxygen, absorb carbon dioxide and stabilize the Earth's climate. Additionally, the more mankind damages the nature, the more problem they face. Evidently, in these days, a lack of enough awareness of benefits of nature protection because of lack of awareness of natural protection, the living of wild animals are shortened, resulting in serious problems of climate change such as floods and droughts occurred more regularly. Consequently, the costs of managing the resulting changes to our planet will outweigh that of conservation to natural habitats. Good idea, Flo, very reasonable. But your expressions sometimes show inexperience. 573 Taking everything into consideration, we have no right to let wild animals die out because protecting them is also the perfect way to prevent ourselves from natural damage. 330 words 574 Sample 11 Some people believe that unpaid community service should be a compulsory part of high school programs, for example working for a charity, improving the neighborhood or teaching sports to younger children. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is widely believed that high school programs should include free community service such as doing some charity works, helping the elderly. To a certain extent, I agree that it is beneficial to high school students. On the one hand, I believe that this is a good way for students to improve their social skills and gain more experiences as well as good relationships with other people. As a school student, I am really fond of voluntary activities such as teaching sport for younger children, helping the disabled and holding some activities to raise fund for charity. These activities really benefit me a lot. I have more life experiences. I learn how to convince more people to help the needy ones. Furthermore, my relationships are also widened. I know more people when I join in volunteer activities. They are all kind and friendly, so I have no difficulty in making friends with them. More importantly, I am happy because I can help lots of people which contribute to the development of society with those activities. I think we can have many good memories. On the other hand, there are some students who do not like taking part in unpaid community service will be under pressure if they are forced to do. They may prefer something else such as studying or traveling. They will find these kinds of volunteers work a waste of time and tiring. Secondly, students usually have a lot of pressure on study and homework. These activities can make their time for study more limited. I think that it would be better for schools to set up a club or organization and encourage students who are interested to join. In conclusion, unpaid community service is necessary to be involved in school activities, but it should be optional instead of being compulsory for all students. 306 words 575 Sample 12 More government money should be invested in teaching science than in other subjects in order for a country to develop and progress. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The question of whether the government should budget more for teaching science rather than other school subjects for the sake of its development and progress is a contentious one. I personally disapprove of this idea because science education is nothing more than one of the contributors to fulfilling this aim. With more funding for teaching science, there is a bright prospect of improvement in the nation's economy and of addressing environmental issues. First and foremost, paying heed to train human resources who possess scientific knowledge and the mastery of technological skills, a country, in the future, will have a more efficient workforce with the ability to utilize modern machinery and equipment such as robots, automatic chains. As the result, a significant increase in labor productivity, output, and product quality can be foreseen, paving the road to the nation's economic prosperity. Furthermore, science-based courses provide students with knowledge about the natural world, allowing them to gain insight into the pressing environmental challenges. By virtue of that, learners develop attitudes in favor of environmental protection, inducing the formation of environmentally friendly habits. However, it is worth taking account of the fact that the investment in cultural and ethical subjects promotes cultural development and societal values. To commence with, through academic disciplines involving cultural knowledge like history and literature, national tradition, and identity such as patriotism, solidarity, which are considered as the core of the sustainable development of any country, is effectively conveyed to young generations. To be equally important, it is essential to boost moral lectures in order to instill in citizens a sense of dignity on the ground that only by forming good personality can people establish a socially civilized and advanced country. By way of conclusion, I once again reaffirm my position that in order to bring progress to a country, its government has to offer further funds to impart knowledge not only about science but also culture and ethics. 320 words 576 Sample 13 Some people think that parents should teach children how to be good members of society. Others, however, believe that school is the place to learn this. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Nowadays, being useful citizens of society is a milestone in our life. Some people think that parents should guide their children to become a good person in society. While other people claim that it is school's responsibility, I am of the opinion that a combination of the opinions would be the optimal solution for the issue. On the one hand, parents should train your kids how to deal with the society when they were young because they will obey the words of parents rather than teachers. Parents should teach their kids some basic manners like respecting the elder, being honest and obedient. Most of the teachers cannot teach their students as effectively as their parents because they do not know clearly about them. Wrong teaching method can lead to the contradiction. Second, young children spend most of their time at home rather than school, so the daily routine activities of their parents are important. Children can watch their parents' behavior and imitate them. They can learn not only the good things from their parents, but also the bad traits in order to avoid them. For example, when they see their parent help older people to cross the street or halt at the traffic light, they can remember that and do the same at the next time. On the other hand, when children grow up, at about 10 to 20, school is the right place to put them in because they want to leave their parents' arm and become independent. By studying ethical lesson at school and doing many social activities such as blood donation, or helping/assisting disabled people, they can gain a lot of practical experience and have conscious of how to be a good member of society. For instance, in many universities in Vietnam, students need to go to the hinterland and help their local people to harvest their crops. By doing this, they contribute a lot to society. In conclusion, parenting or schooling role is both crucial in educating children to become good members of society. However, with a mixture of these educational sources, I think the target is more likely to be effectively achieved. 328 words 577 Sample 14 Some people claim that not enough waste from home is recycled. They say that the only way to increase recycling is for governments to make it a legal requirement. To what extent do you think laws are needed to make people recycle more of their waste? There has always been a controversial issue over whether recycling should be made as part of the legal system in order to increase the amount of recycled waste from households. In my opinion, this method is unnecessary as it may create negative consequences and there are other feasible options for governments to resolve this issue. In the first place, imposing a law on recycling may not be a possible measure as it can be challenging in various ways. Firstly, it requires enormous manpower and financial resources from government bodies to develop regulations and instructions on this subject. With regard to law enforcement, legislatures also face significant obstacles in quantifying appropriate punishments and deciding retribution types for wrongdoers. Secondly, compelling residents to recycle things can cause undesirable consequences on their lives and behaviors. Being obligated to reuse and recycle waste without fully understanding its benefits, they may feel frustrated and resentful, resulting in the disapproval and hostility toward the authorities. Instead of making recycling a legal requirement, governments can resort to a number of other viable alternatives. One of the possible methods to encourage people to recycle is to raise the public's awareness about the negative impact of humans' activities such as waste dumping on the environment. Once people are educated about this as well as how recycling helps to save energy and materials, they are more willing to take action at the grassroots level to alleviate this environmental problem. In addition, governments can boost this positive practice by giving financial rewards to the individuals who actively engage in recycling activities. By provided with role models to follow in association with practical benefits, the inhabitants can have more inspiration and motivation to make recycling a part of their daily lives. In conclusion, it seems to me that promoting recycling does not necessarily require the involvement of lawmakers, as there are more feasible solutions for 578 governments to take into consideration. 319 words 579 sample 15 Many people use their own cars rather than public transport, so it is up to the government to encourage people to use buses and trains instead. Do you agree or disagree with this opinion? It is true that the number of private cars in many countries has been constantly growing at an unprecedented rate owing to the enhancement of living standards. Many people believe that the governments play a vital role in encouraging the use of public transport. I completely agree with this view. As a matter of fact, it is rather impractical to expect people to use public transport in some countries as this means of transport fails to benefit city dwellers in particular when the pace of working life would eclipse the values of using buses and trains to the environment. Therefore, the government's role is essential to the promotion/encouragement of their citizens to use public transport by allocating their financial resources to upgrade and expand public transport provision. By doing this, more people will use bus services to visit places and people. In the long term, this will gradually form a habit of using public transport among occupied individuals, which ameliorates environmental problems. In addition, modern people now are so caught up in the pressure of their work or study that they are becoming less concerned about the negative impacts of the daily use of private cars on surrounding environment. Therefore, only the governments are able to conduct monthly green days which by law restrict the use of private cars, greatly heightening social awareness of the cost of potential environmental damage caused by this means of transport. For example, in Jakarta, the government has declared a car-free day in central city area on Sundays. With the ban on private vehicles, more people are motivated to leave their cars at home and rely on buses and trains to travel between places. Over the years, this not only results in a decline in the society's carbon footprint but also enables more vehicles on the street to circulate smoothly and reach their destinations without facing the problem of traffic congestion. In conclusion, I believe that the government has a vital role to play in motivating citizens to take public transport to travel between places. 329 words 580 sample 16 Because of improved technologies in communication and transportation, people in some countries can now choose to live and work anywhere they want. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? In the 21st century, with numerous technological advancements available at a low cost, many people are enabled to live and work at their desired locations. This sparks the controversial issue over whether this prevalent trend generates more benefits or drawbacks. In my opinion, this is a positive movement which offers various advantages with negligible adverse influences. On the one hand, the abundance of modern technologies in communication and transportation provides people with a variety of benefits. Thanks to the popularity of mobile phones and the internet, an enormous number of people are allowed to escape the cubic world and work from home. By obtaining remote jobs, they could fulfill their leisure time and gain a better work-life balance, resulting in higher levels of output and service. In addition, low-cost air tickets encourage the increase in a number of digital nomads, people who utilize telecommunication technologies and adopt a nomadic lifestyle. This, in turn, could help them to acquire deeper knowledge about other cultures and broaden their minds, eventually enhancing their skills and boosting their performance at work. Furthermore, companies who embrace this pervasive movement could reduce their operating costs by minimizing the workspace and other facilities such as office equipment and furniture. On the other hand, the upward trend of remote workers could lead to some negative impacts. A typical example is the lack of face-to-face contact when people frequently communicate through electronic devices, which could reduce the sense of connection and belong to employees with their organizations. However, this is considered to be a minor consequence in comparison with the tremendous benefits from this widespread trend. In conclusion, it seems to me that the movement of people being able to work and live in any part of the world thanks to technology advances creates far more advantages than disadvantages. 304 words 581 sample 17 Many students have to study subjects which they do not like. Some people think this is a complete waste of time. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? While it is true that students may often find some courses or majors are not as interesting as others and time-consuming, I believe that these subjects can benefit students in their future. I can understand the reasons why some people believe that learners should be allowed to ignore the subjects which are not of their interests. Firstly, as studying can be stressful, students tend to think that reducing the number of subjects in the curriculum may help. In this case, choosing the subjects that they do not like is simply a reluctant response to the demand of meeting required school hours, which may not result in a good academic performance. Secondly, when it comes to choosing subjects to study, the concept of standing by what students love has become so common these days. People often bear this thought in mind as they believe immersing in what they are passionate about can help them easily overcome difficult situations and get more fulfillment and successes in life. For example, it would be reasonable to enable a child who is extraordinarily good at playing the piano to explore the depth of this subject. However, I am in favor of the idea that knowing new things cannot be useless regardless whether learners are keen on them or not. First, most subjects have their own application in a person's life. For instance, we all have to sing a song or draw a picture at some point in our lives. Knowing basic concepts in those fields can then be extremely useful. Second, having fundamental ideas related to common topics and fields would be a considerable/great advantage when dealing with other people in daily. It seems effortless for a person with wider general knowledge to expand their networking/social. Last but not least, as some subjects appear to be very difficult at first, but possibly turn out to be fun later, it is more advisable to let students experience a variety of subjects first, which will stand them a chance to discover their true strengths. In conclusion, whether students should learn what they do not want to is an increasingly popular debate. In my view, spending time on gaining new knowledge at school, no matter what it is, should be viewed as a positive thing. 582 328 words 583 Sample 18 Some people think that robots are very important for humans' future development. Others, however, think that robots are a dangerous invention that could have negative effects on society. Discuss both views and give your opinion. People have different views about the impacts of robotic industry on people's lives. While I accept that the dominance of robots could adversely affect our society, I am convinced that robots play an integral role in improving the quality of life in upcoming years. On the one hand, there are several reasons to believe that humans may encounter a great number of difficulties because of robots. Firstly, owing to the rapid growth of cutting-edge technology, current robots on the market can serve all functions as competent and well-trained employees. This leads to the invasion of automatic machines in factories, replacing all human-based workers, which deprives individuals of the massive jobs. Consequently, the unemployment rate would become a burden on society as well as reduce citizens' living standard. Secondly, nowadays, robots may help family members with all domestic responsibilities, such as cleaning floors or washing dish. This causes these individuals to abuse robots to help them fulfill all physical tasks on a daily basis, which makes them lead a sedentary lifestyle. In the long term, this trend could trigger serious diseases such as obesity and heart problems. On the other hand, I am firm of the opinion that robots would facilitate our lives in the future. First, since robots are produced to be devices that are flawless, rarely do they make both minor and serious mistakes in the production line. Therefore, manufacturers would reap the benefits of their perfect performance, which reduces the likelihood of heavy loss as a result of flaw products by manual workers. Additionally, only by the aid of intelligent robots can people spend time on other recreational activities. For example, family members can go out for a picnic at the weekend rather than being stuck at home with household chores. If robots are not invented, individuals would not have enough time to manage all their daily life activities. Finally, the robotic industry is generating increasingly countless revenue for corporations, which significantly contributes to the sustainable growth of the global economy. In conclusion, although I agree that robots may exert negative effects on our lives, 584 there are more compelling reasons for me to believe that society is getting better thanks to robots' appearance. 330 words 585 Sample 19 countries with a long average working time are more economically successful than those countries which do not have a long working time. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Many people believe that a long average working time is directly tied to a nation's economic prosperity. While I accept that extending average time at workplaces may be beneficial to some extent, I would argue that countries with proper working time may stand a higher chance of obtaining healthier economy. To begin with, there are a variety of reasons given to justify the benefits of long average working hours towards the economy. Firstly, staff who stay at companies/workplaces for a longer time to accomplish their work can accelerate the working process, which allows firms/enterprises to make greater profits to expand the business as well as reinvest in feasible projects. This may significantly contribute to the sustainable growth/development of the economy. Secondly, not only can this policy encourage workers to make diligent supports but also shape an urgent working style at workplaces. As a result, firms can utilize their employees' abilities for the sake of profit. However, there are more compelling reasons for me to contend that nations which allow more spare time may boost the stronger economy. First, when employees are encouraged to leave workplaces earlier, they would have more chances to spend time on recreational activities. For example, they may play sports or read books after days of working intensively to recharge the battery. Thus, this policy can cultivate workers' job satisfaction as well as enhance their mental health, which enables them to work more effectively and foster creativity. This would result in better working performances, making it possible for more qualified products to be manufactured. Additionally, shorter working time means a lower level of salaries and bonus, which helps employers to save a great amount of business cost. If individuals are forced to work 15 hours a day, companies would have to allocate a huge amount of money to pay for their better productivity. In conclusion, while I suppose higher working intensity might be economically advantageous, I am strong of the opinion that shorter working duration would be more beneficial for the economic development. 329 words 586 Sample 20 more money should be poured into teaching science rather than other subjects. Do you agree or disagree? While some people affirm that public budget should be invested in science education instead of social education, others claim the opposite. In my opinion, although science plays a vital role in the national as well as international development, authorities must also allocate equally parts of this money to each subject. For a variety of reasons, I admit that the focus on teaching science-related subjects contributes significantly to a country's progress. Firstly, many of the innovative scientific breakthroughs are inspired by in-depth knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. For instance, in the field of technology, inventors, as well as workers, need huge information of mathematics and computer science, which helps creatively transform numbers and characters into programming languages such as scripting and coding. The teaching quality of these subjects should, consequently, be continuously improved. Secondly, during the long process of finding and absorbing the knowledge, students might confront with a wide range of difficult obstacles. As a result, they will have to work harder to solve the problems, which can boost their creativity and imagination. Such consequences might become a significant achievement to boost the economic growth like the invention of computers or smartphones. Despite the above arguments, it seems unreasonable to neglect the importance of other subjects, taking teaching foreign language as an example. If people pay no attention about this problem, graduated students will lack the ability of using language to communicate with foreigners. And as we are living in the era of globalization and international trade, the first and foremost tool we need is using a foreign language fluently such as English in order to compete with other candidates when applying for a high-paying/well-paid job abroad or even local area. This means that in order to remove the language barrier, the government should wisely invest in teaching language. In conclusion, while I agree that science education creates considerable merits, teaching other subjects, to some point, it does bring undeniable advantages for us. Throughout the history, people have dreamed of living in a perfect society, but people have not agreed on what a perfect society would be like. 587 325 words 588 Sample 21 What do you think is the most important element for building a perfect society? How can people achieve this goal? People have wanted to live in an ideal society but they have not come to an agreement on how that society should be. There are several crucial factors for constructing a flawless society, which is achievable by applying some measures. To begin with, there are two key factors for structuring a perfect society. The first factor contributing to an ideal society is the eradication of discrimination. If we aim to build this society, racial discrimination, as well as sexist, would not be accepted and forbidden in order to create a harmony for every member of the society. The second factor is that social services should be available to every member. For instance, healthcare, which plays a vital part in numerous developed/wealthy nations, should be accessible to everyone regardless of their income, as it is a way to create a healthy society. With regard to the aforementioned points, several measures should be taken into serious consideration. One solution is that laws should be made and enforced to forbid discrimination among various classes in the society. While campaigns of various organizations might alleviate this issue gradually, it is the governments that have the power to address this problem completely. Another solution is the creation of a system that is capable of providing social services to people without affecting negatively to a country's status. Despite the fact that England, for example, which is an extremely developed nation, provides all permanent residents with healthcare free of charge, it still has a thriving economy. To conclude, there are some vital factors contributing to the construction of an ideal society, and several measures should be taken to tackle this issue. 274 words 589 Sample 22 Some people think that men and women have different qualities. Therefore, some certain jobs are suitable for men and some jobs are suitable for women. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is widely acknowledged that there are distinctive physical and mental strengths when making a comparison between men and women, which engenders public opposing ideas of whether there are disparities in the particular type of jobs among two sexes or not. Whereas this opinion is rather well-founded to some extent, reality has proven otherwise. On the one hand, it cannot be denied that women are perceived to be more fragile with reference to men. This would lead to the fact that women tend to perform better at tasks requiring great patience and emotional connection like pink-collar jobs. By contrast, there is a tendency for male labor to concentrate on heavy industry job-related owing to physical strengths and agility. Therefore, gender difference could bring a different perspective in terms of job selections, which is the strong reason for the disparities in occupational compatibility among genders. On the other hand, reality has seen the exchange between job preference between men and women. A vast number of men increasingly become more interested in filling in positions that have been traditionally considered feminine. Research has shown that men make up about 10% of nurses in Australia and male students account for 16% of all students in Sydney Nursing University. By contrast, women are now dominating numerous jobs that used to belong to men, even those demanding both brains and brawn. Furthermore, women's social status has improved over time owing to the success of businesswomen and politicians, Hillary Clinton for example. In conclusion, all existing data has provided the concrete evidence that despite different characteristics, men and women are capable of taking charge of all available jobs. 273 words 590 Sample 23 Some people think that schools should reward students who show the best academic results, while others believe that it is more important to reward students who show improvements. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. There is a controversial idea that rewarding students with excellent academic performance is better than rewarding those with noticeable learning progress. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to applaud students with impressive improvements. On the one hand, there are various reasons to praise students with outstanding study results. Firstly, it creates an intensely competitive learning environment/educational environment in every school because students always want to receive rewards. Therefore, each student would be motivated to deeply concentrate on learning in order to achieve the perfect scores. Moreover, thanks to those amazing methods, gifted students can be discovered and have much more chances to enrich their talents. For example, in my secondary school, pupils with the highest marks would be selected to attend some special training classes in order to participate in the national competitions. From another perspective, I strongly reckon that commending and encouraging students with an awesome leap in learning definitely leads to a wide range of incredible results. The very first benefit is that schools offer each student equal chance to be granted awards rather than solely focus on excellent students. It means that students who do not have remarkable learning abilities truly find their passion for learning or understand the reason for learning without having any disappointment toward themselves in comparison with outstanding classmates. Secondly, this rewarding policy in some ways would be much more superior because it surely motivates learners to enhance their knowledge instead of the sole aim of getting perfect scores. Without this great policy, in order to have full marks, it is likely that students with low learning abilities might cheat on their exams, which is considered an immoral action in an educational environment. In conclusion, although complimenting the best students is beneficial to a certain extent, I myself argue that it would be preferable to congratulate and motivate other classmates with massive learning improvements. 313 words 591 Sample 24 Many people believe that international tourism is a bad thing for their country. What are the reasons? Solution to change negative attitudes. Nowadays, transnational travel is increasingly popular because it provides tourists with an insight into cross-cultural awareness and understanding. However, some people hold the opinion that international tourists impose an adverse impact on their country. I believe their belief is attributed to some reasons. First of all, it seems that cultural misunderstanding is the underlying cause of the objection against foreign visitors. For example, style of clothing in Western countries, like shorts or miniskirt, may be viewed as obscene attire by Asian people, especially when they visit a historical site. Due to this lack of knowledge, those tourists may incidentally spark outrage among the local community. Another justification that should be noted is the level of pollution caused by tourism. Although it is unfair to put all the blame on foreign travelers, there is evidence that numerous scenes of beautiful beaches have been spoiled by the increasing amount of garbage along the coasts. Fortunately, I believe a number of solutions can be put forward to address the problems. One obvious approach is for the government to raise public awareness about the benefits of global tourists flooding in their country, ranging from boosting local as well as national income to promoting their country's global image. The fact remains that the advantages definitely outweigh the drawbacks. Another feasible measure is for the local authority to impose regulations concerning environmental requirements around tourist attractions. It is highly likely that this will have a direct influence on travelers' behaviors and contribute to the mitigation of pollution. In conclusion, even though there have been existed several existing negative perspectives about transnational travel, I suppose that the effort of governmental and local authorities would positively alter the unfavorable viewpoints. 282 words 592 sample 25 developments in technology have brought various environmental problems. Some believe that people need to live simpler lives to solve environmental problems. Others, however, believe technology is the way to solve these problems. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. It is true that certain advances in technology have had detrimental effects on the environment. While some people believe that adopting simpler lifestyles could cope with environmental problems, I would argue that technology should be taken into consideration to solve these problems. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why a simple life with less dependence on sophisticated technology could lessen/alleviate the burden on the environment. Firstly, industrial waste, chemicals, and emissions which result in water pollution, as well as global warming, could be diminished due to restricting the operation of mechanical manufacture. Secondly, instead of spending time excessively using technological gadgets, people now could have time to participate in some environmental protection activities such as trees planting, garbage collection, and street cleaning. Hence, they could intentionally raise their awareness of protecting our ecosystems. On the other hand, I believe that technology is the primary factor to tackle environmental problems. One reason would be that technology can minimize the usage of natural sources, such as oils and fossil fuel for industrial companies. Besides, with technological development in the realm of energy, we can replace these sources with renewable energy, such as wind or solar energy, which is environmentally friendly. Furthermore, the more developed modern equipment is, the more eco-friendly they might be for the nature. For example, there have been some significant energy consumption changes in certain vehicles, especially cars, buses and trains which now are operated by electricity or solar energy to cut down greenhouse gases released into the air. In conclusion, while living simpler lives has its own advantages, it seems to me that technology plays a crucial role in solving these environmental problems. 280 words 593 sample 26 The money given to help poor countries does not solve the problem of poverty, so rich countries should give other types of help instead. To what extent do you agree or disagree? It is commonly believed that allocating financial assistance to underdeveloped countries does not alleviate destitution, hence other kinds of help should be taken into consideration. I totally agree with this perspective due to some reasons that I will demonstrate in the following paragraphs. To begin with, it is disadvantageous to simply give financial aid to countries living in poverty. If wealthy nations do this, there might be a chance that these aids will not go to people in need. The government might misuse the money due to the lack of resource and knowledge of how to tackle poverty efficiently. Furthermore, corrupted politicians or members of the government might use these financial aids for their own interests. Not only does this make their citizens continue to suffer and destitute, but it also makes the politic status becomes unstable due to riot from underprivileged people. By contrast, there are also other feasible measures which can be implemented to improve the situation. First and foremost, wealthy nations can provide free of charge education and scholarship to excellent students from poor countries. For instance, the Soviet Union, which was a very powerful nation, gave Vietnamese students who have flying colors good trainings without any fees so these students can help Vietnam in economic growth in the future. Another good approach is that affluent countries can send their experts and professors to help poor nations develop their economy and technology. These experts will be able to provide/share their vast knowledge to help the government solve their issues such as the improvement of production rate. To conclude, I am of the opinion that wealthy countries should provide other forms of aid to poor countries instead of simply financial assistance. 284 words 594 sample 27 Some people think that it is better to educate boys and girls in separate schools. Others, however, believe that boys and girls benefit more from attending mixed schools. Discuss both views and give your opinion. There is a controversy over whether single-sex or mixed schools is better for children to study in. From my perspective, I believe that mixed school is better because it helps our children attain important skills and become more mature. On the one hand, the separate school brings various benefits to youngsters. Firstly, children would have a better educational environment to focus on the study. For example, students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students because there is no interference from opposite-sex friends they are attracted. Secondly, there are no negative effects on the children which are caused by a complex relationship with opposite-sex friends. The loving relationship in school is very hard to deal with and it could make youngsters become depressed and influence them adversely. On the other hand, I suppose that attending/enrolling in mixed schools has many advantages. One important benefit is that children could improve some vital skills which are extremely necessary for their future. For instance, living and learning in an environment which is similar to the outside society, they could have excellent communication skills that are very useful for their future career. Other students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students as the children in mixed schools are more likely to be more mature than others/those studying in separate schools. They have many chances to solve various problems in the relationship with every kind of friends, therefore, they would be more experienced and have better problem-solving skills in the mixed school environment. In conclusion, both types of schools have their own benefits for children. Yet, I would give priority to mixed school because of its significant benefits to children. 284 words 595 sample 28 Some people think that it is good for a country's culture to import foreign movies and TV programs. Others think that it is better to produce these locally. Discuss both views and give your opinion. A national culture is mostly identified by domestic movies and TV programs of that country. Students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students, whereas others believe that domestic ones are better. I totally agree with the latter view. On the one hand, there is a variety of buying global movies and TV programs. Firstly, viewers can broaden their horizons in terms of general knowledge while enjoying recreational shows. For example, The Big Shot provides the viewers with financial theories in an entertaining way. Secondly, people can make the most of these foreign movies to learn a language. It is no doubt that students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students by imitating native speaker sound in American sitcoms. On the other hand, students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students are beneficial in two ways. First and foremost, through local media products, youths can develop their cognition and show their respect for local customs and traditional value. Through national documentary films, people are more aware of their ancestors' achievements and therefore appreciate the peace they are enjoying. For instance, the Vietnam War describes the tough period our forefathers suffered from to achieve freedom we had long craved for. Moreover, locally produced movies and TV programs encourage the development of national film industry. It is because that audiences now have alternative choices, domestic movies which used to be dominated by foreign ones before. From that, gained profits help local film producers to produce better qualified products. In conclusion, it is undeniable that viewers benefit from both global and local movies and TV programs. It seems to me that local media products should be supported owing to their significant cultural values they bring to us. 295 words 596 Sample 29 Some people prefer to live in small family units, while others think it is better to live in large family groups. Discuss both views and give your opinion. There is a controversy over whether people should live in nuclear family or individuals should live in an extended family. This essay discusses both views mentioned above and then I will give my own opinion. There are several advantages for some individuals to live in a large family group. Firstly, parents can be a role model for their children to look up to through several actions such as taking care of grandparents, which helps their offspring develop a sense of responsibility and respects their family. As a result, living with the elderly helps to create a strong family relationship/bond. Second, since there are many beloved family members, people can give a helping hand to do housework. For instance, if parents have to finish all of the work obligations, grandparents might help to care for/look after their grandchildren. There are a number of factors that some people prefer living in small family units. Firstly, by having more quality/valuable time to do what people really want to do such as traveling for long-distance trip or learning something special, these individuals living in small families could be much freer. For example, children living in an elementary family would be more independent, which plays an important role in their adulthood. In addition, retired people should live far away from their adult children, which reduces the financial burden on young generations/youngsters. In fact, if the young adults live together with their parents, they will have to shoulder the responsibility to take care of the elderly and their pressure will become heavier. In conclusion, while living in the large family group can be positive to some extent, I believe that living in a nuclear family can have more benefits. 288 words 597 Sample 30 Some organizations believe that their employees should dress smartly. Others value the quality of work above appearance. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Nowadays, the society is becoming more and more developed, hence, the needs of costumes are also getting realistic. Therefore, numerous establishments argue that their operatives should attire elegantly. However, there are some contrast ideas that the achievements of work are a much more serious matter. In my opinion, the efficiency of work is the theme issue that everyone should care especially. It is generally believed that the fashion aspect of shop floor becomes the requirement of a majority of companies nowadays because it represents their image. For instance, an employee dressing formally will be judged. Students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students in a bigger and more prestigious organization than the ones who wear casual clothes. Moreover, elegant clothes worn by an identical team brings fervency for officers. Furthermore, good outer shell also illustrates the hierarchy of each operative and demonstrates their characteristics. For example, when you wear a suit, you look gently and intelligently than when you wear baggy pants with a long t-shirt. On the other hand, judging staff by their appearance is a conservative method. This is because, in some circumstances, comfortable clothes assist the employees to have better working performance. For this reason, it is obviously hilarious when a rock singer wears a suit on stage or a builder wears a dress in the construction sites. What is more, most of the world's geniuses assume that dressing up may waste a lot of time but the productivity of work is not significantly improved. In conclusion, both two sides of views have the sense to be logical and reasonable and each of them will be suitable or not depending on the career of each operative. However, in my point of view, I certainly attach special importance to the working effectiveness. 296 words 598 Sample 31 School should not force children to learn a foreign language. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Many people argue that learning another language should not be one of the compulsory curriculums for young people at the age of schooling. While I accept that the benefits a foreign language brings to students are undeniable, I completely agree that children should not be required to do so. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why it is necessary for youngsters to acquire a new language. Firstly, exposure to other nations' language would motivate children to have thorough insights on the culture of those nations, which unfold the possibility of accessing foreign education. For example, a vast number of foreign/international schools have offer opportunities for young learners on exchange programs, which enable them to briefly immerse themselves in the culture of a foreign country whose language they are learning. Secondly, more sources of information in a foreign language are now available on the internet. For those who studied English, it would satisfy of different preferences for ample fields owing to the widespread popularity of English language on the globe. On the other hand, learning/acquiring another language should be a privilege instead of obligation. Research has shown that an excessive amount of pressure on studying foreign language may result in a negative attitude towards the study of schoolchildren. Instead of that, stimulating language learning activities should be given as a motivation for children to do so. Furthermore, youth tends to be reluctant to learn a foreign language unless they recognize its importance on their future careers in the long run. For example, Vietnamese individuals should not be required to attend foreign language classes as long as they are in the certainty of no use it in the future. In conclusion, all the existing evidence has provided the concrete foundation that it should be motivated schoolchildren to learn the foreign language instead of compelling them to do so. 311 words 599 Sample 32 Nowadays young people spend too much of their free time in shopping malls. Some people fear that this may have negative effects on young people and the society they live in. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Spending an excessive amount of spare time in shopping centers is said/believed to bring negative impacts on the young/youngsters and their society. While I accept the justification for this view to certain extents, there are reasons for me to feel convinced towards an opposite view. On the one hand, there are a variety of reasons why spending time excessively in shopping malls is detrimental. Firstly, when young people waste excessive time for shopping, they will do not have enough time to take part in other meaningful activities such as reading books, playing sports, or doing/taking up exercises. Therefore, they may fall behind their study as well as their peers. Secondly, they are likely to misspend a great deal of money on unnecessary items. This may make them face financial troubles. For example, buying products without planning may cause the shortage of money to pay for daily fees/expenses like water supply or electronic bills. On the other hand, go shopping regularly also brings some benefits to people and society. When people find a relaxation method after working or studying hour, shopping is an effective way to release stress after a day of working or studying excessively. Furthermore, the rise of product consumption helps to promote manufacture as well as create more jobs. This is a remarkable contribution to the growth of national economy. In conclusion, it seems evident that spending time in shopping malls has both negative and positive impacts on people. 255 words 600 sample 33 When choosing a job, the salary is the most important consideration. What extent do you agree or disagree? It is certainly true that salary is taken into serious consideration for job seekers when they find a job, but it is not the most important one. Some people think that other matters are equally important. On the one hand, salary is essential for people in daily life to cover their expenses, and they think they can get money from their job. Earning a high salary can confirm the financial ability. In order to cover all of the personal expenses and be able to live comfortably, most job seekers/hunters try to competitively hunt in a high-paying job. Moreover, in today's society, people always respect the power of money as they judge the success of each person based on their salary. On the other hand, money is not the most important/crucial concern for someone to choose a job, and there are other important considerations to embark on a new career. Passion and workplace, for instance, lead most people to work. Firstly, I believe that job passion will make people work with efficiency and productivity. For example, if a doctor does not like his work, he can't treat disease for everyone and can't face the working environment with a high pressure. Secondly, the workplace is also important. Many candidates are concerned about the office location or relationships of current workers as well. Their workmates, friendship, and support for their career growth are the things that considered also to be important. In conclusion, salary is an important aspect of picking a job, but other factors in combination also play a vital role. 263 words 601 sample 34 Some people believe that governments should help and look after old people, but others believe that people should save money for their lives in the future. Discuss both views and give your opinion. One of the most heated controversial issues today relates to care for students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students. While many citizens think that governments should have responsibility for taking care of elderly persons, others claim that seniors definitely have to save more funds for their future when they are becoming older and older. Personally, I strongly believe that both local authorities and elderly people themselves are involved in this duty. On the one hand, it is understandable why residents possibly think that the governments should take elderly's problems into consideration. It is undeniable that upon graduating from university, students/graduates will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students and then devote much of their time to their working as well as the national economic growth. Especially, the gifted residents such as actors, singers can make some worth contribution to raising the position of their countries on an international scale. Furthermore, being looked after is one of the most important basic human rights. Therefore, senior citizens' living standard must be given priority by the government by investing money and time in improving it. On the other hand, I actually claim that the elderly people have to care for their own life. It is clear that the governments could create more precious opportunities for them to guarantee a successful career, earn adequate amount money covering their expense of daily life and obtain a lot of real experiences when they were young. Besides, many residents would be cared by the essential medical systems and could use the public transportations for a long time. It would mean that they are able to themselves accumulate more money to live independently when getting older in the following years. In addition, the old people perhaps need the enthusiastic caring from their children before receiving the assistance from the government. In conclusion, I am of the opinion that both the governments and seniors persons ought to join hand to notice the old people's living. 337 words 602 sample 35 Nowadays more and more young people hold the important positions in the government. Some people think that is a good thing while others argue that it is not suitable. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. In recent years, there is an increasing number of the young who occupy key positions in the government. While there are some conflicting ideas about this issue, I myself support that this trend brings many more benefits to the society. On the one hand, the engagement/involvement of young people in the governmental system of a county causes several drawbacks/difficulties/problems to the society. The problem is that young mayors have difficulties in terms of becoming a leader of old-timers, especially in some eastern countries like Vietnam and China. They invariably are said not possessing the strong managerial capacity, resulting in the non-compliance of their senior staff members. Besides, due to their young ages and not having sufficient empirical experiences, they are likely to make deadly mistakes especially when facing monumental challenges in their career, which possibly lead to a number of catastrophic social consequences. On the other hand, I am inclined to believe that the young gradually become a crucial part in the government and make remarkable contributions to a community. Firstly, they definitely devote most of their youth to works as to be creative and constantly changing. Thus, this possibly leads to the emergence of a series of breakthrough policies and managerial mechanism. Moreover, young people have a longer time to dedicate themselves to serving their nations. For example, in some developed countries, with the same capacity and similar qualification, the younger candidates have a higher winning ratio in comparison with the older one due to his greater amount of time engaging in governmental affairs. In conclusion, although the fact that the young hold key positions in the government has some drawbacks, it seems to me that it is much more beneficial for a country when young people participate in the governmental hierarchy. 293 words 603 sample 36 Some students prefer to take a year off between school and university, to work or travel. Do the advantages of this outweigh the disadvantages? Some school leavers hold the belief that it is beneficial for them to have a year off to travel or work before enrolling in university. Although this trend has both merits and downsides, I would argue that the advantages of this trend are outweighed by the disadvantages. On the one hand, students received some advantages/benefits in some aspects during their gap year. Firstly, they could get vital experience to develop working manner. It is necessary for them to apply for part-time jobs which they could work to earn money covering the daily expense as well as support their study at university. Secondly, traveling during a year off has not only helped them relax after a year of studying intensively but also improve and enhance their knowledge such as culture and society in other countries. For example, students in the USA and the Western countries usually spend a year teaching English for children in some of the Asian countries including Vietnam during their traveling. This is a win-win benefit for both students and local people, in which students would know more about other deep culture and locals could develop additionally a language. On the other hand, I believe that the drawbacks are more significant than such benefits. The first reason is that student would spend an excessive amount of time on traveling which discourages them from studying, causing a negative attitude towards learning later on. Thus, they could not keep up with your studies compared to peers. As a result, they might be less motivated to study further. Another reason is that their temporary work may help them earn much money in the short time. This could lead to a negative influence on their studies because students think that they do not study at a university to make money. In conclusion, despite several obvious advantages of traveling or working in a gap year, I believe that these are outweighed the disadvantages and students should take this option into consideration before making a decision. 329 words 604 Sample 37 It is neither possible nor useful for a country to provide university places for a high proportion of young people. To what extent do you agree or disagree? The belief that high national education should restrict their number of young students has currently been the subject of increasing concern. Many believe that this would provide an extreme well-qualified population, others find a great deal of unfairness stemming from the suggestion. From my perspective, I am wholly in favor of the former for a number of specific rationales. On the one hand, welcoming huge quantities of youngsters to universities can grant diverse opportunities for the society. Indeed, unlucky students who failed to achieve the entrance test or poor undergraduates who can barely afford the tuition fees all long for such generosity and acceptance from reputed colleges. Moreover, supporters of this idea claim that universities widely opening to the public could solve the problem of unemployment in the country. For example, if degrees are made popular, students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students entering big companies and earning a better living, hopefully leading to a prosperous national economy. Therefore, more and more advocates are likely to fight for their rights to attend schools. Conversely, I would strongly argue that the more young students get acceptances to universities, the less qualified employees are produced. Firstly, society will soon be packed with inexperienced and incapable workers if the rate of admission is immensely high. As a matter of fact, quality beats quantities in this case. No corporation would want to hire lots of employees just to sit there and become completely impotent in front of different matters, deals and struggles. This just proves how pivotal is the role of classification play a pivotal role in education. Secondly, attracting a huge number of the youth to universities would increase the facility and other sectors' cost. Evidently, when more undergraduates come and study, schools must be built bigger, tremendous budget will be spent on tables as well as chairs and teaching equipment. To conclude, while allowing a high proportion of young people to universities may appear to be superficially attractive and efficient, thorough consideration on the matter in terms of benefits and values would prove the judiciousness when choosing quantity limitations. 328 words 605 Sample 38 Some say that because many people are living much longer, the age at which people retire from work should be raised considerably. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. It is argued that retirement age should be increased markedly since human lifespan has been prolonging than ever before. This essay agrees with this assertion completely because of the benefits it brings to individuals as well as society. The essay will first look at why many people want to quit the job at the retirement age and then discuss why they should continue their contribution to the society if they can. On the one hand, many people hold a common belief that current age is suitable for retirement for many senior employees. It may argue that the elder age, such as 60 for men in Vietnam, is the stage that they should keep out of the work because their health may fail to keep pace with the heavy workload. Furthermore, the old age, as well as a prosperous life, discourage people from working motivation to achieve more goals. Time is a treasure for them at this stage so that they virtually want to spend it with their families. On the other hand, it is undeniable that elders' knowledge and experience are likely to be a precious property in many organizations. Therefore, it will be better students will not fall behind their study when studying with same-sex students. For example, talented scientists or prominent politicians who are obviously valuable to the country should work tirelessly until their health standards are not allowed. In addition, it is true that there are many older people who feel lonely or redundant while they are fully energetic at the age of retirement. Therefore, instead of staying at home, they really want to go out and take up their new work. In conclusion, it seems to me that the retirement age should be raised since there are many people who are energetic to continue to make their contributions to the community. 305 words 606 Sample 39 Living in big cities is bad for health. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Nowadays, increasing number of people are raising concern about their health and they wish to live a healthy lifestyle. Some people hold the opinion that big cities are not an ideal place for their health. Personally, I disagree with this opinion. The first benefit of living in big cities is the accessibility of advanced medical treatments from professional medical technicians and the best medical devices. In addition, there are a large number of medical foundations/organizations in urban areas and that helps people to easily approach to medical services. Thanks to that, people would more concern about their health and go to the hospital to check up their health more frequently, and symptoms of diseases would be found out sooner and rate of healing would be significantly increased, particularly hard-to-cure diseases, such as cancer or HIV. Besides, there are a lot of fitness centers based in large cities which encourage citizens to go to and take up exercises to improve their health. And finally, the most vital thing that helps people enjoy the mentioned conveniences easily is the infrastructure being looked to appropriately by authorities. The high-quality infrastructure would help save money and time, people would have more time and money to spend on other important things. Not only that, it also helps to reduce stress, making people feel more pleasant and satisfied with lives. This feeling plays a critical role in good health and positive effects it gives for health are things that no remedies could do. This can be seen that most of top happiest countries are ranked on the list of top healthiest countries, such as Switzerland and Australia. In conclusion, living in cities is not bad for health. By contrast, it helps humans' health to be better by the effective health system and positive emotions. 301 words 607 Sample 40 The world would be a much poorer place without color. To what extent would you agree or disagree? We are blessed to be living in a colorful world. Without color, life would just like a body without a soul. In my opinion, I completely agree with the idea that color is / plays an integral part in this world. There are a variety of reasons given to justify the importance of color in life. Firstly, thanks to various colors, people are able to distinguish things based on sensations of the eye as a result of the object's reflection. For example, you can know it's time to pick ripening apples instead of newer ones based on the outside color of them, the red delicious color. Secondly, it is undeniable that color has long been a complementary therapy to mental problems. To be more specific, shade plays a vital role in setting up our mood, emotions, and well-being. According to some recent studies, blue-painted bedroom walls assist sleepless disorder patients in getting a sound sleep. In addition, color is one of core factors for firms to gain a competitive edge as well as maximize profits. Particularly, a large number of promotional campaigns are designed to make use the most of color to enhance their customer consumption. For example, McDonald's uses the red color in its logo and decoration because it increases people's appetites. Moreover, a right brand's color can make them capture public attention in this booming market. Moreover, colors also reflect the personality of a person. The color of your clothes can have a considerable impact on how you are perceived. For example, light color reflects a sober personality. To sum up, it is no doubt that color enriches human life. Without shades, we cannot enjoy the life to the fullest. 282 words 608 Sample 41 Some people think young people should be free to choose his or her job, but other people think should be realistic and think more about their future. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Some people hold the belief that youngsters should be given a right to choose their future career, while the opponents of this idea consider the job prospect in the future more important. I think that not only choosing a job depends on their favorite / preference, but also they should take working conditions into consideration. On the one hand, it is beneficial for choosing / pursuing a job based on their joy and passion. Firstly, they have the chance to put the knowledge into practice in their job and they feel more comfortable and inspirable from job satisfaction. This helps them to boost their job performance in their workplace. Moreover, those working with job satisfaction are more likely to achieve goals they set in their career path, as youngsters have a wide range for their future career. On the other hand, young people should be realistic and think about their future. If young people / young adults can choose their ideal job, they would have a sense of fulfillment. However, some professions are poorly paid which do not allow them to meet basic daily needs. Take artists as a typical example. Although they have many amazing works of art, they will go to Centrelink for allowances to sustain their lives. Furthermore, young people should think about having a steady job because they would benefit from better job prospects, which include promotional opportunities and pay rise if they stayed in a job long term and even have a chance to moving up the ladder and earning a more lucrative living. Besides, there are various perks such as sick leave, holiday entitlement, and a generous package where yearly bonuses should also be given consideration. In conclusion, although young people have a sense of happiness and fulfillment of choosing a job freely, they should more concern about their future career which allows them to maintain their lives. 310 words 609 Sample 42 In recent years, many small local shops have closed because customers travel to large shopping centers or malls to do their shopping. Is this a positive or a negative development? Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. Recent years have witnessed a falling / decreasing number of small local shops due to the fact that clients / consumers usually choose to go malls for their shopping. This essay will firstly discuss the diversity of products as one of the main advantages of this and secondly, outline inconvenience when going a long distance to buy something as one of the main disadvantages. To begin with, the reasons for the increasing popularity of shopping centers among consumers are various. Initially, there is a wide range of products which have the adequate quality to meet the diverse needs of clients, ranging from hygienic foods to cutting-edge gadgets. Furthermore, the customer service there is always better than local shops. It is practically proven that almost issues which clients have encountered when buying items in shopping centers would be resolved immediately. My wife, for example, bought a new dress but she found that there was a minor defect on it when it was delivered at home. The shop manager promptly changed another one for my wife when receiving a complaint from her. However, some disadvantages of making transactions in a big shopping mall are undeniable. Firstly, customers can find it inconvenient to purchase stuff for their family. To be more specific, it would be an extreme waste of time for buyers to purchase products at the shopping mall because of the long distance from their house, especially in the cases they just want to buy an item. More importantly, competitive factors which come from the local shops are becoming no longer popular. It would eventually end up raising the price of products and services in the future. In conclusion, people should take both the benefits and drawbacks of shopping malls into consideration before making a decision. This is because human beings will always want to have a sense of self-fulfillment. 306 words 610 Sample 43 Nowadays, as women and men have to work full-time, household duties should be equally divided. Do you agree or disagree? In today's society both female and male go to work permanently, so in terms of housework should be just. I completely agree that both should share these responsibilities. On the one hand, the stability of a marriage may be affected negatively by the unequal division of household duties. Currently, women have an equal opportunity to move up their career ladder, which leads to the heavy pressure overburdened with work being responsible for. This workload, as well as the large domestic tasks at home, make them stressful and many have conflicts with their husbands who only spend a little time doing household chores. As a result, these couples are more likely to end up with divorce. So if men can share equally domestic responsibilities with their wives, both men and women are likely to enjoy a better marriage. On the other hand, when a couple shares the role of doing household chores, they could be a role model for their children to look up to, and children raised / brought up in such families will learn to evaluate of empathy and tend to share the responsibilities with their partners when they grow up. Besides, doing domestic tasks together is a great way to help couples closer in their relationship, resulting in improving the quality of their marital life. For instance, after husband can take care of children while his wife can cook, and after dinner meal, the husband can clean up the table while his wife washes the dishes. In conclusion, I strongly argue that working couples are encouraged to share their role and responsibilities at home to keep happy in their families. 271 words 611 Sample 44 Cycling is more environmentally friendly than other forms of transport. Why is it not popular in many places? How can its popularity be increased? It is obvious that commuting via bike is more eco-friendly than other private vehicles. However, this means of transport is still gain less popularity. There are a number of reasons behind this point of views and several solutions should be proposed to make the bicycle a more popular means of transport. There are a variety of reasons why commuters are less likely to use bicycles. One reason is that it is generally less convenient for journeys by cycling than traveling by car or motor. Nowadays, almost all people have busy and stressful lives and they are always in a hurry, whereas bicycle takes them a lot of time to move from their house to workplace or school and return. In addition, they might be as wet as a drowned rat due to slash because of perspiration or precipitation if they come to the workplace by bike. Another reason for the unpopularity of bike stems from the anxiety about traffic accidents due to the rising volume of various vehicles. In big cities, the population is too crowded and traffic congestion occurs daily, so it is difficult to create a private lane for cycling. Therefore, others' vehicles being on the same road such as cars, trucks, motors pose an imminent threat to the security of cyclists. However, measures should be taken by governments and employers to increase the number of people using bikes to travel. Firstly, the government should raise citizens' awareness of benefits of cycling through various media campaigns. Besides, factories or offices should provide changing facilities and hot shower for employees arriving wet by bike. Furthermore, authorities may discourage motorists from using their cars or motorbikes by imposing congestion charges that would help to reduce the volume of vehicles circulating on roads, then more cycle lanes would be constructed. As a result, these will keep cyclists safer and speed up their journey times. In conclusion, it seems to me that prominently presented causes and solutions above would make the increase of cyclists be possible, especially for short trips. 327 words 612 sample 45 more and more qualified people are moving from poor to rich countries to fill vacancies in specialist areas like engineering, computing, and medicine. Some people believe that by encouraging the movement of such people, rich countries are stealing from poor countries. Others feel that this is only part of the natural movement of workers around the world. What is your opinion? Nowadays, brain drain has not been a new phenomenon for poor countries. Colossal significant human resources like doctors, business officers, programmers of developing countries are being attracted by developed ones. This trend is set to continue and keep causing a big imbalance in the labor workforce as well as the economic growth worldwide, so I believe that measures must be taken to solve this trouble. It is understandable in some cases that people/expatriates leave their country for the sake of many others. In some specific fields like astrology, application technology, cosmography, and so on, it is much better for talented people to work in the conditions which are full of modern necessary facilities, and it is also extremely essential to gather various skilled people around the world researching those technological fields above and finding solutions for the existence of our Earth. However, I believe that the benefits of this movement are outweighed by its drawbacks. Putting aside all kinds of purpose, the brain drain expands the distance/gap between poor and rich/wealthy nations. In developing countries, the health and education sectors might be affected negatively as qualified professionals move to other places, and even in some cases, the government spends money on training talents, but some of them might contribute this intellect for the other nations. That makes developed nations become stronger and leave behind more disadvantages for developing ones. However, we cannot blame rich nations for appealing talented people from poor ones/underprivileged ones because it all depends on each individual's decision. The brain drain now is increasing exponentially, and most of the reasons are seeking out a better life with high salaries, comfortable and good living standard. Therefore, small countries still can keep their human resources by managing their nations like the way big countries are doing, such as shifting outdated policies, erasing political instability, deleting the discrimination in the workplace, strongly 613 investing in all essential/necessary sectors and building up proper preferential treatment for gifted and skilled people. In short, I believe every nation should have their own ways to make use as much as possible of their talents, and I am convinced that it is crucial to keep balancing competent human resources in every nation because a sustainable community needs every strong element, not just some striking ones. 330 words 614 sample 46 Some people say that the only reason for learning a foreign language is in order to travel to or work in a foreign country. Others say that these are not the only reasons why someone should learn a foreign language. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Model Essay 1. Many people hold a belief that acquiring a foreign language is only beneficial when people travel or work overseas. Others claim that there are more reasons why people learn a foreign language. From my perspective, a foreign language should be learned for multiple purposes rather than traveling or working. Some people consider foreign languages as a means to achieve their objectives. For example, this language plays an important role in moving up their career ladder. Many people regard the language as a means of communication when traveling abroad. In this way, they learn a foreign language for many practical purposes. Many people, on the other way, find other motivation of learning a language. Many people find passion in exploring the language, or they want to have a good grasp of the culture of the country. Because the language plays a very important part in shaping the culture of a country, having an understanding/a deep insight of the language may be a bridge to explore a country. I would argue that there are a variety of reasons why people should acquire a new foreign language besides for working or traveling. If people only focus on the practical purposes of learning a foreign language, they would find no joy in studying it. Besides, learning a language could provide them with a large number of opportunities to nurture their minds and souls. Thanks to a foreign language, people could stand a chance to explore the world, and to get access to higher education opportunities. In conclusion, the reasons why people study new language are varied. I am convinced that studying a language should not be only for traveling or working in a foreign country. 282 words Model Essay 2, 615 While many people hold the opinion that people should learn foreign languages only for traveling and working, others' ideas imply about many reasons to study foreign languages besides above reasons. Although foreign languages support overseas travel and work significantly, I am of the opinion that other purposes should also be taken into consideration. On the one hand, the benefits of working and traveling that learning foreign languages bring to people are undeniable. Firstly, working abroad with a high level of foreign languages is certain to be more confident in communication among employers and co-workers. This results in a more effective contact among work environment. Furthermore, as regards overseas travel, foreign languages are necessary. When a visitor travels in other countries, languages impact to his or her activities dramatically. For instance, he or she is possible to contact domestic people/indigenous inhabitants or enjoy local activities easily. Besides, visitors are likely to avoid accidents such as going astray or cheating actions by the excellent level of foreign languages. On the other hand, there are many reasons in order to learn foreign languages. One of the reasons which can be indicated is that learning foreign languages can help the brain to work more effectively. Studying and speaking more than one language are certain to improve thinking the speed of brain because using many kinds of languages can contribute to the quick of reflecting and solving information of brain. Moreover, studying foreign languages is also an ideal method to research other nations' culture. The culture of a country is usually contained in the languages. Thus, one of the effective ways to learn about a culture is learning languages of the country which own the culture. In conclusion, while overseas travel and work are suitable reasons to learn foreign languages, it seems to me that studying foreign languages can come from some other reasons which are also suitable for personal purposes. 316 words 616 Sample 47 Some people say that governments should pay for the public healthcare and education, while others say that it is not the government's responsibility. Please discuss both views and give your own opinion. One of the most heated controversial issues today relates to medical networks and education. While many people claim that governments should allocate more fund to the public medical care as well as curriculums, others think that this works definitely do not belong to the local authorities. Personally, I also think this work is the duty of not only the governments but residents. On the one hand, it is understandable why many citizens believe that the building of health and education systems is the major mission of governments. It is conceivable that the residents who have the good physical development and own the broad perspective can play an increasingly important role in the survival of nations. Take police as a good example. Their knowledge and experience may help prevent crime and guarantee the safety for many people/citizens. Besides, inhabitants have to contribute a lot of money from their incomes to the local budgets in the long time to complete their own responsibilities. Therefore, it is the authorities' responsibility to improve the living standard by constructing new schools and hospitals. On the other hand, I also claim that many people possibly play an equal role in this development of medication and curriculums. Indeed, taking care of the body and enriching the knowledge are the essential needs of own people, so citizens ought to spend more fees on them. Especially, many people with strong financial ability can fully afford the family's medical consumption and children's tuition fee without help from other factors. Last but not least, the authorities often separate the local financial resources into several different aspects such as transport systems and increasing economy. It would mean that they will have the lack of expense for hospitals and universities. In conclusion, I am of the opinion that both the authorities and citizen are responsible for the improvement of medical care and education networks. 311 words 617 Sample 48 It is better for college students to live far away from home than live at home with their parents. Do you agree or disagree? It is widely believed that an increasing number of university students have to live separately from their parents. This essay is claimed to support the idea that it would be beneficial for students, as below analysis of its experience enhancement and independence upgrade will be brought out. To begin with, living independently at a new place provides students experience which helps people more mature, especially for teenagers. This is because youngsters are able to get access multicultural environments to learn new lessons in order to enlarge a profound knowledge about the society. Obviously, this happens only when the students commute to a far-off destination. For example, living with other friends in new place certainly provides/teaches students how to learn and respect the differences between each other, which would never arise in own homes. Apart from that, making new friends gives people a chance to widen their social relationships, being necessary for the foreseeable employment and cooperation opportunities. Looking from another angle, thanks to a deep understanding about life, children would take much more responsibility for their own lives. Firstly, they will no longer depend on parents as they used to, due to the fact that they have to manage all their routine tasks themselves without any favors, such as washing, cooking and cleaning performance. Secondly, if they are able to perform their tasks effectively, the student's ability to make decisions about significant issues will be utilized easily in the future, even coming up with initiative ideas. In conclusion, the students should be given a chance to grow up wisely by studying in distant schools as an environment for development and maturity. However, they should spend some time to come back visiting their parents as showing respects and gratitude to their ancestors. 291 words 618 Sample 49 Increasing the price of petrol is the best way to solve growing traffic and pollution problems. To what extent do you agree or disagree? What other measures do you think might be effective? The belief that boosting petrol price will certainly end the problem of high-capacity traffic and extreme pollution has now been the subject of increasing concern. This suggestion at first may appear to exert positive effects but in long term involve sophisticated issues. From my perspective, I wholly disapprove of the given solution, and other alternatives should be taken into consideration first. Apparently, authorities would make a completely wrong decision if they increase the petrol price to a higher level due to various rationales of human lives. Firstly, if this method is applied, the poor will have to be engaged in a real struggle with daily traveling costs/with traveling costs on a daily basis. Clearly, as a matter of fact, this will lead the population and nation to become immensely impoverished. Secondly, some parts of the society may abandon jobs as they could barely afford the energy expenses for their private automobiles. Consequently, the rate of unemployment might start to escalate considerably, causing other serious matters. Therefore, it can be said that growing the price of petrol hardly seems a feasible option in dealing with traffic and pollution issues. Regarding potential measures, probably the main remedy would be to upgrade and encourage using the public transport system widely from urban to suburban. By doing this, more commuters will be likely to stop buying cars and start the habit of sharing the same transport. Moreover, governments should also impose strict taxes on companies who sell private vehicles to limit the number of drivers, and thus reduce usual traffic congestions and accidents. In other words, environment-related benefits will be fully regarded as there are less noise and air pollution. To sum up, while raising the energy costs might appear to be superficially attractive and effective, the drawbacks it brings to the poor part of society can be seen severe and inhumane. Other possible solutions mentioned should be proved to work better and be more appropriate. 619 323 words 620 Sample 50 Many countries use fossil fuels such as coal or oil as the main sources of energy. However, in some countries, the use of alternative sources of energy is encouraged. Do you think this is a positive or negative development? There was a heated controversy over whether countries should encourage the use of new energy sources replacing fossil fuels, namely coal or oil. I completely agree with this idea. There are some reasons why people have to seek other sources of energy. Firstly, thanks to the application of alternative energy sources, many countries will avoid the running out of natural materials. Coal and oil are limited, whereas wind or wave energy is renewable/unlimited energy that might guarantee a boundless supply of energy for the continuously increasing population. In addition, some countries that don't have natural fossil materials could decline the dependence on fuels from others. For example, there have been a lot of homeless residents in European nations died in winter due to the lack of energy for heating, while Russian government imposed the energy sanction to close oil pipeline from Russia to Europe. Apart from the practical benefits expressed above, the key factor is that alternative energy resources might solve environmental issues mainly deriving from fossil fuels. It is obvious that burning coal or oil releases a large amount of carbon dioxide which traps heat from the sun in the atmosphere. This process has been causing the global warming, as a direct result of an increase of weather extremes and sea level rise, which are posing an imminent threat to the very security of humans. Hence, green power sources also help to cut down the amount of carbon dioxide emission and make climate change to occur more slowly. Moreover, these kinds of energy are eco-friendly that do not contribute to air pollution that affects directly on people's health. In conclusion, I have strong belief that innovations to create green power sources should be given top priority thanks to a safe and sustainable habitat for humankind. 298 words 621 Sample 51 Some people think that everyone has the right to have access to university education, and that government should make it free for all students no matter what financial background they have. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this opinion? A group of people thinks that the government should implement a free tuition policy for everyone to pursue higher education. In my opinion, I completely disagree with the idea that it has to be free for the whole world to acquire university education. There are some understandable reasons why the tuition fees should not be free. Firstly, if the tuition is free, numerous students will take advantage of it, which is unfair to serious ones which can lower the overall training standard. It is true/undeniable/irrefutable that once people pay for school, they partly show their attempts and money awareness. Hence, students with a serious intention deserve to have right to acquire tertiary education and gain/obtain the best job prospects ahead. Also, it is better for those that don't have much ability and ambition to have other alternatives to learning things they cannot understand. Secondly, free higher/further education can increase the rate of unemployment due to the great number of so-called well-educated people, which makes the labor market more competitive. For example, because of the enormous surplus of fresh graduates on a yearly basis, there is a dramatic decline in job opportunities in Vietnam. On the other hand, the university is already free to some extent. In most schools around the world, they always offer brilliant students full or half-fee scholarships. In addition, there are many organizations nowadays offering potential students scholarships as well as internship and job opportunities. By these ways can government not only motivate their students but they also help maintain the capital sources to function higher tertiary. In conclusion, despite the great importance of tertiary education, I believe that free tuition policy applied to all students in the university should not be carried out. 291 words.